Chapter 1. The Encounter of the Wolf and the Tiger. One enticing aroma. Allow me, the great king, to relish it thoroughly, haha. The colossal tiger demon, far surpassing the wild mountain tiger, spoke with human words. Excitement gleamed in its piercing eyes. This is quite the unfortunate turn of events, muttered the young man clad in coarse cloth, slumped helplessly on the ground. Chu He had traversed from the Blue Star 16 years ago, orphaned and wandering since childhood. Yet he bore no resentment, for he understood that this was a world of cultivation where individual strength held paramount significance. He had witnessed the dragons thrash, unleashing torrents that ravaged the mountains. Subsequently, a cultivator had severed its head with a single strike, calming the waters with a mere hand. He had seen individuals soaring through the skies on swords, crossing cities with ease, only to be intercepted mid-flight by enforcers, penalized 500 spirit stones for reckless flying in a bustling marketplace. Cultivation. Immortality. This belief had sustained Chu He until this day at last. He had heard whispers of a celestial gate to the north, where a grand disciple selection ceremony was soon to be held. In the past, Chu He had roamed the lands, assisting merchant caravans. Though arduous, he had never encountered a demon wreaking havoc. Little did he anticipate that on his maiden solo journey, he would cross paths with such a formidable tiger demon. It seemed that even demons possessed the instinct to prey on the weak. Tell me, demon, do you intend to devour me, or to bed me? Chu He gazed at the advancing tiger demon, which occasionally licked its massive paw in anticipation. The ravenous glint in its eyes reminded him of the caravan leader, who had been starved for 3 months before entering a brothel. Does it make a difference? The tiger demon paused, surprised that this lad would concern himself with such matters at the brink of death. Certainly, it does, Chu He replied, tugging at his collar. He could accept being consumed by a demon, but never could he tolerate the thought of being bedded by one, especially by a male tiger demon. Then let us begin with the latter, followed by the former. The tiger demon chuckled, its large face breaking into a lewd grin. Despair washed over Chu He as he shut his eyes, realizing that a lifetime of virtue might culminate in a gruesome fate at the jaws of a tiger, and to think he could not even retain his innocence. Had he known, he would have surrendered to the village widow at the age of 14. With your paltry flesh, who do you think you could bed? A derisive voice rang out. Suddenly, a tempest surged, followed by a wave of overwhelming bloodiness that filled his nostrils. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the tiger demon rolling on the ground, clutching its hindquarters. The source of the sanguine scent lay in a mass of meat sauce, barely recognizable in its former shape. Kid, are you stunned into silence? A celestial maiden, fair as snow and breathtakingly beautiful, descended before Chu He. He looked up, meeting her slightly languid yet captivating eyes. These were eyes he had never encountered, bright and pure, like stars in the night sky, drawing one into their depths. As his gaze traveled downward, he beheld towering mountains. In comparison to those enchanting eyes, the mountains seemed even more alluring. Chu He swallowed nervously, overwhelmed by the sight. She was grander than the village widow. What did she consume to grow so? Just as he became entranced, a foul odor surged forth. A massive shadow, accompanied by a furious roar of the tiger, lunged toward the pair. Beware, celestial maiden, Chu He instinctively called out. The woman in white did not turn her head, and the blood-stained sword in her hand flew away on its own. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and the tiger demon's body froze midair. Then, it split into 2 halves, crashing to the ground with a tremor that shook the earth itself. The bloodied sword returned to hover behind the woman, swaying gently. Chu He gaped in astonishment, revealing 2 rows of pristine white teeth. Was such a massive tiger demon slain with a single sword stroke? The woman in white crouched down, expertly grasping Chu He's chin to examine his face. Good dental structure, a fine appearance. Heed my advice, don't wander aimlessly. While you are young, seek a wealthy maiden to marry, she advised. Releasing her grip, she stood up, her ample bosom quivering. Chu He rubbed his chin. He felt as if he had heard these words before. Ah, yes. It was a catchphrase of the madam from a brothel frequently visited by the leader of a merchant caravan. I am not wandering aimlessly. I seek a master to learn the way. They say if one travels north, a celestial sect opens its doors to disciples, Chu He explained. The woman tilted her head to regard him. What a pity, it was such a handsome face, seemed divinely ordained for a life of ease. Choosing to pursue immortality instead of enjoying a life of comfort was indeed perplexing. Very well, fate has brought us together. I'm also heading north, so I shall escort you for a while. Before Chu He could respond, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him. In an instant, a fierce wind howled as he soared northward alongside the woman. Attempting to speak, Chu He found his mouth filled with icy gusts. In his boredom, he began to contemplate seriously. If his pursuit of immortality failed, perhaps he should seek a life of comfort instead. This world was simply too terrifying. He had heard tales of tigers devouring humans, but the thought of a tiger sleeping with a person truly startled him. After what felt like the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Chu He found his feet touching the ground once more. Before him stood a towering mountain shrouded in mist, from which the sounds of cranes and celestial music emanated, confirming the presence of a secluded celestial sect. "Thank you for saving my life, fair maiden. I, Chu He, shall never forget your kindness," he said, clasping his fists in gratitude. The woman in white had not only saved his life, but also preserved his innocence and granted him a lift along the way. The last time he felt such gratitude toward someone was for his college roommate, who had brought him meals for 4 years. That IT was a trivial matter. "Should you find success in the future, merely lend me 100,000 spirit stones," she said casually. It seemed that only then did she remember to introduce herself. "I am Zhou Huanqing from the Qinyan sect. Until we meet again, may fate smile upon us." With that, Zhou Huanqing soared into the sky on her sword. Chu He watched her elegant silhouette vanish into the horizon, letting out a slow sigh. The vastness of the 9 provinces was daunting. He could not predict if they would ever meet again in this lifetime. Once he attained success in his cultivation, he vowed to traverse the 9 provinces, no matter the trials and tribulations, to express his gratitude to the Qinyan sect. Shaking his head, Chu He gathered his thoughts and strode toward the mountain. Just 3 steps in, a large sign by the roadside captured his attention. The Qinyan sect is recruiting disciples from this point. As night descended, Chu He sought refuge in a wind-sheltered cave. The fire he kindled provided him with a modicum of warmth. The towering Qinyan mountain loomed above, its winding paths stretching interminably ahead. It would undoubtedly take several days to traverse. However, for Chu He, who had spent years journeying alongside merchant caravans, this was hardly a formidable challenge. After tending to the fire for a while, he produced the fish he had caught from the nearby stream. With a small pouch of seasonings extracted from his garments, he leisurely prepared the fish for roasting. Alas, had it not been for that tiger demon devouring his belongings, he could have also roasted a couple of flatbreads. Yet it was this very encounter with the demon that had fortuitously led to an unexpected ride with Zhou Huanqing. By the time he arrived at Qinyan Mountain, the grand ceremony for apprentice election would likely have concluded. Misfortune often conceals fortune, and fortune may harbor misfortune. As a mere mortal, who can truly discern the nature of fortune and misfortune? Only by mastering power and ascending to become an immortal can one genuinely dictate their own fate. As Chu He savored the roasted fish, he found himself lost in dreams of the future. To his surprise, the enticing aroma of the fish attracted an unexpected visitor to the cave. "Dear friend, I find myself without provisions. Might you extend a kindness?" The newcomer, appearing to be just over 15, bore a square face with an air of authority, complemented by a robust physique and opulent attire that rendered him quite handsome indeed, the sort favored by the widow at the village's edge. Chu He privately mused that this youth possessed a fraction of his own charm. "There is no free meal here, but there are fish in the stream. If you catch some, I can assist you in roasting them," he replied, neither overtly welcoming nor dismissive. Should his aspirations of transcending to immortality falter, this individual might very well become a companion in his pursuit of a lavish lifestyle, and sharing experiences could prove beneficial. After all, more friends pave multiple paths. With that thought, Chu He tossed a small net woven from vines toward the boy. The youth, momentarily taken aback, soon grasped its purpose. After Chu He demonstrated its use a few times, before darting off toward the stream with the net in hand. After a brief interval, the boy returned, his hearty laughter echoing as he presented 3 small fish caught in the net, his face gleaming with triumph. However, it was apparent that he was unaccustomed to such endeavors, as he was drenched from head to toe with stream water. "Come, warm yourself by the fire. You risk catching a chill dressed as you are," Chu He urged, accepting the fish. Although he held a certain disdain for the haughty demeanor of wealthy youths, he could not fault the square-faced boy for his willingness to labor. As they sat by the fire, the boy began to shed his extravagant garments, prompting Chu He to instinctively retreat a few steps. "What are you doing?" he inquired, recalling the trauma inflicted by the tiger demon that morning. The boy paused, slightly taken aback, and replied, "I am merely attempting to dry off. How else can I roast a fish?" With that, Chu He settled back down by the fire, his apprehensions alleviated. Taking advantage of their shared circumstance, the 2 young men engaged in conversation. "I had no idea that you had encountered such tribulations, Brother Chu. I am Chun Qianfan, a resident of the capital." The boy introduced himself with a hint of pride in his voice. Chu He recognized the name, and after a moment of recollection, he exclaimed, "What a coincidence! I have heard tales of a certain Chen Qianfan from the capital, an extravagant young master known for his debauchery, who, at merely 15, indulged to the point of incapacitation. You share a name with him. I am indeed the eldest son of the Chun family, Chen Qianfan retorted, slightly exasperated. And while I have visited a brothel on occasion, I assure you, I am still in possession of my virtue. The atmosphere was slightly awkward as Chu He gazed at the grilled fish in his hand, remarking on how remarkably fish-like it appeared. This predicament could not be attributed to him alone. Throughout his travels with the merchant caravan, he had been inundated with various rumors and hearsay. Given that his small border town was a considerable distance from the capital, it was only natural for tales to become distorted over time. Furthermore, the narrative of a scion of the Yuanyang lineage was evidently more captivating than that of a young master who had rendered himself partially incapacitated. After a prolonged silence, Chu He took the initiative to alleviate the tension, saying, "Qian Fan, what a splendid name. I presume your esteemed father wishes for you to traverse myriad experiences while remaining true to your original aspirations." "This name was bestowed by my grandfather," Qian Fan replied. "When I was born, the Hehuan sect was hosting the Qian Fan festival, and my grandfather whimsically named me while aboard a flower boat." Once again, the atmosphere grew uncomfortable. "Brother Chun, can you handle spicy food?" "This chili is something I discreetly learned to make from a century-old establishment. Would you care to try?" "Apologies, Brother Chu, but I suffer from hemorrhoids and cannot indulge in spicy fare." Thus transpired an awkward first exchange between the two notorious figures, Chu He, the unparalleled swordsman, and Chen Qianfan, who were later deemed the principal culprits for corrupting the cultivation community. Chapter 2. The Three-Legged Flower Thief. 7 days later, atop Qingyun Mountain, two figures, resembling wild men, ascended the final flight of steps. Chu He was covered in grime, appearing as though he had been fished out of a muddy pit, with his hair resembling a bird's nest, adorned with dried leaves and animal fura testament to nature's gifts that I never anticipated that the first step into the realm of immortality would be fraught with such tribulations indeed. The path of cultivation is not to be taken lightly, he lamented. Observing Chu He's expression of sentimentality, Chen Qianfan, who had transformed from a wealthy youth of the capital into a veritable beggar, could only respond with exasperation. "Brother Chu, was it not you who proclaimed that what matters is not the destination, but the scenery along the way? And yet, you insisted on taking the less traveled paths?" Reflecting on their 7 days together, the duo had encountered ferocious tigers and evaded dragons. They had carved paths through mountains and built bridges over waters. Along the way, they had provoked hornets the size of a palm and witnessed baboons courting. Several times, Chen Qianfan had thought he might be doomed to wander the deep woods with Chu He for eternity. As they rested atop the mountain, a youth clad in luxurious garments, exuding an air of arrogance and flanked by servants, approached. Upon seeing the disheveled pair, he disdainfully spat. "Beggars dare to attend the disciple recruitment ceremony? Do they truly believe they possess the fortune of immortals?" In response to the youth's insolence, Chu He and his companion sprang to their feet. The ferocity born from 7 days of wilderness survival, coupled with the odor of a week without bathing, compelled the young nobleman and his entourage to instinctively retreat. 3 steps, this individual, Chen Qianfan mused, sensing a vague familiarity with the young man before him. However, Chu He was undeterred. He stepped forward and declared, "Spitting freely in a public space incurs a fine of 5 taels of silver." The wealthy young man was poised to retaliate, but was promptly restrained by the elderly steward accompanying him. "Master, these two may very well be cultivators from the immortal realm. Allow me to handle this." Unlike the sheltered young master, accustomed to a life of luxury, the seasoned steward possessed a wealth of experience and understood that many esteemed cultivators enjoyed indulging in the mortal world. There are countless individuals who masquerade as beggars, hunters, or patrons of vice. Such people revel in being underestimated, only to reveal their true identities and prowess, basking in the astonishment they provoke. "My young master has acted disrespectfully. We are willing to pay the fine," the old steward stated, producing a gold ingot and placing it in Chu He's palm. Chu He let out a cold snort, irritated, and returned to sit on the steps, arm in arm with Chen Qianfan. "Esteemed seniors from the Qingyun sect, my young master merely experienced a recurrence of a throat ailment. There was no intention to belittle your esteemed sect," he clarified. Witnessing the demeanor of Chu He and his companion, the old steward hastily continued to apologize. With a glance at the worldly old steward, Chu He interjected, "No, then you must be from another sect. I am the steward for the Minister of Rights. Perhaps we have crossed paths in the capital," the old steward pressed on. "Anyone attending the Qingyun sect's disciple recruitment ceremony must possess profound cultivation and an impressive background. Establishing a connection with such formidable figures would benefit both his young master and his lord. Upon hearing the introduction, Chun Qianfan feigned realization and interjected, "That's not it either." This revelation left the old steward perplexed. If they were neither from the Qingyun sect nor guests of the ceremony, then what was their true identity? "We are also here to attend the disciple recruitment," Chu He remarked, inspecting the gold ingot in his hand. Rarely did he have the chance to use even small silver coins, let alone see a gold ingot. Noticing Chu He's confusion, Chun Qianfan seized the gold ingot, bit into it, and gave a thumbs up to Chu He. "Brother Chun, you can tell real gold from fake?" Chu He asked in astonishment. Over the past 7 days, his assessment of Chun Qianfan had been that he was inept at everything except for his insatiable appetite, perfectly fitting the persona of a wealthy young man from the capital. The swarm of hornets that had pursued them for half a day was indeed a result of Chun Qianfan's desire for honey-roasted fish. "I can't usually spend spirit stones. This is my first time seeing gold," Chun Qianfan replied, shaking his head, his clear eyes reflecting a sort of foolishness. "If you can't, why did you bite it? It's what the books say to do," he defended. As the two resumed their conversation, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, the old steward and the minister of rites' only son wore expressions of deep discontent. "Young brothers, since you are here to seek apprenticeship, what fine do you intend to impose?" The old steward's brow furrowed as he took a step forward, the wind stirring about him, revealing he possessed considerable cultivation. Initially, he was unable to discern the depths of Chu He and his companion, leading to his earlier demeanor. Now, however, it was evident they were entirely ordinary mortals, and his ability to gauge their depth was a folly. "Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility," Chu He declared with righteous fervor. The old steward and the minister of rites' son trembled with fury, preparing to take action. "Wait, look at who I am." Chun Qianfan stood up, brushing aside the hair that obscured his face, revealing a visage caked with mud and grime. Upon closer inspection, the old steward recognized the face from his memories, and with astonishment, he exclaimed, You are the infamous three-legged flower thief." Upon uttering these words, the onlookers, who had initially gathered to witness the spectacle, were taken aback and instinctively retreated several paces. The women clutched their garments tightly, trembling with fear. Even the men tightened their belts, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Three-legged was a notorious flower thief from Qingyun Prefecture, reputed to be equally adept in charming both men and women, with substantial resources that evoked genuine terror. Chun Qianfan observed the fearful expressions of those around him, as well as the hurried approach of the disciple from the Qingyun immortal sect, who were intent on apprehending him. Something felt amiss. This was not what he had anticipated. As soon as his face was revealed, the others trembled in fright, yet he could not comprehend why they were clutching their lower regions in distress. With the disciples of the Qingyun immortal sect advancing to deliver him to the authorities, Chun Qianfan's rarely utilized intellect began to stir after 16 long years. Chun Qianfan hastily wiped his face with a relatively clean lining, revealing a robust, square-shaped visage that exuded an air of nobility. "You recognize me now, don't you?" he remarked with a smirk. "It is I, the master of disguise, the infamous flower thief with 3 legs," stammered Chu He, who sat on the ground, fear evident in his voice. With a swift kick, Chun Qianfan sent Chu He tumbling, causing gold ingots to roll down the stairs, prompting Chu He to rush to collect them. Straightening his attire, Chun Qianfan produced a jade tablet inscribed with the character Qin and spoke, "Li Goer, your presence is quite imposing. You surpass even me in stature." The son of the minister of rites, Li Goer, was genuinely shaken. His prior fury dissipated instantly, replaced by a sycophantic demeanor as he said, "Ah, it is you, young Master Qin. My eyes failed me. I did not recognize you at first." Chun Qianfan nodded in satisfaction, reminiscent of the vibrant, extravagant circles of the capital. "Didn't you run away from home? What brings you to the Qingyun Immortal Gate?" Li inquired, feeling an inkling of bad luck. 3 months prior, Chun Qianfan had left home, prompting a month-long celebration among the wealthy youth of the capital. Li recalled the poetry, the exquisite wine, and the delicate visage of the young fairy, akin to a peeled egg. How had he stumbled upon this worldly demon again? "Why can you come, but not I?" Chun Qianfan retorted, irritation lacing his tone. Li quickly forced a smile, realizing that if Chun Qianfan held a grudge, his return to the capital would be far from pleasant. Chun Qianfan glanced at Chu He, still chasing the gold ingots, then mysteriously produced a package wrapped in lotus leaves from behind his waist. "I never take advantage of others. Consider those 10 taels of gold as your tribute, and I shall present you with a fine gift." A pungent odor wafted from the lotus leaf package, prompting Li Li to raise an eyebrow and promptly decline. 10 taels of gold were trivial to him, but accepting something from Qin Qianfan could lead to dire consequences upon his return to the capital. No need for pleasantries. We are all friends. This is tiger bone ointment I pilfered from home. Boil it with 7 bowls of water until it reduces to 1. Take it orally 3 times a day, and it will enhance your spiritual roots. Originally resolute in his refusal, Li Li found himself tempted by Qin Qianfan's words. The Qin family, immensely wealthy, was reputed to possess treasures surpassing even those of the imperial palace. If this truly was a secret treasure of the Qin family, its worth transcended mere gold and spiritual stones. Remember, it is for oral consumption, Qin Qianfan said as he tossed the lotus leaf package to Li Li, who instinctively caught it. Upon grasping it, he felt the contents, soft yet firm, emanating a stronger, primal scent. Indeed, it was a remarkable treasure. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Li Li bowed deeply to Qin Qianfan's retreating figure. Chu He, having retrieved the gold ingots, followed Qin Qianfan towards the inn. Turning back to glance at Li Li, who remained seated, Chu He too became curious. He had only seen Qin Qianfan hand something to Li Li and had not overheard their conversation. What did you give that fellow? Chu He inquired with an open mouth. Qin Qianfan smiled broadly and replied, You have me picking up tiger dung. Chu He nodded. Realizing that the son of the Minister of Rites had indeed not encountered much of the world, he was elated over something as trivial as tiger dung. Moreover, upon ascending the mountain, there were inns available, rendering the need for such protection against wild beasts unnecessary. What was he so cheerful about? Chapter 3. The elder sister of 3,000, ranking among the immortals with a single ingot of gold, they secured 2 upscale rooms, and, after cleansing themselves, the 2 newly rejuvenated individuals congregated downstairs. While awaiting their meal, Chu He inquired, Brother Chun, I have a question that I ponder whether to voice. Qin Qianfan nodded, indicating that he should feel free to speak. The Qin family of the capital is reputed to be the foremost aristocracy in the realm. Why then do you seek enlightenment at the Qing and Immortal sect? In recent days, Qin Qianfan had imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding the world of cultivation to Chu He, far surpassing the superficial tales he had previously heard from storytellers. For instance, the Qingyun Immortal sect is among the 9 grand sects of the 9 provinces, a far cry from the third-rate sects that flaunt their power in small towns. Additionally, the Qin family, from which Qin Qianfan hailed, was renowned in the mundane world as a powerful household of the capital. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, the Qin family was esteemed as an immortal lineage, having existed long before the establishment of the current Qin dynasty, with ancestors who had once ascended to immortality. This legacy allowed Qin Qianfan to proudly claim the title of the foremost aristocrat. However, one could not help but wonder why a scion of such a prestigious family would venture alone to the Qingyun Immortal sect in search of enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Qin Qianfan raised a hand to his forehead and sighed, To be candid with you, Brother Chu, I left home due to a marriage arrangement. Intrigued, Chu He leaned in closer. A marriage arrangement? Could this be the fabled tale of a broken engagement? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. You see, Brother Chu, the lineage of aristocratic families relies heavily on bloodlines, though it is challenging for powerful cultivators to procreate. Any offspring born are often exceptionally gifted. Thus, as a legitimate son, I must either be sufficiently powerful myself or secure a formidable partner for the sake of my family's legacy. Recently, my family proposed a marriage for me. I am of the tiger zodiac, and my prospective match is also a tiger, though she is a tad older than I. As Qin Qianfan sipped his wine, a glimmer of tears sparkled in his eyes. Chu He could not help but inquire further, How many exactly? 1 cycle? Qin Qianfan shook his head and, with a trembling voice, replied, 320 cycles older than I. Chua inhaled sharply, filled with reverence. 320 rounds equate to 3,840 years. A woman 3 years older bears golden bricks. A woman 30 years older bestows a kingdom. Should this marriage come to fruition, Qin Qianfan would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of immortals. The phrase "you are both tigers" is indeed a testament to the Qin family's formidable nature. No wonder they stand as the foremost clan. Tears streamed down Qin Qianfan's face, while Chu He pondered how to offer comfort, unsure of where to begin. While he contemplated a life of leisure should his quest for immortality falter, he realized that Qin Qianfan was, in fact, pursuing the path of cultivation while bearing the weight of his own desires. This is precisely why he is the scion of a prestigious family, with a vision that stretches far beyond the ordinary. As days passed, more individuals ascended the mountain, culminating in a span of 7 or 8 days. One day, Chu He was abruptly awakened from slumber by the resounding peal of a bell. After donning his attire and opening the door, he found Chun Qianfan waiting in the corridor. The two companions exited the inn together, only to discover that the mountaintop, once an expanse of emptiness, had mysteriously transformed into a grand platform. Ascetics, embodying the essence of the ethereal, sat gracefully upon the stage. As they proceeded, they encountered a familiar face. "Shaoli, how is it that you have lost so much weight in just a few days?" Chun Qianfan greeted warmly. The once robust Li Li had visibly withered, his eyes sunken and complexion pallid, as if he had encountered a specter. Upon hearing Chun Qianfan's voice, Li Li's teeth ground together in vexation. How dare this scoundrel inquire? Just a slight exertion caused him to feel a wave of nausea rise within him. After their last parting, Li Li had sought a private chamber and cautiously unwrapped the lotus leaf package. Inside lay a glistening mass of dark, semi-solid substance. Li Li's entourage, well versed in various matters, approached to identify it. Yet, the tiger bone ointment produced by the Chun family was beyond their comprehension. Upon closer inspection, they could only utter crude remarks such as "smells like excrement" and "looks like excrement." Despite the old steward's repeated warnings, Li Li, tempted by the allure of this rare treasure from the Chun family, could not suppress his greed. According to Chun Qianfan's instructions, Li Li took it upon himself to reduce 7 bowls of water into 1. The resulting aroma wafted 10 miles, provoking the innkeeper's ire. After considerable effort to placate the innkeeper, the group hastily transported their pot to the wilderness. As they faced the astonished and fearful gazes along the way, Li Li secretly scoffed at their naivety. Once he consumed a bowl of the tiger bone concoction, he would demonstrate that his fate lay in his own hands, not in the hands of destiny. In the end, Li Li learned a valuable lesson through personal experience. An object that both smells and appears like excrement is likely to be just that. Reflecting on the old steward's desperate attempts to restrain him while he nearly lunged for that bowl of tiger dung, Li Li cast a fierce glance at Chun Qianfan and walked away in silence. "Old leg. No, old Chun, you boast about how well you fare in the capital, but it seems that may not be the case after all." Upon noticing the situation, Chu He jested. Chun Qianfan scoffed disdainfully and retorted, "Nonsense. That lad is merely unaccustomed to fortitude. He simply finds it inconvenient to speak at present. You should inquire in the capital. I, Chun Qianfan, have struck the venerable scholars of the Guozijian and trampled upon the underage progeny of the 6 ministries and 9 dignitaries. Who among the high-ranking officials, age below 8 or above 80, would not tremble at the mention of my name? I dare say your own reputation, with its 3-legged legacy, instills even greater trepidation." Chu He replied. Just as the two engaged in their banter, the grand ceremony for the Qinyan sect's disciples commenced. The elderly figure, with hair as white as snow, introduced himself as the master of the Qinyan sect, Qinyan Daojun, and delivered an impassioned opening speech, envisioning a splendid future and a collaborative effort to cultivate the 9 provinces. His words were fervent and inspiring, yet the audience, lined up below, appeared drowsy, as if their very souls were departing, a testament to the stark contrast in enthusiasm. Chun Qianfan stifled a yawn, casting his gaze over the youthful aspirants in the queue, and remarked, "Look there, that is the grandson of the Minister of War. I once bested him in my youth. And there stands the heir of the He family from Qinzhou, a distinguished lineage indeed. I have also triumphed over him in the past. And that one, he hails from the Gan family. I once played pranks on his great-grandfather." As he recounted his encounters, Chu He discreetly distanced himself from Chun Qianfan. It appeared that nearly all the disciples from distinguished families present bore a grudge against him. After entering the sect, he resolved to keep a safe distance from this calamity to avoid being entangled in any repercussions. Unaware of Chu He's thoughts, Chun Qianfan suddenly grasped his arm and pointed to a young maiden standing behind them. Clad in a blue and white dress, she was in the bloom of her youth. Her countenance as exquisite as a lotus emerging from the water. Yet her expression was as indifferent as ice. Despite her breathtaking beauty, none dared to approach her. "That is Ning Ruyu of the Ning family," Chun Qianfan whispered. "It is said she fled from an arranged marriage. The Ning family is the foremost clan in Qishou, and she ranks first on the beauty list of the capital's 16-year-olds. Upon hearing this, Chu He couldn't help but glance at Ning Ruyu a few more times. He then noted the implications in Chun Qianfan's words and remarked, "The 16-year-old beauty list implies there will also be a 17-year-old beauty list and an 18-year-old beauty list? Is this ranking legitimate?" Chun Qianfan, wrapping an arm around Chu He's shoulder, replied, "Of course it's legitimate. This list was devised by the Tianji Pavilion to expand their business. The more lists there are, the more profit they generate. For instance, while you may not qualify for the 16-year-old beauty list, you might just make it onto the 16-year-old monthly beauty list." Surprised, Chu He found himself reassessing his preconceived notions about the ancient and austere world of cultivation. As he and his companion reached the forefront of the queue, they observed a disciple from the Qingyan sect, clad in a Taoist robe, diligently recording information. Name, Lili. Place of origin, capital of Qin Prefecture. Age, 16. Reason for seeking apprenticeship at Qingyan sect, to pursue the Tao and seek immortality. The disciple glanced up momentarily. This was indeed a standard answer, one he had heard dozens of times today alone, to the point of his ears nearly developing calluses. The inquiries were quite detailed. Chu He listened from a distance, preparing his own responses. Had he ever broken the law? Never. Had he ever committed any wrongdoing? He had not. Lili hesitated slightly as he spoke, when suddenly a flash of red light darted by, capturing the attention of the crowd. Qin Qianfan, well-versed in such matters, explained to Chu He, "That is the heart-testing sword. It reacts whenever one utters words that betray their true intentions. Be mindful of what you say." Chu He stood on tiptoe to look ahead, and indeed saw a long sword floating behind the disciple of the Qingyan sect. He never expected that the realm of immortality would possess such advanced technology as a lie detector. It surely wouldn't expose his identity as a time traveler, would it? Lili activated the inquiry sword, instantly silencing the previously boisterous crowd. Everyone turned their curious gazes forward, eager to discover whether Lili had trespassed into a nunnery or eavesdropped on a widow. After all, indulging in gossip is a fundamental human instinct. Lili's complexion turned pale, feeling the piercing gaze from behind as if a thorn was lodged in his back. After a brief pause, he spoke. "There was an occasion when I lied and cursed someone." "Elaborate," the disciple of the Qingyun sect demanded sternly. Lili hesitated for a moment before continuing. 3 months ago, someone in the capital ran away from home. I had enmity with that person, so I told my friends that he was dead. I even arranged for someone to set up a mourning hall with a coffin and held a 7-day funeral." As Lili spoke, his voice dwindled, and the bystanders grew increasingly uninterested. "Is this all there is to it?" Qin Qianfan scoffed, initially expecting a spectacle. Suddenly, he recalled something and smacked his forehead. "Wait a minute. Someone ran away from home 3 months ago. That was me. This little rascal." Observing Qin Qianfan's clenched teeth, Chu He couldn't help but voice his concern. "Old leg, with the inquiry sword present, your escapades as a flower thief will surely be uncovered." Qin Qianfan irritably slapped Chu He on the back. Chu He winced in pain, rubbing his back, and solemnly remarked, "To speak candidly, you, the notorious scion of the capital, who preys upon the elderly and assaults the innocent, do you truly believe you can pass this trial? The sword of conscience inquires solely about sincerity. I, Qin Qianfan, have lived a life devoid of shame before others, thus I harbor no fear," Qin Qianfan declared with righteous fervor, entirely oblivious to the fact that it was he who had gifted Lili the tiger bone ointment just days prior. After Lili confessed his guilty secret, his face flushed. He successfully navigated the trial, and the procession continued onward. Soon, it was Chu He's turn. Name, Chu He. Place of origin, Chujia Village, Huangta County, Tianhu City, Qingzhou. Turn left at the 7th house south of the village entrance. In a state of trepidation, Chu He feared that his response would not be sufficiently thorough, potentially triggering the heart-seeking sword. He felt compelled to articulate even the minutiae of his dwelling. The disciples of the Qingyun sect glanced up, having documented numerous individuals that day. Yet it was the first time they encountered such meticulousness. Age, 16 years, 2 months, 7 days, and 10 hours. The disciples felt as though they were facing a formidable adversary. If all were to provide such detailed accounts, their paperwork would indeed multiply exponentially. When asked why he sought to apprentice at the Qingyun sect, the question struck at the most vulnerable part of Chu He's heart, the pursuit of immortality and enlightenment. This, undoubtedly, was his initial aspiration. To transform into a powerful being, this too was among his ambitions. However, after the harrowing incident with the tiger demon a fortnight ago, Chu He realized the extent of his own frailty and the terrifying nature of the world around him. In that fleeting moment, an answer surfaced in his mind. Yet it was one he was loath to voice. Nevertheless, having witnessed the might of the heart-seeking sword, he understood that to safeguard the secret of his transmigrations, he must navigate this ordeal without a trace of risk. After a brief silence, resolve steeled within him, and he articulated his most genuine answer. to protect my primordial yang. The atmosphere grew solemn, and all eyes turned toward him. Meanwhile, Chun Qianfan, standing behind Chu He, was rolling on the ground in laughter. Chapter 4. To safeguard one's primordial yang. This term encapsulated the anguish of countless male cultivators throughout their lives. An elderly man, with a weathered visage, gazed toward the horizon, lost in nostalgic reverie. In the year of my 18th, she too was 18. I brought flowers, hoping to forge a partnership with her, to wander freely in this realm. Yet she declared that I lacked the primordial yang, that I did not uphold the virtues of manhood, and left me forsaken. Seated beside him, an elder brother could not suppress his retort. Junior brother, perhaps your frequent visits to the He sect have depleted your essence, which is why none of the sisters wish to engage with you. Wretched creature, your words are intolerable. Today, you shall not escape my wrath. The elderly man, momentarily lost in his memories, reacted with indignation. The two formidable beings soon clashed in the skies above. Observing the crimson glow emanating from their duel, another venerable cultivator remarked, "This red light resembles the rosy clouds of yore." I recall that year, when the skies were similarly adorned. My junior brother and I ventured to the He sect. Upon our departure, I inquired how many spirit stones he had spent. He scratched his head and chuckled, stating, "The elder sister said I possessed the primordial yang. So she did not take my spirit stones but instead gifted me a grand red envelope." "What, then, is the significance of your tale?" inquired another cultivator. "The essence lies in the fact that one with the primordial yang must visit the He sect. There are benefits to be gained, including a red envelope upon loss of innocence. He serves as the ambassador for the He sect. For every 10 guests he brings, he enjoys a half-price discount. Pay him no mind." As the great beings atop the platform reminisced about the past, Chu He passed through the heart-seeking sword unscathed. "Come on, old legs." Standing at the rear, Chu He encouraged the approaching Chun Qianfan. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of Chun Qianfan's mouth, as if he were about to utter some coarse words. The disciples of the Qingyun sect had yet to recover from Chu He's response, and one of them, rather dazed, spoke up. Indeed, his original young body was a cherished memory from his first night with his senior sister. Three-legged. As the disciple of the Qingyun sect reminisced about sweet past moments, he was suddenly interrupted by an unwelcome name. He abruptly lifted his head, and a flying sword swiftly unsheathed behind him. "No, it's Chun Qianfan. My name is Chun Qianfan." Chun Qianfan turned pale, cursing Chu He in his thoughts for constantly calling him old leg, which had caused him to slip up. The Qingyun disciple, however, furrowed his brow and took out a communication jade talisman to summon assistance. In a brief moment, 7 or 8 sword-wielding disciples arrived, surrounding Chun Qianfan with a pile of wanted notices, while 5 or 6 swords and numerous spells were aimed directly at him. Should he make even the slightest move, his fate would surely be death. It was only when Chun Qianfan produced the jade token representing the Qin family that the crowd gradually dispersed and continued their inquiries. Place of origin? The Qingyun disciple sheathed his sword and resumed his questioning. Qinzhou capital, Qin Manor. Upon entering, turn left past 7 courtyards, then right. And after passing the spirit stone vault worth 12 billion spirit stones, take another left to surpass the seclusion ground of the Chun family's ancestors who underwent tribulation, and proceed through the Qin family's vast private medicinal fields. The Qingyun disciple noted this down, casting a dubious glance at Chun Qianfan. "Are you here to flaunt your wealth?" "Qinzhou capital age?" The Qingyun disciple interrupted Chun Qianfan's recounting. 16 years, 1 month, 18 days, and 3 hours. The Qingyun disciple recorded 16 with a quill. "Why have you come to the Qingyun sect to seek a master?" "To protect my original yang." Chun Qianfan, nearly losing his life over the earlier phrase three-legged, quickly adopted Chu He's manner of reply to avoid further mishaps. Fortunately, he managed to answer the subsequent questions successfully. Observing Chun Qianfan approach with an expression of relief, Chu He tilted his head in confusion and inquired, "Old leg, do you truly feel no guilt?" He had not anticipated that Chun Qianfan would possess a clean conscience. Throughout their time together, he believed that while Chun Qianfan was certainly no villain who bullied others, he was undoubtedly a mischievous trickster. How could Chun Qianfan pass the scrutiny when even Li Li had not escaped the heart-seeking sword's judgment? Upon hearing old leg, Chun Qianfan threw a punch, which Chu He deftly dodged. "If you call me old leg again, I will sever ties with you. I brought something from home when I left. The heart-seeking sword has no effect on me," Chun Qianfan whispered, revealing the jade token from the Qin family that he held close. Chu He suddenly realized why Chun Qianfan's claim of having 3 legs did not elicit a response from the heart-testing sword. causing everyone to feel a sense of impending danger. After coming to this understanding, Chu He remained silent and glanced at the group of esteemed cultivators on the high platform who were still savoring the moment. He then addressed Chun, "Old Chun, if my spiritual root is inadequate and I report your act of cheating, do you think the Qingyun sect would accept me despite that?" Upon hearing Chu He's words, Qin Qianfan gasped in shock. "Brother, while we share a bond, you choose to challenge me intellectually." As the two engaged in playful banter, Ning Ruyu, who had been introduced by Qin Qianfan earlier, approached. Name, Ning Ruyu. Place of origin, simply put, Qizhou, Ning family. Age, to keep it brief, 16. Reason for coming to Qingyun sect, to protect, from an elopement. Only Qingyun sect can shield me from my family. The disciples of Qingyun sect lifted their heads to observe the indifferent Ning Ruyu, then lowered their gazes to continue their documentation. 3 instances of elopement in succession. Who would have thought that the younger generation outside faced such immense pressure regarding marriage? Perhaps I should return and propose to my senior sister. Thus, the future legends of the Qingyun 3 heroes, who would one day overshadow their peers, met today for the same reason of seeking apprenticeship. Chapter 5. The Face and Spiritual Roots. The heart-testing sword serves merely as the initial barrier, filtering out those with dark hearts from the sect. Consequently, the pass rate remains quite high. Even Li Li, who had previously triggered the heart-testing sword, managed to pass successfully. Such is the grandeur of the sect. The unworthy in spirit are not even granted the opportunity to assess their spiritual roots. Qin Qianfan remarked with a sense of contemplation. When it comes to accepting disciples, the first consideration is the spiritual root. After all, if one's spiritual root is subpar, no matter the resources invested, the achievements will be limited. Thus, lesser sects are willing to accept even fugitives with outstanding spiritual roots, but only a prominent sect like Qingyun, one of the 9 great sects and a paragon of righteousness, places greater importance on the disciples' character than on their spiritual roots. Chu He nodded in agreement. Yet anxiety began to swell within him. After all, the forthcoming test of one's spiritual root was imminent. The spiritual root symbolizes one's destiny, serving as the very foundation of a cultivator's existence. Without a spiritual root, even the most prodigious genius, endowed with exceptional comprehension, would falter at the initial stage of qi refinement. Qin Qianfan remarked that among all beings, those possessing a spiritual root are exceedingly rare, with a mere 1 in 100. However, possessing a spiritual root does not guarantee the path to immortality, as there exists a hierarchy among them. The lowest grade consists of the 5 elements spiritual root, embodying all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Individuals of this caliber may toil for a lifetime, spanning a century or more, with only a slim chance of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. In the more modest lower-tier sects, such individuals might barely qualify for menial tasks, such as sweeping floors. A step above are the 4 attribute spiritual roots, which offer the prospect of attaining the golden core stage. Yet successful cultivators remain few, with most lingering in the foundation establishment stage throughout their lives. Ascending further, the 3 attribute spiritual roots may barely meet the standards of the Qingyun sect. Dual attribute spiritual roots, however, are the norm among the disciples of the Qingyun sect. As they pave a direct path to the tribulation stage, only those with such qualifications may truly be regarded as seekers of immortality. Lastly, the most formidable are the single attribute spiritual roots. Cultivators endowed with a single attribute spiritual root not only advance in their cultivation at an astonishing pace, but they also possess an extraordinary comprehension of the corresponding magical arts. The myriad obstacles that ordinary cultivators perceive as insurmountable vanish before them. Such prodigies are a rarity in the Qingyun sect, appearing only once in a century, and are treasured even among the immortals. Do not fret, in all my years, I have never encountered a friend like you, old Chu, who resonates so deeply with me. If you lack a spiritual root, come to my Qin family, and I shall ensure your life is filled with wealth and prosperity. In our old age, we can share a few drinks together. Qin Qianfan reassured as he noticed Chu He's silence and sensed his unease. Upon hearing this, Chu He shook his head and, feeling somewhat at ease, spoke. If seeking immortality is in vain, then it is merely a fleeting dream. In that case, I shall return to manage my merchant caravans. Qin Qianfan sighed, feeling inferior to Chu He's imaginative thoughts. He could only hope that the heavens would show mercy and not allow such an intriguing individual to live a life filled with regrets. Wait a moment, old chap. Why are you so calm? Do you not realize you possess a spiritual root? Chu He furrowed his brow as he turned to Chen Qianfan. With a grin. Chen Qianfan replied, "Of course. Moreover, I must inform you that I possess a spiritual root even more formidable than a singular type. Rest assured. As long as you can enter the Immortal Gate, once I establish myself, there will be a place for you at my table." Observing Chen Qianfan's smug demeanor, Chu He began to contemplate the words he would use to expose Chen Qianfan's cheating. Li, with dual attribute spiritual roots, harbored within fire. The unfortunate Li successfully passed, prompting Chu He to approach for a closer inspection. He noticed Li's hand resting on a translucent giant stone, within which a flame enveloped some wood, representing Li's dual attribute spiritual root of fire and wood. "Qing Yun, my good friend, you are fortunate. The first to possess dual attribute roots. This lad will surely become excellent material for alchemy in the future," remarked the promotion ambassador of the Hahuan sect to Qing Yun's master, the true Lord Qing Yun. The true Lord Qing Yun stroked his white beard and replied with a smile, "It's nothing extraordinary. I merely hope to see a prodigy with a singular attribute spiritual root come to study with us. After all, a great era is approaching, and I wish for the Qing Yun sect to nurture more talents." As the procession moved forward, those with dual attribute spiritual roots could directly enter the inner sect for cultivation. In contrast, those with 3 attributes would begin in the outer sect, and only through exceptional talent and diligent effort could they hope to move to the inner sect. Regrettably, those with less than 3 attributes would have to bid farewell to the Qing Yun sect. Joyful, reluctant, tearful, or laughing, this panorama of emotions evoked memories, and Chu He of the date results were announced for the college entrance examination in his previous life. Ning Ruyu, water spiritual root. While Chu He was lost in thought, a loud call resonated, causing a stir among the crowd. Among the disciples, already labeled as the 3 runaway grooms alongside Chu He and Chen Qianfan, Ning Ruyu gazed calmly at the spiritual root stone. The entire azure hue of the stone concealed its original form. A water spiritual root. Could this be the eldest daughter of the Ning family? A singular attribute spiritual root. Indeed, a prodigy rarely seen in decades. Gue, I heard Ning Ruyu ran away from a wedding. I wonder if she fancies me. Buddy, you know what a mirror is, right? You should buy one and take a look at yourself. It's quite useful. In the midst of the chaotic scene, Chen Qianfan gently patted Chu He on the back and strode forward. Unbeknownst to those around, he pressed his palm against the spirit root stone. "Come forth, my little treasure, and make your presence known before the entire realm of cultivation," Chen Qianfan fervently urged in his heart. As the spirit root stone erupted with a blinding white light that pierced the heavens and the earth, the clamorous crowd was captivated by this brilliance, their gazes converging upon the spirit root stone. Within it, a miniature version of Chen Qianfan's head slowly rotated. Mutated spirit root. The eminent figures atop the platform were struck by a singular thought. A handful of spirit roots, birthed from the 5 elements, exhibited even more formidable powers. Among the most renowned of mutated spirit roots was the heavenly spirit root. According to legend, ancient practitioners with the heavenly spirit root enjoyed the favor of the Tao, cultivating at a speed far beyond what ordinary practitioners could fathom. In a day, they could establish their foundation. In a month, they could refine their elixirs. The mutated spirit root was indeed a terrifying gift, rivaling and even surpassing the singular spirit roots of unparalleled prodigies. Oh my, it is indeed the legendary face spirit root. A loud exclamation broke the silence atop the mountain, awakening the crowd from their reverie, and a flurry of discussions ensued. The face spirit root. What kind of spirit root is that? You don't know, do you? I don't know either. If you don't know, then what's the point? It sounds related to the face. Could it allow one to change their appearance? No. Perhaps it's simply an unusually thick skin that might withstand even the tribulations of heaven. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Chen Qianfan felt his face flush with embarrassment. Looking back at the spot from which the cry of face spirit root had originated, he saw Chu He squatting on the ground, observing ants busily relocating their home. Wow, these ants are truly industrious. I am a wisdom spirit root. Chen Qianfan gritted his teeth and shouted, realizing that this was supposed to be his moment of glory, yet Chu He, that rascal, had spoiled it. The wisdom spirit root, an exceedingly rare mutated spirit root, had been recorded in the annals of the 9 provinces, with Chen Qianfan being the 3rd possessor. Its hallmark was an astonishing comprehension of all aspects of cultivation, be it 5-element techniques, body refinement, swordplay, alchemy, array formations, or talismans. Each discipline was worthy of a great master's lifelong study. The wisdom spirit root, however, promised mastery across all realms of cultivation, rendering one a true polymath. So it turns out to be the wisdom spirit root, not the faith spirit root. What a pity. Who would have thought that the three-legged one possessed the wisdom spirit root? This spells danger for the young men and women of the 9 provinces. Qin Qianfan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He never anticipated that he would prove his innocence regarding the spiritual root, yet his name remained tarnished. I am not a three-legged creature. I am Qin Qianfan. Remember, I am. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu He swiftly covered his mouth. With the architect of his troubles standing right before him, Qin Qianfan felt an overwhelming urge to return home and enlist the aid of an elder from his clan. One who had reached the tribulation stage, to unleash a thunderous strike and see if Chu He's resolve could withstand the wrath of the heavens. Old Chun, do not be angered. I too have my share of grievances in this matter, Chu He sighed. Qin Qianfan's gaze turned icy, silently demanding a compelling reason for sparing his adversary's life. Chu He cleared his throat and continued, you see, although our time together has been brief, our aspirations align as if we have known each other for ages. I long to burn yellow paper and offer a chicken's head in a vow of brotherhood, though we may be of different parents. Upon hearing this, Qin Qianfan nodded, acknowledging that he and Chu He were indeed on the same wavelength. However, this did not absolve Chu He of the mischief that had thwarted his endeavors. It merely encouraged him to speak further. Yet, you possess a spirit root, destined to become a luminary among the 9 provinces, while I am but a mere mortal, uncertain even of my own spiritual lineage. Perhaps, from this day forth, we shall be separated by the realms of the celestial and the mundane, our paths rarely crossing. My earlier shout was not intended to belittle your aspirations, but rather to ensure that I leave a lasting impression in your heart, regardless of the time or day, when you ascend to the status of an immortal. I hope you will remember a brother who once traversed mountains with you, shared roasted fish, and evaded hornets. For me, that would validate my existence. Chua spoke with heartfelt sincerity, evoking sorrow in the hearts of listeners and tears in the eyes of witnesses. Little did one anticipate that such profound brotherly bonds could emerge from a mere spiritual root assessment. Third junior brother, a venerable cultivator, confessed to his disciple of many years. It was indeed I who secretly added a laxative to your elixir back then, driven by envy that you might one day surpass me. Fear not, second senior brother. The younger disciple reassured him, I have long been aware of your actions. Each time I was left in a weakened state, my second sister-in-law was ever there to care for me, so rest easy. After a moment of reflection, both men sensed an underlying discord, and soon their spirits soared to the heavens. Speaking of brotherly affection, an old adage from the 9 provinces rings true. A man possesses 4 great iron bonds. Thus, as brothers, let us deepen our camaraderie at the He sect, where both shall partake in a splendid discount. The He sect's ambassador eagerly interjected, only to be swiftly silenced by the formidable figures on stage. Before the spiritual rootstone, Chu He and Qin Qianfan locked eyes, enveloped in a profound silence. At last, Qin Qianfan shook his head, a resigned sigh escaping his lips as he spoke. So what is the truth? While one's own failures are indeed daunting, the prospect of a brother's success stirs a deeper anxiety within me. Donning this faude, I find myself restless, unable to sleep, regardless of my spiritual root. Chu He sincerely expressed, embodying the essence of brotherhood that transcends life and death. Chapter 6. Unfortunately, one possesses a sword spirit root, while Qin Qianfan possesses an intelligent spirit root. A disciple from the Qingyan sect called out loudly, sensing that Chu He and Qin Qianfan were on the verge of a hair-pulling, toe-stomping altercation. Old Chu, you must possess a spirit root. I await the day you enter and call me senior brother. Qin Qianfan's words were heartwarming, yet his fearsome countenance was undeniably intimidating. Chua took a deep breath and began to contemplate whether it was still timely to report Qin Qianfan for cheating. Otherwise, upon entering the Qingyan immortal sect, he feared he would face retaliation. Focusing his mind, Chua was uncertain if the deities of Water Blue Star from his past life held any sway in the 9 provinces. With fervent prayers, may the Tao Ancestor, the 3 Pure Ones, the Bodhisattvas, God, and Kadyusha bless him, he placed his hand upon the spirit rootstone. A radiant beam of golden light surged skyward. Within this resplendent glow, a formidable sword of heaven emerged, exuding an air of authority. The sword spirit signified yet another mutated spirit root. Was the old ghost of Qingyan resorting to dark arts? How did the Qingyan immortal sect attract so many prodigies? Moments ago, the ambassador of the He sect, who had sincerely congratulated the Qingyan true monarch, suddenly leaped, seizing the white beard of the true monarch and pulling downward. Alas, the Qingyun true monarch had no time to respond, sensing a wave of murderous intent approaching. In an instant, a barrage of sword light and magical techniques bombarded the seat of the Qingyun true monarch. Those attending the disciple recruitment ceremony were naturally friends of the Qingyun sect. They genuinely hoped for the emergence of exceptional successors from the Qingyun sect. Should this recruitment yield only 3 or 5 dual attribute spirit roots, they would undoubtedly feel sorrow for their friend and offer heartfelt consolation to the Qingyun true monarch. Furthermore, if they encountered any talented children in the 9 provinces in the future, they would recommend them to the Qingyun sect to bolster its reserves. However, if a disciple with a single spirit root were to enter the Qingyun sect, their discomfort would begin to stir. At that moment, they would start contemplating whether they could abduct the individual under the watchful gaze of many and escape the Qingyun sect as pursuit. Yet, with the emergence of Chen Qianfan, possessing an intellectual spirit root, the situation shifted dramatically. Rather than abducting a prodigy, they would be more inclined to devise a method to curse the Qingyun true monarch from the shadows. As Chu He articulated, while personal failure is indeed daunting, the success of a brother is far more distressing. In the pursuit of eliminating the Qingyun true monarch, or ensuring that for thousands of years hence, the true monarch would boast of this incident, they would unanimously choose the former. However, Chu He's unexpected arrival introduced a final twist. The notion of cursing was simply too lenient. At this moment, they desired nothing less than to strike with overwhelming force. Only by subduing the Qingyun true monarch on the spot could they alleviate their profound anguish. The disciples of the Qingyun sect activated their protective mountain formation. The Qingyun true monarch, having narrowly escaped the vicious onslaught in midair, transmitted a message. Even with his tribulation period cultivation, he had nearly faltered against that wave of ferocity. The world had become unrecognizable, and human hearts were perilous. As an esteemed elder and the leader of a renowned sect in the 9 provinces, the Qingyun true monarch promptly initiated his counterattack. Wandering true monarch, as fellow sect members, I hear that your disciple this year possesses but a single spirit root. You ought to take a look at our Qingyun lineage's 3 treasured disciples. The esteemed leader of the 6 virtues, your 6 Virtues Academy, is indeed a celestial sect. It has been a century and 3 decades since you last welcomed a disciple with a singular spirit root. Perhaps I could lend you one of my singular spirit root disciples to enhance your prestige. As for you, the 7-footed Taoist, the leader of the sword sect, behold the sword spirit roots of my azure cloud celestial sect. Does your sword sect possess such illustrious sword spirit roots? To recruit a disciple with a sword spirit root is indeed a trivial matter. These heartfelt words resonate profoundly. Mighty beings, their tempers flaring, ascend towards the heavens. Amidst the chaos of battle, the bruised and battered true monarch of azure cloud calls out, let the assessment be moved to the inner sect. Quickly, transfer my precious disciples to the inner sanctum. Oh, protective mountain formation, we beseech your power. What the last sighting of Chu He and others revealed was a wisp of snow-white beard drifting down with the wind, stained with blood. A grim testament to the cannibalistic nature of the immortal cultivation world. As the light flickered, when Chu He reopened his eyes, he found himself in a picturesque paradise. A realm of serene mountains and clear waters. Before anyone could react, several cultivators clad in Taoist robes encircled Chu He and his companions. With an intellect root, excelling in the myriad arts of cultivation, this young man ought to be admitted to my Qi peak, one declared. The essence of cultivation lies foremost in alchemy. Thus, an intellect root is undoubtedly most suitable for my Dan peak, another countered. Nonsense. What difference does it make whether one possesses an intellect root in alchemy or weapon crafting? Naturally, the 3-legged approach should belong to my formation peak's disciples. Chen Qianfan was about to defend himself, insisting that he was not indeed a 3-legged individual. But upon discerning the Taoist robes of the assembly, he discreetly stepped back to stand beside Chu He, muttering, "Do you see how popular my friend is? These are all elders of the Qingyun sect. Elders, please cease your quarrel and hasten to rescue our sect leader." One disciple could no longer contain himself, for he had witnessed the dire situation outside where the true monarch of Qingyun was being besieged by a dozen figures, visibly on the brink of demise. Rescue? If the sect leader perishes, I shall ascend to power. Let us instead deliberate on to whom the intellect root rightfully belongs. What do you mean by ascending? I am the Grand Elder. It is undoubtedly my rightful place. The sect leader's position and the intellect root should belong to my formation peak. As the ethereal elders began to puff their cheeks and glare at each other, rolling up their sleeves, it was evident that a confrontation was imminent. Chu He suddenly expressed his concerns to Qin Qianfan, questioning whether the Qingyun immortal sect truly represented the righteous path. With their incessant talk of ascendance, he felt as though he had joined some peculiar society. It must be the righteous path. The Qingyun immortal sect, like our Qin family, is indeed a paragon of righteousness. Certified by the immortal Qin dynasty, Qin Qianfan assured, yet his words only intensified Chu He's unease. Your family produced someone who sells tiger bone ointment. I doubt they are of much merit, he retorted. Old Chu, why does your sword have a pair of eyes? Qin Qianfan noticed the unusual feature within the spiritual root stone. The unsheathed long sword symbolized Chu He's sword's spiritual root talent. The sword's spiritual root, a mutation of the golden spiritual root, is revered alongside the thunder and battle spiritual roots as the pinnacle of offensive spiritual roots. While Qin Qianfan's intelligence spiritual root embodied versatility, allowing for the mastery of numerous disciplines, Chu He's sword's spiritual root represented specialization, dedicating all to the sword in his hand. Both are peaks among spiritual roots, with Ning Ryu's water spiritual root falling short in comparison. The sword's spiritual root alone foretold that as long as Chu He did not perish prematurely, he was destined to be a key figure in the coming era. The eyes on the sword indicated that Chu He's innate talent extended beyond merely possessing a superior spiritual root. Alas, this young lad possesses spiritual eyes. It's a pity he's a sword's spiritual root, lamented the ever-ambitious elder, who was always eager for ascendance. Another elder echoed the sentiment, indeed, while single spiritual roots are common, spiritual eyes are rare. What a pity he is a sword's spiritual root. At this moment, Chu He was perplexed, setting aside the nature of spiritual eyes. He recalled hearing from Qin Qianfan that the sword's spiritual root was an exceedingly rare superior spiritual root. Why then? Did the elders regard him as though he were a wayward girl led astray? What a pity he is a sword's spiritual root, the elders sighed in unison. Observing their reactions, Qin Qianfan pondered for a moment before striking his forehead in realization. Old Chu, you are in luck. I've heard at home that apart from you, the only sword's spiritual root cultivator in the 9 provinces is the 6th elder of the Qingyun immortal sect. You might be sent to become his disciple. Qin Qianfan laughed as he spoke, his twisted grin more terrifying than any beast Chu He had encountered before. By the way, that 6th elder is nicknamed the Plague of the 9 provinces. Just think about that. Chapter 7. I joined the righteous path, right? The Plague of the 9 provinces. If someone like Qin Qianfan referred to him as such, what manner of being was this? One could only imagine the number of children he would consume in a sitting. Honestly, I feel that the Qingyun immortal sect might not be suitable for me. May I inquire about the procedure to transfer to the sword sect? As he gazed upon the multitude of Qingyun immortal sect elders clamoring for ascendance, he reflected on the prospect of being in the same sect as someone like Qin Qianfan. Chu He felt that his path of cultivation was shrouded in darkness. Little Chu, now that you have entered the Qingyun sect, we are all family. So why talk about leaving? A blood-stained arm draped over Chu He's shoulder. Turning around, he discovered it was the sect leader, Qing Yinjuan. During the disciple initiation ceremony, Qing Yinjuan had appeared venerable, his hair and beard white, embodying the essence of a moral sage. Yet now, his visage was marred with blood, his nose flat, eyes uneven, and mouth crooked, crowned by a balding head. Coupled with his sinister laughter, it was not surprising that Chu He could be refined into a medicinal pill at any moment. To still be alive, old 8's skills have indeed improved, the Grand Elder remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he discreetly reached for Qin Qianfan, attempting to seize an opportunity amidst the crowd's distraction. However, such a maneuver could hardly escape the notice of his fellow disciples, all of whom shared the same roots. A great blade descended from the sky, forcing the Grand Elder to retract his hand, narrowly avoiding the prospect of applying for the sect's disability compensation. The second elder sighed inwardly, lamenting the missed opportunity, and spoke, I told you, old A can handle those outside with ease. There is no need for rescue. Qing Yinjuan gestured with his lips, revealing a gap where a tooth once resided. You should open the protective mountain formation for me. That old ghost from the sword sect pulled out 12 celestial swords in an instant. Good heavens, opening the formation doesn't require spirit stones, does it? A young girl clad in pink stepped forward, pulling the onlooking Ning Ryu along with her. I am the 7th elder of Qingyun sect, overseeing Shuiyun Peak. Would you be willing to take me as your master? The 7th elder gently caressed Ning Ryu's small face. Ning Ryu appeared somewhat taken aback by such intimacy and nodded silently. Shuiyun Peak was renowned for its superior techniques and exclusively accepted female disciples, making it clear that Ning Ryu was drawn to the 7th elder. Since junior sister 7 has taken a liking to this girl, it falls upon her to nurture her. The Grand Elder, ever eager to seize opportunities, declared, and the others nodded in agreement. Rumors in the outside world suggested that the most formidable figure to provoke within Qingyun's sect was the 7th Elder, and today's encounter confirmed such tales. Li, who possessed dual attributes in his spiritual roots, had unknowingly approached Chu He from behind, whispering. Now, it was a foregone conclusion that he and Qin Fan were set to join the Qingyun sect, recalling the bullying he had endured in the capital in that thick, dark bowl of tiger bone ointment. Li felt a weight of concern regarding his cultivation journey. As it stood, only Chu He among their generation could rival Qin Fan in talent. Thus, Li resolved to cultivate a closer rapport with Chu He, aiming to create a rift between the two, setting them at odds. Since junior sister 7 had chosen the girl from the Ning family, if Chu He were to send her to Old Lu Peak, why not challenge one another? The victor shall claim the intellect of the spiritual roots. The Grand Elder spoke, and before his voice had faded, he lunged towards the 2nd Elder, who wielded a great sword. Instantly, several elders were embroiled in fierce combat. The true monarch of Qingyun brushed his face and restored his youthful appearance, exuding an ethereal grace. Observing the chaotic brawl among his fellow disciples above, the true monarch was poised to incite further fervor when his attention was unexpectedly drawn to the spirit root stone. The sequence of events transpired with such rapidity that Chu He had yet to withdraw his hand from the stone. The image of the dual sword eyes caused the true monarch to furrow his brow and exclaim, "This is not merely a spiritual eye, it is an immortal eye." Upon hearing this, several elders promptly soared towards him. The distinction between a spiritual eye and an immortal eye was significant. An immortal eye? Chu He looked quizzically at Qin Fan, awaiting enlightenment from his living encyclopedia of the cultivation world. However, he was taken aback to see Qin Fan, who had just been standing beside him, suddenly collapsed to the ground, his eyes reddened and his body convulsing. Just now, when Qin Shao heard you possess an immortal eye, he suddenly reacted this way, remarked Li, who was also startled, unsure of the sudden affliction that had befallen Qin Fan. Chu He managed to deduce a few things, chuckling as he crouched down. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of the immortal eye, it was evident that it must be an extraordinary talent, capable of inciting such fury in old Qin. Dig it out, quickly, gouge out his eyes, Qin Fan uttered intermittently, as if imparting his final words. Upon hearing Chu He mention the spiritual eyes, Qin Fan exhibited little reaction. While spiritual eyes were rare, their power was not particularly formidable. They primarily offered enhanced observations, some degree of X-ray vision, and a bird's-eye perspective. However, the immortal eye was a different matter entirely, a supreme talent rivaling single-attribute spiritual roots. Moreover, the immortal eye possessed incredibly terrifying supplementary abilities. Currently, only 2 formidable individuals in the 9 provinces bore the immortal eye. One could reverse causality, transforming effects into causes, while the other could perceive the universe, observing the 10 directions as if they were within the palm of their hand. In that moment, Qin Fan finally grasped the meaning behind Chu He's words. While one's own failures are indeed dreadful, the success of a brother is even more distressing. His back teeth were nearly ground to dust. The esteemed Qingyun Jinjuan, after meticulous contemplation, spoke again. Moreover, this pair of immortal eyes possesses an aura of vastness, reminiscent of flowing river waters. They likely enable the vision of the most mysterious currents of time, akin to the Tao of the universe's immortal eyes. The 4 corners in the heavens above are referred to as the universe, while time from antiquity to the present is known as the void. Should these be the Tao of the universe's immortal eyes, it seems that this young lad, Chu He, may one day perceive the past, present, and foresee the future. The Grand Elder spoke solemnly. With a sword spirit root and the Tao of the universe's immortal eyes, such talent is rarely seen in a millennium. With a splutter, upon hearing this, Qin Fan spat out 3 liters of blood, his face as pale as a sheet. Nevertheless, the elders, who had previously vied for him like hotcakes, now paid no heed, flocking around Chu He, scrutinizing him with an intensity that surpassed even that of the tiger demon from days past. Oh, this lad possesses a unique physique. Though sealed by a master, such a remarkable technique, the 2nd elder remarked, his eyes gleaming. If we nurture this disciple well, the 9 provinces will not be deprived of its fortune. Upon hearing about the special physique, Qin Fan felt a wave of darkness wash over him, and he fainted. Those joyous moments spent running through the mountains with Chu He now felt irretrievably lost. Li, displaying an envious expression, discreetly stepped on Qin Fan's foot. In truth, I believe the sword spirit root need not be sent to the sixth senior sister. I possess a fair understanding of the sword path as well, the Qingyun Jinjuan mused, stroking his beard. Having concealed my true self from my brothers for so long, I must confess that array formation is merely my hobby. My true identity is that of a sword cultivator. The Grand Elder, the master of the array peak, produced a treasured sword and hung it at his waist. Old curmudgeon, should you dare to covet my beloved disciple, you have already set yourself upon the path to demise, the second elder thundered, furiously making his move. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the large blade in his hand had somehow transformed into a massive sword. How can you behave in such a manner? Did not my brothers promise the sixth senior sister that any with a sword spirit root would be sent to her as disciples? The seventh elder, who had intended to enjoy a performance, exclaimed with urgency. Times have changed. We have promised the sixth junior sister a sword spirit root. Yet we did not commit to granting her a pair of celestial eyes. Therefore, let it be thus. I shall take the head, while the body shall belong to the sixth junior sister. The second elder, amidst the fray, declared, and with a single phrase, he severed Chu He's head from his body. Observing this, the third elder's eyes gleamed with cunning, and he joined the fray, stating, in that case, I shall claim his constitution for myself. As one with an innate Tao body, I excel at developing such traits. Let us extract his sword spirit root and present it to the sixth junior sister, and you and I shall share the spoils, second senior brother. Chu He inhaled sharply, realizing that he was on the verge of being torn apart. Indeed, the Qingyun sect had proven itself to be a den of demons. Second brother, third brother, are you truly intent on seizing what is mine? I shall no longer conceal the truth. Chu He is the illegitimate son I have lost to the world. Do you truly wish to disrupt our reunion? The Grand Elder, facing two adversaries, gradually began to falter as he spoke. How amusing that a several thousand-year-old Yuan Yang could have an illegitimate child. The humor of the senior brother grows ever more remarkable, the second elder mocked. The Grand Elder grunted. Retreating several steps, fury etched upon his face. Since you show no respect for your senior brother, do not blame me for being unkind to my junior brothers. Activate the mountain protecting formation. With hands raised high, the Grand Elder initiated the protective array of the Qingyun sect. At that moment, Qingyun Jinjuan, who had been watching the spectacle, became incensed. Drawing his longsword, he charged forward. Damn it! You refuse to activate the formation when the sect leader commands, yet now you choose to? You may as well abandon your position as senior brother. Thus, the internal discord of the Qingyun sect began on this day. Outside the chaotic battlefield, the seventh elder conjured a cloud to envelop Chu He, discreetly whisking him and his newly acquired disciple towards the sixth peak. Chapter 8. Saint Child of the Hahuan sect. Chu He, this is my Shuiyan peak. You are the disciple of the sixth senior sister, so feel free to visit often. The seventh elder gestured towards a nearby mountain shrouded in mist. Beneath the clouds, the elder sisters frolicked in the water or engaged in cultivation. A glance revealed a multitude of delicate, fair legs, a captivating sight that was both enchanting and fierce. Despite having just endured the upheaval within the Qingyun sect, Chu He found himself drawn to the picturesque scene below. If he could study under the seventh elder, perhaps the Qingyun sect would not seem so detestable after all. Although he had contemplated transferring to the sword sect moments earlier, he was now captivated by the culture of Shuiyan Peak. Such delight here, I forget the sword sect. That is the array peak of the senior brother. He is not the sharpest, best to avoid it. As Chu He admired the beautiful scenery, the seventh elder pointed toward a distant mountain covered in a bagua formation. Chu He nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging the seventh elder's assessment. That was the Qi peak of the second senior brother, where the minds of its inhabitants were rather lacking. It was best to avoid it. Furthermore, there was the Dan peak of the third senior brother, where even the beasts nurtured were of questionable intellect. It was wise to steer clear. At the very center lay the Qingyun peak of the eighth junior brother, whose residents were similarly impaired in their faculties. I shall not venture there. Chu He had developed a preliminary understanding of the various factions within the Qingyun sect and had already mastered the art of eager response. A glimmer of approval shone in the seventh elder's eyes, hinting at the potential for further cultivation. It was no wonder that the sixth senior sister held him in such high regard, given his innate sword spirit. Moments later, the seventh elder guided the two of them to land upon a barren patch of earth. Chu He turned back in confusion, only to see the surrounding landscape filled with bare, cracked yellow earth. In the center stood a small bamboo pavilion as an embellishment. Is this truly the refuse pit of the Celestial Gate? I never anticipated that the Qingyun Celestial Gate would be so environmentally conscious. It is indeed admirable. Chu He reminisced about how his initial fortune at the Qingyun sect was earned through environmental protection. However, the seventh elder cast a peculiar glance at Chu He and called out to the bamboo pavilion, sixth junior sister. This year's disciple recruitment ceremony features a candidate with a sword spirit root. Chu He felt an unsettling premonition. Could this possibly be the infamous old Sixth Peak? Setting aside the barren expanse of yellow earth, the most striking realization was the absence of majestic mountains or grand rivers. Underfoot lay a distinct basin, which paled in comparison to the Water Cloud Peak and was even lower than the flatlands of the Qingyun Immortal Gate. I shall take my leave now. Dear Chu, do visit Water Cloud Peak more often in the future, Elder Qi said, waving his hand and revealing a charming smile before departing with Ning Ruyu. The outstretched hand of Chu He failed to grasp the final opportunity to escape the desolate yellow earth. After a moment of despair, he felt the scorching sun above him threatening to crack his very being. Yet, no one paid him any heed. In utter helplessness, Chu He stepped towards the small bamboo house. Upon entering, a rich aroma of wine wafted into his nostrils. Following the scent, he swiftly located its source. In the sparsely furnished room, a lifeless body lay upon a bamboo bed. Panic surged through him. The Qingyun sect had devised a sinister plot of murder within these walls, attempting to frame him and condemn him to a life of servitude. Grasping a small whip from the ground for self-defense, Chu He cautiously approached the corpse. As he drew nearer, the intoxicating odor intensified. The body lay prone on the bed, clothed in a pure white gown, with a slender waist and ample hips. Clearly a figure capable of bearing children. Senior, Chu He murmured softly. To his astonishment, the corpse seemed to respond, uttering a few faint murmurs. It turned out she was not dead. A breath of relief escaped him, as his identity as a murderer was absolved. However, after the initial sounds, the corpse fell silent once more, leaving Chu He in a quandary. The array of empty wine jars scattered around the bed released a peculiar blend of aromas. Chu He gently prodded the exposed, delicate little feet of the corpse with a small whip, whispering, "Senior." Before the sound faded, a fragrant breeze swept in. Chu He had no time to react before he was engulfed by a blinding whiteness, which swiftly transformed into an impenetrable darkness. The corpse executed a beautifully lethal scissor kick, bringing the intruder down. Dazed, he turned his head to glance at Chu He, who had been choked into unconsciousness, rubbed his eyes, and returned to his previous position. As night fell in the small bamboo house, the moon was bright, yet the stars were sparse. Chu He awoke amidst a whirlwind of dizziness. What a terrifying dream it had been. He touched his forehead, drenched in cold sweat. In this dream, he had found himself joining the demonic sect known as the Qingyun Demon Gate, enduring a harrowing ordeal nearly resulting in dismemberment by the elders, only to be cast into the clutches of a land-dwelling fiend. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a vision, a beautiful woman clad in white, languidly reclining on a decked chair. Swaying gently, bathed in the silvery moonlight, she appeared as ethereal as a celestial being. "Zhou, you have saved my life once again," Chu He expressed with gratitude. This woman was none other than Zhou Huanqing, who had previously rescued him from the jaws and clutches of a tiger demon. Indeed, Zhou Huanqing was also a disciple of the Qingyun Immortal sect. She must have come to rescue him for his journey to Shuiyun Peak. Chu He struggled to rise, the disorienting sensation of heaviness in his head and lightness in his feet causing him to teeter unsteadily. However, considering their current predicament, he took a few steps forward to grasp Zhou Huanqing's arm and implored, "Sister Zhou, we must hasten to Shuiyun Peak. It may soon be too late." Yet, the response he received was Zhou Huanqing's puzzled gaze. Why would we go to Shuiyun Peak when everything seems well? Chu He furrowed his brows tightly and, lowering his head, whispered, "Sister Zhou has not heard of the sixth elder of Laolu Peak, known as the Calamity of Jiuzhou. I wonder how many children he consumes in a single meal." Zhou Huanqing stood up, a hint of confusion in her demeanor. Chu He believed he had persuaded her and, filled with joy, was about to pull Zhou Huanqing towards Shuiyun Peak. However, he soon heard a cold, icy voice behind him. "I am Zhou Huanqing, the elder of the sixth peak. Do you think I would indulge in consuming a few children?" Chu He turned to glance at Zhou Huanqing, whose expression was tinged with playful intrigue, and suddenly broke into a relieved smile. It dawned upon him that he had not yet awakened. It was merely a dream. After a few chuckles, Chu He reclined back onto his small bed, closed his eyes, and whispered a good night. Zhou Huanqing approached the bedside, and from Chu He's perspective, the looming shadow of a great malevolence obscured his view of Zhou Huanqing's face. "What could the calamity of the 9 provinces possibly signify, my dear disciple?" With a sudden twitch of his right eyelid, Chu He swiftly turned and knelt upon his bed, exclaiming, "These words are spoken by my brother, Chen Fan." To which I immediately retorted. I asserted that regarding the sixth elder, there is no need for me to even lay eyes upon him, merely by conjecture. One can ascertain that he is a being of tender grace, as beautiful as a celestial fairy. Yet this rascal remains unconvinced. Taking advantage of the elder's favoritism to utter brazen remarks. How I loathe my own helplessness, were I not so feeble. I would have surely made him pay with his blood on the spot. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huanqing erupted into a melodious peal of laughter. Reclining once more upon her chaise and remarked, "We have crossed paths before, now that you are part of my sixth peak. Feel free to voice any request you may have." After a moment of contemplation, Chu He cautiously inquired, "I wish to transfer to Shuiyan Peak. Not merely because of the abundance of senior sisters, but because I genuinely appreciate the academic atmosphere there." Zhou Huanqing's laughter abruptly ceased, and a hint of danger flickered in her beautiful eyes as she replied, "That is permissible. However, Shuiyan Peak exclusively admits female disciples. I possess the secret method of yin-yang transformation, or if you find it cumbersome, I can swiftly resolve the matter for you." Chu He tightened the quilt around him. Yet he still found himself unable to fend off the biting chill that crept beneath. "What if I wish to transfer to the sword sect?" he mused. Zhou Huanqing lifted her jade-like fingers, lightly tapping the armrest as she spoke. "If you truly desire to switch schools, I happen to possess a connection that could facilitate your transfer to the Hahuan sect. With your spiritual roots and celestial vision, you could undoubtedly fetch an income equivalent to a decade's worth of revenue for the Hahuan sect." The Hahuan sect, you say? Chu He had heard tales of this legendary sect numerous times. Yet what purpose would his visit to the Joyous Union sect serve? He possessed only an unparalleled beauty, akin to that of a celestial being, an unrivaled sword spirit root that reigned supreme in offensive prowess, and the enigmatic Taoist eye of time that could foresee the future. With such qualifications, his fate in the Joyous Union sect would likely render him a revered son, indulging daily in revelries with various alluring maidens, engaging in dual cultivation and more, basking in a life of invincibility. However, such a monotonous and mundane existence would be exceedingly tedious. With a deep sigh, Chu He longed for an exhilarating and splendid path of immortality. This mundane existence was not what he desired. In utter resignation, he inquired, "Shall we set off now?" Chapter 9. The sixth master let us depart tomorrow morning. However, I must caution you that my secret technique of yin-yang transformation was pilfered from the Hahuan sect. With your talent, you are certain to become the holy maiden of Hahuan at once. This revelation sent a chill through Chu He's core. After much contemplation, he rose to his feet, declaring, "A true man stands tall and proud. I shall forge my own path with the sword in my hand. How could I possibly indulge in the comforts of soft embraces?" "Ah, this is the spirit of my sixth peak," Zhou Huanqing nodded in approval. The shameless demeanor displayed reminded her of her own youthful vigor. Initially, there was a complex and tedious set of rituals for accepting a disciple, but neither of them adhered to the doctrines of venerating their masters, so they opted for simplicity. After 3 resounding bows, Chu He officially became a direct disciple of the sixth peak of the Qingyun sect. "My life has been one of poverty, valuing spirit stones as mere dirt. Yet you are my first disciple. Therefore, I bestow upon you 3 treasured items." Zhou Huanqing raised her hand and produced an ancient tome, a rusted sword, and a wooden box. As he took the ancient book, he noted the title inscribed on the cover, Qingyun Sword Technique. The dark passage of Chu He resonated with a formidable aura. To be named Qingyun suggests it must be the most treasured technique of the Qingyun sect. As he opened the tome, the grand characters on the first page left Chu He utterly astonished. Qingyun Sword Technique, Qi Refinement Edition, produced by the Qingyun sect's transmission hall, priced at 5 spirit stones. Indeed, a sword technique of such extraordinary value was worth no less than 5 spirit stones. Although Chu He has never spent spirit stones, he has heard that the outer sect disciples in the Qi refinement stage receive a monthly allowance of 30 spirit stones. So, is this common trinket truly a treasure of yours, master? Chu He, wielding the Qingyun sword technique's Qi refinement chapter, questioned Zhou Huanqing. Yet, Zhou Huanqing remained unfazed, exhibiting no semblance of shame, and replied, "The profundity of a technique matters not. What truly counts is its practicality. This sword technique has been meticulously selected for you by my master." The scroll of Chu He flipped a few times, undeniably a carefully selected piece. Adorned with illustrations of small turtles, it bore the inscription, "Learning swordsmanship pales in comparison to selling sweet potatoes." One page was even smudged with the remnants of an unknown broth, long dried. Were it not for the absence of the custom of inscribing one's name in books among the people of the 9 provinces, Chu He might have suspected this was a textbook used by Zhou Huanqing during her qi refining period. Whoever deceives shall be the holy maiden of the He sect. Chu He challenged his newly appointed master. Whoever deceives shall be the holy maiden of the He sect. Zhou Huanqing swore to the heavens. She then leaned in closer and remarked, "Look ahead, and you shall soon comprehend the magnitude of it all." Chu He obediently turned to the last page, which bore the inscription, "In the realm of immortals, traces are elusive and ascension seems hopeless. Yet, as practitioners of the sword, we must not despair. If the path beneath our feet is obstructed, let us carve a way forward with the sword in our hands." Below this, there were 17 techniques of the immortal sword method. All should endeavor to study them diligently, for great rewards shall surely follow. The Azure Cloud Sword Method. Chapter of the Immortals. Chu He inhaled sharply, feeling a chill run down his spine. Although the subsequent content was incomprehensible, he continued to leaf through the pages. The chapters on the Qing Yun's sword technique, specifically the tribulation and fusion sections, were laid bare before him. As he reached the final pages, the 7 striking characters of the Qi refinement chapter of the Qing Yun sword technique caught his eye. "This is something you must never allow others to see," Zhou Huanqing warned with utmost caution. Chu He nodded thoughtfully, observing the distinct penmanship that varied between each chapter, as if they had been pieced together. A conjecture surfaced in his mind. "Could it be that you have pilfered these?" Zhou Huanqing quickly raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. The master and disciple exchanged a long, silent gaze. At the age of 16, Chu He embarked on the path of immortality, acquiring his first treasure, which happened to be ill-gotten gains. He contemplated whether he could use this item as evidence to report his findings in the future. Chu He set down the book and picked up the rusted sword once more. As soon as he grasped the hilt, it unexpectedly began to emit a faint quiver, as if the treasured weapon possessed a spirit of its own. Chu He sighed softly, appreciating that this venerable 6th master had indeed bestowed upon him a genuine treasure. With great care, he wiped away the rust with the corner of his garment, and a line of ancient characters inscribed on the hilt captured his attention. Produced by the Qi Peak of the Qingyun Immortal Sect, Qingyun Sword. Priced at 10 spirit stones. Chu He furrowed his brow as he cast a glance at Zhou Huanqing, who had turned his head to gaze out at the luminous moon, producing a series of intermittent whistles. "Master, I believe your conscience is the true treasure," Chu He remarked with a hint of exasperation. Zhou Huanqing turned back, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Because you cherish it so much that you are reluctant to employ it. After all, I possess both the sword's spirit root and the celestial eye of the temporal path, and I am a direct disciple of the elder from the 9 provinces immortal sect. Yet you dare to test yourself with something worth merely 10 spirit stones? Not to mention that the value does not even account for depreciation. Furthermore, why does this sword persistently vibrate?" Chu He inquired, as the hilt in his hand emitted an irregular tremor, fluctuating in speed and intensity. Could it possibly have some peculiarities akin to the Qi refinement section of the Qingyun sword technique? Were it not for the knowledge of his crossing into the 9 provinces world, Chu He would have thought he was holding some sort of playful contraption. Zhou Huanqing, his gaze flickering, replied, "It is entirely the fault of my foolish second disciple, who devised some anti-theft lock. Any weapon not acquired through legitimate channels will vibrate incessantly, rendering it nearly impossible to wield. However, since you possess the sword's spirit root, you should be able to utilize it. I have used the same. Thus, your sword is indeed stolen." Chu He inhaled sharply, aghast. Not only was pilfering from the immortal sect's techniques audacious, but to steal a sword valued at 10 spirit stones, and then fail to dispose of the stolen goods while presenting it to a disciple at that moment. Chu He felt that Chun Xianfan might very well be regarded as a paragon of virtue. Sensing Chu He's disdainful gaze, Zhou Huanqing hastily picked up the final wooden box and declared, This is a genuine treasure. I assure you, what lies within this box is worth over 100 million spirit stones." Chu He, filled with a mixture of skepticism and anticipation, cautiously accepted the wooden box. Upon opening it, a myriad of unusual phenomena emerged before him. A surge of black and crimson energy erupted forth, accompanied by haunting whispers echoing in his ears, "Repay the debt, repay the debt, repay it immediately." Inside the box, a plethora of meticulously stacked slips of paper radiated an aura of foreboding. "I, Zhou Huanqing, have borrowed 3 million spirit stones from the sword sect's true monarch Iron Sword, to be repaid within a century. I, Zhou Huanqing, have borrowed 5 million spirit stones from the infinite sect's true monarch Infinite, to be repaid within 3 centuries. I, Zhou Huanqing have borrowed 10 million spirit stones from Tianbao Pavilion to be repaid within 5 centuries. The promissory notes varied in amounts, ranging from several thousand to tens of millions of spirit stones. Collectively, they indeed represented a staggering debt exceeding 100 million spirit stones. Chu He closed the wooden box with reverence and placed it beside Zhou Huanqing's feet. Subsequently, he rose with a spirit of gallant resignation, beginning to unfasten his belt. Come on, you have castrated me. After that, I shall go to Shuiyun Peak to become a female disciple. I cannot remain here on the old Lu Peak for even a moment longer. Zhou Huanqing quickly grasped Chu He's hand, soothingly imploring, No, no, no. Do not be hasty. I do not require you to repay me. It is merely to be temporarily kept with you. Having successfully halted Chu He, who was all too willing to submit to his fate, Zhou Huanqing's lovely face bore an expression of helplessness as she spoke. Alas, you know that I have always been a person of utmost integrity. Upon hearing this, Chu He shook his head more vigorously than the vibrating hilt of a sword, expressing his complete ignorance. However, Zhou Huanqing seemed oblivious to his response. Continuing her discourse, owing money brings me great sorrow. Each night, I feel an intangible voice calling out to me, tormenting my soul. Thus, I present these IOUs to you, hoping they will grant me a semblance of peace. Of course, if you are inclined to settle a few on my behalf, that would be even more delightful. As soon as Zhou Huanqing finished speaking, the wooden box adhered itself to Chu He, stubbornly refusing to budge. Chu stared in astonishment at Zhou Huanqing, incredulous at the audacity displayed. Zhou Huanqing, with an air of having shed a great burden, plopped down onto the recliner and remarked, In truth, I bestowed upon you these IOUs as a means of safeguarding your interests. Have you ever heard the saying, when the debt is small, you are his grandson. When the debt is substantial, he is your grandson? At this moment, I can only perceive you as a grandson. With one hand wielding a trembling sword, and the other clutching an immense pile of IOUs, Chu He's initial admiration for Zhou Huanqing had, in the span of merely a quarter of an hour, transformed into a torrent of animosity. This was no mere jest. Many years ago, when my master was ensnared within a secret realm, the foremost merchant guild of the 9 provinces, the Pishio Guild, dispatched 5 true monarchs and a transcendent being to rescue me. Had they not intervened, I would have perished in that abyss. And 6 guild leaders would have been forced to resign for their inability to reclaim the debts owed to them. Listening intently to Zhou Huanqing's words, Chu He felt a flicker of intrigue. He considered himself rather astute, yet had never conceived of leveraging borrowed funds to secure a powerful ally. And then what transpired? He inquired. After those 6 formidable beings rescued me, they engaged in battle with me for 7 days, only to be outmaneuvered. Consequently, those guild leaders fell from grace due to their failure to recover the debts. Years have passed, and I remain oblivious to whether they have regained their former stature. Zhou Huanqing's visage bore the weight of countless trials, as if he were reminiscing about the perilous path of his cultivation. When confronted by adversaries, you can tear up one of these IOUs, and forthwith, a creditor of mine will arrive to aid you. In the aftermath, they may well resort to coercing you to pressure me, but fear not, I assure you that I shall not yield. Faced with Zhou Huanqing's earnest gaze, Chu He pondered the notion of submission, contemplating the prospect of yielding to become a saintess of the Hehuan sect. In comparison to trailing this scheming elder, perhaps becoming a saintess would be a more favorable fate. Enough of this. It is time for the child to sleep, Zhou Huanqing abruptly declared, giving Chu He a playful shove onto the bed before approaching with a smile gracing his lips. Chu He, trembling in fear, clutched his garment tightly. After plotting to secure his wealth, does this female fiend intend to lay claim to his very flesh as well? As soon as Zhou Huanqing raised her hand, the azure cloud sword cascaded down like a torrential waterfall. My goodness, is this truly a matter of life and death? Confronted by a multitude of descending longswords, Chu He felt as though his life was forfeit. Yet, each sword deftly grazed his body, forming a formidable mountain of blades that ensnared him within. You are the sword spirit root, born to be the supreme master of all swords. How could these blades possibly harm you? This is the essence of your current cultivation. Echoed the voice of Zhou Huanqing from beyond the sword mountain. Chu He exhaled a sigh of relief. Moments later, the intertwined swords began to tremble in unison. Did you procure this as well? Chu He inquired, his gaze fixed upon the finely crafted sword hilts, feeling as though his very bones were on the verge of disintegration. Time passed, and just as he began to acclimate to the incessant vibrations, a chilling and mournful voice penetrated his ears. Repay me, I demand you repay me. The source of this voice was the multitude of debt notes clinging to Chu He's hand. The words resonated within his mind, seemingly teasing his very nerves with each syllable. After an indeterminate period, amidst the vibrations and the relentless demands for repayment, Chu He peacefully succumbed to slumber. Chapter 10. A feast without a whisper. On the following day, Chu He gradually emerged from the mountain of swords. Casting a glance back at the cluster of metallic beasts, he marveled at his own unscathed condition. Upon exiting the room, he was greeted by the sight of a magnificent white crane perched outside the small bamboo house. The crane held a letter delicately in its beak, affectionately nuzzling Chu He's arm. Chu He, filled with perplexity, accepted the letter, which summoned all the disciples who had entered yesterday to ascend Qing'an Peak. Clutching the missive, Chu He entered Zhou Huanqing's chamber. Upon observing the ground littered with several empty wine jars, he found Zhou Huanqing sprawled on the bamboo bed, utterly inebriated, completely oblivious to the revealing spring light. Chu He sighed, contemplating the exquisite beauty before him, though regrettably, she possessed a rather vocal disposition. With the nominal master still in slumber, Chu He dared not intrude, fearing a repeat of the unfortunate events from the previous day. Stepping out of the quaint bamboo abode, he mounted the white crane, which emitted a resonant call before soaring towards the ethereal peaks of Qing'an. Qing'an Peak, the grand summit of the Qing'an immortal sect, rose majestically into the clouds. As he gazed around, he beheld disciples clad in Taoist robes cultivating spirit herbs, tending to mystical beasts, engaging in secluded meditation, and partaking in profound discussions. Such was the splendid ambience of the immortal sect. As Chu He gazed upon the scenery of Qing'an Peak, thoughts of the yellow earth of his own Lalu Peak filled him with a sense of melancholy. A white crane descended with Chu He to the summit of Qing'an Peak, landing gracefully outside the grand hall. 7 or 8 other white cranes already rested there, and several familiar faces nodded in acknowledgement to Chu He. Quite a unique style. Old Chu Qianfan approached, wearing an expression akin to that of an observer of performance art. With a slight furrow in his brow, Chu He bore the dual burdens of tremors and the haunting whispers of sorcery, now adorned with 2 prominent dark circles beneath his eyes. Furthermore, although his slumber within the Sword Mountain had spared him from physical harm, his garments fared far worse, torn and tattered, barely clinging to his form like rags. Yet, more peculiar still was the wooden box affixed to his left hand, exuding an ominous aura, which he had not relinquished even while seated atop the white crane. This, indeed, was the fabled sword spirit root, its design intriguingly unique. Moreover, it was rumored that he possessed celestial eyes. Such an appearance must surely hold profound significance. Indeed, I recall my senior brother mentioning that Chu He was the designated disciple of an elder. Perhaps this very guise conceals some extraordinary prowess beyond our perception. Upon my return, I too shall procure a wooden box, though those dark circles would be a challenge to replicate. How difficult could it be? A single punch from me would suffice. It seems that Chu He's appearance is poised to spark a new trend within the Qing'an sect. Chen Qianfan, ever the familiar one, casually draped an arm around Chu He's shoulders and remarked, "Old Chu, I had a dream last night where you were the sword spirit root, endowed with celestial eyes and a unique physique. It startled me so much that I awoke in a cold sweat." With a lift of his brow, Chu He shook off Chen Qianfan's hand, declaring, "That is no mere dream. I am indeed a sword spirit, endowed with celestial sight and a unique constitution. Rest assured, my brother, I shall stand by you. When there is a morsel to share, you shall have your own bowl." Amidst the irritating sound of teeth grinding, Chen Qianfan's eyes swiftly glimmered with crimson, prompting a sigh from Chu He. He possessed the celestial eye of the cosmos, yet Chen Qianfan's red gaze seemed equally formidable. Truly, he was a worthy rival. Perhaps he could seize an opportunity to persuade him to study the secret arts of yin and yang at the Hehuan sect. "Junior brothers and sisters, come forth and pay homage to our ancestors," spoke a striking young woman clad in a robe of blue and white as she emerged from the grand hall. "This is senior sister Yang Chuanxue, a master of the harmonization stage," Chen Qianfan introduced, showcasing his knowledge of female cultivators across the realms, from 6,000 years old to merely 16. Chu He felt a twinge of envy. Possessing the power of integration, one could be called a true lord. If only he had such strength. Could he perhaps escape from the 6th peak? Was it true that senior sister Yang Chuanxue had a younger brother named Yang Chuanmian? Puzzled, Chu He inquired. Chen Qianfan chuckled heartily. "A bowl of fine noodles, half a bowl of rich broth, 5 coins of lard, and a spoon of the old Chen family's soy sauce from the capital, topped with 2 crisp, tender baby bok choy." Each bite is met with silence. As the two exchanged jest, they entered the grand hall, where the murals adorning the walls narrated the illustrious history of the Qing'an sect. Established over 210,000 years ago, it was a true lineage of the immortal way, once flourishing as a leader of the righteous path, vanquishing evil forces. In times of decline, however, the number of disciples dwindled to less than 100, falling beneath even the second-tier sections. As they observed the murals, Chu He sensed that the rhetorical techniques employed were perhaps excessive. According to the depictions, how could a prestigious sect with a 200,000-year legacy nurture its own master and a host of ascendant elders? Old Chen, is it true what they say about the severed path to immortality? Chu He exclaimed, captivated by one particular scene. Chen Qianfan glanced over and nodded. Indeed, it has been severed for 100,000 years. Since then, no one has been able to attain immortality. Yet, I have often heard cultivators speak of the path to immortality. If one cannot become immortal, how can there be a path? There must be some semblance of hope. After all, moreover, not becoming an immortal does not necessarily equate to weakness. Do you know why the Qingyan sect is regarded as an immortal sect, old Chu? Upon hearing this, Chu He shook his head. His understanding of the realm of immortality was solely based on folk legends and storytelling. The immortal sects possessed methods wielded by celestial beings, which even the presence of a true immortal descending to the mortal realm could not intimidate. Chen Qianfan proclaimed with pride. The Chen family, standing behind him, was renowned as the sole immortal lineage in the 9 provinces. Without the means of immortals, even if there were numerous formidable beings capable of transcending tribulations within their ranks, they would merely be considered an extraordinary sect. As Chu He listened to the explanations while gazing at the murals, he swiftly made his way into the grand hall. Before him sat the esteemed Qingyan Jinjuan and 6 elders upon 8 grandmasters' chairs, except for the one still lying lifeless in the yellow earth. The senior members of the Qingyun immortal sect had all gathered. With the newly initiated disciples present, the master began to speak a few words. Rising to his feet, Qingyan Jinjuan commenced his address. During his speech, he articulated a vision for future development, expressing hope that through collective efforts, the sustainable growth of the sect could be achieved. Furthermore, he encouraged the newly initiated disciples to actively engage in the evolution of the sect, contributing their strength towards the realization of sustainable development. As Chu He felt drowsy, he tentatively attempted to toss the wooden box in his hand to Chen Qianfan, who stood nearby. However, it seemed as though the box had an unyielding attachment to him, refusing to leave his grasp. The sect leader had spoken wisely, and now, I shall impart a few words as well. After Qingyun Jinjuan concluded, the Grand Elder, with a grave expression, continued his discourse. Observing his righteous demeanor and fervent eloquence, one could hardly reconcile this with the same Grand Elder who had unleashed a torrent of violence against his fellow disciples the day prior. Which peak have you pledged yourself to? Chu He quietly inquired of Chen Qianfan. Yesterday, he had been taken away by the 7th Elder, leaving him unaware of the ultimate outcomes of the internal strife within Qingyun. With a hint of despondency, Chen Qianfan replied, I aspire to learn the alchemical formations and talismans. But the elders have deliberated and decided that I shall rotate amongst several peaks to learn gradually, without the necessity of pledging to a personal master. Chu He nodded, acknowledging the situation. On the surface, he lacked a direct master, yet in reality, those elders were indeed his true mentors. Upon reflecting on his own status, a sudden realization struck him. Without a direct master, he was classified as an inner sect disciple. Chu He swiftly grasped this implication. Chen Qianfan squinted, recognizing that his flaw had been uncovered by Chu He. Among the disciples of the Qingyan sect, the most esteemed position was that of the chief disciple, groomed specifically for the role of the next sect leader. Following closely were the true disciples of the various elders, a rank held by only a select few. With the entire Qingyan sect boasting merely a handful, these disciples were also being prepared as successors for their respective peaks. Ultimately, the remaining ranks comprised the inner and outer sect disciples. With a smile at the corners of his mouth, Chu He said, Xiao Chun, I have yesterday taken Elder Lu as my direct master, so you must address me as senior brother from now on. Being able to mock Chen Qianfan a little was perhaps the sole benefit of Chu He joining the 6th peak. After exchanging a few words, the Grand Elder concluded his speech and began distributing robes and storage rings to the newly admitted disciples. After receiving the blue and white robe of a direct disciple, Chu He nonchalantly draped it over his beggar's attire, then proceeded to flaunt it before Chen Qianfan, who was clad in pure white. Once they had gathered their belongings, Chu He and his companion intended to leave, but were suddenly halted by a clear, cold voice. Junior Brother Chun, Junior Brother Chu, Junior Sister Ning, please wait a moment. Turning around, they saw Yang Chuanqiwei, who had previously ushered them into the hall, approaching with quick strides. Chief disciple, the three promptly saluted. Chu He, a true lord of the harmonious body, possessed a rare spiritual root. She was also the sole chief disciple of the Qingyun sect at present. There's no need for such formalities, junior brothers. Just call me Chu He. Her sky-blue eyes radiated an icy demeanor, and her nearly translucent, delicate face bore an expression of frost. Chu He and Qin Qianfan exchanged a glance, and with a sharp tongue, the situation escalated. Chapter 11. The sect's arranged marriages. Qin Qianfan reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful punch towards Chu He, exclaiming, "This is for insulting my most esteemed senior sister." However, Chu He was not slow to react. He swiftly raised the wooden box before him. Qin Qianfan's fist was propelled with remarkable speed, yet just as it was about to make contact with the box, an intense sense of impending danger surged within him. Although Qin Qianfan had yet to cultivate his energy and could not be considered a practitioner, possessing a supreme spiritual root endowed him with a certain instinct for fortune and misfortune. What on earth is this? Qin Qianfan withdrew his fist, ultimately refraining from taking a gamble. With a disdainful cold snort, Chu He remarked, "A supreme treasure worth over 100 million spirit stones." Watching the two display their antics, Ning Ruyu silently closed her eyes in anguish. Although she wished otherwise, as a peer who entered the sect at the same time, her future would inevitably be compared to that of Chu He and Qin Qianfan for an extended period. Indeed, whenever the current prodigies of the Qingyun Xianmen were mentioned, her name would likely be mentioned alongside theirs. However, reflecting on the unorthodox behavior of the two since their first encounter, Ning Ruyu began to regret her decision to join the Qingyun Xianmen. Had she known, she would not have complained about the long journey and would have sought a master in another sect. Chu He spoke coldly. "I merely wish to inform you that having three top prodigies enter the sect simultaneously has never occurred in the history of Qingyun Xianmen. It seems you are unfazed by the foolish remarks of these two. Thus, the master has declared that the three of you may produce a chief disciple, allowing other sects to witness the prowess of our Qingyun prodigies." Chu He, though of the same generation as Chu He and the others, had already devoted several centuries to cultivation. In her time, her extraordinary talent eclipsed her contemporaries, restoring much dignity to the Qingyun Xianmen. Yet, the disciples that followed her gradually fell behind those of other sections. Now, with the arrival of Chu He and his companions, the true monarch of Qingyun has placed his hopes upon them. After all, having capable disciples is essential for effectively mocking their peers. For these old-timers, there is little left to cultivate, and they can only manage to get by through deriding their contemporaries. Chu He believed that Qingyun Jinjuan was indeed unjustly besieged by various sects during the disciple recruitment ceremony. The assessment begins now, so all your words and actions must serve as a model for your junior brothers and sisters. Understood? Upon hearing Chu He's words, Chu He and the other two nodded obediently. However, Chu He promptly inquired, "Senior sister, what advantages does the position of chief disciple entail?" Chu He did not take offense. After all, Qin Qianfan and Ning Ruyu hailed from illustrious cultivation families, while Chu He, like herself back in the day, had no backing. Thus, it was not surprising that he was pragmatic and focused on resources. The chief disciple holds a status akin to that of an elder, allowing participation in sect affairs, with unrestricted access to elixirs and techniques. In summary, the benefits are manifold. You will understand once you attain that position. Chu He's response was somewhat vague, although she endorsed the idea of using the chief position to motivate the three to compete. However, she was concerned that if they were ultimately lured by self-interest, leading to a disregard for camaraderie and malicious rivalry, it would not be the outcome she desired. Chu He, however, was rather indifferent to such matters and pressed on with his inquiry. Can the chief disciple exchange their master? Upon hearing this, Chu He's previously placid expression underwent a subtle change. How could one, on their very first day of initiation, contemplate replacing their master? Although sixth uncle was typically carefree and disinclined to adhere to conventions, surely he would not go to such lengths. Before Chu He could respond, Qin Qianfan eagerly interjected, "Sister, does becoming the chief disciple mean the sect will arrange marriages for us? Much like the invaluable treasure worth billions that resided in Chu He's hands." Qin Qianfan harbored his own affliction, one that compelled him to leave home, the marriage contract dictated by his family. Naturally, the most effective means of resolving this betrothal was for Qin Qianfan to become sufficiently powerful. However, relying on the strength of the sect was also a viable option. Should the Qingyun sect intervene and designate his marriage contract, Then his matrimonial affairs would transform into a conflict between the Qingyun sect and the Qin family of the capital. By subtly instigating, he might find a way to extricate himself from this predicament. Yang Chuanxue had served as chief disciple for several centuries. Above her were a few unreliable elders and the sect leader, while below were a group of disciples whose mental states were somewhat unstable due to the influence of the elders. It could be said that the daily affairs of the Qingyun sect were largely managed by Yang Chuanxue, despite her extensive experience. She had never encountered opponents like Chu He and Qin Qianfan, one contemplating betrayal on his first day of initiation, and the other audaciously questioning whether the sect would oversee marriage arrangements. After a prolonged silence, Yang Chuanxue finally spoke. "You will understand once you become the chief." She then cast a somewhat pitying glance at Ning Ruyu, leaving her with a parting remark. "You should play less with those two," before swiftly departing. Chu He and the other person shook their heads with a sigh as they walked towards the palace exit. How could they, as combined body true beings, be stumped by such trivial questions? Behind them, Ning Ruyu's eyes revealed a hint of terror. Yang Chuanxue, a prominent figure in Jiuzhou, possessing combined body cultivation and overseeing the daily affairs of the immortal sect, found herself at a loss in the face of the two. Upon returning, it would be prudent for her to remain at Shuiyun Peak and avoid unnecessary outings. Observing her fellow disciples, Ning Ryu felt the path of immortality dim and devoid of hope. "Old Chun, the matter with the chief sister has left a deep impression on me. I never anticipated that our casual remarks could reach her ears," Chu He said gravely. Qin Qianfan nodded in agreement. "It seems we must be more cautious in the future." Ning Ruyu's eyes brightened. Could it be that these two lively souls had truly been awakened by Yang Chuanxue's words? Henceforth, they would exercise prudence in their speech and conduct, setting a good example for the disciples of the immortal sect. Indeed, we must devise a communication artifact that could conceal our whispers from combined body true beings, ensuring that we would not be caught in the future, Chu He proclaimed emphatically. If one were to ignore the context, they might think Chu He was intent on studying the protective array of Jiuzhou. Qin Qianfan wholeheartedly agreed. "Excellent. Once I have cultivated my energy, I shall go to Qifeng to learn." Ning Ryu felt her intelligence insulted. "How about visiting my sixth peak for a while?" Chu He inquired as he approached the white crane. Qin Qianfan expressed his assent, and both turned their gazes toward Ning Ryu. Startled, she retreated 2 steps, waving her hands in refusal. "I think I shall pass." In the shadowy depths of the Chu River, a sense of regret lingered as everyone had just begun their journey, yearning for further closeness. "No worries, after a while, I shall visit you at Water Cloud Peak," Chu He remarked, oblivious to Ning Ruyu's palpable fear. Qin Qianfan furrowed his brow. Isn't it true that male disciples are forbidden from entering Water Cloud Peak? He had heard from his seniors the previous day that the peak was a sanctum of the Qingyun sect, impenetrable to any male disciple. "The 7th elder mentioned that I could visit, so you can confirm with junior sister Ning," Chu He responded, unaware of the privilege he had been granted. Ning Ruyu's expression darkened as she slowly nodded. Upon returning to Water Cloud Peak after becoming a disciple, her master had indeed informed her that Chu He could freely come and go. It was said that her master shared a close bond with the 6th elder, thus extending kindness towards his sole disciple. "And what about me? Can I go, junior sister Ning?" Qin Qianfan pointed to himself. He had heard from his seniors that although Water Cloud Peak was perilous, many still felt compelled to explore it, drawn by the allure of the breathtaking female disciples. Renowned for their beauty, the 7th elder was known to have a penchant for exquisite appearances, making the sisters at Water Cloud Peak the epitome of grace. Imagining the sweltering summer, he envisioned the sisters clad in delicate garments by the water's edge, the gentle ripples reflecting the sunset as he frolicked alongside them. "You cannot," Ning Ryu replied. "My master decreed that any male disciple who trespasses on Water Cloud Peak shall have a leg broken first." With those parting words, she mounted her white crane and soared towards the horizon. Observing Qin Qianfan's crestfallen demeanor, Chu He attempted to console him. "Fear not, you have 3 legs. Losing one is of little consequence." To this, Qin Qianfan responded with a swift strike, resembling a black tiger pouncing on its prey. With instinctive reflexes, Chu He raised the wooden box to defend himself, yet Qin Qianfan's strike shattered the flimsy, inferior container effortlessly. In the process, he also crushed a debt note hidden beneath it. In that instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as an overwhelmingly terrifying presence pierced through the fabric of space, manifesting before the two with an expression of unbridled fury. "Who dares to intrude upon Qingyun Peak?" Yang Chuanxue burst forth from the hall, raising her hand to subdue the intruder. Chua leaped back, landing 3 feet away, and nonchalantly remarked, "Sister Young, I have witnessed the calamity caused by junior brother Chun with my own eyes." After speaking, Chu He adjusted his disciple robe and added, "It is our duty as direct disciples to uphold the order of the sect and report any misconduct of our fellow disciples." Chapter 12. Cherished friends and brotherhood. Chen Qianfan was about to retort when he recognized the figure restrained by Yang Chuanqiue, growing increasingly familiar. Tentatively, he called out, "Uncle Lu." The restrained apparition turned, revealing it to be merely a projection of divine thought rather than the true essence of a powerful being. "My dear nephew, we are in the Qingyan sect." Upon witnessing the reunion of uncle and nephew, Yang Chuanqiue felt reassured. As the Qingyan sect and the Qin family from the capital had maintained a cordial relationship. Furthermore, the newcomer exhibited no malice. And it appeared that the restriction was lifted due to an unintentional summoning. "Qin from the Qin family, I presume you are the esteemed fairy Chuanqiue," the elder declared. Hastily cupping his hands in greeting, Yang Chuanqiue offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. "Why are you here, Uncle Lu?" Chen Qianfan was taken aback that even after joining the Qingyan sect, a member of the Qin family had come seeking him. Was this pressure from home? "You were unaware?" Chen Huahai replied with a hint of reproach. Chen Qianfan shook his head in confusion. Chen Huahai exclaimed, "If you are unaware, then I certainly am." He had been enjoying leisure at the Hehuan sect when he suddenly sensed a thread of karmic energy linked to himself. Upon dispatching his divine thought to investigate, he found nothing before being subdued by Yang Chuanqiue. "It must be this object that summoned you, Yang Chuanqiue, whose cultivation far surpassed that of Chen Huahai." Discern the underlying issue. All eyes turned to the torn IOU in Chen Qianfan's hand. Monetary transactions naturally entail karma, though mortals remain oblivious to it. However, an IOU left by a cultivator carries a heavier karmic weight. Any casual destruction or alteration would attract the attention of the other party. After hearing Yang Chuanqiue's explanation, the group finally grasped the situation. "I see now. It appears I have wronged junior brother Chen," Chu He remarked, having returned at some point. Casually draping an arm over Chen Qianfan's shoulder, a sly smile crept across Chen Qianfan's face. "You were quite swift earlier. And now you're playing the role of a whistleblower? Do not speak nonsense. I was merely acting to preserve my own safety for the future. If we both ended up captured, who would come to your aid?" Chu He replied earnestly. Realization dawned on Chen Qianfan, and he expressed his regret. "I misjudged you, brother Chu He. Uncle Lu, discipline him." Upon hearing Chen Qianfan's words, Chen Huahai remained utterly still. What a jest! The true Lord of Harmonization stands right beside us. Not to mention, even if he were to manifest in his true form as a mere nascent soul practitioner, how could he dare to reprimand a direct disciple of the Qingyan sect? This young friend, Chu He, is blessed with the sword spirit root, is he not? My esteemed nephew in the capital tends to be rather proud. "I thank you for befriending him," Chen Huahai said with a gentle smile directed at Chu He. Chu He hesitated, casting a sidelong glance at the displeased Chen Qianfan, silently lamenting. What a cliché line! From which orphanage did Chen Qianfan emerge? His arrival was abrupt and devoid of any gifts. "Next time we meet, I shall certainly extend a warm welcome to my young friend, Chu He." Chen Huai instinctively wished to offer something, only to realize that his mind was as empty as his hands. "Uncle Chen, you are too gracious. It is we who have intruded upon you. Next time, it shall be my turn to make amends." Chu He has indeed mingled with merchant caravans, and pleasantries flow effortlessly from his lips. In that moment, the two were more like family than mere uncle and nephew. Chen Qianfan gestured toward the tattered IOU in his hand, which summoned Chen Huahai. "I, Zhou Huanqing, borrowed 10,000 spirit stones from the Chen family's Chen Huahai to be repaid within a century." After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Huahai approached to take the IOU. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. "The passage of time has rendered my memory hazy regarding this matter. However, since you, young Chu He, are a disciple of Fairy Zhou, let us declare this IOU void, and consider the 10,000 spirit stones as a gift of introduction from me to you." Indeed, the Qin family of the capital is extraordinarily affluent. Though 10,000 spirit stones may not be a vast sum, it is certainly not negligible. And to feign forgetfulness is a trivial matter. In contrast, Chu He could not help but shake his head at the thought of his own master. Who would even resort to thievery for a mere 10 spirit stones? To intrude upon Uncle Chen's quietude is indeed a fault of the younger generation. How could he allow Uncle Chen to suffer any loss? Could this IOU be restored? Reflecting on the 3 treasures from the previous night, Chu He resolved that he could not let Zhou Huanqing be relieved of this debt due to his own actions. Chen Huahai, witnessing this, was taken aback. Although the deeds of the three prodigies from Qingyun sect had spread throughout the 9 states, he had not anticipated Chu He's unwavering integrity. He would not accept unearned favor. The future leader of the righteous path must surely be this individual. Restoration is indeed possible. I possess the mental prowess to negotiate or rectify the IOU. However, young Chu He, having cared for my Qianfan so diligently, if you were to acknowledge me as your uncle, I would implore you not to decline any further. The more Chu He was disinterested, the more He perceived him as a worthy acquaintance. However, He failed to notice that Qianfan, nearby, grimaced at the mention of taking care. Uncle 6, this won't do. Let's alter this IOU to state that old Chu owes me 10,000 spirit stones. He will repay the debt on behalf of his master, and in return, I shall accept a little red envelope from you in advance. Qianfan, recalling Chu He's earlier nonchalance in selling himself out, found it impossible to swallow this affront. Is this truly feasible? A spark of inspiration ignited in Chu He's mind. He hesitated, stating, it is indeed possible, but isn't this rather absurd? He then proceeded to explain to Chu He that, unless specifically noted, such an IOU could have its creditor's identity transferred. In the 9 provinces, there were even cultivators who specialized in acquiring IOUs at a discount, subsequently pursuing the debt themselves, thereby creating a related industry. Of course, while transferring the creditor's identity is relatively straightforward, transferring the borrower requires mutual consent. Otherwise, if one could simply hand off an IOU to any random individual, chaos would surely ensue across the 9 provinces. In other words, could the creditor be changed to anyone without the consent of the master? Chu He felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new realm. He, still not grasping Chu He's implication, stated, as long as I, the original creditor, consent, it is permissible. At that moment, Chu He's eyes gleamed with excitement. Uncle Qin, if that is the case, then please transfer the creditor's identity to me. He cast a puzzled glance at Chu He, unable to comprehend how the individual who had firmly rejected his earlier proposal to nullify the debt had so swiftly changed his stance. No. Uncle Lu could never agree to such a thing. Although Qianfan was equally baffled by Chu He's intentions, he instinctively wished to thwart him. The resentment from their earlier confrontation lingered in Qianfan's heart, deeply ingrained and unforgivable, rendering any notion of easily absolving Chu He utterly impossible. Chu He gently draped his arm around Qianfan's shoulders and whispered, when time allows, I shall find a way to take you on a stroll at Shuiyun Peak. Qianfan's body tensed momentarily, narrowing his eyes as he replied, it is a promise. 6th uncle, it must be done. Chu He is my beloved friend, my brother in arms. We shall swear brotherhood tomorrow, so you must proceed. The eldest son of the Qin family never held grudges against his brothers. Hui increasingly felt perplexed by the thoughts of today's youth. However, since everyone was in agreement, Hui had no objections. To forge a connection with the remarkable Chu He was certainly welcome. Before long, a new promissory note was drafted, with the old one affixed on the reverse side. I, Zhou Huanqing, borrow 10,000 spirit stones from Hui of the Qin family, with an annual interest of 3%, to be repaid to Chu He of Qing and Xiamen within a century. Chu He, like a treasure unearthed, has tucked away the IOUs. Master Lu, just await my return to gradually instruct you. Chapter 13. Chu He's respect for his teacher. However, how is it that you possess so many of Master Lu's IOUs? Yang Chuanxue, witnessing the resolution between the two, could not help but inquire. She was aware of Zhou Huanqing's financial constraints and the existence of some debts. In fact, she had even lent Zhou Huanqing spiritual stones. Yet, Yang Chuanxue could not fathom why these IOUs would end up in Chu's possession. I understand now. Junior brother Chu He is sympathetic towards Master Lu and wishes to alleviate his burdens voluntarily, Yang Chuanxue realized with enlightenment. Had it not been for Yang Chuanxue's advanced cultivation, Chu He might have pondered the contents of her mind. The evidence suggests that the level of cultivation bears little relation to the sharpness of one's intellect. Yang Chuanxue was capable of suppressing a generation of prodigies, achieving the status of a true monarch of integration. Qianfan, too, possessed an intellect even rarer than a sword spirit root. In this regard, Chu He could only conclude that he was deficient in certain aspects. His unwavering integrity and righteousness seemingly resulted in a lowly spirit root. With a look of satisfaction, Yang Chuanxue gazed at Chu He. I knew that those esteemed by Master Lu would never be treacherous individuals. Junior brother Chu He, you embody the type that, while clearly respectful and fond, pretends to be disdainful and dismissive, as often described in the mortal realm. Sundara, that is what they call it. Chu He interjected. With a name like Chu He naturally mingled among the blossoms, well acquainted with such terminology. Chu He remarked, if you wish to insult me, you may as well state outright that I am more foolish than Chen Fan, rather than resorting to such roundabout ways. Yang Chuanxue presented a pristine jade box containing the promissory notes and handed it to Chu He, who, despite several refusals, ultimately accepted it. Senior sister, I have a question. Upon receiving these notes, I often hear voices urging me to repay debts. Is this normal? He inquired, glancing at the jade box that seemed to cling to his hand. Chu He, evidently more knowledgeable in this realm, spoke up. It is indeed normal. This phenomenon is a technique developed by ancient powers, known as debts must be repaid, which incessantly evokes the voice of demand within the debtor's heart. He proceeded to enlighten Chu He on the intricacies of the promissory notes. The intertwining of the creditor's karma and the debt repayment technique are both meticulously developed processes. Furthermore, to bear this karmic weight, different materials for the promissory notes are employed. The esteemed Pishio Chamber of Commerce, the foremost commercial entity in the 9 provinces, has taken this into account and specifically offers standardized promissory notes. For instance, when a nascent soul cultivator borrows 10,000, the notes are typically crafted from the pulp of the golden core tree demon. Such promissory notes are exceedingly difficult for ordinary foundation establishment cultivators to break. The most valuable item on Chu He, a promissory note worth 10 million spirit stones, is crafted from the pulp of a tree demon in the realm of refining void. Even He, a formidable being in the transformation of divinity, finds it nearly impossible to inflict any damage upon it. However, there are exceptions. The promissory note that Chu He possessed years ago was inscribed on ordinary white paper, rendering it easily torn apart. Upon hearing this, Chu He nodded slightly, realizing that the tree demon falling into the hands of the Pishio Merchant Association was indeed fortunate. Moreover, the ability to hear such a sound is not necessarily a harbinger of misfortune. Rather, it resembles an enchanting melody that can unsettle the hearts of cultivators. However, if one can endure it, this experience serves as a profound exercise for both the consciousness and the mind. Yang Chuanxue, with her deeper cultivation, keenly perceived that the promissory note had been tampered with. Typically, debts are not a constant source of thought. They emerge only at critical moments to disturb the debtor's tranquility, such as during battles or periods of seclusion. Chu He, however, was perpetually tormented by the haunting melodies that infiltrated his ears, which indeed served as a crucible for his spirit. Moreover, as Yang Chuanxue perused several documents, she noted that the creditors were all formidable predecessors with deep ties to Qing Yun, suggesting a meticulous selection process. In times of peril, should he tear one of the papers, the elder summoned would likely safeguard him due to his association with Qing Yun. Truly, this was a manifestation of the profound intentions of his 6th master uncle. Yang Chuanxue's words ignited a flame of resentment within Chu He, prompting him to inscribe her name in the ledger of adversaries. He vowed that once he reached the fusion stage, he would ensure that this chief sister faced her reckoning. Chen Qianfan interjected, affirming, indeed, I have witnessed such methods of tempering one's resolve. Noticing Chua's inquisitive gaze, Chen Qianfan smiled slightly and continued, it was my 6th uncle, who grew up amidst the allure of beauty, realizing he could not succumb to the comforts of indulgence. He frequently visited the Hehuan sect and various brothels to test his willpower. Pausing deliberately, Chen Qianfan left the conclusion hanging. And what was the outcome? Chua inquired eagerly. The result was a failure in his trials, leading to a depletion of vitality. It took him centuries to achieve spiritual transformation. In this lifetime, he is likely rendered ineffective. Chen Qianfan replied, his tone tinged with frustration over his uncle's lack of perseverance, completely oblivious to the fact that his 6th uncle's consciousness was present behind him. Your 6th master uncle possesses profound mastery of the sword and shares a bond of half a mentor with me. You should return and diligently train with him. Should you find yourself lacking in anything, feel free to seek me out. Due to Chua's proactive assumption of Zhou Huanqing's debts, Yang Chuanxue's perception of him underwent a significant transformation. Chu He, without any desire to elaborate, nodded in acknowledgement before mounting the white crane and returning to the yellow earth. Chen Qianfan, engaged in a familial exchange with his 6th uncle, felt it inappropriate to intrude as an outsider. Watching Chu He depart, Yang Chuanxue was beset by a twinge of guilt. She realized that, due to a few light-hearted remarks, she had nearly misjudged a disciple who held great reverence for his teachers. Particularly, recalling her admonition to Ning Ruyu to keep her distance from Chu He, Yang Chuanxue felt unworthy of her position as the chief disciple. Nevertheless, she resolved to visit Shuiyun Peak shortly, and advised her junior sister to maintain some distance from Chu He, while encouraging more interaction with Chu He. Yang Chuanxue had no inkling that she would soon witness the perplexed disdain on the face of a 16-year-old junior sister. At the sixth peak, Chu He dismounted the white crane, watching it soar into the sky. The vast expanse of the Qingyan sect's territory would likely confound a disciple like him, who had yet to cultivate energy, making it seem an endless journey. Thus, the white crane served as a mode of transportation for lower-tier disciples within the sect. If one wished to ride again, a simple 3 taps on the storage ring would suffice. Prior to reaching the foundation establishment stage, this was a complimentary perk for disciples. Kicking open the door to Zhou Huanqing's quarters, Chu He strode in with an air of audacious confidence. Startled by the commotion, Zhou Huanqing, reclining on her bed, groggily rose. Little Chu, with skin fairer than snow, a visage of floral beauty, and a figure most alluring. It is only natural for a vigorous young man like yourself to feel an impulse towards me. However, our sect strictly prohibits romantic entanglements between master and disciple. Zhou Huanqing's lengthy monologue nearly caused Chu He to forget the purpose of his visit. Master, should you be able to extract your soul and transform your body into a mere flesh puppet, I might reluctantly consider betraying the sect for a part of you. Fortunately, Chu He was quick-witted and adeptly countered Zhou Huanqing's advances. Ah, for the sake of my noble and intriguing soul, you would dare to forsake the sect. It seems you truly understand my worth. Zhou Huanqing yawned, signaling that if there were no other matters, Chu He should exit and play in the mud. Chu He tilted the corner of his mouth and slammed the IOU onto the table. Zhou Huanqing, reluctantly revealing her delicate shoulder, approached him. Upon seeing the contents of the IOU, her eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness, dear disciple, you have repaid a debt of 10,000 spirit stones for me. Observing Zhou Huanqing's incredulous expression, Chu He suddenly felt a rush akin to the return of the Dragon King after a 3-year absence. Oh dear, I am parched. Chu He reclined in his chair, naturally crossing his legs. In an instant, Zhou Huanqing transformed into a streak of white light and presented a jade teacup to Chu He's lips. After sipping the chilled water, he contentedly remarked, after riding that white crane for so long, my legs are sore. A pair of delicate, fair hands gently massaged Chu He's legs. My dear disciple, look at your master, a mere fragile woman. The iron sword true monarch from the sword sect relentlessly pursues debts, leaving me sleepless with anxiety. You must devise a solution, Zhou Huanqing said, her expression one of innocent charm, prompting Chu He to deeply question whether he had traversed realms once again. That is not impossible, but I have a condition. Chu He replied, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Huanqing's flawless visage. Zhou Huanqing set her hands aside, bit her silver teeth, and raised her skirt, revealing her curvaceous thigh. Ah, man, come then. I permit you 1 minute of touch. Chu He gazed at Zhou Huanqing, whose expression radiated a willingness to embrace death, and inquired, Iron Sword True Monarch. As a nascent fusion practitioner, you owe him 1 million spirit stones, and you want me to caress your leg for a mere minute? Is your leg crafted from spirit stones, or is it merely flesh imbued with their essence? Zhou Huanqing, somewhat alarmed, clasped her arms and retreated a few steps, asking, Then what do you intend to do? Change masters, Chu He declared decisively, showcasing his steadfast resolve. He could not endure another moment on this 6th peak. Humph. Is that all? Zhou Huanqing relaxed her guard, seizing a wine jar from the ground and taking several hearty gulps, wiping the wine from the corner of her mouth. She continued, Youngster, switching masters is feasible, but I must caution you. Should you change, your life expectancy will diminish significantly. Noting Chu He's expression, which conveyed an air of skepticism as if inviting her to continue her tale, Zhou Huanqing elaborated, Do you recall that you possess a sealed special constitution? Let me enlighten you. What has been sealed is not merely a unique trait, but also an immortal body, touched by profound emotions. Chu He found himself deeply immersed in the Qingyan immortal sect, so much so that he had forgotten about the extraordinary constitution he had once discovered. Sealed away by unknown forces, the immortal body, akin to the immortal eye, possessed talents that could rival or even surpass the singular attribute's spiritual roots. To his astonishment, he realized the extent of his extraordinary potential. When he first learned of his immortal body, questions arose regarding the origin of this seal. Reflecting on the 16 years of his life spent wandering the world, living as a nomad alongside merchant caravans, he considered the possibility that some reclusive adept might have interfered with his fate. Yet, a more significant possibility soon dawned upon him. Prior to the grand disciple recruitment ceremony, before encountering the foolish Qinqian fan, he had crossed paths with another cultivator. Chu He gazed incredulously at Zhou Huanqing, who wore a faint, cold smile. It is you who has sealed my celestial body. Zhou Huanqing nodded, and Chu He was so taken aback that he sat down abruptly. He had not anticipated the depths of Zhou Huanqing's cunning, having orchestrated plans against him since ancient times, since a fortnight ago. What exactly is my celestial body? And what are its side effects? Beads of sweat, as large as beans, dripped down Chua's brow as he recalled numerous terrifying legends. It is said that there exists a constitution known as the blood demon body, whose bearer must continuously consume human blood, otherwise they will transform into a creature that fears the sunlight. There are also tales of a constitution called the time body, wherein the possessor unwittingly sacrifices a year of their lifespan for each month that passes. Though their cultivation may progress rapidly, they are doomed to a short existence. It is likely that my celestial body harbors similarly grievous repercussions. This is why Zhou Huanqing exudes such confidence. Once the seal is lifted, I will be consumed by my own celestial form and meet my demise. Are you frightened? Zhou Huanqing crouched before Chu He, who found himself unable to appreciate the scenery around him. Listen well, your celestial body has existed since ancient times, and every possessor has ushered in an era of turmoil and bloodshed. Chu He swallowed hard. Could it be that his future was destined for such misfortune? No. Regardless of the nature of his celestial body, he would defy the heavens. I, Chu He, shall carve my own path to immortality. Your celestial body is known as the furnace cauldron. You are indeed a furnace cauldron celestial body, Zhou Huanqing stated with an earnest expression. How dare you? Chu He exclaimed, seizing a reclining chair as if to take action. Chapter 14, The Furnace Cauldron Celestial Body. Do you not believe me? Zhou Huanqing looked quizzically at the shattered chair. It must be said, a reclining chair was certainly not an appropriate weapon against a formidable, true monarch. Chu He wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed, I cannot believe a word of this. Despite being a novice in the realm of cultivation, he understood the term furnace cauldron. It refers to one party in a dual cultivation practice who has exploited a thoroughly malevolent tactic. Although the Harmony sect bears a poor reputation across the 9 provinces, their method of dual cultivation benefits both parties involved. In contrast, the furnace cauldron entails complete sacrifice. You may claim I'm a furnace cauldron body, yet I would argue you are merely a puppet body. The last time Chu He was so frightened, he encountered a tiger demon. Zhou Huanqing rubbed her forehead and said with a sense of resignation, well then, let me show you. Suddenly, Chu He felt a wave of warmth radiating from his back, as if an invisible seal was being lifted. Moments later, he experienced an inexplicable lightness, a sensation beyond words. Zhou Huanqing licked her lips and leaned closer to Chu He, taking a deep breath. In that instant, Chu He felt as though his very soul was being drawn away. It was only when Zhou Huanqing exhaled slowly that he sensed the return of his essence. Leaning against the wall, Chu He appeared as though he had not slept for several days and nights, utterly fatigued. Look, Zhou Huanqing snapped her fingers, and once again, Chu He's seal was restored in its entirety. Chu He gazed intently at Zhou Huanqing, pondering whether he truly possessed the qualities of a furnace body immortal. Sensing Chu He's bewilderment, Zhou Huanqing spoke. If you harbor any doubts, venture to the library pavilion. On the 3rd floor, you shall find ancient texts regarding various immortal bodies. With that, Zhou Huanqing tossed a token inscribed with the character 6. This is my Elder 6 token. It grants you access to the 3rd floor. However, remember, the matter of the furnace body, immortal, must remain a secret to all. Chu He received the token, lightly tapped his storage ring, and moments later, he ascended on his celestial steed, departing towards the west. Qingyan Peak, the library of books. Chu He presented the token of the 6th elder and ascended effortlessly to the 3rd level. Among the neatly arranged ancient tomes, he swiftly located texts concerning the various celestial physiques and Tao bodies. In the 9 provinces, there are commonly 12 celestial physiques and 36 Tao bodies. However, beyond these, there exist numerous other constitutions, either exceedingly rare or inherently flawed, thus excluded from the count. One of the phenomena previously heard by Chu He, the blood demon body, was indeed one of them. Soon, Chu He discovered records regarding the furnace cauldron immortal body. To his astonishment, it was true. Chu He gazed incredulously at the information in his hands. The furnace cauldron immortal body, not among the 12 immortal bodies, bestows upon its possessor an extraordinary beauty and an ethereal demeanor. Chu He firmly believes that this indeed pertains to himself. Unlike ordinary celestial bodies, the furnace body is typically awakened only after the age of 16. Some great beings opine that this age signifies the complete development of the physical form. Upon awakening, the charm of the possessor continues to flourish, and it is observed that demonic beasts are more adept at perceiving the extraordinary nature of the furnace body than humans. Suddenly, Chu He recalled the tiger demon that insisted on sleeping before eating. It was no wonder that he had only heard of tigers devouring humans, but never of tigers lulling them to sleep. The furnace body, a celestial physique, is said to possess the remarkable ability of a furnace, rumored to elevate individuals directly to the tribulation stage within a century. Each generation's emergence incites countless bloody contests. However, as a celestial body, the furnace body differs from ordinary furnaces. A sufficiently powerful furnace body can reverse the results of dual cultivation, viewing the other party as a furnace and forcibly siphoning their cultivation. After reading through the text, Chu He felt a chill of dread. Fortunately, he had encountered Zhou Huanqing and entered the Qingyun sect. Otherwise, reaching the age of 20 would have been a stroke of luck. Casting a glance at the empty third floor, Chu He quickly gathered the ancient texts on the furnace physique along with those of other celestial bodies. After descending, he borrowed these books using the token from Elder Lu, planning to return and study them thoroughly. Unexpectedly, as he stepped outside, he was met by a person in a divine thought. "Old Chu, why are you back? Do you still know how to read?" Chen Qianfan teased habitually. It turned out that after Chen Huai had finished bonding with his nephew, he took the opportunity to explore the Qingyun sect with Chen Qianfan. Having received the consent of the senior sister Yang Chuanqiue, "Uncle Chen, old Chen, I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Chu He, currently preoccupied with thoughts of the books in his arms, hastily mounted his white crane and departed. Chen Qianfan watched the disappearing figure on the crane and muttered, "Mysterious as always, what trick is he up to now?" "I see that Chu's arms are filled with ancient texts on celestial bodies," Chen Huai casually remarked. "Indeed, that lad possesses a sealed mysterious physique as well," Chen Qianfan expressed enviously. "Ah, if only I had a celestial body too," he sighed deeply. As night fell, having perused all the ancient texts at hand, Chu He arrived at Zhou Huanqing's door. "Now do you believe?" The door swung open, revealing Zhou Huanqing, who was playfully strumming a moon lute by the window. With a cold expression, Chu He sat on the newly repaired recliner and remarked, "So, I have become nothing more than a walking tangsing mate." Looking on the bright side, the furnace body, also known as the dual cultivation body, once developed, could even carry the 5-element spiritual roots into the tribulation period. Ancient records speak of the furnace body establishing dynasties and leading 3,000 concubines to ascend during the day. Zhou Huanqing consoled him. Chu He wore a peculiar expression. The affairs of the 3,000 concubines seemed eerily familiar to him. The true peril you face lies merely in the fear of being coveted by others. With your master by your side, your essence can be safeguarded. Zhou Huanqing patted his chest, causing a ripple of waves. "I am grateful to you," Chu He retorted. "While others' masters ensure their disciples traverse the celestial path smoothly, yours merely guarantees that my essence remains intact. Furthermore, the furnace body, being a divine physique, possesses myriad extraordinary abilities beyond mere dual cultivation. As my master knows, there exists a formidable entity known as Qi Zun, who, having never engaged in dual cultivation, still reigns atop the 9 provinces." Zhou Huanqing's words provided Chu He with a modicum of reassurance. With the backing of the Qingyun immortal sect, exercising caution should allow him to flourish. "Wait a moment, so you firmly believe that if I were to join the Hehuan sect, I would inevitably become the Hehuan saintess due to my furnace body?" Chu He inquired, perplexed. Zhou Huanqing nodded affirmatively, stating, "Of course, male cultivators experience periods of fatigue, while female cultivators do not. If you were to cease your monthly cycle, you could engage in dual cultivation daily." "I appreciate your concern," Chu He closed his eyes, feeling the path of immortality remained shrouded in darkness. After a while, unable to endure the braying emanating from Zhou Huanqing's moon lute, Chu He spoke again. "Spirit root of the sword, celestial eyes, divine body, my talents are overwhelming. What am I to do now?" This indeed troubled Chu He. Any one of these 3 attributes could lead directly to the tribulation stage. Yet, he found himself at a loss as to where to begin. "Surely, the spirit root of the sword is paramount, as your master embodies it," Zhou Huanqing remarked with a look of exasperation at Chu He's simplicity. "So you are the spirit root of the sword. I had always thought you were a face spirit root," Chu He scoffed. "Now, return to your rest. Remember, simply lie down, and once you have drawn the energy into your body, we shall discuss the next step." Zhou Huanqing put away the moon lute and took out a massive drum, beginning to beat it. Having no desire to hear any further of this musical spectacle, Chu He retreated to his chamber. He gazed at the towering sword mountain before him, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of repay the debt and dong dong. Exhausted, he thought. Let it all be annihilated. Chu He reclined gracefully towards Sword Mountain, and the myriad swords seemed to possess a sentience of their own, parting to allow Chu He to rest in peace. As night fell, within Chu He's abode, Zhou Huanqing stealthily entered, observing the slumbering Chu He. She clicked her tongue in mild disapproval. With her delicate fingers, wrapped in medicinal powder, she stirred within Chu He's mouth. Disgusted, Zhou Huanqing wiped his drool onto his head, her face etched with distaste as she quietly departed. In the dream of Chu He, Zhou Huanqing approached with an expression that suggested a ravenous hunger. Cackling, she declared, "Ah, the immortal body of the furnace, let me savor it in exquisite detail." With a swift motion, Zhou Huanqing lifted the sword mountain that had been laid upon Chu He's form and pounced upon him. Chu He could only weakly call out, "Master, please, master." A sharp pain jolted him awake, revealing the reassuring sight of the sword mountain before him. Instinctively, he touched the source of the pain, finding it to be sticky and slick. Chu He glanced at his hands, drenched in blood, struggling to lift his head. He noticed a massive gash across his body under the moonlight. It turned out he was wounded. He had feared it was merely the onset of his monthly cycle, which had terrified him. Chu He let out a sigh of relief and called out, "Master, help me." After weakly shouting a few times, the only response he received was the increasingly wild drumming from next door. "Zhou Huanqing, I have received my first menstruation." Chu He shouted furiously, receiving no reply. In an instant, a graceful figure dashed into Chu He's room, holding a small bowl and looking around. Chanting softly, she said, Where? The first menstruation of a furnace body must be worth at least 100 or 80,000. Chapter 15. Infusing Qi into the body, the level of refining energy. Low level, third stage. As Chu He's voice echoed, Chun Qianfan slowly retracted his hand, revealing a slender crystal emitting a red glow, a hint of pride crossing his face. This crystal was the result of Chu He's suggestion, successfully refined by Chun Qianfan. As a leading sect of righteousness, the Qinyan sect does not meticulously categorize the stages of Qi refining. It is either the Qi refining stage or the foundation establishment stage, without the need for excessive embellishments. To this end, Chu He proposed that Chun Qianfan create a magical artifact capable of detecting the intricate stages within the Qi refining realm, categorizing them from 1st to 10th stage of refining energy. 3rd stage, indeed a worthless failure, Chu He remarked coldly, as if possessed by a malevolent spirit. Chun Qianfan retorted defiantly, "What stage are you at?" 3rd stage, Chu He replied proudly. Chun Qianfan rolled his eyes, "Isn't that the same as me?" With a bitter smile, Chu He turned away in solitude, stating, "I have long surpassed the 10th level of refining strength and successfully condensed the refining energy vortex." Chun Qianfan, perplexed, inquired, "Then why have you reverted to the 3rd level?" To this, Chu He could only shake his head in resignation. The path of genius is invariably fraught with twists and turns. In truth, your sect in the 9 provinces has always possessed this knowledge. They refer to it as the 1st to 10th levels of energy refinement, followed by the pinnacle of energy refinement and the half-step foundation establishment phase. From a distance, Chun Huahai, observing the antics of the two, interjected with an explanation. Chu He blinked frantically at Chun Qianfan, exchanging glances from left to right. Chun Qianfan immediately comprehended the unspoken message and swiftly responded with a blink of his own. Ever since their conversation was overheard and led to their arrest a fortnight ago, the two had been diligently exploring ways to evade detection during their discussions. Regrettably, despite Chun Qianfan's innate intelligence, he had spent half a month without successfully devising a magical artifact capable of shielding them during the tribulation period. Chu He had no choice but to take action. Using the Morse code from his previous life as a standard, he collaborated with Chun Qianfan to devise a system of winking codes. In this seemingly futile endeavor, Chun Qianfan's exceptional intellect soon enabled him to communicate freely with Chu He. Earlier, Chu He had inquired, "Why hasn't Uncle Chen left yet?" To which Chun Qianfan replied, "I don't know. He said his main body has tea called for him." Once their exchange concluded, Chu He bowed and addressed him, "Uncle Chen." Chen Huahai nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "If only you truly were my nephew, little Chu. By the way, are you engaged? Our Chen family has many fine young ladies. Just say the word, and Uncle Chen will arrange it for you." Upon hearing the word engaged, a flicker of barely perceptible dread crossed Chu He's face. As a junior with limited strength, he had no aspirations in that direction at present. Qin Xianfan sensed that there was something amiss with Chu He regarding this matter, but could not pinpoint the cause. Little Chu, you have great potential. In this era, your ability to draw energy into your body or utilize the unique method of the sword spirit root means your future is boundless. Qin Huai sighed inwardly, realizing that he would soon be surpassed by this remarkable young talent. With a few courteous words, Chu He remarked that he had successfully cultivated his internal energy half a month prior. Specifically, it was on the night when he was haunted by nightmares coinciding with his menstrual cycle. On that fateful night, he sustained an injury from the treasured sword. Not due to the failure of his sword spirit root. Rather, it was the result of Chu He successfully channeling energy into his body, which unexpectedly fostered a deeper connection with the sword. In that moment, he felt a warmth emanating from his lower abdomen and associated it with the onset of his cycle. However, the external version would undoubtedly omit such intricate details. As Chu He began to cultivate his qi, he was still astonished that Zhou Huanqing genuinely intended for him to train on the Sword Mountain. However, upon meeting Qin Xianfan, Chu He learned how the other disciples infused qi into their bodies. They would consume a bowl of qi infusion powder, then sit within a spirit-gathering array formed by 10 spirit stones. Once these 10 stones were exhausted, they would replenish them with another 10. Typically, for disciples with dual-element spiritual roots, a maximum of 50 spirit stones would suffice. Chu He suspected that Zhou Huanqing was so impoverished that he could scarcely afford a change of undergarments, thus resorting to the deceptive strategy of utilizing the sleeping sword mountain to draw energy into his body. However, Qin Huai was not entirely mistaken. Despite both being at the nascent stage of qi cultivation, Chu He's magical prowess was notably more substantial than that of Qin Xianfan, who relied on a spirit-gathering array. There are indeed some merits to the methods employed by the less fortunate. Uncle Qin, you mentioned earlier that there exists a notion of half-step foundation establishment in the outside world. Chu He inquired. Qin Huai nodded in affirmation, explaining that the achievements of wandering cultivators in the outside world are limited, resulting in a more nuanced classification of realms. In sects such as the Qingyun Immortal Gate, the distinctions following foundation establishment are generally categorized into early, middle, and late stages. With an expression of insatiable curiosity, Chu He continued, so, does a sect in the qi refinement stage embark on an outing, while one in the half-step foundation establishment stage does not? Qin Huai appeared momentarily at a loss for words, remaining silent for quite some time. Upon seeing this, Chu He inquired further, is there another sect convening during the foundation establishment period that would summon you, a half-step into foundation establishment? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Huai's divine consciousness erupted fiercely, transforming into a golden light that surged towards the horizon. This was a result of overthinking, depleting his mental energy. Qin Xianfan, possessing greater experience, observed this with a hint of admiration and remarked, impressive, old Chu. Uncle Li's divine consciousness can typically last for at least a month, yet your question has caused it to shatter. Chu He was somewhat taken aback, not expecting that his cleverness could be applied in this manner. Old Qin, let me ask you, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Having recently acquired a new ability, Chu He hastily directed his attention towards his good friend. Qin Xianfan scratched his head. How am I to know? Anticipating a challenge for Qin Xianfan's intellect, Chu He inhaled sharply. He decided to dismiss the unsolvable conundrum. The prowess of the intelligent root was indeed formidable. As the meeting concluded, Uncle Lu departed, and I returned to the array peak. What about you? Will you be practicing your swordplay? Qin Xianfan did not expend a single brain cell on Chu He's inquiry. Once more, I am cultivating my swordsmanship. Not merely playing with it, Chu He retorted, brandishing the rust-stained vibrating Qingyun sword with fierce determination. He had already made progress in mastering the Qingyun sword technique. Any further insolence from Qin Xianfan would compel him to witness the celestial swordsmanship. Unfazed, Qin Xianfan mounted his white crane. Close enough. This time, upon my return, I shall endeavor to learn a great divine ability. Let us meet again when we establish our foundations. With no rival in sight, Chu He sheathed his Qingyun sword and made his way along the yellow earth towards the small bamboo cottage. Inside, Zhou Huanqing pretended to diligently manipulate a small abacus. With a fleeting glance, Chu He muttered a curse under his breath, calling the other person a miserly fool before retreating to his room. Observing Chu He's departure, Zhou Huanqing shook her small abacus, lamenting to herself that nurturing his ethereal physique had drained her savings. And now he was still demanding spirit stones for further cultivation. What a burden! At the same time, within the confines of the Hahuan sect, A middle-aged man clad in resplendent purple garments suddenly stiffened. Across from him, a strikingly beautiful dancer exhibited a look of astonishment. It was well known that Chu He, the sixth son of the Qin family, suffered from a deficiency, yet it was unexpected that he would falter before the performance even commenced. Having absorbed all the information from a consciousness that had reached him half a month prior, a contemplative expression crossed Chu He's face. The dancer, quick to respond, approached him. Her tone soothing as she said, "Sixth Master, do not dwell upon such thoughts. You must simply be fatigued. Our Hehuan sect possesses a specially formulated tiger bone ointment, which is excellent for revitalizing the body. Would you care for some?" However, the clouds of worry did not dissipate from Chu He's visage. Turning to gaze at the alluring dancer, he slowly inquired, "If you were at the brink of foundational establishment in the sect, we're currently on an outing with one team focused on chi refinement and another on foundational establishment. Which team would you choose?" The dancer was momentarily taken aback by this question, realizing that the esteemed sixth son of the Qin family lacked not only vigor, but perhaps clarity of thought as well. Chapter 16. To hell with you. 3 months later, Qin Qianfan emerged from his seclusion. A diagram of the 8 trigrams materialized, gradually diminishing until it rested upon his Taoist robe. He had achieved foundational establishment. A triumphant smile graced Qin Qianfan's features. These 3 months of arduous cultivation had been the most diligent of his life, all aimed at establishing his foundation ahead of others. So he could revel in mocking Chu He. Junior brother Qin? Let us see now who the true junior brother is. Qin Qianfan was just about to inform the Grand Elder before heading to the 6th peak, Hu-NGT, when he noticed a white crane landing outside his dwelling. With great care, he retrieved the letter clutched in the crane's beak and opened it to reveal a succinct message: Gui Fan Palace, come. The Gui Fan Palace, located on the peak of Q-NGN, served as the venue for the Q-NGN sect to issue various tasks. The name Gui Fan was derived from the sect's commitment to severing the ties of the mortal realm, upholding the extermination of demons, and maintaining peace across the 9 provinces. Upon receiving this invitation, Qin Qianfan could not help but smile gently as he took up his brush and inscribed a reply. Come, you mother. After completing his message, he returned the letter to the white crane. The bird displayed a hint of human-like understanding in its gaze, but after Qin Qianfan's persistent urging, it took flight back to its original path. 3 months prior, after their separation, both had exerted themselves to establish their foundations ahead of the other. For Chu He and Qin Qianfan, this rivalry was not merely a test of personal effort, but also required a certain cunning. Upon discovering that the crane could not only serve as a mode of transport, but also as a messenger, they engaged in a silent battle. Embracing the spirit of the Qi refinement disciples who utilized the cranes free of charge, they exchanged letters thrice daily. Their correspondences chronicled outings, street strolls, and playful encounters with cats and dogs, as well as witnessing the elders in heated debates. Despite countless verbal agreements to meet, neither had ever honored the invitation. Only once did Chu He manage to lure Qin Qianfan out, baiting him with a fishing trip at Shuiyun Peak, which ultimately consumed an entire hour. Faced with the notorious Little Bamboo Loft, Qin Qianfan hesitated to boldly enter. He had not anticipated that Chu He would still resort to such juvenile tactics. In light of this, he resolved to wait and deliver a resounding retort in due time. Whistling a cheerful tune, he made his way to the Grand Elder's residence. As he ascended halfway up the mountain, he envisioned the regretful and frustrated expression that would adorn Chu He's face, a smile involuntarily forming at the corners of his lips. "What are you smiling about?" A cold voice interrupted. Qin Qianfan replied without turning. "I laugh at Chu He's lack of cunning. His sword spirit is as scant as his wisdom." Only then did he realize who had posed the question. Turning around, he was met with the slightly irate visage of Yang Chuanxue and the barely contained laughter of Chu He. "This is your writing," Yang Chuanxue said, brandishing the letter inscribed with "Come, you mother." Qin Qianfan suddenly found solace and laughed heartily. "Father, mother, I have been unfilial. I cannot provide for you in your old age. First, I must attend the Gui Fan Palace." With that, Yang Chuanxue tucked away the letter and summoned a white cloud. Qin Qianfan stepped onto the cloud, standing beside Chu He, only to suddenly perceive something amiss with Chu He's cultivation. "Have you established your foundation?" Qin Qianfan asked, incredulity lacing his voice. Chu He flashed a grin, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. "I arrived a week earlier than you. You were in seclusion when I came." Qin Qianfan's heart, already shrouded in silence, felt an added weight. Casting a discreet glance at the figure of Yang Chuanxue ahead, He exchanged a knowing wink with Chu He. Did senior sister Yang summon you to the Gui Fan Hall as well? Indeed, I thought it was your scheme, so I refrained from going. Senior sister came to fetch me instead. Did you reply to her? Chen Qianfan clung to hope like a drowning man grasping a life raft. The fear of making a mistake was not as daunting as the thought of facing it alone. Given their correspondence over the past 3 months, Chu He ought to have sent a reply, perhaps even a cheeky remark regarding their lineage. I intended to respond with your father has arrived, but I detected a hint of fragrance from the letter, realizing how foolish you are. I figured you wouldn't know any senior sisters or junior sisters, and couldn't even find someone to draft a reply for you, so I didn't respond. Chen Qianfan sank into despair. His heart had forever perished in the autumn of his 16th year. After a moment, the three arrived at the Gui Fan Hall. They bowed in respect to their senior brothers and sisters as Chu He and the others followed Yang Chunxue into the inner chamber. Ning, junior sister. It has been a long time. You two have established your foundation. Chu He greeted a familiar silhouette with ease. Ning Ryu reluctantly turned her head and called, Chu, senior brother. Having not seen each other for 3 months, she felt that Ning Ryu's innocent appearance now possessed an added allure. She radiated a gentle charm capable of ensnaring countless heroes. Reaching the foundation establishment stage marked the true beginning of one's cultivation journey, significantly influencing a cultivator's demeanor. As Ning Ryu scrutinized Chu He, she sensed a newfound determination within him, akin to a sword unsheathed, and her gaze reflected a touch of acknowledgement. However, what had befallen Chen's senior brother? Why did he appear so pallid, as if shadowed by misfortune? Ning Ryu's attention shifted to Chen Qianfan, standing behind Chu He. Chu He glanced back, regretting the absence of a recording device. Otherwise, he would have captured Chen Qianfan's appearance to preserve it fondly. Old Chen has only a few days left. Remember to arrive early for the funeral banquet. After Chu He finished speaking, Yang Chunxue, with a countenance as frosty as winter, seated herself in the principal position of the inner hall and remarked, Let us set aside the matter of junior brother Chen for now. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the 3 of you for achieving the foundation establishment stage. As the steward of the sect's myriad affairs, Yang Chunxue had keenly observed the diligence of Chu He and his companions. Typically, those with dual attribute spiritual roots require around a year to break through to foundation establishment, while those with single attribute roots generally take about 6 months. Yang Chunxue had witnessed the rare occurrence of a successful foundation establishment within a mere 3 months. But that had only been her own achievement. Thus, it is evident that the trio, possessing extraordinary talents, remained humble and unpretentious. Moreover, they had pursued their cultivation with unwavering effort, avoiding any shortcuts, which resulted in a solid foundation. This aspect greatly pleased Yang Chunxue. As Chu He and Chen Qianfan exchanged glances, both were driven by the desire to surpass one another. Yet, what motivated Ning Ryu's diligent efforts? Upon meeting their gaze, she offered an awkward smile. Her relentless pursuit stemmed from the impending trials she would face after establishing her foundation. Given the limitations of lower-tier disciples, the Gui Fan Hall preferred to organize group excursions. She simply wished to avoid breaking through at the same time as Chu He and Chen Qianfan. For if the sect assigned them to undertake tasks together, her reputation would become irrevocably intertwined with theirs. Thus, for the past 3 months, Ning Ryu had not dared to let her guard down, and only today had she successfully solidified her foundation. Consequently, she found herself summoned to the Gui Fan Hall by a letter from Yang Chunxue, where she encountered the 2 senior brothers she had so diligently evaded. Had she known, she would have taken a more leisurely approach to her cultivation, delaying her foundation establishment by half a year. Yang Chunxue explained that, due to their early breakthroughs and the absence of other foundation-established disciples within the inner sect, she intended for the 3 of them to form a team for their trials, ensuring mutual support. Ning Ryu felt utterly deflated by these words, nodding as if resigned to her fate. Noticing their lack of dissent, Yang Chunxue produced a jade token, stating, This token can summon the elders of the sect for assistance. Chu He, as the first to break through, I entrust it to you. Among the trio, Yang Chunxue held the highest regard for Chu He, particularly for his character of revering teachers and valuing the path. Deeming it most prudent to place this safeguard in his capable hands, Chu He took the jade tablet, curiosity prompting him to play with it for a while. The esteemed elders of the sect, all of whom had retired, were at least of the true monarch level of cultivation. However, when faced with danger, should we merely shatter the jade tablet to ensure our own safety? Ning Ryu inquired. She possessed several life-preserving tokens from the Ning family, bestowed upon her by her parents before her departure. They were not particularly fond of her marriage prospects. For how could a mere girl possibly escape from the powerful Ning family in Qizhou? How could that be? Yang Chuanxue remarked, casting a peculiar glance at Ning Ryu. The purpose of venturing out is to refine your skills. If you seek to rely on your elders at the first sign of danger, how can you expect to grow? Yang Chuanxue's words left Ning Ryu feeling utterly ashamed. The treasures bestowed upon her by the Ning family were tokens of her parents' love, while Yang Chuanxue's sternness stemmed from the hope that disciples could mature into self-sufficient individuals. When confronted with peril, one must devise their own solutions. If one cannot overcome even the slightest of obstacles, what hope is there for the path of immortality? Yang Chuanxue stated solemnly, and the three nodded in agreement. Seeing their expressions, Yang Chuanxue continued with satisfaction. This token is meant for use when encountering other sects that may attempt to abduct you. Chu He, you must be particularly cautious of those from the sword sect. Should you encounter a powerful being from the sword sect, do not hesitate to summon the elder at once. Chapter 17. A gentleman does not enter a brothel indeed. Chu He felt the perilous nature of the immortal path and solemnly assented. The terrifying reality of malevolent forces was ever present, and the dangers of rival factions were eternal. This was a lesson he had learned during his time with the merchant caravan. Now, you may go forth to select your tasks. Set out within 7 days, Yang Chuanxue instructed, returning to the mountain of scrolls piled high on the table. Upon exiting the inner hall, the outer hall was bustling with activity. Numerous senior disciples had heard of the three and approached to greet them. Before long, the trio found themselves laden with an assortment of trinkets, both useful and otherwise. After bidding farewell to their seniors, they squeezed into the front desk. The jade symbols on the table recorded tasks suitable for various cultivation stages. As the Foundation establishment disciples were the fewest, the tasks available for their level were also limited. The three began to peruse the available assignments. Chu Xixiang, what do you think of this task to investigate a brothel for a fox spirit? Ning Ryu quickly selected one, which involved a suspected fox spirit stealing yang qi from within a brothel. Based on the clues, this task would likely involve facing a mid-stage Foundation establishment fox spirit, which the three could handle quite easily together. Upon perusing the clues, Chu He displayed a visage of concern. This may not be wise. My companion Lao Chun and I would find it rather inconvenient to visit the fireworks venue. Despite possessing the furnace body of an immortal, even the sealed version of this entity left Chu He feeling rather insecure. Should he inadvertently expose himself in a brothel, he feared he might swiftly become a victim. Ning Ryu was taken aback by Chu He's unwavering integrity. Furthermore, despite her earnest efforts to break through to the Foundation establishment stage, she still lagged behind Chu He by a full week. This was the first instance in her life where her diligent endeavors failed to surpass another, instilling in her a measure of trepidation towards him. Moreover, considering the task's relatively low difficulty, she opined that it would be more prudent to reserve it for the junior disciples to tackle. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Chu He hastily added, glancing towards the silent Chen Xianfan, "Isn't that right, Lao Chen?" "Whatever," Chen Xianfan responded, seemingly entranced. Chu He and Ning Ryu exchanged glances once more. Soon, Chu He discovered a promising task. "Junior sister Ning," he said, "look at this assignment. There are mountain goblins causing havoc in the mountains, presumed to possess strength at the late Foundation establishment stage. With the three of us joining forces, we should be able to handle it. Although the three individuals from the Chu River have only just transcended to the foundational stage, they are still in the early phases of this level. Nevertheless, each of them possesses extraordinary talent and unwavering confidence in their own combat abilities, rendering the challenge of facing those in the later stages of Foundation not particularly perilous. However, it is now Ning Ryu who finds herself in a predicament. Brother Chu, this location is adjacent to the Ning family stronghold, and Chu He immediately comprehended that Ning Ryu had also fled from her wedding. Although the Ning family had not yet arrived at the Qingyan immortal sect to demand her return, an encounter in Qingzhou could lead to unforeseen consequences. Observing Chen Xianfan, who wore an expression of utter despondency and appeared lost in thought, he muttered, "Whatever." Thus, only this task remained. There had been sporadic reports of men disappearing from the town, and those investigating were at the late stage of Foundation establishment. They had not encountered any leads, speculating that the perpetrator's cultivation level fell short of that threshold. Chu He spoke of the final task selection. As for the other tasks, they merely involved seeking medicines or retrieving items. given their unique identities. The three of them were susceptible to attracting attention from other immortal sects if they lingered too long in the outside world. Therefore, it was prudent to opt for a task with a clear objective and a shorter process. Ning Ryu understood that this was the last choice for the trio and consented to Chu He's decision. "I will follow your lead," Chen Qianfan, weary and lethargic, also agreed. However, with an unclear target, although they could not speculate beyond the late stage of foundation establishment, it was imperative to be adequately prepared. After accepting the task, Ning Ryu suggested that, despite being a young lady from a prominent family, she was well aware of the perils of the outside world and the necessity for caution at every turn. Chu He dragged the nearly lifeless Chen Qianfan to another reception area. This place served as a marketplace for the disciples within the sect. However, the currency here was contributions, a reward for completing various tasks. A glance around revealed a plethora of items, from elixirs and magical artifacts to spiritual beasts and cultivation techniques. The prices were exorbitant. One needed 100 spirit stones to exchange for a single contribution. Chu He observed the spirit stone exchange listed at the bottom. Ning Ryu appeared well-versed in this system of contributions, skillfully placing her storage ring upon the spherical artifact before her. It was said that those with a single attribute spiritual root would receive 100 contributions upon entry, a reward befitting the talented. A figure of 100 materialized before Ning Ryu. Upon entering the Qingyun Immortal Gate, Chu He, apart from the complimentary white crane, had scarcely enjoyed any benefits alongside Zhou Huanqing. At long last, he experienced a touch of the Immortal Gate's benevolence. The master generously bestowed magical artifacts and elixirs, leaving little to be desired. Ning Ryu gazed at the exchange list, her expression wavering. Chu He scratched his head, pondering, "We are part of a sect, yet why is your treatment, Sister Ning, so distinct from ours?" Aside from the rather disheartening trifecta he encountered upon first meeting Zhou Huanqing, Chu He had not experienced such peculiar rewards from his master. In this regard, Chen Qianfan shared a similar plight. As a disciple under the collective tutelage of the Grand Elder and the Fourth Elder, all four elders aspired to mold Chen Qianfan into their personal protege. However, rather than indulging in the arduous task of presenting gifts to curry favor with Chen Qianfan, the elders opted for a simpler solution. The essence of the problem lay with the individuals involved. Once they were dealt with, all issues would dissipate. The internal strife among the four elders was far more intense than the verbal sparring between Chu He and Chen Qianfan. It was rumored that even the innocent Qingyun Jinjuan became embroiled in the chaos. The spectacle of the protective mountain array rebounding against its own master was a rare phenomenon across the 9 provinces. As for Chu He's cultivation in the Yellow Earth, it was characterized by a minimalist and straightforward approach. Were it not for the gathering spirit array within the small bamboo house, Chu He might have suspected himself to be an ancient ancestor, subsisting on raw flesh and blood. Ning Ryu, feeling a pang of sympathy, inquired, "I've heard that on the 6th peak, you are the sole disciple, Brother Chu. What do you eat?" Before reaching the Golden Core stage, one could not do without grains. Disciples either procured fasting pills from the Dan Peak or took it upon themselves to prepare meals. Naturally, some peaks offered canteens. For while one could abstain from food, it was not forbidden. The most fortunate were disciples like Ning Ryu, the little sister from Shuiyun Peak, where free meals were provided. And the elder sisters would always invite her to partake in their delicious offerings. Even during their secluded cultivation, they would send her well-seasoned fasting pills, sweet as candy. However, Ning Ryu had witnessed the stark reality of Chu He's 6th peak, which resembled a barren lust basin. Even foraging for tree bark necessitated the presence of trees, and digging for grass roots required the existence of roots. The thought of Chu He lacking elder care, roaming the mountains in search of sustenance, tugged at her kind and tender heart. As for Chu He's master, the 6th elder, while Ning Ryu was unsure why the elder sisters from Shuiyun Peak and her own master held such affection for her, as the young lady of the Ning family, she was already well acquainted with the reputation of the 6th elder of the Qingyun sect. "Brother Chu, it would be best if you didn't come to Shuiyun Peak in the future," Ning Ryu began, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, to her surprise, Chu He responded with confusion, "Isn't it true that the White Crane delivers meals every day? Don't you receive them?" Since the return of Qingyun Peak, Chu He has had his meals delivered by the White Cranes. After finishing, there was no need to wash the food containers, which was quite delightful. Ning Ryu scratched her head. The White Cranes of the Immortal sect were managed by the Gui Fan Hall, though she had heard of a meal delivery service. It typically required the expenditure of spirit stones or personal contributions. It was indeed rare to receive 3 meals a day for free, unless some senior brother or sister from the Gue Fan Hall took pity on Chu He and secretly provided him with food. However, it was evident that this was Chu He's first visit to the Gue Fan Hall, and he did not seem to know any of the senior disciples there. Ning Ryu engaged her mind, which had been praised as a prodigy since childhood. A cold figure she had encountered not long ago flickered in her memory. Choose early and return early. Junior brother Chun, please come to the inner hall. Yang Chunshue's voice resonated from within. Ning Ryu stifled a giggle, while Chun Xianfan trembled with anticipation. Wait a moment. Old Chu, you must lend your brother a hand. Whatever you intend to purchase, I shall cover it all. Chun Xianfan earnestly grasped Chu He's hand, wishing he could tether him to himself. In response, Chu He, Chun Xianfan's cherished friend and brother, merely smiled and brushed off Chun Xianfan's pale hand, saying, "We depart in 3 days. Do not be late." He then turned to Ning Ryu and inquired, "Junior sister Ning, I wish to acquire a few pills for self-defense. Do you have any recommendations?" Observing the eager discussion between Chu He and Ning Ryu regarding their purchases, Qin Qianfan felt a sense of desolation, his legs heavy as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, trudging toward the inevitable end. Chapter 18. Elder Lu Kaiyan, after purchasing 2 bottles of qi replenishing pills and a bottle of wound medicine, Chu He and Ning Ryu exited the Gue Fan Hall. Ning Ryu clutched a treasured bottle with great affection. Although this foundational bottle paled in comparison to the numerous treasures she had seen in the Ning family. It was the first item she had ever acquired through her own efforts, reliant solely on her innate talent with a single spiritual root. Senior brother Chu, you should visit Shueyun Peak, Ning Ryu suggested. After spending half a day together, she realized that Chu He was quite different from her initial expectations. Not only was he upright and diligent, but his ability to break through 7 days earlier without relying on any spirit stones or medicinal aids earned her admiration. Chu He felt a flicker of excitement. He had been preoccupied with his breakthrough and had not yet had the opportunity to visit Shueyun Peak. However, upon reflection, he realized that aside from the trifling items that brought him nothing but trouble, he possessed little of value. With a cold expression, Chu He declared, "No, I shall take my leave. This journey may take some time, and I must bid a proper farewell to my master." After parting ways, Chu He hurried back to the Yellow Earth. Upon entering the small bamboo cottage, he was greeted by the sound of laughter and playful banter emanating from Zhou Huanqing's room. Outside her door lay a delicate veil, discarded, its owner unknown. In a moment of fury, Chu He felt anger rise within him, a fierce determination igniting his spirit. "You refuse to give me the treasure, and yet you host a gathering without my invitation? I reside just next door." His voice echoed with indignation, questioning whether the 6th elder had truly embraced his role as a disciple of the old 6 Peaks. With a sudden burst of energy, Chu He forcefully kicked open the door, only to be met by the familiar faces of Ning Ryu and her esteemed master, the 7th elder, Lu Kaiyan. "Greetings, 7th master." He quickly offered, realizing that this was not the festive gathering he had anticipated. Lu Kaiyan had already sensed Chu He's arrival and was not taken aback. It was Ning Ryu who spoke first, clarifying, "My master brought me to pay a visit to our 6th uncle, but he has just departed," claiming he needed to seek inspiration. Noticing the stormy expression on Chu He's face, she was concerned that he might inadvertently offend her revered teacher, prompting her to intervene swiftly. "I have been waiting for you," Lu Kaiyan remarked, dismissing the earlier commotion caused by Chu He's entrance. She gestured for Ning Ryu to hand over a letter, stating, "This is a message from the 6th sister." As Chu He opened the letter, his blood pressure, which had just decreased, began to rise once more. Do not be swayed by the words of those disciples outside, boasting about the numerous treasures bestowed by their masters. Such claims are mere faids. You are the sole disciple of your master, and all that I possess will ultimately belong to you. I only hope that you remain unclouded by external distractions and stay true to your essence. You must truly appreciate the heartfelt intentions behind my guidance." Chu He yearned to inquire of her esteemed master why her innocent heart, untouched by worldly distractions, had been devoured by that dog. If poverty is the plight, speak of it plainly without indulging in superfluous discourse. As for the belongings of Zhou Huanqing, had she resolved to benefit the realm of the 9 provinces by taking her own life that day, what could she possibly leave behind, save for debts, stolen goods, and a tarnished reputation? The 6th senior sister, despite her age, still harbored a playful spirit. Do not hold it against her, for whatever is lacking. Feel free to procure from Shueyun Peak. Upon concluding her words, Lu Kaiyan sent forth a radiant light from her storage ring, which descended upon Chu He's storage ring. Upon a glance, Chu He beheld 500 spiritual stones peacefully resting within his storage ring, a gift from his esteemed Uncle Master Chu He. Although a seed of doubt lingered in his heart regarding what Zhou Huanqing had truly fed the seventh elder, he nonetheless expressed his gratitude. Lu Kaiyan nodded, subtly casting a glance at her obedient disciple, Ning Ryu, who stood to the side. Her apprentice had mentioned that Chu He was alone on the sixth peak, lacking sustenance and treasures. Yet, upon witnessing him, she found him brimming with vitality and spiritual power, no less formidable than any of his contemporaries. The reality was far from Ning Ryu's grim depiction. Unbeknownst to Lu Kaiyan, Chu He's cultivation was solely a product of his innate talent and diligent effort, entirely unconnected to the teachings of the sixth peak. The sixth sister had also stated that upon his return, he would be able to unlock his celestial eye, and her journey had been solely to procure spiritual materials for him. With that, they would return to Shuiyan Peak. Lu Kaiyan rose to depart, but Chu He called out to her, halting her progress. He held no belief in Zhou Huanqing's claim of seeking spiritual materials on his behalf. If it were a matter of procuring a few spiritual items for a handsome price, he would have been entirely convinced. In truth, I have developed a magical artifact and seek the esteemed guidance of an elder. With my master absent, might I impose upon Uncle Master Chu? Adhering to the principle of making the most of an opportunity, Chu He was determined not to let Lu Kaiyan's strength go to waste. Upon receiving her consent, he retrieved a rather large wooden box from his storage ring. Lu Kaiyan's senses swept over it, revealing a look of astonishment upon her delicate face. Ryu, this treasure carries significant karma. You must not gaze upon it. Step outside for now. This time, Lu Kaiyan remembered to dismiss Ning Ryu. The latter, feeling slightly aggrieved, exited the room. After taking a few steps, she chanced upon the open door to Chu He's chamber. Curiosity piqued, she peered inside, only to behold the magnificent sword mountain within. After a brief interval, Lu Kaiyan and Chu He emerged from the small bamboo pavilion. Ning Ryu noticed her usually composed master exhibiting an unusual hint of fluster. What a formidable artifact! No wonder she is the disciple of the sixth sister. Lu Kaiyan murmured to herself. Before Ning Ryu could inquire further, Lu Kaiyan summoned a cloud of auspicious energy, swiftly carrying her toward Shuiyan Peak. Standing at the doorway, Chu He clasped his hands behind his back, a rare expression of pride gracing his features. Once this treasure is perfected, even the nascent soul realm shall pose no threat to me. Chapter 19. The Yellow Sparrow awaits. 3 days later, the trio, fully prepared, departed from the Qingyun sect. Donning the attire of a wealthy young master, they made their way down to Qingyun town at the foot of the mountain. This locale served as the confluence of the celestial and mortal realms, and it was the final resting place for many outer disciples. At long last, they were to board the flying boat. Chu He, leading the way, felt a surge of eagerness. The flying boat was the communal mode of transportation for cultivators in the Jiuzhou world, jointly operated by the Xianqin dynasty and the Pishou Merchant Association. When Chu He was mingling with the merchant caravan, he had gazed longingly at the swift flying vessels soaring overhead on several occasions. At that time, he contemplated that even if he could not cultivate immortality in the future, he must save enough to experience a journey aboard one of those majestic crafts just once. Regrettably, the cost of a flying vessel began with spirit stones, an expense that ordinary Qi refinement stage cultivators could scarcely afford. Thus, Chu He had not amassed sufficient funds before ascending the mountain. Surely you have ridden a flying vessel, old Chen? Chu He inquired, turning to Qin Qianfan. Yet, Qin Qianfan remained silent, his mouth puffed up, emitting a series of muffled sounds. A wooden plaque hung around his neck, emblazoned with the characters' cautious words and actions. This was the authentic work of Yang Chuanxue, valued at over 100 spirit stones. You are lacking in loyalty, my friend, Qin Qianfan retorted, blinking emphatically. The enforced silence and the wooden plaque were indeed his punishment. This is utterly unreasonable. I announced our departure 3 days in advance to ensure your safety. Had I not, Sister Yang would have left you incapacitated, and you would still be better than now. Chu He playfully remarked, and then inquired of Ning Ryu. Surely, junior sister Ning has traveled by flying boat before. The Ning family is one of the most esteemed cultivation lineages in the 9 provinces. I presume you are quite familiar with it. Ning Ryu, who had been trailing behind with delicate steps, was suddenly addressed and felt akin to a startled little rabbit, flustered and replying a few times. At that moment, she sensed that her reputation would soon become intertwined with that of her 2 senior brothers. Alas, The path ahead seemed dim, and the road to immortality appeared shrouded in darkness. Observing the two taciturn companions behind her, Chu He decided to amuse himself as he walked. Passing by a stall displaying a fine sword, his interest was piqued. "Esteemed guest, take a look. These are crafted by the disciples of the Immortal sect. Perfectly suitable for those at the Golden Core stage," the proprietor warmly invited. Looking across the Chu River, he picked up a bladed longsword without a sheath, and, with a flourish, exclaimed, "A splendid sword." The proprietor, taken aback by the presence of an aficionado, quickly responded, "Young sir, you possess a discerning eye. This sword in your hand is indeed the finest among the lot. As such, I offer it to you for a flat price of 1,300 spirit stones. What do you say?" Chu He, unhurried in his bargaining, gently ran his fingers along the blade. After a brief moment, he spoke, "However, this sword was forged by an outer sect disciple, and during the crafting process, there were some missteps that resulted in fine cracks within the blade. I fear it may not withstand the test of time." The shopkeeper was utterly astonished. After all, this was a master of the sword arts. "Brother, you possess keen insight. This was crafted by Brother Lu from the outer sect, and I offer it at a fixed price of 900 spirit stones. Do you not wish to acquire it?" Chu He pondered momentarily, shaking his head before setting aside his sword and advancing forward. Observing this, the boss hurriedly took a few steps to follow, exclaiming, 850. This is truly the lowest price. Any less, and I shall incur a loss." Without turning his head, Chu He continued to glance east and west. 800. Let us consider it a celebration for my brother, a way to earn some initial profits, he declared. The boss, not willing to give up, called out from afar. Chu He lightly touched his nose and, in a voice audible only to the three of them, stated, 700. Ning Ryu was momentarily puzzled by Chu He's intention. It was only when they reached the end of the street that she faintly heard the utterance of 700. "Isn't senior brother Chu buying?" she inquired, astonished by his mastery over pricing. Given that the base price had been established, why wouldn't Chu He turn back? "Of course not," he replied. "I'm merely honing my discerning eye." Chu He was financially constrained, if not for Elder Chi's provision of 500 spirit stones. His storage ring would be burdened with liabilities. Although he still faced a deficit, correctly guessing the base price did bring him a modicum of joy. With the insight of a sword spirit root and the negotiation skills honed during his time with the merchant convoy, it could be said that in the realm of sword trading, Chu He had few rivals at his level. Ning Ryu felt increasingly perplexed by Chu He, her steps becoming lighter and her tension easing. Meanwhile, Chun Xianfan, whose mouth was sealed, could only emit muffled sounds. His inability to speak placed him at a significant disadvantage in his interactions with Chu He. Upon arriving at the flying ship, Chu He gazed at the vessel, reminiscent of a leviathan on land, with excitement. He had already gleaned knowledge about flying ships from his studies. Just as he was about to approach to purchase a ticket, Chun Xianfan seized the opportunity, taking 3 steps at once to advance. He produced a jade token inscribed with the character Chun and swept it across the front desk's magical artifact. The staff on the opposite side immediately widened their eyes and exclaimed loudly, "Honored guest of the Qin family, rooms 1 through 4. The jade token held by Chun Xianfan was possessed by only a few within the Qin family, signifying the highest status of nobility. Not only was the room fee waived and covered by the Pishio Merchant Association, but upon presenting the Qin family jade token, all available rooms would be reserved for the token's owner. Which room the esteemed guest chose was not for them to determine. Chun Xianfan exhaled a breath of relief and turned to Chu He with a grin. "How delightful. I haven't felt this exhilarated since arriving in the capital's wealthy circles." With a tilt of his head, he led the two onto the flying ship. Settling into the opulent top-tier room, Chu He furrowed his brow and remarked, "Old Chin, if you don't obtain tickets, we won't be able to claim reimbursements upon our return." Chun Xianfan looked at Chu He in confusion, seemingly pondering the meaning of reimbursement. At the front desk of the flying ship, a middle-aged man clad in purple finery, his complexion somewhat pale, tossed a glass-like Qin family token and announced, "Ground-level room." Upon receiving the ticket, the middle-aged man ascended the flying vessel and stepped into room D1. Above him lay the T1 room, where Chu He and his companions currently resided. Closing the door behind him, the man wiped his face, transforming his previously pallid complexion into one indicative of renal deficiency. He was Chen Huai, the sixth uncle of Chun Xianfan. After reclaiming that strand of divine consciousness, Chen Huai devoted a month at the Hehuan sect to contemplating the intricacies of the half-step foundation establishment. Once he arrived at a conclusion, he hastened towards the Qingyun Immortal Gate, eager to continue his discourse with Chu He regarding the matter of half-step foundation establishment. 3 days prior, upon his arrival in Qingyun town, Chu He had reached out to a fellow inner disciple of the Qingyun Immortal Gate who belonged to his generation. However, he received news that Chu He and his companions were about to depart. After a moment's reflection, Chu He decided against visiting the Qingyun Immortal Gate and instead resolved to discreetly follow Chu He and his entourage. This way, he could safeguard his beloved nephew, Chen Qianfan, and perhaps even save Chu He from peril, thereby forging a bond of goodwill. Within the confines of the room, Chen He repeatedly rehearsed the lines and actions he would employ in a moment of crisis, envisioning himself stepping forth to repel formidable foes and rescue Chu He and his companions. Unbeknownst to him, in the adjacent room D2, a cold, silver-haired maiden silently observed his rehearsals. The trio of Chu He is regarded as the future treasure of the Qingyun sect. Although Yang Chuanxue sternly advised them to learn to rely on themselves in times of peril, the sect naturally decided to discreetly assign someone to protect them. This guardian is none other than Yang Chuanxue herself. Born with hair as white as snow, she transforms it to black within the sect as a gesture of affinity. Of course, her protection remains entirely invisible. Should it come to a point where she must intervene, it would signify that circumstances have drastically deviated from expectations. Simultaneously, this serves as an evaluation of Chu He and his companions. Many cultivators reveal their true natures upon leaving the sect and shedding their constraints, and she intends to seize this opportunity to observe how the trio behaves beyond the sect's confines. Unbeknownst to her, every move she makes is being scrutinized by another. On the deck, an elderly man, seated in a meditative pose with an ancient sword cradled in his arms, appeared to be dozing off with his head lowered. This was the 7-foot Taoist, the master of the sword sect, one of the 9 premier sects across the 9 realms. A formidable figure in the tribulation stage. His mere footfall could shake the entire realm thrice. He is acknowledged as the 2nd greatest sword cultivator of the present age, while the first is a certain sword spirit burdened by countless debts. It was also he who, at the Qingyun sect's disciple recruitment ceremony, brandished 12 celestial swords in fury against the true monarch of Qingyun. Yang Chuanxue and Chen Huahi's concealment was utterly ineffective in the gaze of his sword eye. The sword sect had once missed the opportunity to recruit Zhou Huanqing. This time, they could not afford to let Chu He slip away. With a sword spirit root, a celestial eye of the cosmos, and an unknown celestial body, he eagerly anticipated the moment when Chu He and Chen Huahi would let their guard down. For that would be his chance to seize them. Once successful, he would retreat with Chu He for 300 years of seclusion, passing on the position of sect master to him before emerging once more, relishing the opportunity to mock the old ghost of the true monarch of Qingyun for an eternity. Little did the 7-foot Taoist know that all his thoughts were also being observed. In the heavens above, Zhou Huanqing lounged on a cloud, casually munching on sunflower seeds, her delicate little feet swinging playfully. Having undergone transformations in the divine and unity stages, she recalled that Chu He and his companions had accepted a foundation establishment task. Meanwhile, in room 1 of the heavenly pavilion, the trio, oblivious to the esteemed figures aboard their flying vessel, convened for a strategy meeting. As the team leader, Chu He furrowed his brow in contemplation after synthesizing the known information. If the enemy possessed late foundation establishment capabilities and they had no external support or protective guardians, they were indeed in peril. The sect could have at least dispatched a senior brother or sister for covert protection. Chapter 20. Dare to wander? At last, they could speak. After half a day's journey, Chen Qianfan could no longer contain himself. Did Yang Shiji instruct you to practice silent meditation? Have you really stopped practicing after all this time? Chu He pointed at the wooden plaque around Chen Qianfan's neck, which read cautious words and actions. Chen Qianfan nonchalantly stowed the plaque in his storage ring, stating, "We've traveled this far. How would Yang Shiji know our situation? She is not a deity." In room 2 of the D building, the temperature in Yang Chuanxue's chamber seemed to have dropped yet again. As she opened a document, she noted deduct 10 points beneath Chen Qianfan's name. "Oh, this is the letter that my 6th uncle entrusted me to deliver to you, shrouded in mystery and forbidding me from perusing its contents." Chen Qianfan, evidently pent up, immediately began to speak incessantly, like beans spilling from a sack. Upon tearing open the envelope, both Chen Qianfan and Ning Ryu could not resist leaning in for a closer look. "Dear friend Chu, I have conducted a covert investigation of the sect and pondered throughout the night. A half-step to foundation establishment bears the name of establishment yet lacks its substance. Excursions should be allocated to the Qi refining team. What do you think, my friend? P. S. I will assist you in drafting an IOU in your reply. Ning Ryu was utterly perplexed until Chu He elucidated the situation for her, allowing her to grasp the underlying implications. Chu He retrieved his writing materials and, after a moment of contemplation, began to compose a letter. Dear Uncle Chun, although the half-step foundation establishment lacks the substance of true foundation, it nonetheless claims the title, revealing a yearning within. From the perspective of the sect, one should belong to the Chi refinement team during excursions. However, from the individual's standpoint, if both the Chi refinement team and the foundation establishment team extend invitations, which would a cultivator choose? The desire to join the foundation establishment team is a subjective inclination, while the sect's belief that one should join the Chi refinement team aligns with the prevailing trend. Yet, as cultivators aspiring for longevity, we inherently uphold our own convictions, defying the celestial decree that dictates the lifespan of living beings. If Uncle Chen represents this half-step foundation establishment, will he choose to adhere to his own beliefs or conform to the majority? P.S. Please keep the loan amount around 10,000. Excessive amounts are prone to be seized. After completing the letter, Chen Qianfan nodded appreciatively, while Ning Ryu remained perplexed. She found it hard to comprehend why her two senior brothers and the Chen family elder were so invested in the excursion. In room 1, Chen He perused the contents with his spiritual sense, his brow furrowed as he sank into a second round of contemplation. In room 2, Yang Chuan Shui took out the documents and noted beneath Chu He's name, quick-witted, at 10 points. What does senior brother Chu believe? Is it better to uphold one's convictions or to follow the crowd? Ning Ryu was eager to know Chu He's perspective. While savoring the exquisite spiritual fruit offered for free, Chu He turned his head and remarked, either is fine. My sole aim is to earn spirit stones. Ning Ryu's mind was ablaze with frustration as she pressed on. So, senior brother Chu, as a half-step foundation establishment, would you prefer to join the Chi refinement team or the foundation establishment team for the excursion? Chu He extended a finger and playfully tapped Ning Ryu's forehead, exclaiming, I am already half a step into foundation establishment, yet you still have the leisure to go on an outing. Focus on your cultivation. Ning Ryu suddenly understood. Yang Chuan Shui took up her brush and inscribed beneath Chua's words, exceptionally agile, plus 10 points. In the forest beside the Li family town of Chengdu City, torrential rain poured down, and a massive dark shadow glided unimpeded through the woods. At the entrance of a cave, the shadow turned back to survey the path, cautiously flicking a serpent's tongue that was as long as an ordinary person's forearm. It slithered into the cave, and under the flickering light, the full form of the shadow revealed itself to be a pure white serpent demon, over 10 meters in length. My sister has returned. Today's harvest is rather impressive. Coiled in a circle, an equally enormous black serpent lifted its head, speaking in human tongue. Indeed, I encountered 3 travelers and captured them all. The robust tail of the white serpent was bound with 3 unconscious youths. The black serpent glided closer, and upon seeing the handsome visage of the first youth, a flicker of astonishment appeared in its vertical pupils. What a striking young man. Not only does he exude abundant young energy, but he also possesses such a delightful scent. The black serpent's tongue swept across the handsome youth's face. The 2 sisters usually brought back hunters from the village. They had never encountered such a captivating young lad. Even when they occasionally came across unfortunate traveling merchants, those who roamed the markets often bore many vices. Not only were they drained of vitality, but they also carried an enduring stench of alcohol and perfume. This second one resembles a human quite well, albeit rather unattractive. Surely, his ancestry bears traces of our demon lineage. The black serpent looked at the second youth, whose square face now drew disdain. To be honest, the square-faced youth's appearance could indeed be described as dignified. However, such is the nature of the world. It is not fear of one's own merits or flaws that troubles, but rather the fear of comparison with others. With the first youth as a shining gem, the black serpent couldn't help but feel that the second resembled her first love from the giant ape clan. And this one, the third, is disguised as a boy. What purpose do you have in bringing him back? The black serpent's tongue flicked over the third individual. The white serpent, however, was far from dim-witted and explained, Sister, I specifically brought this third one back to raise. He will be a tribute for the esteemed one in due time. The black serpent, displaying a semblance of understanding, nodded in agreement with the white serpent's reasoning. With a sweeping glance, the black serpent's tongue was about to coil around the first handsome youth. Yet, the exquisite youth seemed to have entered a dream, suddenly clutching tightly onto the serpent's tail, unwilling to let go. The black serpent felt a wave of displeasure, But the white serpent was filled with exuberance, saying, "Sister, why not let this young man belong to me?" In days of yore, the white serpent would never have dared to voice such a request. Yet, this young man is undeniably handsome, and the fragrance emanating from him is simply enchanting. As she hastened back to her lair, the white serpent felt an insatiable yearning. Had it not been for the fear of being discovered, she would have indulged in the wild and savored the young man long before returning. The black serpent's tail flicked restlessly, exuding an aura of danger. After a moment, the black serpent lowered her tail and spoke, in preparation for the arrival of the envoy. "I have been busy these past days. Since it is my sister who has ventured out to forage, I shall indulge your desire." The white serpent, overwhelmed with joy, nodded eagerly, abandoning the other two and swiftly gliding deeper into the cave. Watching the white serpent depart, the black serpent felt a pang of regret. Such exquisite prey had never graced her palate. Glancing back at the two on the ground, the black serpent was about to coil her way out. However, as soon as she flicked her tongue, an unsettling feeling washed over her. "Someone, take this ugly creature to my chamber. The other one, care for him properly," the black serpent commanded before twisting her body and leaving. Once the envoy was settled, she would find time to give the white serpent a proper scolding for daring to vie for a man with her. The two small demons in the refinement stage obeyed promptly, hoisting the two away to follow. Inside the exquisitely adorned stone chamber, the white serpent gently placed the handsome youth upon the bed. Beginning from her tail, she slowly retracted, and in a matter of moments, the once fearsome creature transformed into a stunning beauty. Approaching the bed, the now human white serpent tenderly caressed the young man's sleeping visage. "How can you be so extraordinarily handsome?" she murmured, her delicate fingers skillfully unfastening the young man's garments. Inhaling the alluring scent that enveloped him, the white serpent felt a blazing heat rise within her abdomen. Furthermore, why did his fragrance smell so delightful that it made her reluctant to consume him? Closing her eyes, she savored the young man's aroma, feeling a delightful warmth coursing through her body from head to toe. Of course, this was due to the sealing fragrance she had applied to contain the spiritual energy. Accompanied by soft whispers, a hand as pale as jade cradled the white serpent's chin. Their gazes locked, and as she beheld the clarity in his eyes, a wave of intense fear washed over the white serpent. "Are you awake?" she stammered, trembling. The young man smiled gently as he sat up, revealing a humming long sword in his hand. "My lady, let us forego the preliminaries and get straight to the point. My great sword is eager for action." With the activation of the Qingyun sword's vibration mode, Chu He took the initiative, lunging forward. Chapter 21. Transformation. Give me transformation. Having dealt with several refinement stage demons within the cave, Ning Ryu wiped the thin sheen of sweat from her brow. Although her adversaries were feeble, this was indeed her first battle. She wondered how her two senior brothers were faring. Ning Ryu recalled her earlier blunder in casting spells and grew concerned for the situation of Chu He and his companion. Gazing at the labyrinthine pathways before her, she hesitated, contemplating whether to lend her assistance. By interrogating a few minor demons, she discerned that the white serpent was a foundational level creature, while the black serpent had attained a mid-level foundation. Although these adversaries should pose little challenge for Chu He and his companion, the memory of the white serpent's earlier urgency prompted Ning Ryu to prioritize aiding Chu He. After all, the white serpent was clearly no benign entity, frequently glancing back at her senior brother with a predatory gaze. As for Chun Qianfan, who faced the black serpent alone, she had faith in his resilience, considering he had survived a confrontation with Sister Yang despite her sharp tongue. In the dimly lit cavern, Ning Ryu instinctively quickened her pace. Outside the stone door, she cautiously opened a narrow gap to peer inside. At a mere glance, her innocent and delicate visage flushed with a hint of crimson. Within the stone chamber, the white serpent had reverted to its true form. Its massive body languidly sprawled on the ground, 10 meters away. A quivering Qingyun sword was embedded in the serpent's midsection, rendering it incapable of retaliating. To her astonishment, Chu He was bare-chested, perched atop the serpent as he fiercely swung his fists. While raining blows upon the creature's head, he incessantly shouted, "Transform! Change now, quickly!" Witnessing such a wild side of Chu He for the first time, Ning Ryu silently closed the stone door. Brother Chu's actions undoubtedly carry profound significance. It is perhaps wiser to feign ignorance. Retracing her steps and navigating several turns, Ning Ryu once again found herself before the stone dwelling of the Black Snake. From a considerable distance, she could hear the furious shouts of Chun Qianfan. As she drew near, she discerned his grievances, lamenting, "Why was old Chu chosen over me? And they say I am ugly." How am I any less attractive than old Chu? Taking a few steps back, Ning Ryu resolved to find a place to wait until her brothers concluded their affairs. After a while, the three converged. Chu He wiped the blood from his long sword and spoke. The black and white serpents have abducted travelers and hunters, devouring their life force and consuming their remains, claiming a total of 31 victims. Qin Qianfan and Ning Ryu nodded in agreement. This information aligned with their inquiries. According to the laws of the Xianqin dynasty, malevolent demons must have their corporeal forms severed and their souls extinguished. At the foot of the Chu River, the colossal serpent's head remains wide-eyed in death. Regrettably, we arrived too late to save those innocent souls. Ning Ryu retrieved several wrapped fragments of white bone. These are the last remnants of the 31 individuals. Chu He offered some comforting words, and the three of them gathered around the remains, reciting the scriptures intended to guide souls to their next life, hoping earnestly for their swift reincarnation. They collected the bones, intending to deliver them to the officials of Zhongshan City, who would ensure that these unfortunate souls could return to their roots. With the matter of the two serpent demons resolved, I had also managed to extract some additional information earlier. Upon concluding his summary of the annihilation of the serpent's den, Chu He brought forth unexpected intelligence he had gathered. Qin Qianfan and Ning Ryu exchanged glances, both believing their mission had reached its conclusion. Did you not inquire about the upper envoy? This time, it was Chu He who appeared perplexed. Senior brother Chu, did you ask about the upper envoy? Ning Ryu's eyes brightened at the recollection. She remembered that the black and white serpent demon had spoken of offering her to some upper envoy. However, the minor demons she had dealt with, being at the Qi refinement stage, were evidently of insufficient rank to possess knowledge on this matter. Otherwise, did I confront that white serpent merely for information? Or was it merely to vent my frustrations? Chu He's words caused Qin Qianfan's face to flush with embarrassment. As the esteemed scion of the Qin family, his understanding of the cultivation world naturally surpassed that of Chu He. Yet, when it came to practical experience, he found himself outmatched by Chu He, who had traversed the merchant caravans. Old Qin, your experience is still lacking. Not to worry, upon our return, I shall teach you a grand technique for memory restoration once employed. It will yield silence. Chu He jestingly remarked to Qin Qianfan about the intelligence he had extracted. The two serpents had infiltrated Qingzhou from the demon realm 5 years prior, initially practicing ordinary demonic cultivation methods. By chance, they encountered a demonic cultivator who imparted to them the dark art of absorbing yang energy and devouring flesh and blood. This individual was referred to as the upper envoy by the serpent demons. It was then that the serpents discovered a cave nearly Family Town, following the demonic cultivator's guidance to ambush unsuspecting travelers and hunters. Although they exercised caution, retreating and remaining silent when cultivators came to investigate, over time, their vulnerabilities became apparent, leading to their demise at the hands of Chu He and his companions. Naturally, this demonic cultivator was not a benevolent figure acting without ulterior motives. Every 6 months, he would visit the serpent demons to collect a portion of their blood offerings. Ning Ryu, upon hearing this, tentatively spoke up. It sounds as though this may be the modus operandi of the Blood Demon sect. The Blood Demon sect, one of the 4 major demonic sects in the Jiuzhou region, primarily operates within Qizhou. As the eldest daughter of the Ning family, she had encountered some materials concerning the Blood Demon sect. Given that the righteous path has flourished in Jiuzhou while the demonic path has receded, the surviving demonic sects have become exceptionally adept at hiding and concealing their presence. The Blood Demon sect requires a substantial amount of blood offerings for their cultivation and, under the pressures exerted by the righteous path, has resorted to such intricate methods of exploitation. Although the lower-tier serpent demons may not gather significant blood offerings, an upper envoy could potentially oversee a dozen or more demonic entities. After collection, these offerings would be submitted to their superiors, culminating in an unknown number of lives lost by the time they reach the higher echelons of the Blood Demon sect. Furthermore, such a method, if compromised, is easily severed, minimizing direct repercussions. Old Chu, do you intend to capture this individual as well? What level of cultivation does he possess? Qin Qianfan discerned Chu He's intent. Being a man of daring, he naturally would not decline. Chu He nodded, stating, perfected foundation establishment, half a step into the golden core. Suddenly, a thunderous roar compelled the three to instinctively gaze towards the entrance of the cave. It seemed that something in the stormy heavens was acutely sensitive to the term half a step golden core, while we could manage against those at the perfected foundation establishment. Was the intelligence reliable? Qin Qianfan, now primarily focused on array formations, excelled at overcoming the strong with the weak. with prior arrangements and the combined strength of the three of them. Eliminating a perfected foundation establishment cultivator should not pose a significant challenge. However, he harbored concerns that their opponent might possess strength beyond mere perfected foundation establishment, especially since the demonic cultivators of the 9 provinces currently refrained from showing their faces, making it entirely plausible for them to conceal their true prowess. In response, Chu He confidently affirmed, "It is accurate for every time that superior being visits. Aside from collecting blood and food, they also consort with those 2 serpent demons for several days." The white serpent mentioned that she sensed a deterioration in the superior's foundation and insufficient kidney essence, indicating that a breakthrough would take at least a decade. During the interrogation, Chu He had promised the white serpent that he would ensure her survival until the end of her days. Thus, the intelligence should indeed be trustworthy. Chun Qianfan finally felt reassured and began to strategize on how to deal with the demonic cultivator. At that moment, Chu He's hand unexpectedly rested on Chun Qianfan's shoulder. Turning in confusion, Chun Qianfan saw Chu He's face etched with sorrow as he remarked, "The demon cultivator likely seeks to consort with the serpent demons. And I have heard that you, old Chun, have practiced transformation techniques, allowing you to take on the form of a beast, to lower the demon's guard. I fear you will have to endure some indignity." Chapter 22, In the Outside World. One's identity is self-created. The plan to allure the demon cultivator through seduction was reluctantly abandoned amidst Chun Qianfan's vehement objections. Chu He expressed deep regret regarding this matter. In the meticulously cleaned stone chamber, he found himself lost in thought. Ning Ryu, seated across from him, was diligently assisting Chu He in restoring his disguise. The 3 of them had altered their appearances for their outing, yet only Ning Ryu possessed the magic of transformation, thus she took full charge of the task. "What is the matter? Are you reminiscing about your recent escapade?" Chun Qianfan remarked as he entered, having arranged an intricate formation. With a cold snort, Chu He remarked, "Lost your virtue? You should inquire about the reputation of my Qizhou iron pants. It seems to me that it is you, old Qin, who has truly lost your virtue." At least the white snake engaged in some semblance of romance, whereas the black snake appears to disdain you so much that it likely got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Chun Qianfan instinctively covered his right arm, only to regain his composure and respond defiantly, "What a joke. The title of the Yuanyang Saint Buddha in the capital is not merely for show." Yet, this subtle gesture did not escape Chu He's notice. Injured, Chu He lost his inclination for jest. With formidable foes ahead, he could not allow Chun Qianfan to feign strength. Chun Qianfan, his expression somewhat awkward, retracted his hand, repeatedly denying any injuries. "Show me, or else I shall have to take action with Sister Ning," commanded Chu He with the authority of a squad leader. After a few moments of reluctant resistance, Chun Qianfan finally extended his hand. Rolling up his sleeve revealed a small vermilion mark on his forearm. What on earth? Could it be that the black snake has some venereal disease? "Old Chun, you've been infected." Chu He retrieved 2 masks, donning one for himself and the other for Ning Ryu. "Do you truly believe you suffer from a grave affliction?" Chun Qianfan remarked, delivering a swift kick towards the playful Chu He. Yet, Ning Ryu discerned the underlying truth, her gaze towards Chun Qianfan imbued with reverence. Observing Ning Ryu's expression, Chun Qianfan surmised that the secret had been unveiled, and with a resigned tone, he confessed, "This is a symbol of loyalty. Known as the Guardian's Powder, bestowed upon me by a senior when I left home. It was her condition for permitting my entry into the celestial realm." Upon encountering the intriguing object, Chu He expressed keen interest, lifting Chun Qianfan's vermilion to examine it closely. This peculiar item had only been a subject of hearsay for him, and it was indeed his first time witnessing it in person, surprisingly on a man. As for the senior mentioned by Chun Qianfan, it likely referred to his fiancée, Yi, who was just a few years his senior. So, what would transpire if one were to lose their virtue, abandonment? Chu He relished the juicy morsels of high society gossip, thoroughly entertained. Chun Qianfan, pulling down his sleeves and bowing his head, spoke softly, "She would promptly take me back to wed." Chu He gently patted Chun Qianfan on the shoulder, offering solace to his brother. Soon, a flurry of whimsical thoughts danced in Chu He's mind as he inquired, "What level of cultivation does that senior possess?" "Transcending tribulations," Chun Qianfan replied, his expression tinged with bitterness. "In this realm where immortals are elusive, the transcending tribulation stage represents the pinnacle of power. Were it not for his innate spiritual root, Chun Qianfan surmised that he would scarcely entertain the notion of resistance." Chu He nodded slightly, scrutinizing Chun Xianfan before inquiring, "What are the conditions for your lost virginity in the realm of cultivation across the 9 provinces?" The definition of losing one's virginity varies between conservative and radical factions due to differing schools of thought. The radical faction believes that any intimate encounter constitutes a loss of virginity, irrespective of whether the partner is male, female, demon, or beast. Conversely, the conservative faction perceives the radicals as excessively liberal, asserting that engaging in any form of physical intimacy suffices as losing one's virginity, deeming even skilled acts as unacceptable. The Buddhist sect epitomizes the conservative stance, contending that any skilled labor represents a surrender to carnal desires, which is inadvisable. Upon realizing that Chen Qianfan's perspective aligns with that of the conservative faction, Chu He resumed her makeup, surprised to discover this hidden card within Chen Qianfan. In times of necessity, the ability to summon a formidable figure during tribulations would undoubtedly enhance the safety of their trio's endeavors. Chen Qianfan squinted, sensing a hint of danger emanating from Chu He. Within moments, he discerned her nefarious thoughts, tightening his belt in response. 2 days later, Chu He stood at the entrance of the serpent's lair, awaiting the arrival of the demon cultivator. According to the intel provided by the white serpent, today marked the day the demon cultivator was to engage with them. The white serpent had mentioned that occasionally, if the required blood offerings were insufficient, the demon cultivator might request a postponement. However, this day of coupling had never been delayed even once. Chu He bore a countenance strikingly similar to his own, marked by a cold and resolute demeanor, with a sword suspended at his waist, exuding an air of sharpness and intensity. He bore a resemblance to the esteemed disciples of the sword sect, renowned as the foremost swordsmanship school in the 9 provinces. "Brother Chu, from whence did you acquire this sword sect attire?" inquired Ning Ruyu, her innocent and charming visage framed by her bun hairstyle as she approached Chu He with a look of curiosity. The striking red and black ensemble, coupled with the long sword sheathed at his back, was unmistakably the garb of a sword sect disciple, one she had previously encountered at home. "What do you mean? Where did it come from?" "I am Chu Bin-Chi, the holy son of the sword sect," Chu He replied with utmost seriousness. The sect leader of the sword sect, known as the 7-inch Taoist, wielded a 7-foot-long azure blade as his emblem of mastery. Chu He believed that he had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, capable of contending with those in the later stages when exerting his full strength. Should he employ secret techniques, he could rival those on the verge of the golden core realm, and thus, claiming to stand half a foot above would not be an exaggeration. However, why? "Dear brother Chu, do you adorn yourself in such a manner?" Ning Ruyu, undeterred by Chu He's antics, continued to inquire. With a furrowed brow, Chu He commenced to impart wisdom to his junior sister. "It is, of course, for the sake of convenience in our endeavors. As disciples of Qing Yun, we must uphold the dignity of our sect when in the world. Many matters require us to be mindful of our image. At this juncture, by merely altering our appearance, we can not only evade future enmity from adversaries, but also facilitate our undertakings." This attire was procured from the Guifan Hall, where, with a single contribution, one can acquire garments from the 9 great sects and illustrious families across various states, akin to receiving them as a gift. Chu He proudly flaunted his sword sect attire, which imbued him with an air of menace that he relished. After receiving the spirit stones from the 7th elder, he made another visit to the return to ordinary hall. His gaze was instantly drawn to the attire of prominent sects and families. In that moment, he comprehended its profound significance and promptly purchased it. "However, senior brother, are you not concerned that the 7-foot sect master might discover this?" Ning Ruyu expressed her bewilderment towards her brother's audacious thoughts. Unbeknownst to the two, for figures concealed their presence in the air above them, ensuring that those below remained oblivious. The lowest among them, Chen Huahai, was still pondering the intricacies of the half-step golden core issue. Above him, Yang Chuanxue bore an expression of sudden enlightenment, realizing that these garments had been placed there by the true monarch of Qing Yun during his stewardship of the return to ordinary hall. Upon taking over, the true monarch had specifically mentioned the need for annual updates to the styles while maintaining a loss-leading price for contributions. Yang Chuanxue pondered deeply, struggling to comprehend the purpose of these garments from other celestial sects and families. It was only after hearing Chu He's words today that the fog lifted, prompting her to silently award him 10 points in her little notebook. Meanwhile, hovering above Yang Chuanxue, the 7-foot Taoist, with tears streaming down his face, used a sword as a pen to sketch the portrait of the sword sect's holy son, Chu Bansi. Simultaneously, He conveyed instructions for the sword sect to promptly prepare garments tailored to Chu He's measurements. So, senior brother, what exactly is your intention behind this? Having spent considerable time with Chu He, Ning Ruyu had learned to speculate on her brother's true motives. Chu He's expression subtly shifted as he lowered his head and said, "Do you recall the row of jade talismans aboard the flying vessel for leisurely amusement?" Ning Ruyu nodded. Those talismans contained records of imperial policies, anecdotes from various sects, and other intriguing information. She had also selected a couple to pass the time. I noticed one jade talisman featuring a wanted notice from the 9 provinces and was curious to see what the infamous flower thief with 3 legs looked like. Yet, in the next moment, a rare expression of fear crossed Chu He's face as he spoke in a trembling voice upon opening the talisman. The first individual on the first page is none other than the 6th elder of the Qingyun sect, my master Zhou Huanqing. With a bounty of 100 billion spirit stones. If deceased, the reward doubles at the pinnacle of the clouds, the half-asleep Zhou Huanqing sneezed. As if someone were speaking ill of him. Chu He suppressed his trepidation and resolutely declared, "At that time, I understood that when venturing into the world, I must ensure that none are aware of my true identity. Zhou Huanqing's ilk, the furnace body of an immortal." Chu He could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue should his true identity be revealed, with countless individuals rushing toward him in a frenzy. The allure of this possibility far surpassed that of winning the lottery. It transcended the mere notion of overnight wealth, presenting an opportunity comparable to ascending to the throne of the illustrious Qin dynasty. Setting aside any discontent, I inquire whether Sister Ning desires a complete set, as I possess both male and female variants. Chu He tidied his spirits and began to rummage through his storage ring. Soon, a set of exquisite sky blue palace attire appeared in his hands. I believe this outfit perfectly complements Ning Shimi's temperament. Upon receiving Chu He's compliment, Ning Ryu's delicate face instantly flushed with a rosy hue, and she softly replied, "Brother Chu, this is the dress I wore for my 15th birthday. My family thought it was beautiful and thus recommended it to the female disciples of our clan." With a hint of awkwardness, Chu He held up the palace attire, realizing, to his surprise, that it was custom-made. Just as he hesitated to suggest that Ning Ryu try it on again, a joyful voice echoed from within the serpent's den. "Old Chu, you were right. One's identity is self-assigned when venturing into the world. What do you think of my outfit?" Chen Qianfan joyfully emerged, clad in a resplendent black dragon robe adorned with golden dragons swirling around it. Atop his head rested the imperial crown, embellished with 12 jade tassels on both front and back. As he moved, the air resonated with the roar of tigers and the chant of dragons, exuding an aura befitting an emperor. Was this not the attire of the first emperor of Qin? Although Chu He had never visited the capital to behold the emperor, he had seen portraits before. Chen Qianfan's ensemble was unmistakably identical to that of Qin Shi Huang. Indeed, I pilfered this from the treasury when I left home. It is the very dragon robe once worn by the immortal Qin Shi Huang. Observing Chen Qianfan's prideful display of craftsmanship, Chu He's brow furrowed slightly. The Qin family, the foremost lineage in the world, possessed a treasury that housed dragon robes and crowns. Should he aspire to be a loyal servant of the Qin family or a guardian of the immortal Qin dynasty? What a difficult choice. Chapter 23. The Dragon Robe of the Immortal Qin Shi Huang. After much persuasion from Ning Ruyu, Chen Qianfan reluctantly tucked away the dragon robe. The immortal Qin Shi Huang was the founder of the immortal Qin dynasty, the first emperor to unify the 9 provinces. Any sect or family that could claim immortal status among the 9 provinces possessed techniques that had endured through the ages, rivaling those of true immortals. Although Chen Qianfan's dragon robe was not a magical artifact, it had absorbed the dragon aura of the immortal Qin Shi Huang, rendering it comparable to treasures of the tribulation stage. For disciples of the Qingyun sect, utilizing such external items could adversely affect their contributions upon returning to the sect. After safely storing the dragon robe, Chen Qianfan donned the attire of a disciple of the Qingyun sect. "Since you want to allow me to wear the dragon robe, I shall assume the identity of Chu He, a direct disciple of the Qingyun sect." Clearly, Chen Qianfan had embraced Chu He's theory of attire. However, he did not anticipate that his transformation would be met with a heavy punch from Chu He. "If you impersonate me, then what significance does my disguise hold?" Determined, Chu He resolved to report Chen Qianfan's treasonous intentions to the authorities once his affairs were concluded. Chen Qianfan, reluctantly pursing his lips, retrieved a small porcelain vial and opened it. Inside the vial, 2 storage rings floated quietly in the spirit liquid. It was almost time to assess what treasures those 2 serpent demons possessed. Chen Qianfan took out a storage ring, a method to erase the original owner's spiritual imprint. After a mere glance, he lost interest and tossed it to Chu He. Within it lay over 300 spirit stones, a fragment of a demonic blood scripture, a foundational artifact, and an assortment of miscellaneous elixirs. Quite a meager haul for someone like Qin Qianfan, who had just donned the dragon robe of the immortal Qin Shi Huang. Chu He found little value in these items. The spirit stones would suffice, while the rest would be returned to the sect. However, after the distribution, Chu He curiously remarked upon the quality of the storage ring in his hand, feeling it was rather inferior. With a firm grip, a crack immediately appeared on the storage ring. This was, after all, a storage ring used by a foundational stage serpent demon. And Chu He felt as though even a farmer wielding a hammer could shatter it. Storage rings were inherently difficult to forge. A foundational stage storage ring was worth 10 foundational stage artifacts. Furthermore, lower-tier storage rings struggled to maintain their integrity while expanding their capacity, which explained its fragility. Ning Ryu then elucidated the quality of the storage ring issued by the Qingyun sect, allowing Chu He to comprehend its true worth. Not only was it spacious, but even a Yuanying expert would find it difficult to damage. Its simple design was both comfortable and resistant to dust accumulation. It could simultaneously serve as storage, accumulate contributions, verify identity, and facilitate transportation. The ring was inscribed with the words Qingyun sect, and any powerful being or literate individual would instantly recognize its origin. Just as Chu He was admiring his storage ring, a thick scent of blood engulfed them. A middle-aged man, clad in red and with sunken eyes, appeared before the trio. Confusion etched upon his face as he inquired, "Who are you? Where are Xiao He and Xiao Bai?" As Chu He was about to respond, a solemn voice resonated from behind him. "Ba, the two benefactors of black and white have departed to the western paradise." Turning around, he saw Qin Qianfan, who had somehow changed into a monk's robe, his visage radiating compassion. Fortunately, this robe was not a relic of the Buddha, but rather one he had requested from Chu He the previous day. "Old Qin, I am the team leader. It is my turn to reply," Chu He stated, having confirmed that the other party was merely at the perfect foundation-building stage. As the first to break through, he had self-appointed himself as the captain of their trio. Qin Qianfan strongly opposed this, yet Chu He secured Ning Ryu's vote, successfully ascending to leadership by a 2-to-1 majority. "Benefactor, there is no old Qin here. I am the venerable Yuan Yang of the Merit Treasure Mountain." Qin Qianfan raised his gaze to Chu He, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Not wishing to indulge in their antics, Ning Ryu retrieved her magical artifact and charged ahead. "Senior brother, I will go and test it first." Having faced a monster for the first time just days prior and nearly miscasting her spells due to nerves, she was determined to confront a formidable foe to temper her resolve. "Even Ning Jr.'s sister does not heed your words. Old Chu, you should willingly step aside and bestow the leadership upon me. I will appoint you as the deputy team leader." Qin Qianfan revealed his ambitious nature. As expected from one who secretly harbors the dragon robe, you have long harbored rebellious thoughts. Chu He retreated 3 steps, his face a mask of disbelief. The demon cultivator, witnessing the audacious challenge from 3 nascent foundation cultivators, was incensed. A dark treasure gourd materialized as the demon growled, "Since you seek death, I shall devour you and then leisurely inquire of Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Remember, it is I, Li Hulu, who will slay you." Blood surged from within the gourd, staining the heavens a deep crimson. "I am the junior sister of the sacred son of the sword sect, Chu Bansi." Ning Ryu instinctively introduced herself, yet had yet to devise an alias. Li Hulu awaited her completion, but 3 water arrows suddenly struck from behind him. "Shameless!" Li Hulu stumbled, bellowing in fury. Ning Ryu scratched her head. She was simply too disinterested to think of a pseudonym, thus opting for immediate combat. Little did she know that her adversary was patiently awaiting her title. How polite for a demon cultivator. As Li Hulu glanced at his tattered back, bruises blossoming, he realized the strength of his opponents was formidable for the nascent foundation stage. "If I consume you, I shall have hopes for the golden core." Noticing Ning Ryu's extraordinary talent, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. "No, you are utterly disgusting," Ning Ryu replied coldly, 6 water arrows manifesting around her. Li Hulu grinned maliciously, revealing a mouthful of decayed teeth. "Do you think this is merely a matter of your consent?" The blood that floated in midair cascaded down, flowing like clouds in water. A droplet of ethereal liquid escaped from the small porcelain vial in Ning Ryu's palm, transforming into a mist that enveloped her entire being. As blood fell, Li Hulu felt no response from Ning Ryu, who seemingly turned into a puddle of mud. 6 streams of water arrows shot forth with great speed, and at the last moment, Li Hulu summoned the blood to defend against them. Ning Jr.'s sister can fly, exclaimed Chu He, astonished. Typically, one must reach the golden core stage to master the art of aerial flight, yet Ning Ryu, in her early foundation establishment stage, hovered effortlessly in midair. Beside Chu He, Chun Qianfan reminisced, "This is the signature skill of our 7th master uncle, shrouding oneself in mist, far surpassing ordinary evasion techniques." In truth, Ning Ryu was manipulating the mist to ascend, which did not equate to genuine aerial mastery. Indeed, after evading an attack, she swiftly descended back to her original position, clearly indicating the considerable energy this technique consumed. Why do you know so much about 7th Elder's signature skill, when you cannot even ascend to Water Cloud Peak? Chu He queried, puzzled. Chun Qianfan suddenly adopted a sycophantic demeanor. Why do you say that, Captain? You promised to take me to Water Cloud Peak. This was a condition Chu He had promised Chun Qianfan in exchange for a debt owed by Chen Huahai. Old Chen, do you think my conscience would ache if I were to go back on my word? Ha ha ha. Old Chu, do you even possess a conscience? It's debatable whether you can even write those 2 characters. Chun Qianfan laughed heartily, bemused by Chu He's humorous quip. As their laughter subsided, Chun Qianfan abruptly realized the gravity of the situation and prepared to don the dragon robe to rid themselves of treachery. Chapter 24. Do you think you are a water spirit root? The 2 refrained from intervening, instead observing the battle between Ning Ryu and Li Hulu. Li Hulu wielded blood with precision, as if it were an extension of his own limbs. In attack, the blood could morph into fists or blades, inflicting venomous harm upon contact. In defense, it transformed into a blood-curtain shield, leaving no vulnerabilities. Ning Ryu's combat style revolved around 2 primary techniques. The first was the signature skill of 7th Elder Lu Kaiyun, flowing clouds and water. Although maintaining her aerial position drained Ning Ryu significantly, the mist facilitated her movements with remarkable agility. Thanks to this speed, she had yet to sustain any injuries since the commencement of the battle. For her offensive maneuvers, Ning Ryu employed the azure water arrows, a hallmark of water-based techniques. The condensed water arrows possessed formidable penetrating power, excelling in offense. While an average foundation establishment practitioner could adeptly control 3 azure water arrows, Ning Ryu could manipulate a full 6. Owing to the substantial augmentation and reduction in consumption provided by her water spirit root, Ning Jr.'s sister commands the water arrows with a demeanor that is tranquil and harmonious. Akin to a certain creature, Chu He pondered. Thus, Ning Jr.'s sister is like a water arrow. Chun Qianfan's words hovered on the brink of articulation. Indeed, she resembles a water arrow sloth, Chu He affirmed with certainty. Chun Qianfan reflected momentarily and recalled that there were no sloth tribes in the demon domain. However, he was no stranger to Chu He's whimsical ideas and remarked, yet if Ning Jr.'s sister continues to fight in this manner, she may only face defeat. The current battle appears to have reached a stalemate, with neither side inflicting harm upon the other. However, should this impasse persist, Ning Ryu's foundational spiritual energy, still in its nascent phase, will undoubtedly pale in comparison to Li Hulu's fully realized foundational prowess. The fact that she has managed to endure thus far is a testament to the strength of her water spiritual root. This old fellow indeed possesses some merit. Chu He mused. Before ascending the mountain, Chu He had assumed that demonic cultivators of the same realm would inherently surpass those of the righteous path. After all, the great villains and tales often wreak havoc in their domains, only to be vanquished by relentless pursuits from righteous cultivators. Yet, upon embarking on his own path of cultivation, Chu He realized his misconception. Demonic cultivators, driven by an insatiable desire for swift advancement, often possess unstable mental states and fragile foundations. They find it exceedingly challenging to contend with their righteous counterparts of equal standing. What renders demonic cultivators truly formidable is their cruel and cunning nature, along with the life-preserving trump cards acquired through unscrupulous means, coupled with the stringent measures imposed by the 9 provinces against the demonic path. The advantage of rapidly ascending through demonic resources is rendered ineffective. In the ancient chaotic era, a foundational demonic cultivator could easily massacre a small city to achieve a breakthrough to the golden core stage. However, the current blood demon sect is left to exploit every avenue, even resorting to the oppression of minor demons such as the black and white serpent spirits. If only Ning Ryu were also at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, or even in the later stages of it. Chu He firmly believes that she can effortlessly handle Li Hulu. However, at this moment, Not only is there a significant disparity in their realms, but it is crucial to note that Li Hulu also possesses a considerable restraint over Ning Ryu. Upon careful observation, Chu He discerned that the moment Ning Ryu's aqua arrow collided with the blood veil, its potency diminished by a third. The aqua arrow excels in penetrating defenses, demonstrating exceptional efficacy against solid entities. However, when faced with a defense as yielding as the blood veil, its impact becomes rather mediocre. Ning, my dear sister. Blood water is still water, Chu He remarked, recalling a thought that prompted him to offer his insight. Ning Ryu, drenched in fragrant perspiration, had her flowing hair clinging to her forehead, presenting a somewhat disheveled appearance. Upon hearing Chu He's words, she immediately grasped the crux of the matter. As the blood water surged towards her, Ning Ryu instinctively evaded it with ease. The assault from Li Hulu was sluggish, making her evasion not particularly challenging. The crux of her struggle lay in her inability to breach the blood veil and inflict harm upon Li Hulu. Consuming a chi-replenishing pill, she dispelled 3 of the 6 aqua arrows by her side, while the remaining 3 sped forth, met with Li Hulu's disdainful defense of the blood veil. He naturally heard Chu He's words. Is blood water still water? Indeed, blood water is a form of water, yet Chu He believed that this blood water, nurtured and refined by him, was some formless and originless liquid. She thought she could manipulate the blood water to counterattack, as if she were the essence of water itself. Amidst the crimson mist, Li Hulu pondered how to mock Chu He's ignorance when a sudden, piercing pain struck him. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a blood arrow had lightly pierced his abdomen. This arrow had yet to take full shape, its tail ominously connected to his own blood mist. Hastily, Li Hulu consumed 2 mouthfuls of blood water to heal his wounds. Outside the blood mist, although Ning Ryu appeared disheveled, she maintained an air of cold elegance as she proclaimed, I am the essence of water, the sovereign of rivers, lakes, and seas, Ningyu. The fury that had been building against Li Hulu's blood mist was unleashed at that moment. Simultaneously, Ning Ryu recalled her alias. Your master has been found, Chu He. Chen Qianfan gently nudged Chu He's shoulder. The lofty ambition that had just ignited within Ning Ryu collapsed instantly. Casting a glance laced with thinly veiled anger at Chen Qianfan, she and Li Hulu engaged in battle once more. Young ones, do you truly wish to force me to slay you? Li Hulu felt the impending danger and threatened in a harsh tone. He shifted from referring to himself as this entity to this old man. His words transitioned from I shall consume you to do not provoke me. The contrast between his previous bravado and his current humility was almost comical. Crucially, Ning Ryu had comprehended the essence of this battle. Now, she attacked with a single azure water arrow. If she refrained from summoning the blood mist for defense, the power of that arrow would be formidable. Conversely, if she invoked the blood mist, it would allow her to rapidly condense the blood arrow, striking from within. At this moment, Li Hulu's only remaining strategy was to prolong the confrontation, exhausting Ning Ryu with his perfectly cultivated spiritual energy. However, he was uncertain how much longer he could endure against Ning Ryu, for in his understanding, a practitioner at the initial stage of foundation establishment should have long since succumbed. Chu He and Chen Qianfan were acutely aware that Ning Ryu was nearing her limits. Alone, she was incapable of overcoming Li Hulu. However, consumed by increasing anxiety, Li Hulu resorted to his most familiar and adept methods. With Ning Ryu already capable of inflicting harm upon him, and aided by the 2 observers, Chu He and Chen Qianfan, he decided to flee. Li Hulu cast aside a blood knife, and, as Ning Ryu evaded, he turned and ran. Young one, I shall remember this grudge, and I vow not to achieve my elixir until I have slain the 3 of you. Listening to Li Hulu's menacing words, Chu He found amusement in the absurdity of the threat, as if he were not already intent on achieving the golden elixir. Meanwhile, Chen Qianfan revealed an array diagram in the palm of his hand. Just as Li Hulu was desperately fleeing, his feet suddenly became ensnared by a chain, causing him to fall in a dog-like manner, losing a couple of rotten teeth in the process. An array? As an experienced cultivator, Li Hulu immediately recognized the formation. It was the Earthlock array, which, once established, rendered the ground a prison, preventing entry and exit. Lacking offensive capabilities, it solely served to confine the enemy, making it a premier foundational array for trapping foes. Yet, he had not noticed any signs of its arrangement upon his arrival. Standing proudly atop the mountain, Chen Qianfan's array diagram spun slowly in his grasp. The array of heaven and earth, the unparalleled secret technique of the Grand Elder of the Qingyan sect. Once perfected, It utilizes the elements of nature as materials for formation, excelling at concealing the traces of its setup. Remember, it is I, Qin Qian, fan of the Qing insect, who shall bring about your demise today, he proclaimed loudly, clad in a Buddhist robe. With disheveled hair resembling a malevolent spirit, Li Hulu comprehended that his situation was dire. You have forced my hand, he declared, as he unleashed several blood-formed weapons towards Ning Ryu. After deftly dodging, she retaliated with a water arrow. Li Hulu summoned a blood curtain to counter, but Ning Ryu, smiling, realized that this tactic was no longer effective against her. Infusing her spirit power, she forcefully manipulated the blood arrow into formation. The fully formed blood arrow detached from the blood curtain, aimed directly at Li Hulu's face. Success. Ning Ryu felt a surge of joy, astonished that Li Hulu, sensing his impending doom, had exposed such a significant flaw. Blood is thicker than water. Within the blood curtain, Li Hulu cackled as he revealed his trump card. The blood, which could once fill a small pond, rapidly condensed into a blood whip so thick it resembled a solid. 10 drops of blood compressed into one, exponentially increasing its potency. This was Li Hulu's ultimate move. Blood is thicker than water. The blood arrow that had charged towards him became uncontrollable during the condensation process. The backlash from the spell caused an unnatural flush to appear on Ning Ryu's delicate face. First, I shall consume the water spirit root. Li Hulu rushed forward with a speed that far surpassed his previous pace, treading upon the bloodied ground. Ning Ryu closed her eyes, recognizing her own arrogance. Her opponent was a consummate foundation establishment practitioner, a seasoned demon cultivator with decades of experience. She had barely managed to acquire some means of defense, thanks to the guidance of Brother Chu. Yet, in the critical moment, her adversary executed a move that turned the tide. In her despair, Ning Ryu grasped a delicate flying dagger in her hand. This was the Bai Shui knife, a protective talisman bestowed upon her by her parents, capable of severing the nascent soul and injuring the divine transformation. However, resorting to this weapon signified that she remained merely the little elder sister of the Ning family, reliant on her lineage, rather than the independent and formidable Ning Ryu she aspired to become. The sword light soared into the heavens, and Li Hulu was sent flying backwards. With a swift flick of his sword, Chu He cast aside the bloodstains that clung to the blade, creating a barrier before Ning Ryu and repelling the foe. Sister Ning, you have worked hard. Now, take your rest. Chu He revealed a smile illuminated by the sun as he brandished his sword, pursuing Li Hulu. The swordsman, Li Hulu, who had been struck away, remained unscathed. The sword of Chu He is wielded for the purpose of saving lives. Thus its lethality is not particularly formidable. The blood whip in Li Hulu's grasp writhed as if imbued with life. He began his sword training at the tender age of 6 and, prior to his cultivation, he bested 37 swordsmen of the renowned Heavy Earth City without a single defeat. The blood whip contorts, transforming into a sword of ominous, viscous crimson. Chu He gazed at Li Hulu with a perplexed expression. So what? He inquired. Thus, as a swordsman, encountering my true self is indeed your misfortune. With that, Li Hulu brandished his blood-red sword, launching an assault. As Chu He chuckled, he challenged, "You are so formidable. Why not test your mettle against the 7-foot Taoist?" The Qing Yun sword descended with a simple yet precise slash, resulting in a clash between the two blades. Li Hulu pondered the familiarity of the name 7-foot Taoist, only to find his knees yielding to an uncontrollable weakness, causing him to kneel on one leg. Gripping the hilt of his sword with all his might, Li Hulu gazed in disbelief at the intersecting blades. A terrifying sharpness emanated from Chu He's sword, slicing through the air and causing a stinging pain on his face. Although he attempted to resist, the sword in Chu He's hand suddenly emitted a resonant hum. A wave of irregular vibrations, fluctuating in intensity, surged through Li Hulu's grip. The once dense and formidable blood sword appeared to be encountering its nemesis, threatening to disintegrate. In a moment of desperation, Li Hulu could no longer withstand the pressure and rolled away, suffering a deep wound on his shoulder as the price of his escape. As Chu He was about to pursue, he slowed his steps upon hearing Li Hulu's words. Feeling the excruciating pain from his wound, Li Hulu hesitantly inquired, "Might I ask for your esteemed title, young hero?" Previously, he had paid little attention to the mention of sword sect and 7-foot Taoist by Chu He and his companions. Now, it seemed he was beginning to regain his senses. Saint son of the sword sect, Chu Banshi, Chu He smoothly proclaimed his prepared title. High in the sky, the 7-foot Taoist beamed with delight. Upon hearing his name, he felt a sense of belonging, a connection to the sword sect. However, Li Hulu could no longer find humor in the situation. The 9 great immortal sects were renowned, and any cultivator worth their salt was well aware of them. The title of Saint Son of the Sword sect signified a candidate for the sect's leadership. To have previously uttered that encountering a sword cultivator such as himself was a stroke of bad luck. Master Chu, could you perhaps spare my life? Li Hulu's self-reference had plummeted to its lowest point since the onset of this confrontation. Chu He coldly regarded Li Hulu's pleas for mercy, stating, "This blood sword of yours has undoubtedly claimed the lives of countless innocents. Do you truly believe they would show you any mercy?" With a single stroke, Li Hulu barely managed to defend himself. After 3 strikes, 3 of his fingers lay severed. With the 5th strike, the blood sword shattered, disintegrating into a pool of sanguine liquid upon the ground. Chen Qianfan, controlling the formation, was on the brink of grinding his teeth in frustration, muttering, "Damn it. He has outsmarted me once again." Initially, he had intended to save Ning Ruyu and make a grand display. However, due to his sluggish reaction in manipulating the formation, Chu He had seized the opportunity first. Meanwhile, Ning Ruyu, having stepped back to rest, was filled with astonishment. She understood that sword spirits were primarily offensive in nature, yet she was taken aback by how quickly Chu He had cornered Li Hulu. The disparity between herself and senior brother Chu was staggering. Concurrently, a peculiar warmth welled up within her. Indeed, she now had a master and a senior brother to rely upon. She was no longer the timid Ning family heiress who only knew how to flee. Li Hulu, drenched in blood, looked up at Chu He in utter disarray. A prodigy. "This is what it means to be a celestial sex genius. To battle with you is an honor," he said, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. The blood pooling on the ground seemed to respond to him, rising and swirling towards Li Hulu. "Regardless of life or death, I have no regrets. Chu Banshi, come and face me." The blood, which could have filled a cauldron, continued to condense until it transformed into a single drop of writhing black blood. Li Hulu consumed the dark blood, his aura surging uncontrollably, and the aged skin on his face began to exhibit streaks of dark red. He was actually able to break through, half a step into the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of the Golden Core stage. My heavens! He had reached the 9th level of half-step Golden Core, a remarkable feat indeed. Chen Qianfan, wearing an eccentric monocle, exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. This is an upgraded version of the Qi refining crystal. Its maximum testing limit is indeed the 9th level of half-step Golden Core. Hearing this, Ning Ryu felt a wave of concern wash over her. Is senior brother in danger? She wondered, pulling out a plethora of treasures bestowed upon her by her parents for combat and defense. Even the exceedingly wealthy Chen Qianfan could not help but gaze in awe at the impressive array of treasures. Wasn't it said that Ning Ryu had run away from home? How had she managed to take so many items with her? Unbeknownst to her, she had pilfered these treasures from the Chun family's vault while still in the Qi refining stage, a fact she had yet to grasp. With his extraordinary abilities, Chu He could easily withstand a barrage of 20 strikes, and he was undoubtedly aware of the gravity of the situation. Chen Qianfan understood Chu He's temperament better than anyone. Li Hulu, now transformed into a demonic entity, lunged towards Chu He, declaring, "Prepare to meet your end." After 20 exchanges, Chu He delivered a decisive blow, severing Li Hulu's left arm. Observing Li Hulu reduced to a mere stump, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Is this all you've got?" Chapter 26. The blood pill is formed. The golden pill is shattered. Li Hulu lay on the ground, his murky eyes filled with confusion. Despite having employed his most formidable trump card, why was he still being beaten like a stray dog? It seemed illogical. Ordinarily, one would expect that Chu He, in a moment of carelessness, would fall victim to his slender thread of life. He had devoured Chu He's flesh and blood to transcend into the golden pill stage, after which he would have captured those 2 little spirits for his leisurely enjoyment. It was time to clarify a few things. Who was his superior? How many subordinates remained? What role did he play in the Blood Demon sect? And where was its headquarters located? Chu He lightly tapped Li Hulu's weathered face with the Qingyun's sword and inquired. Li Hulu gazed at Chu He in confusion, then, with a sudden grit of his teeth, severed his own tongue, allowing a pill concealed within to fall into his stomach. A sense of dread washed over Chu He as he instinctively thrust his sword toward Li Hulu's dantian. However, the sound of metal clashing echoed as his blade penetrated Li Hulu's lower abdomen yet failed to reach the dantian. Abandoning the Qingyun sword, Chu He executed a backward somersault to distance himself from Li Hulu. Chen Qianfan and Ning Ryu, sensing the anomaly, swiftly approached Chu He's side. What a treacherous maneuver. Chu He squinted his eyes and retrieved a new Qingyun sword equipped with an anti-theft mechanism. This world truly teems with exceptional talents. Just moments ago, He had rendered Li Hulu powerless to retaliate, yet he now afforded Li Hulu a commendable appraisal. Reflecting on Li Hulu's past actions, he had initially exhibited arrogance, easily manipulating Ning Ryu. When faced with Ning Ryu's blood arrow, however, he displayed remarkable restraint, prioritizing survival over revealing his trump card. Blood is thicker than water. After failing to escape, he launched a subtle yet decisive counterattack, aiming to eliminate Ning Ryu and cripple the trio. Following his defeat at the hands of Chu He, he boldly declared a fight to the death. Li Hulu understood that his blood-devouring technique required ample time to execute. Thus, he needed to provoke Chu He, hoping that the pride of a prodigy would grant him the necessary moments. Although Chu He saw through Li Hulu's scheme, it ultimately unfolded as he desired. The final act of devouring the pill came without any forewarning. No grandiose proclamations or threats were uttered. This time, Chu He genuinely sought to intervene, but it was futile. Every step Li Hulu took was deliberate and purposeful. A foundational demon cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage possessed wisdom and decisiveness forged through decades of struggle. Chu Banshu, I must thank you. Without you, I would lack the courage to consume this blood demon pill. A surge of blood energy emanated from Li Hulu, causing the single-piece mirror still held by Chen Qianfan to shatter explosively. He had entered the Golden Core realm, a true manifestation of a real person. The essence of gold is permanence and resilience, while that of cinnabar embodies completeness and purity. The 9-tiered cinnabar of Li Hulu represents the lowest quality among gold elixirs. Nonetheless, even such a lowly elixir is still a gold elixir, far beyond the capabilities of mere foundation establishment. As he gazed at his severed limbs, it was a pity that ascending to a gold elixir could not restore them. However, by capturing these 3 exceptionally gifted youths, his aspirations had already shifted towards the more advanced realm of the nascent soul. Li Hulu possessed 3 hidden cards. The first, blood is thicker than water, allowed him to condense the blood he had nurtured over the years into plasma, significantly enhancing its potency. With this, he had inflicted severe injuries on Ning Ryu through a backlash of his own magic. The second, blood-devouring technique, enabled him to ingest the plasma to its utmost concentration, granting him an almost invincible demonic physique at the foundation establishment level. Yet, it proved ineffective against the unreasonable Chu He. The final card was the Blood Demon Elixir, a reward earned through years of servitude. Upon consumption, it would instantly forge a blood elixir, breaking through to the gold elixir realm. The cost, however, was that the blood elixir would continuously drain Li Hulu's own vitality. In a maximum of 3 months, he would meet the same fate as those he had previously drained. Yet, as long as he could defeat Chu He and his companions, Li Hulu believed he could find a way to mitigate the aftermath of the blood elixir. In the sky, as Li Hulu prepared to break through, the formidable Chen Huai began to warm up. In truth, he had intended to intervene as soon as Li Hulu had initiated the blood devouring. Although he considered the performance of Chu He and his companions to be flawless, except for his own nephew, who had merely activated a formation and stood idle, his priority was to devise a means to bring Chu He into the Qin family as a son-in-law. However, faced with Li Hulu, who had transformed into a demonic entity, Chen Huai remained unconvinced that Chu He could contend with him. The result was a brutal confrontation, akin to beating a dog. Despite having been humiliated once, Chen Huai felt confident this time. The disparity between the gold elixir and foundation establishment was a significant one. Were Chu He and his companions at the peak of foundation establishment, or even in its later stages, Chen Huai might have considered the possibility of a fair fight. Yet, with 3 at the initial stage of foundation establishment, he relied on his divine weapon to confront the gold elixir. The tension was palpable, with the gap spanning 2 major realms. Above Chen Huai, the combined true monarch Yang Chuanxue recorded the scores while preparing to intervene and halt them. She too believed that the initial stage of foundation establishment would not prevail against a gold elixir. Yet the expressions of Chu He and his companions below bore no trace of panic or despair. Instead, they were filled with eagerness to engage. As their senior sister, Yang Chuanxue resolved to allow Chu He and his companions to give it their all. If any true danger arose, she, as a combined true monarch, would ensure their safety. Above Yang Chuanxue, the transcendent being, 7-inch Taoist, stood ready to suppress the minor combined realm below, preparing to present his 12 celestial swords in welcome of the sword sect's holy son returning to the sect. At the pinnacle of the scene, Zhou Huanqing relished a small bowl of noodles he had just purchased from Chong Touching, finding amusement in the antics of the three foolish individuals before him. "Look at those three fools, how entertaining they are," Zhou Huanqing remarked while savoring a clove of garlic. Not to mention the three formidable beings in the sky. Eager to engage in battle, down below, the three early-stage foundation establishment cultivators could no longer contain their excitement. After a decade of arduous cultivation, this moment had finally arrived. Chun Qianfan, his face brimming with exhilaration, saw that his long-awaited opportunity to show off was at hand. "You've only been on the mountain for 4 months. Where did you get the 10 years of hardship?" Chu He queried, perplexed. Yet, Chun Qianfan paid little heed to the petty words of the small-minded individual. With a swift motion, he shed his robes and charged forward, exclaiming, "Li Hulu, let us battle." As he dashed ahead, a blinding white light radiated from his forehead. Spirit turtle transformation. The white light dissipated, and Chun Qianfan vanished, leaving behind a turtle the size of a grinding stone, crawling slowly forward. Observing the tortoise-like pace of the creature, Li Hulu harbored doubts about whether this person had encountered Chu He and Ning Ryu by chance. In contrast, Chu He and Ning Ryu, with their water spiritual roots, were tenacious in battle, growing rapidly and earning their status as prodigies. As for Chu He, his combat style against his demonic incarnation was akin to slaughtering a dog, an unparalleled monster. But this one, appearing foolish and transforming into a sluggish white turtle, was so slow that even without legs, Li Hulu could outrun him. In the end, he would settle for the blood of Chu He and Ning Ryu. He feared that consuming Chun Qianfan's blood might impair his intellect. Li Hulu lifted his head and inhaled deeply toward the heavens. Instantly, countless beasts in the dense forest collapsed, their blood coalescing above Li Hulu's head. Although it did not compare to the blood he had painstakingly refined, it would suffice. Gazing at the sea of blood above him, he directed his charge toward the transformed Chun Qianfan, declaring, "Die." Chapter 27. The Unity of Four Paths, the Protective Talisman of Debt. Just as Chen Huai prepared to make his move, he was taken aback. Across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, countless cultivators existed, with myriad paths to enlightenment. The path of transformation was among the methods to attain immortality, and the Wanxiang sect, one of the 9 great sects, excelled in this discipline. This path traced its origins back to the ancient ancestors, who, in their frailty, began to emulate the naturally powerful beasts for survival. Masters of the path of transformation could metamorphose into ferocious tigers, dragons, and other ancient beasts, showcasing endless versatility and means. It was said to reflect myriad paths through a single avenue. Chen Huai had long been aware that his nephew possessed an intellect-rooted spirit, and he had initially anticipated that he would gravitate toward the formation or alchemy paths, which demanded extensive calculation and contemplation. He was surprised, therefore, to discover that his choice was the path of transformation. A smile graced the corners of Chun Huahai's mouth as he resolved to observe further. His ambitious nephew was indeed quite the character. The sea of blood surged forth, mingled with the resentment of myriad spirits. Trees were uprooted, and the grass lay trampled. Following the blood tide, a once dense forest transformed into a crimson wasteland. At the center of this wasteland, a turtle shell spun with an almost hypnotic motion. Sensing the encroaching sea of blood, Chun Qianfan extended his limbs and head, a grin spreading across his face. Remarkably, he had not perished. Li Hulu was taken aback. He was indeed a genuine golden elixir, yet with a single strike, his opponent remained unscathed. Chun Qianfan hummed a little tune. "With my steel whip, I shall strike you down to slay this living turtle." "No, wait, I am the living turtle now. The wretched old Chu. Did you know this tune when you taught it to me?" Chun Qianfan roared in fury. Chu He approached with Ning Ryu, raising his hand to gently tap the turtle's shell, from which an ethereal image of the Bagua emerged and then settled back onto the shell. Indeed, old Chen. Chu He had long been aware of Chun Qianfan's hidden strengths, having inquired with Yang Chuanxiwei before ascending the mountain. Naturally, he was also familiar with Ning Ryu's combat style. Understanding the capabilities of his team members was a responsibility that fell upon Chu He as the captain. Chun Qianfan, with a somewhat impolite curiosity, peered forward and proudly declared, "Of course." With his foundational cultivation at the initial stage, he indeed had the grounds for such pride when facing the Golden Core. After ascending the mountain, Chun Qianfan had been contemplating which path he should primarily pursue, be it alchemy, formation, talismans, or swordsmanship. The specialties of several elders from the Qingyan sect were all well suited to him. However, upon deeper reflection, Chun Qianfan came to a realization. While the elders' paths were commendable and indeed fitting for him, He candidly acknowledged that any choice he made for his main pursuit would lead him to excel effortlessly to the pinnacle of that discipline. Yet, none of these paths resonated as his own. He yearned to discover his true path. A revelation sparked by the presence of an individual he had known for less than half a year. In a brief span of time, Chu He and Qin Qianfan became unlikely friends, their imaginative thoughts aligning in remarkable synchronicity. As the third individual in history endowed with a spirit root of unparalleled intellect, Qin Qianfan's talents were deemed unmatched. However, Chu He, possessing a sword spirit root, celestial eyes, and an ethereal physique, came close to rivaling his prowess. Naturally, this was Qin Qianfan's personal assessment and did not necessarily reflect the opinions of the broader sects across the 9 provinces. Choosing the paths of alchemy and formations, he could undoubtedly navigate them with ease. Yet, could he truly surpass Chu He through these means? Qin Qianfan felt uncertain, prompting him to seek a new avenue. A practitioner of the spirit root of intellect possesses the ability to cultivate all manners of disciplines. To concurrently harness these paths, one must embrace transformation. One path reflects myriad paths, and myriad laws converge into a singular law. The spirit turtle transformation represented the solution Qin Qianfan put forth. This shell serves as a treasure of the device path, adorned with an ever-shifting 8 trigrams formation, and my offensive approach employs talismanic techniques, Qin Qianfan articulated with clarity, albeit somewhat indistinctly, as he chewed on a vitality-replenishing elixir. The integration of alchemical arrays, devices, and talismans was essential for the spirit turtle transformation. Observe your means of attack, Chu He remarked, gesturing towards the motionless Li Hulu. Qin Qianfan lifted his gaze and crawled towards Li Hulu. Suddenly, a flash of red light caught everyone's attention. Li Hulu felt a tingling sensation, discovering a thumb-sized puncture on his body. Though the wound was shallow, he was astonished that his opponent could inflict harm upon him, after all. He was a golden core true man. How unpleasant, Chu He remarked, his brow furrowing as he discerned the situation. He had witnessed Qin Qianfan suddenly open his mouth, his tongue shooting forth like an arrow, striking Li Hulu before retracting swiftly. I have my methods, Qin Qianfan stated, extending his tongue for both to see. Inscribed upon it was a talisman. Retreating into his shell to replace it with a new one, he emerged again to explain, this is the silver-tongue talisman, which I had an elder assist me in refining. For now, I will employ it this way. Later, I plan to use a small snake to crawl on my back, directly executing the Xuanwu transformation. As Qin Qianfan chewed the elixir to restore his spiritual energy, he recounted the inspiration behind his spirit turtle transformation. In his cave abode, he had constructed a pond to nurture turtles. It was during one fateful day when a frog appeared, and witnessing the frog in its act of predation sparked a profound realization within him. The spirit turtle transformation prioritizes defense. Utilizing this technique signifies that one's adversary possesses cultivation far superior to one's own. Thus, Qin Qianfan forsook other offensive methods, concentrating all his might on the silver-tongue technique. Impressive, isn't it? Qin Qianfan exclaimed animatedly, sharing his insights with enthusiasm. After listening, Chu He nodded and couldn't help but admire Qin Qianfan's line of thought. Truly, as a cultivator with an intelligent spiritual root, his intellect could rival his own. However, Chu He swiftly shifted the topic, pointing towards the distant, bewildered Li Hulu. Though your maneuver can breach defenses, old Chun, if you don't act quickly, his wounds will heal. Why don't you take action? It's already commendable for me to break through golden core defenses, and you still demand more, Qin Qianfan exclaimed. He had managed to achieve a damage output of 0.1, a modest improvement over 0. Meanwhile, a treacherous little man was stirring trouble, prompting Qin Qianfan to feel an urge to retort at Chu He. I'll go. Who's up for a duel? Chu He was not one to indulge Qin Qianfan, brandishing his sword and preparing to charge. In that fleeting moment, however, Li Hulu suddenly vanished from his position. The next instant, the cold-faced Li Hulu materialized behind Ning Ryu. Junior sister Ning, run, Qin Qianfan shouted. Although he could withstand golden core attacks, his slow movements rendered him incapable of protecting Ning Ryu. He cursed Li Hulu in his heart, recognizing the latter's insidious nature. While feigning shock at his own defenses, Li Hulu had already deduced that breaking through was futile and instead shifted his target to Ning Ryu. In this critical moment, Chu He's calm voice resonated. You see, I knew you would do this. I have great faith in you, brotherly. The coldness on Li Hulu's face melted away, and for the first time in his life, he smiled sincerely. To have a confidant in life is sufficient. Yet it is a pity that you and I are caught in this strife between righteousness and evil. Chu He, standing protectively behind Ning Ryu, also smiled. His sword stained with blood. Just moments ago, four blood-forged weapons had shattered against him, and he retaliated with a swift strike, leaving a wound on Li Hulu's neck. Chu He had long anticipated that Li Hulu would target the most vulnerable Ning Ryu, for he himself would have acted in a similar fashion. Unfortunately, he was unable to secure a decisive victory. Senior brother, you are injured. Ning Ryu turned around. The silhouette of the young man clad in a white robe appearing so dependable under the sunlight. Wait, a white robe? Upon closer inspection, Ning Ryu realized that Chu He had donned a white robe at some point, concealing his original sword sect attire beneath it. Chu He glanced at the blood-stained white robe adorning his form and remarked, "It is nothing, merely his blood." Ning Ryu, filled with concern, extended her hand to inspect it. The quality of the robe was mediocre, and moments ago, Li Hulu's strike had penetrated it, exposing the contents within. I, Zhou Huanqing, have borrowed 3 million spirit stones from the Iron Sword, true monarch of the Sword Sect, to be repaid within a century. Upon discerning the inscription, Ning Ryu found herself at a loss for words. The robe was crafted with 2 layers, concealing a collection of promissory notes valued at millions of spirit stones. The notes incorporated within this garment were formidable, capable of withstanding assaults from nascent soul cultivators. Should they indeed be shattered, there might be unexpected rewards. This was the very treasure that had frightened Elder Liu Kaiyan into fleeing from the 6th peak. With this artifact, Chu He believed that no one below the nascent soul realm could inflict even the slightest harm upon him. This was his trump card. A protective charm in the form of promissory notes. Chapter 28, Severing the Flesh, Annihilating the Soul. Heroes abound like fish crossing a river. This world is truly teeming with extraordinary individuals. The formidable Chun Huahai was thoroughly impressed. He was eager to delve into the minds of Chu He and Chun Qianfan to discern the nature of their thoughts. One possessed a pill formation talisman, a convergence of 4 paths, which had yielded the spirit tortoise transformation, a technique that maximized defensive capabilities at the expense of mobility. Sustenance relied solely on monetary expenditure and medicinal pills, with the soul offensive means being a curious lick, leaving uncertainty as to what might be licked next. The other had transformed waste into treasure, sewing garments from numerous promissory notes worth millions. Observing Chu He's expression as he awaited the inevitable pursuit of creditors from the realm of transformation, one could not help but ponder whether this was the legendary white robe that commands legions to retreat. After all, a debt totaling over 100 million was not something even Chun Huahai could easily bear. With the ingenious creativity of the Azure Cloud Twin Walls, this bizarre battle between the initial stages of Foundation establishment and the early stages of Golden Core still raged on. Chu Banshee, Turtle Man. I acknowledge that I cannot slay you today, but the grievances of this day shall be etched in Li Hulu's memory for a lifetime, Li Hulu bellowed. Chu He curled his lips in disdain, remarking, "Just a moment ago, you vowed not to slay us," swearing an oath of integrity. Li Hulu's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. At that moment, he had not anticipated the ferocity of these 3 individuals. "Senior brother, we must eradicate this menace completely. We cannot allow him to escape." Ning Ryu raised her petite flying dagger, understanding that employing an external weapon would diminish her contribution to the sect. Yet, she reasoned that such a trivial sacrifice paled in comparison to the danger of releasing a cunning fiend. Chu He nodded slightly. Removing the protective talisman inscribed with the debt note and placing it upon Ning Ryu, "Rest assured, he shall not escape." Feeling the lingering warmth of the garment, Ning Ryu's ears flushed crimson as she softly replied, "Senior brother, you should wear it. Only you possess the power to harm that fiend." Chu He then produced another vest. Donning it, the protective talisman, albeit a simplified version of the debt note, was all he could manage. There simply weren't enough notes to craft 2. Chu He would never proactively ask his own master for an IOU. That would indeed be a farce. With the ability to protect his vital points, Chu He dared to engage in battle with Li Hulu. "Be cautious, senior brother," Ning Ryu said with concern, her hand poised over the throwing knife. Should danger arise, she would immediately eliminate Li Hulu on the spot. Amidst such a scene, Chun Qianfan, who was huddled in his shell, fervently consuming elixirs to replenish his spiritual energy, was filled with confusion. Firstly, who was the turtle person that Li Hulu referred to? It couldn't he possibly be himself, could it? He had already introduced himself to Li Hulu twice. even being the only one among the three to disclose his true name. Surely, Li Hulu would not forget. Secondly, why did Ning call Chu He senior brother, yet refer to him as Qin senior brother? With so many senior brothers in the Qingyun sect, was she not concerned that others might assume she was addressing him? If she addressed Chu He as senior brother, why did she feel the need to add Qin when speaking to him? Lastly, what did she mean by stating that only Chu He could harm the demon? Was she unaware of the potency of his silver-tongued abilities? Did Ning Ryu suffer from poor vision? As the questions multiplied, confusion reigned in his mind. After finishing the elixir, Qin Qianfan suddenly thrust out from his shell and, in a frenzied manner, shouted at Li Hulu, "Let us engage in a decisive battle, beast." Li Hulu, now rendered speechless, pondered the absurdity of continuing the fight in such a situation. The Earthlock formation could no longer contain him, although the three were adequately defensive. Their offensive capabilities were lacking. If he simply turned and fled, what could they do? However, before he ran, he needed to take his storage ring, which held decades of his savings. Li Hulu could hardly be bothered with Qin Qianfan, instead controlling his severed limbs to fly back to him. Ning Jr. sister, he mused. You have now witnessed the tactics employed by demonic cultivators. Their methods are ruthless, and they excel in cunning. Moreover, when faced with dire situations, they fight with reckless abandon. Do you know what a demon cultivator, unafraid of death, truly fears? The sound of Chu He resonated, and Ning Ryu shook her little head in confusion. With a beaming smile, Chu He revealed a circular ring in his palm. What is the preceding line to "A bird dies for food? A man dies for wealth"? Only after Ning Ryu spoke did she realize the profound depth of Chu He's gaze, as he had anticipated this very moment. Return my storage ring. Li Hulu roared as he charged forward. I found it, Chu He declared with righteous indignation. Earlier, when he had reduced Li Hulu to a mere stick, he had deftly snatched the storage ring in the process, unaware of its potential utility. Clad in a tank top, Chu He engaged in battle with Li Hulu. Qin Qianfan, observing Chu He holding his ground, exclaimed in surprise, "Old Chu, have you taken something?" At the same time, he activated Silver Tongue to distract Li Hulu. However, as Chu He faced the formidable Golden Core head-on, he became increasingly invigorated, his inner energy naturally converging towards his eyes. During his earlier confrontation with the bloodthirsty Li Hulu, Chu He had sensed a change in his vision. With each exchange, Li Hulu's movements appeared to slow in his perception. Thus, Chu He grew bolder, ultimately reducing Li Hulu to a mere stick in 20 exchanges. His celestial vision had awakened. As the fierce battle at Chu River raged on, a radiant light was cast forth as he shouted, "Behold the magical artifact!" Li Hulu instinctively sought to evade, but in that fleeting moment of movement, he was overcome with regret. For he realized that what Chu River had hurled was not a concealed weapon or magical treasure, but rather his very own storage ring. Turning back to pursue, Li Hulu was met with a piercing sword thrust from Chu River, which penetrated his heart. Though a gold core cultivator possesses formidable vitality, even such a grievous wound would not typically spell the end. However, Li Hulu was no ordinary gold core. He had forged his blood core from the blood demon pill, incessantly draining his own life force. Coupled with the relentless combat, he was now utterly exhausted. That single strike shattered the remnants of his fragile existence. Has he truly triumphed? Qin Huai pondered in disbelief, astonished that Chu River had managed to annihilate a gold core cultivator in the nascent stages of foundation establishment. He has won. Yang Chuanqiu smiled, envisioning the bright future of the Qingyun sect. Victory. The 7-foot Taoist stroked his beard thoughtfully. The sword sect's failure to seize Zhou Huanqing was regrettable, yet it paled in comparison to missing out on Chu River. The 7-foot Taoist began to dream of his impending retirement. By heavens, how can a promissory note be utilized in such a manner? Zhou Huanqing and the three others felt an exhilarating sense of enlightenment, as if they had opened the door to a new world. Henceforth, they resolved to abide by the principle of no money, just a life to spare. The distinction between creditor and enforcer seemed to blur before them. Chu He took a deep breath, his hand gripping the sword, trembling slightly. The ability to see with one's eyes and to respond with one's body are indeed two distinct matters. Had it not been for the final flaw that Li Hulu revealed, the outcome of this battle would have remained uncertain. The demonic cultivator Li Hulu, who wreaked havoc upon the innocent and committed countless atrocities, is to be punished according to the laws of the immortal Qin, with his corporeal form severed and his soul obliterated. Chu He slowly raised his sword, the blade stained with blood. The demonic cultivator, Li Hulu, was beheaded. Chapter 29, The Misfortunate Storage Ring. You have finished your task. In the serpent's lair, Qin Qianfan sighed deeply. Chu He lay upon the bed, his eyes swathed in white cloth. Ning Ruyu carefully applied medicine to the wounds on his body. Although the promissory note served as a protective talisman, it was ultimately not a genuine defensive artifact. The residual force still left Chu He covered in bruises. Ah, Lao Chen. What did you say? I cannot hear you. By the way, how did you know I crossed realms to slay the golden core demon cultivator? Who informed you? Chu He shouted. Qin Qianfan gritted his teeth in frustration, yet felt utterly helpless. At that moment, only Chu He had the capability to vanquish Li Hulu, while Qin Qianfan had to employ magical artifacts to preserve Li Hulu's life. What did you consume at the sixth peak? There must be something amiss. I shall report this to Sister Yang. Qin Qianfan merged his 4 paths into one, comprehending the spirit turtle transformation. With the cultivation of an initial foundation, he could withstand golden core attacks and inflict harm upon golden core bodies. He had thought his spirit turtle transformation was unparalleled in the world, only to find someone even more formidable than himself. Lao Chun is quite humorous. There isn't even a single dung beetle at the 6th peak. If it weren't for the kindness of others bringing me meals, I would have been reduced to eating dirt. What do you think I consumed? With casual jest, Chu He remarked. After vanquishing Li Hulu, he succumbed to unconsciousness, awakening 3 hours later. Regarding the cloth over his eyes, it was a consequence of his awakening. Shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, both Qin Qianfan and Ning Ryu, well versed in various matters, deduced that Chu He had likely overexerted his celestial eye. Though rare, practitioners of the spiritual eye could be found in the 9 provinces. This issue would surely be resolved upon returning to the celestial sect. Brother, take your rest, Ning Ryu said tenderly after tending to his wounds. Apart from his blindness, Chu He was also in considerable pain, barely able to walk, prompting the trio to decide to rest for the night before continuing their journey. By the way, was the storage ring breached? What treasures did you uncover? Chu He inquired, still preoccupied with Li Hulu's storage ring. Although he had merely seized it amidst the chaos, Li Hulu's subsequent concerns suggested it contained valuable items. Perhaps tomorrow, Qin Qianfan replied, examining a small porcelain vial. The process of unlocking the spiritual imprint was intricately linked to the opponent's cultivation, indicating that this storage ring would undoubtedly take longer to breach than that of the serpent demon, carrying the anticipation of unveiling hidden treasures. Chu He drifted into a deep slumber. Ning Ryu, unable to quell her concern, offered a few more words of caution before retiring to the adjacent room. Meanwhile, the turtle-like Qin Qianfan, who had failed to maintain his guise, took it upon himself to remain vigilant, moving a chair to commence his reading. One failure to exert oneself results in a singular failure of pretense. A continual lack of effort inevitably leads to repeated failures in the art of display. The pace of progress of Chu He ignited a competitive spirit within him. As night fell, a shadow stealthily crept into the serpent's den. Qin Qianfan stifled a yawn and, with a book in hand, succumbed to slumber. Chu He and Ning Ryu fell into a deep slumber due to the battles of the day. At this moment, the 3 young heroes of Qingyan found themselves in a state of utter vulnerability. Even in death, they would be unaware, slipping away in their dreams. A shadow emitted a sinister chuckle, revealing its true form. He, a powerful being of transformation who had long sought divine intervention. After assessing the conditions of the 3, and finding no significant harm, He placed a healing pill, inscribed with medicinal symbols, into Chu He's mouth. With this, the Chen family could ensure prosperity for 100 millennia, he mused. This battle had broadened the horizons of He, even as a being of transformation. According to the customs of the Chen family, once one's eyes were opened, benefits must be bestowed. He placed his hand upon the storage ring of Qin Qianfan. The storage ring produced by the Qingyan immortal sect could not hinder He's divine consciousness. After confirming the absence of any illicit materials within his nephew's ring, he retrieved a small porcelain vial with ease. Employing the same tactics, He scrutinized the legacy of Li Hulu through his storage ring. Spiritual stones, treasures, cultivation techniques, and medicinal pills sufficient for someone at the consummation of foundational cultivation to be considered moderately affluent. He quickly identified the pivotal item within the storage ring. The very reason Li Hulu sought to reclaim it, a token of connection to Li Hulu's superior. Having consumed the blood demon pill, Li Hulu had but 3 months of life remaining. To extend his lifespan, he could solely rely on the blood demon sect, which compelled him to fight desperately against Chu He. After calculating with the token in hand, He extracted a communication talisman to gather numerous clues. Soon, He had acquired knowledge of Li Hulu as superior, a hidden nascent soul demon cultivator in Heavy Earth City, masquerading as a wealthy merchant. Accompanying him were several subordinates akin to the Black and White Serpent demons, fabricating a few leads that pointed directly to the nascent soul demon cultivator and other fiends. Chu He returned the storage ring to the porcelain vial. After some contemplation, he also added some spiritual stones and resources beneficial to foundational cultivators. Now, this storage ring would be deemed a treasure even for golden core cultivators. With his arrangements complete, Chu He stealthily exited the serpent's lair and activated the communication talisman to contact the Chun family members in Heavy Earth City. Xiao He, it is I, Chu He. You currently oversee the Chun family's enterprises in the 9 cities surrounding Heavy Earth City, correct? Yes, Sixth Master. What are your instructions? Keep an eye on an individual, a nascent soul demon cultivator from the Blood Demon sect. Yes, encircle him discreetly. How many personnel can you mobilize? Replying to Sixth Master. I can immediately deploy 3 transformation cultivators and 10 nascent soul cultivators. If I draw from other towns, I can amass over 20 transformation cultivators within 3 days. 20 powerful beings of the transformation phase can effortlessly obliterate several third-tier sections. After all, the presence of a single transformation phase cultivator is sufficient to elevate a sect to that level. Therefore, with 20 of such cultivators at our disposal, we shall send the nascent soul practitioners away to avoid revealing our intentions. In a few days, 3 young individuals from the Qingyan sect will arrive. You must covertly protect them and ensure that no mistakes occur. Sixth Master, the young master is currently at the Qingyan sect. Is he? Yes. Qian Fan is indeed there, but we need not concern ourselves with him. The focus must be on that individual named Chu He. He is our Qin family's esteemed son-in-law, and we cannot afford to lose even a single hair from him. Esteemed son-in-law? To which lady of the clan has he been betrothed? The engagement has yet to be determined. In any case, he is our son-in-law, so exercise caution. Having concluded his instructions, Chu He put away the communication talisman, preparing to witness the unfolding drama. Just as he departed, another shadow slipped into the serpent's den. Unbeknownst to them, they were about to encounter a formidable presence in their slumber. This time, the trio seemed destined for calamity. Yang Chunxue, holding a small porcelain vial, furrowed her delicate brows. Chu He had provided an abundance of clues and treasures. Such an excess would not serve to adequately challenge the trio. She decided to take only a small portion of the clues, retaining just enough for them to deduce the full scope of the situation. As for the treasures, she appropriated half, intending to return them to Chu He later, claiming she had discerned flaws in their defenses. Presently, this storage ring could be considered to be at the level of an ordinary golden core cultivator. Upon exiting the serpent's den, Yang Chunxue felt uneasy about Chu He's handling of the matter and deemed it necessary to allocate additional personnel. After all, they were dealing with a nascent soul demon cultivator, and the trio could face considerable peril. As for Yang Chunxue herself, she preferred to avoid direct involvement, believing that such an approach would yield better results. Realizing that it might be too late for the Qingyun sect to send someone, she contemplated briefly before retrieving her communication talisman. Is this the Demon Suppression Division of the Zhongta City? This is Yang Chunxue from the Qingyun sect. The Demon Suppression Division is an institution established by the Qianqin dynasty specifically to combat malevolent beings. Due to the high level of cooperation between the 9 great sects in the Qianqin dynasty in combating evil, Yang Chunxue, as the chief of the Qingyun sect, could indeed mobilize the Demon Suppression Division. After arranging for 5 transformation phase experts from the Demon Suppression Division to infiltrate the residence of the nascent soul demon cultivator, Yang Chunxue put away her communication talisman and took her leave. Naturally, if Chu He and his companions excelled, rewards would surely follow. However, her status differs from that of Chu He. Upon returning, she could justifiably seek rewards through the Gui Fan Hall. As Yang Chunxue departed, she did not anticipate that while combined cultivators were indeed formidable, there were even greater challenges beyond that level. The 7-foot Taoist entered the serpent's den, heading straight for Chu He. Gazing at the slumbering figure of Chu He, the 7-foot Taoist revealed a faint, foolish smile. 7-foot, restrain yourself. You must present the best first impression to the Holy Son and bring him back to the sect in grand fashion. The 7-foot Taoist admonished himself before retrieving a small porcelain vial. He proceeded to stuff it with an abundance of spiritual stones and magical treasures as though they were of no consequence. Ceasing only when the storage ring reached its maximum capacity, Among the treasures was a stone inscribed with the words "The Sword Sect Thrives, King of Chu River." This was the 7-foot Taoist personal sword polishing stone, with the inscription freshly carved, embodying a sword intent profound enough for a sword practitioner to grasp and attain the integration realm. Consequently, the value of the storage ring surged to the level of a formidable cultivator, causing even the less fortunate true monarchs of integration to covet several of its treasures. Satisfied, the 7-foot Taoist emerged from the serpent's lair and produced a communication talisman. Second junior brother, are you at the sect? Hurry, summon the master, as well as the Grand Elder, the second Grand Elder, and all the esteemed elders. In short, everyone above the integration stage, anyone who can still draw breath in the sword sect. Bring them to welcome the Holy Sun back to the sect. Just as the 7-foot Taoist, elated and prepared to mobilize the full strength of the sect for a direct confrontation with the Qingyun immortal sect, was poised to seize the Chu River, Zhou Huanqing slipped into the serpent's lair right under the 7-foot Taoist's nose. He picked up the storage ring and wiped his mouth with anticipation. The sword sect certainly possessed an abundance of treasures. Had he known back then, he would have sought the position of elder in the sword sect, for the benefits would undoubtedly surpass those of Qingyun. The ancient would struck by lightning for 100,000 years, the horn of the East Sea Dragon Emperor, and the essence blood of the Phoenix. These are rare treasures that incite fierce competition among the true monarchs of the merging realms. After a brief survey, and having tucked away a few illicitly mundane tomes, Zhou Huanqing produced a handful of spiritual plants. Initially, her intention was to safeguard the trio's safety. However, upon their ascent onto the flying vessel, such concerns became inconsequential. One was a transformation of the divine, another a merger, and two were tribulation survivors, all entangled with 3 great Taoist forces. Those in the know discreetly protected the 3 foundational disciples, while the uninformed might suspect they were conspiring against the current Qin emperor. In the midst of her busy schedule, Zhou Huanqing took time to visit a few overlooked individuals. With her esteemed reputation, it was a rarity for anyone in Qizhou, let alone across the 9 provinces, to lend her spiritual stones. After much effort, she finally gathered a sufficient quantity of spiritual plants, truly embodying the benevolence of a mentor. For the sake of her beloved disciples, she cast aside her own cherished reputation. After a moment of self-congratulation, Zhou Huanqing produced a small cauldron, into which she cast the spiritual herbs and 3 palm-sized delicate flying swords. Finally, with a swift motion of her fingertip, she drew a small wound, allowing 3 drops of her essence blood to fall into the cauldron. Instantly, the cauldron resonated with the intense sound of gold and jade clashing. This was Zhou Huanqing, utilizing her unparalleled mastery of swordsmanship to simulate alchemical processes. Moments later, the cauldron erupted, its fragments collected into her sleeve. 9 pills of varying sizes with uneven surfaces floated in midair, accompanied by a glimmering dark liquid that had yet to solidify into pill form, swaying beneath them. The appearance of these concoctions would likely deter any patrons in an apothecary, making it hard to believe they were crafted by an elder of the immortal sect. Yet, none should be wasted. With a gesture, Zhou Huanqing directed the liquid to descend into the mouth of Chu He. Chu's face suddenly contorted in anguish, akin to having tasted something foul. Zhou Huanqing carefully placed the remaining 9 pieces into a porcelain vial, and then retrieved an ancient tome of mystical arts to cast into the depths outside the cave. The porcelain vial and the tome soared towards the direction of the Qingyun sect. Finally, Zhou Huanqing produced a blood-red ring, his demeanor turning slightly troubled. He has returned. As per our agreement, I shall now bring you to his side, but ultimately, who he belongs to will depend on one's own prowess. Upon hearing Zhou Huanqing's voice, the blood-red ring trembled slightly before it flew into Li Hulu's storage ring of its own accord. Having concluded this matter, a hint of displeasure surfaced on Zhou Huanqing's face. This is all because of your mischief. In a fit of irritation, Zhou Huanqing pinched Chu He's face, amplifying the struggle etched across Chu He's already tormented visage. Chapter 30. I have a plan. Rallying the people. Old Chun, speak candidly. Did you place that stone inside? In the city of heavy earth, Chu He, exhausted, lay on Chen Fan's back. 5 days had passed since the battle with Li Hulu. The following morning, the trio opened Li Hulu's storage ring and, upon uncovering vital clues, hastened towards Heavy Earth City. Simultaneously, they beheld the grinding stone inscribed with sword sect prosperity, Chu He King. Chen Fan was elated, preparing to present it as evidence to senior sister Yang upon their return. Chu He, under the threat of Chen Fan's lizard's powder, temporarily secured his secret. As for their other gains, they could only be described as extravagantly abundant, with many items beyond the recognition of the three. They speculated whether Li Hulu had indeed plundered the treasury of the Blood Demon sect, considering that 2 traders were already in Chu He's company. The total value was at least the lifetime savings of a profound being. The specifics could be entrusted to the celestial sect for further study upon their return. Not me. Old Chu, you must speak the truth. Have you been prepared all along? Qin Qianfen said through clenched teeth. When they set off, due to concerns about Chu He's injuries, Ning Ruyu arranged for a horse-drawn carriage. At that moment, when Chu He lay flat on the carriage, it was as if he merely required a straw mat, much to Qin Qianfen's amusement. Yet now, upon entering the city, Chu He claimed he could neither see nor move his feet. In a moment of improvised leadership, Qin Qianfen was appointed as his mount. Refusing to accept, the 3 voted, and Qin Qianfen narrowly lost in a 1 versus 2 contest. Brother, you must be weary. Do you need to rest? Ning Ryu asked, walking beside him, as she produced a handkerchief to wipe away Chu He's non-existent sweat. Qin Qianfen began to doubt whether the Ning lineage had any impact on intelligence. He could not comprehend how Ning Ryu discerned that the person lying down was fatigued, while entirely overlooking the fact that the one carrying him might be exhausted as well. Qin Qianfen recalled that the Qin and Ning families had intermarried in previous generations, making them distant relatives. Observing his own brilliance, he mused that perhaps he had not inherited the traits of the Ning bloodline. Facing Qin Qianfen's inquiries, Chu He opted for silence. But what shall we do now? Li Hulu's superior might be more than just at the Golden Core stage. He could be formidable. Qin Qianfen voiced the pressing matter, noting that whenever he pressed for answers, Chu He would lament about his pains, his eyes, hands, legs, and entire body ached. This would cause Ning Ruyu's eyes to redden, as if she were the eternal sinner in the eyes of her mother. Whether it be Golden Core or nascent soul, I regard them as mere trifles, easily extinguished with a mere wave of my hand, Chu He declared with confidence, despite being blindfolded. The hidden watchers, tailing the quartet, nodded in agreement, fully trusting in Chu He's prowess due to his past victories. Furthermore, even if Chu He were incapable of handling the situation, it mattered little. Currently, 20 members of the Chun family at the transformation stage and 5 from the demon suppression division had already ambushed the vicinity of the nascent soul demon cultivator. However, when it came to grand schemes, the sword sect remained unparalleled. 1 at the tribulation stage, 3 at the integration stage, and 10 at the transformation stage had successfully infiltrated Heavy Earth City. In contrast, the 7-foot Taoist was exceedingly displeased and was currently questioning his disciples at a tea house. Second brother, I instructed you to summon all those at the integration stage and above. Why are there so few present now? We must prepare for an all-out war against the Qingyun celestial sect and simultaneously eliminate true monarch Qingyun. After you returned the recording orb, Master and the others viewed it. The 7-foot Taoist was perplexed. He had specifically captured the gallant figure of Chu He battling Li Hulu to send back to the sword sect. His intention was to garner the attention of the esteemed elders, but it had the opposite effect. The meager turnout made others in the celestial sects believe that the sword sect was devoid of talent. Upon viewing the recording, Master and the others felt that the sword sect was under the dominion of Chu He, who had now taken a group of esteemed elders to pay homage to their ancestors, claiming it would bring joy to their forebears in the afterlife. The second elder, with a hint of resignation, remarked that those were all his master's peers, as well as their predecessors. Outside, people would address him as the second elder. Returning to the sect, being called Little Heir was considered polite. Oftentimes, his name would be reduced to that one or the other one. The 7-foot Taoist scoffed, lamenting the futility of the situation. He urged the second elder to promptly bring reinforcements and then refocused his attention on Chu He. He was eager to see how Chu He would confront the Yuaning demon cultivator. Could his own holy son prevail against such formidable foes, transcending 2 major realms? He believed he would succeed. The 7-foot Taoist encouraged Chu He. Chen Huahai and the others were equally curious about the astonishing feats Chu He might perform. In response to the expectant gazes of Qin Qianfen and Ning Ruyu, Chu He decided to reveal his strategy, stating, "Prepare yourselves. This plan of mine is destined to astonish the heavens and move the spirits, once it is unleashed. Whether against the Golden Do Yuan Ing or the Huashan Lin Su, they shall bow in submission." The two hurriedly leaned in closer. Chu He nodded in satisfaction and spoke of a brilliant strategy. This plan is named Shaking People. The two were perplexed. Chu He sighed, recognizing that the path of genius is often a solitary one. and now he found himself compelled to explain matters to these mediocrities. Turning on his heel, he resolved to visit the Pishio Chamber of Commerce, to spend money in order to establish connections with the immortal sects, claiming to possess leads on the blood demon cult, and urging the sects to send representatives. Do you understand? Elaborated in detail, and upon hearing this, Chen Qianfan cast him to the ground, bullying the injured. I shall certainly report you to Senior Sister Yang upon my return. Chu He rose and removed the blindfold of white cloth. Indeed, he had recovered, now brimming with vigor. He could engage in battle with Li Hulu for 3 days and nights. But what of us? Chen Qianfan inquired, puzzled as to the purpose of summoning others while they remained idle. Chu He gazed at Chen Qianfan with a look of incredulity. Return to the Xianmen for cultivation? We are now entangled in matters concerning the nascent soul. Shall you strike or shall I? Let us submit our findings. And our senior brothers and sisters will showcase their prowess to eradicate the threats facing the populace. Furthermore, according to the regulations of the Gui Fan Hall, upon the completion of our tasks, we can also share in the merits. Our senior brothers and sisters will gain contributions from their endeavors as well, leading to a mutually beneficial outcome. Chu He initially contemplated whether to take a risk and test the waters. However, at this very moment, he found himself entangled in his own troubles. Thus, it would be prudent to return to the Immortal Gate without delay. You can hear my words, can't you? Chu He. Respond, Chu He. A blood-red ring, strung on a crimson cord, hung closely around Chu He's neck. Since the day he opened Li's storage ring, this cursed ring had latched onto him, refusing to be shaken off. Inside the ring, an elderly lady incessantly harassed him with her words. Fortunately, after enduring the trials of the vibrating Qingyun sword and the Dead Soul Pursuit spell, he was able to completely disregard her. Nevertheless, this peculiar object was undeniably unsettling, and it would be wise to hasten back to the Immortal Gate. Chu He, clarify who you mean by old lady. Who is the old lady? The ring seemed to possess the ability to read minds, its aggression intensifying beyond what it was moments ago. Ignoring the voice in his mind, Chu He leaped onto Chen Qianfan's back and pointed ahead. Pepixia, let us proceed. Chen Qianfan, momentarily taken aback, instinctively began to carry Chu He along. After a few steps, realization dawned upon him, and his gaze began to scan the surroundings for remnants of food waste or horse manure, hoping to treat Chu He to a delightful meal. As individuals who had uncovered the mission, we were entitled to suggest candidates for our senior brothers and sisters undertaking the task. How about Shuiyun Peak? The next sentence from Chu He immediately dispelled Chen Qianfan's ill-conceived notion. The speaker spoke without intention, yet the listener received it with purpose. Chu He casually mentioned that Elder 7 was the only elder he knew, who had also provided assistance with contributions and spirit stones. Thus, it was only fitting that any good fortune should be directed towards Elder 7's Shuiyun Peak. However, Ning Ruyu suddenly found herself hesitant to meet Chua's gaze, silently contemplating. Could it be that my senior brothers summoned the female disciples of Shuiyun Peak to undertake the task out of consideration for me? One who relies on others becomes beholden to them. The disciples of Shuiyun Peak would undoubtedly receive rewards for their contributions, and as a member of the trio, I would surely benefit upon our return, garnering the favor of the senior sisters who would be more inclined to look after me. Blushing and covering her flushed face, Ning Ruyu realized with surprise that her senior brother had already anticipated this outcome. Meanwhile, Chen Qianfan energetically carried Chu He on his back, turning his head to exchange a knowing wink. Captain, your decision to involve the female disciples of Shuiyun Peak in this mission was indeed intended to facilitate my future endeavors at Shuiyun Peak, wasn't it? Chu He touched his nose and responded with a wink, conveying a silent message. Those who gave me life are my parents. Those who understand me are my brother Chen. If I do not consider my comrades, whom shall I consider? The trio, brimming with cheer, hastened towards the Pishio Merchants Association. However, the 4 onlookers were not as jubilant. Returning to the mountains? What purpose then do my 20 summon transformation stage cultivators serve? I financed them myself. Chen He lamented, feeling a headache coming on in the brothel. It seemed he would have to endure a bit more hardship for his dear nephew. After all, there was no need to give him New Year's money this year. Considering Chen Qianfan had run away from home, second brother, quickly bring our master and the others over. The Holy Sun is about to delve into the tiger's den. Urgently proclaimed the 7-foot Taoist in the tea house, failing to clarify where the tiger's den actually was. How can we exploit the situation if we are returning to the mountains? Zhou Huanqing, slurping on some tofu pudding by the roadside, expressed her dissatisfaction. she was still waiting for the 7-foot Taoist to deliver 2 celestial swords. Since she took over the 6th peak, opportunities for income had been scarce. Now, with Chu He, the 6th peak had a chance to rise again. In the demon suppression division of Zhongta City, Yang Chunxue, seated in the main position to arrange operations, answered the communication talisman. Chu Shidi, yes, I am in the sect. What is the matter? Chapter 31, The Righteous Chen Family and the Sword Sect. I am Lin Jiaodian, a Yuaning cultivator and an outer protector of the Blood Demon Sect, one of the 4 great demonic sects of the 9 provinces. Recently, I had a terrifying nightmare. Due to the foolishness of my subordinate, Li Hulu, I was targeted by disciples of the Immortal Sect during my travels. Ordinarily, being pursued by disciples of the Immortal Sect is not particularly alarming, especially since those 3 disciples were merely at the initial foundation establishment stage. One could either eliminate them or hide until they leave. I was quite familiar with this routine. However, for reasons unknown, I awoke to find myself surrounded by a group of formidable individuals, including a transformation stage expert from the Chen family of the capital, the iron-faced judge from the demon suppression division of Zhongshan City, and a delicate female cultivator from the Qingyan Immortal sect who had shattered 3 of my ribs with a single punch. The most terrifying sight was the furious 7-foot Taoist, accusing me of causing the holy son of their sword sect to lose his way. Such a nightmare was indeed too dreadful, but thankfully, it was merely a dream. Now that I am awake, I must live well. The first step is to manage my subordinates properly, particularly that wretched Li Hulu. Lin Jiaodian gradually awakened, a smile gracing his lips. In the prison cell, dozens of transformation stage experts fixed their gaze upon Lin Jiaodian. Speak. Who is your superior? What is the method of contact? How many subordinates are still lurking outside? Lu Kaiyun slammed the table heavily, causing Lin Jiaodian to tremble. I am Lin Jiaodian. I do not wish to be the focal point, he lamented, tears nearly spilling from his eyes, bewildered about what transgression he had committed. After the interrogation, Lu Kaiyun exited the demon suppression division, stretching her body, her excellent figure unmistakably on display. Master, a delicate and melodious voice resonated as Ning Ruyu, like a bird returning to its nest, nestled into Lu Xian's embrace, causing Lu Xian's impressive assets to quiver slightly. The 7th Master, Elder 7, Chu He, and Chun Qianfan discreetly swallowed hard and stepped forward to pay their respects. Good, we shall return today, Lu Kaiyun gently remarked while affectionately ruffling Chu He's hair. Chu He quickly nodded. After the 3 of them contacted the Immortal Sect, within a day, Lu Kaiyun arrived with disciples from Shuayan Peak. It was primarily due to the fortunate circumstances surrounding Chu He and his companions. The Blood Demon Sect, being one of the 4 major demonic sects, operates with great caution. At the moment when Chu He and his companions stumbled upon the snake's lair, it was precisely before Li Hulu arrived to collect the blood tribute. After slaying Li Hulu, they found that due to his reckless behavior, he had become lethargic after a few days of collecting the tribute, which made him an easy target. Furthermore, the unexpected appearance of Qin Jia and the formidable swordsman from the Sword Sect, who claimed to be acting out of a sense of justice, rendered the entire operation remarkably secure. They had captured a living outer sect guardian of the Blood Demon cult, who had not leaked a single piece of information. It was believed that he could divulge a wealth of intelligence, which is why the Celestial Sect entrusted Lu Kaiyun with leading the mission. Lu Kaiyun, possessing the strength of a combined entity, was deemed sufficiently capable. If necessary, reinforcements could be summoned. Such a golden opportunity was bestowed upon Shuayan Peak, and rewards would be granted upon their return. Lu Kaiyun was genuinely pleased with Chu He's choice of Shuayan Peak. While contributions held little value for her, they were of significant importance to the disciples of Shuayan Peak. Moreover, with the realm of Jiuzhou enjoying an extended period of peace, the Blood Demon cult had remained dormant, and the demon race had retreated to their territories. Engaging in combat with demonic cultivators would greatly benefit these mid-level disciples. Upon reflection, Chu He contemplated the possibility of retrieving the promissory note from the 7th Elder. As he meticulously crafted the protective talisman for the note, he reviewed the details of the creditor. The 7th Elder was indeed one of the creditors, having lent Master Lu a sum of 100,000 spirit stones. However, given the nature of their relationship and the signs that the 7th Elder might have been influenced by Zhou Huanqing, Chu He decided against pursuing this matter. It is worth mentioning that his complete protective talisman for the promissory note remained with Ning Ruyu, and he found himself at a loss for how to prompt her for it. Should he request it, the talisman could serve as a form of defensive artifact, which might suggest that he feared Ning Ryu's potential greed. Yet, In truth, the so-called artifact merely represented debts beginning in the hundreds of thousands. Only someone of unsound mind would entertain the notion of avarice. After engaging in a few exchanges with the seventh elder, Chu He and his companions made their way toward the flying vessel. Throughout this time, Qin Qianfan remained silent, for he had once again donned the wooden plaque inscribed with cautious speech and conduct around his neck. Having procured the tickets, Chu He remained oblivious to Qin Qianfan's peculiar demeanor. An opportunity to flaunt his wealth was at hand, yet Qin Qianfan seemed entirely unaware. At that moment, he resembled an ancient tortoise, having lived for 100,000 years. Silent and indifferent, embodying a state of unity between man and tortoise. Once aboard the flying vessel, Chu He did not hasten to locate his own quarters. Instead, he first proceeded to room 1 of the Tian series. Upon knocking on the door, he and his companions entered and greeted Sister Yang. Yang Chuanxue claimed to have arrived from Heavy Earth City alongside Lu Kaiyun. However, upon inquiring with her master, Ning Ruyu revealed that Yang Chuanxue had not departed from the Celestial Gate. In that moment, Chu He harbored a suspicion. Now, as the three returned to the Celestial Gate, Yang Chuanxue expressed her desire to accompany them back. With Lu Kaiyun stationed to oversee matters, there was ample support. This time, their performance was commendable. They exhibited prudence and did not act recklessly. Now, you should take a well-deserved rest, Yang Chuanxue remarked while perusing her book. She had little criticism for the trio's conduct. The only regret was how swiftly it concluded. After finally enjoying a brief respite from the mundane affairs of the returning to the ordinary hall, she was to return. Indeed. Thank you for the praise, Senior Sister Yang, Chu He responded politely as the team leader. Upon returning to his modest quarters, Qin Qianfan could no longer contain himself and began to communicate through his blinking method. See, I told you, even without practicing the silent meditation, Senior Sister Yang would not notice. Qin Qianfan reveled in his cleverness, entirely oblivious to the impending doom that loomed over him. Chu He pondered the confidential information known only to himself and Ning Ruyu. It was highly likely that Senior Sister Yang, feeling uneasy about the three of them wandering outside, had discreetly followed them. Therefore, Qin Qianfan was probably exposed from the very beginning, considering the emotional state of the deceased. Chu He chose not to disclose this information to Qin Qianfan. Senior brother, I noticed you and Senior brother Qin exchanging glances earlier. Was that some sort of secret signal? Ning Ruyu inquired with curiosity, as she had already sensed the subtle dynamics between the two. Chu He had not anticipated being discovered by Ning Ruyu. Nonetheless, he remarked, it is wise to exercise caution when venturing out. Would you like to learn, Junior Sister Ning? Simultaneously, a sudden thought crossed Chu He's mind. If Ning Ruyu could decipher his coded language, what of the others? After such a discovery, could a cultivator with formidable spiritual awareness swiftly unravel the code and thus quietly acquire the knowledge? For instance, there was the possibility of Sister Yang, who might have been following the three of them all along. Speaking of which, Sister Yang was indeed intimidating, perpetually icy. It was said that no brother in the sect had ever dared to pursue her. During my time in the capital, whispers circulated that Sister Yang was nicknamed Ice Demonis. I suspect she may never find a partner in this lifetime. Due to the information gap, Qin Qianfan was unable to follow Chu's line of thought. Chapter 32. You wouldn't want old Chu to find out, would you? If Junior Sister Ning wishes to learn, I shall teach you. Since I would be bored upon returning anyway, Chu He resolved to impart the winking code to Ning Ruyu. He moved a stool and sat across from her, saying, Look into my eyes. Chu He provided a simple demonstration while simultaneously explaining. Ning Ruyu gazed at Chu He's face, which was so close that she felt her head spinning, leaving her unable to remember a single word. Qin Qianfan, on the other hand, began to suspect that he might have already perished without his own knowledge, for no one seemed to acknowledge his presence. However, Ning Ruyu, being astute, quickly mastered the blinking code, which further solidified Chu He's conjecture. If a foundational cultivator could learn so swiftly, it should not be overly difficult for a combined stage expert to comprehend it. After the lesson, the three returned to their respective rooms. Before long, Chu He knocked on Qin Qianfan's door. Old Shun, I have just devised a new set of codes for us to use from now on. Upon hearing these words, Qin Qianfan felt a warmth in his heart. Although it appeared that Chu He harbored some secrets with Sister Ning, his loyalty still lay with his brother. Chu He was not overly concerned. His primary consideration was that certain matters discussed with Qin Qianfan were not convenient for Ning Ruyu to be aware of. For instance, the ascent to Shuiyun Peak. As for whether such a formidable figure as Senior Sister Yang could decipher their words, he simply needed to be mindful of his speech. Junior sister Ning possessed a steady temperament and would not speak recklessly. As for Chen Qianfan, why should he concern himself with the grudges held by numerous powerful beings? After learning the new code, Chu He, adhering to humanitarian principles, finally spoke. Old Chen, take my advice. Senior sister Yang advises you to be cautious with your words for your own good. You must truly appreciate her thoughtful intentions. Chu He wondered if he could lend a helping hand to his brother. What a remarkable opportunity. Why doesn't he senior sister Yang hang a sign for herself? Chen Qianfan blinked his eyes and remarked. Unfortunately, some individuals are destined for demise. Chu He relinquished the attempt to save her and gently knocked on Ning Ruyu's door. Senior brother. Ning Ruyu opened the door with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower. Chu He nodded and stepped inside. Sister Ning, I have redesigned the winking signal. Upon hearing it pertained to the signal, Ning Ryu curiously inquired, isn't it necessary to inform Brother Chen about the signal? In her mind, this signal was still meant for communication within their trio. No, my new design is exclusively for us, Chu He replied. Believing that their camaraderie would inevitably lead Ning's sister to join him in cursing Chen Qianfan. Thus, he specifically crafted the third version of the winking code for their use alone. Ning Ruyu lowered her head, shyly clutching her garment. She was a prodigy of the water spirit root, the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Ning family, a prominent power in the Jiuzhou realm. Having enjoyed a life of luxury since childhood, she had encountered numerous formidable beings during her tribulations. The first gift she received from her senior brother was a promissory note worth millions of spirit stones. The second gift was the exclusive code for their secret exchanges. Delighted, Ning Ruyu eagerly practiced the new code, completely oblivious to any underlying issues. After bidding farewell to her, Chu He yawned and glanced at the time, reminding himself to report the task progress to Sister Yang. Upon ascending the stairs, he found Yang Chuanxue already waiting for him. As the team leader, Chu He recounted the remarkable resilience and extraordinary efforts he and Ning Ryu displayed in the face of adversity. He also admonished Chen Qianfan for his shameless impersonation of a disciple from the Buddhist sect as a member of the Immortal Gate. As Chu He spoke, he was taken aback to find Chen Qianfan stealthily standing before Ning Ruyu's door. He knocked gently, but Ning Ryu, engrossed in revising her codes, was unaware of Chen Qianfan's intentions. Ning Junior sister, I have devised a new set of blinking codes to teach you, Chen Qianfan said with a wink. A new code? Shouldn't you call for senior brother? Ning Ryu inquired with a hint of confusion. Why do I need to learn another code today? Chen Qianfan chuckled softly. His true aim was to entice Ning Ryu into joining his faction opposing Chu. The rapid progress of Chu He left Chen Qianfan acutely aware of the lack of personnel within the anti-Chu faction, making it increasingly difficult to contend with this formidable opponent. Ning Ryu, with both her innate talent and distinguished background, was more than adequate. Seizing the opportunity while Chu He was reporting, he successfully courted Ning Ryu to his cause. On his next outing, he could assume the role of a squad leader. No need. This code is sufficient for just the two of us. You have matters you'd prefer old Chu not to know, don't you? Chen Qianfan remarked with a wink, entirely oblivious to how much his demeanor mirrored that of a criminal. I believe there is nothing I need to conceal from my senior brother. I shall not partake, Ning Ryu pouted, ushering Chen Qianfan out. In room number 1, Yang Chuanxue could not contain her laughter. Chu He, who was in the midst of his report, looked at the usually icy senior sister in confusion, unsure of what had transpired. Proceed. Yang Chuanxue resumed her frosty demeanor and spoke. Chu He nodded and continued his report, his thoughts drifting to how charming Sister Yang looked when she smiled. As he entered the Qingyan sect, he felt the abundant spiritual energy within, and a contented expression graced his face. It struck him that the quality of the gathering array at the main gate seemed superior to that of the sixth peak. Perhaps he should consider relocating to the main gate at some point. First, follow me to the Guifan Hall to submit our tasks, and then we shall return to rest properly, Yang Chuanxue instructed, summoning a cloud as the three of them leisurely soared towards Qingyan Peak. Gazing at the layers of majestic peaks below, resembling a celestial abode, Chu He inquired, Sister Yang, if I were to plant trees and raise spirit beasts at the sixth peak, would that be considered my personal property or the property of the sixth peak? The residence of the sixth peak has been long inhabited by Chu He, who has come to comprehend the reasons behind its current state. Firstly, the origins of the old sixth peak are noteworthy. Each peak can be renamed when the elders assume control from the previous peak master. For instance, the Shuayan Peak was named by the seventh elder, aptly reflecting her mastery of water and cloud-based magical arts. Those who preferred simplicity opted for names like Zhen Peak and Dan Peak, which are succinct and to the point. Upon taking charge, Zhou Huanqing chose not to rename it. Hence it retained the designation of the sixth peak. Additionally, due to his treacherous nature, he has earned the moniker of a great scourge in the 9 provinces, leading the elders to refer to the sixth peak as the Old Sixth Peak. As for the Lomi Basin, it is also a creation of Zhou Huanqing. He sold off trees, grasses, spiritual beasts, and even scraped the land to sell. Following this series of transactions, the sixth peak transformed into the Lomi Peak. Meanwhile, during this period, Qingyun Peak underwent expansion, with Zhou Huanqing playing a pivotal role, ultimately selling the mountain to Qingyun Peak, thereby establishing a singular abode for the elders of the 9 provinces immortal sect. Having resided in Chu He for an extended period, he contemplated cultivating some spiritual plants. Zhou Huanqing favored the Lust Plateau, but he was ineffective, devoid of any vitality. Moreover, with such a vast expanse of land, how could one fail to utilize it properly to amass wealth? Earning substantial profits, purchasing promissory notes, and patiently waiting for the opportune moment to transform Zhou Huanqing into a flesh puppet had always been Chu He's ambition. Yang Chuanchue's expression softened as she gazed at Chu He with appreciation. Indeed, he was the beloved disciple of the sixth master, seeking to provide him with a more favorable living environment. What you cultivate is undoubtedly yours. I shall return and assist you in selecting some seeds to send your way. After a brief pause, Yang Chuanchue continued, in fact, I had previously proposed the reconstruction of the sixth peak, but the elders all rejected the idea. Dear Brother Chu, would you be willing to restore the sixth peak as a direct disciple? Chapter 33. The sword leaves its mark. It is hardly surprising that the elders opposed Chu He. After all, given Zhou Huanqing's nature, he would begin to undermine the foundations the very next day after any restoration. However, Chu He is perplexed by Yang Xuechuan's inquiry regarding his willingness. Is there a way to rejuvenate the sixth peak while simultaneously freeing it from Zhou Huanqing's grasp? With a solemn expression, Chu He declared, for the sake of the Immortal Gate, I am willing to take the lead in impeaching the sixth elder. When shall we incarcerate her? Yang Chuanchue momentarily found herself at a loss, pondering whether her junior brother was once again exhibiting his Sundra nature. It was not impeachment, rather. By becoming the chief disciple, one would possess a portion of the elder's authority. Yang Chuanchue herself embodied this principle. On the surface, the master of Qingyun Peak was the revered Qingyun Zhenjuan. However, due to Qingyun Zhenjuan's propensity for both trouble and evasion, he perpetually oscillated between instigating chaos and seeking refuge. The affairs of Qingyun Peak and the Qingyun Immortal Gate were predominantly managed by Yang Chuanchue. You may commence the reconstruction of the sixth peak. I shall speak with Master Zhou. Although Yang Chuanchue held great respect for Zhou Huanqing, she remained opposed to his unscrupulous actions. Chu He nodded in agreement, for he too wished to avoid residing perpetually in the Yellow Earth Basin. Humph, as long as I am here, old Chu. Do not even think about usurping the position of the chief, Chen Qianfan declared defiantly. Upon returning to the Immortal Gate, Yang Chuanchue granted Chen Qianfan permission to remove the wooden plaque. Chen Qianfan believed that this was a reward for his exemplary performance, unaware that it was merely the calm before the impending storm. Chu He, disinterested in engaging with him, began to contemplate how to transform the sixth peak post-usurpation. The first step would be to prohibit Chen Qianfan from entering, followed by warmly welcoming senior and junior sisters to visit. The aim was to elevate the sixth peak into the next Jueyan Peak. While Chu He pondered over his grand ambitions, the 4 individuals arrived at the Guifan Hall. Chu He presented the meticulously prepared documents. After a thorough inspection, he received his contributions, due to their incursion in the slaying of Golden Core demon cultivators. The trio's contributions far exceeded the original task rewards. Among them, Chu He garnered the most, amassing a substantial 500 contributions. Ning Ruyu and Chen Qianfan, who provided assistance, each received 300 contributions. However, the trio remained unconcerned, for the major portion of their rewards was yet to materialize. The task they submitted for the Blood Demon sect was still in progress, and upon its completion, they could expect to share between 1% and 10% of the total contributions, which conservatively estimated would amount to tens of thousands of points. With newfound wealth, Chu He contemplated indulging in a purchase of a new swordsmanship technique. Upon arriving at the front desk, he noticed a new technique available for exchange among the Foundation establishment items. Sword leaves its mark, priced at 570 contributions. Such a steep cost surprised Chu He. Realizing it was the priciest item available for exchange in the Foundation establishment category. In fact, he currently possessed only a little over 500 contributions in total. Are you interested, senior brother? Ning Ruyu inquired, eager to showcase the financial prowess of the Ning family if Chu He expressed interest. Moreover, the pricing at the Gui Fan Hall was fair, ensuring that only the senior members would offer discounts to support the juniors. For instance, the entire set of attire from the Jiuzhou Immortal sect was available for merely one contribution, a price insufficient even to cover the costs. There would never be an item priced beyond its true value. 570. Chu He hesitated, sensing an inexplicable foreboding as if a significant pit lay ahead. Yangchu and Xue had not departed. Upon witnessing their actions, she approached to collect the documents. After reviewing them, her expression turned oddly complex. Junior brother Chu. This is a completely new swordsmanship technique, immensely powerful and particularly suited to you. Its personal value exceeds 2,000 contributions. Upon hearing this, Chu He was taken aback. 2,000 contributions, when converted into spirit stones, amounted to 200,000 spirit stones. Naturally, the exchange of spirit stones for contributions at the Gui Fan Hall was primarily intended to address the urgent needs of the disciples within the sect. For instance, if one happened to be short by a mere few contribution points, the option to exchange spirit stones could save them from the necessity of undertaking tasks. The sect did not encourage disciples to indiscriminately expend spirit stones for contribution points, hence the exceedingly high conversion rate. However, if a wealthy heir like Qin Qianfan, who was both Navi and affluent, insisted on such indulgence, the sect would not intervene. The items valued at 2,000 contributions would fetch a true worth of no less than 50 to 60,000 spirit stones in the outside world. It is important to note that an ordinary golden core cultivator typically accumulates only around 30 to 50,000 spirit stones over a lifetime. I wish to view the detailed information, Chu He stated, expressing his desire. Although he could not directly access the cultivation methods like Yangchu and Xue, he could at least peruse information about the provider. After a moment of hesitation, Yangchu and Xue handed a page of documents to Chu He. Sword leaves a mark. Foundation establishment technique. Capable of leaving sword marks that remain concealed and untriggered. It is only cultivable by those with a sword spirit root, and those possessing a Taoist eye are best suited. Chu He nodded, realizing why he was deemed the most suitable candidate. After all, with the combination of the sword's spirit root and the celestial eye of the cosmic path, he stood alone in the 9 provinces. Provider, Elder Zhou Huanqing. Submission time, 1 day prior. However, upon reading the final line, Chu He nearly cast the scroll to the ground. It was evident that he could have simply seized it. And Zhou Huanqing had even provided him with a volume of techniques for which he was truly grateful. Sister Yang, is this technique truly effective? Chu He inquired of Yangchu and Xue. She nodded, having already perused the entire text. It must be said that only Zhou Huanqing of the Qingyun sect could compose such a swordsmanship technique, which seemed almost tailor-made for Chu He. Were it not for the consideration of the formidable reputation she had established at the Gui Fan Hall over the years, Yangchu and Xue might have even contemplated purchasing it herself as a gift for Chu He. I shall cover the cost of the book. Just as Chu He hesitated over whether to reach for his purse, a resounding voice declared firmly. Qin Qianfan stepped forward decisively, producing a storage ring and placing it upon the artifact. The lacking contribution points were automatically deducted from his spirit stones. Chu He inhaled sharply. Incredulity etched upon his face as he gazed at Qin Qianfan. Have you been possessed on your way back? You, my brother, dare to utter such words? Qin Qianfan accepted the cultivation method, furrowing his brows in contemplation. Something felt amiss. 9 parts of the situation felt entirely off. Chu He scrutinized him closely, hesitating to accept the book. It was not that Qin Qianfan was stingy. In fact, during their journey to Zhongde City, he had bestowed upon both Chu He and Ning Ryu a precious elixir. The elixir radiated a delightful fragrance, containing 7 intricate patterns, crafted by a true monarch of the Unity realm, capable of resurrecting the deceased. Even when Li Hulu was decapitated by Chu He's sword, this elixir could have restored him to life. However, it remained unused, and upon their return, Chu He had intended to return it to Qin Qianfan, who refused to accept it. Thus, this elixir had become the most valuable possession within Chu He's storage ring. It was evident that Qin Qianfan was not miserly, yet he would never miss an opportunity to mock Chu He, with the requirement that only those with a non-sword spirit root could cultivate. Zhou Huanqing had submitted a request the previous day, with the requisite contribution amounting precisely to the entirety of Chu He's fortune, 570 points. To any discerning observer, the implications were clear. At that moment, rather than launching a verbal assault, Qin Qianfan unexpectedly took the initiative to assist Chu He in acquiring the cultivation method. Chu He adjusted his trousers, feeling a twinge of apprehension towards this acquaintance of 6 months. Old Chun, I have no inclination towards men, as you are well aware. He took a step back, retreating behind Ning Ryu. Qin Qianfan burst into laughter, heartily slapping a book into Chu He's arms. Take it. For we are akin to brothers, though born of different parents. In times of need, you wouldn't abandon your brother, would you, old Chu? Chapter 34. The hormonal crisis of grandfather turtle. Wait a moment. Chu He seized Qin Qianfan's arm, sensing a new pitfall unfolding before him. Qin Qianfan shrugged off Chu He's grip, the camaraderie he had just displayed morphing into a brazen demeanor. Having taken something from the Qin family, do you now intend to renege on your obligation? Witnessing Qin Qianfan's shamelessness, Chu He felt an even stronger urge to withdraw from the situation. He decided to return the martial arts manual to Qin Qianfan and sought to purchase it anew. Yet, upon looking up, he discovered that the treasured sword's trace had vanished. As Zhou Huanqing sold only a single copy, a unique edition, Chu He immediately gritted his teeth in frustration as Zhou Huanqing was blatantly undermining him. Old Chu, you must trust your brother. How could he possibly wish you harm? Qin Qianfan picked up the sword, leaving a trace, and handed it to Chu He. Chu He smiled coldly without uttering a word. Qin Qianfan, realizing he could no longer keep it a secret, revealed the truth. Senior Sister Yang just fervently recommended a task to me. You truly need to lend a helping hand to your brother. Old Chu, with a composed demeanor, turned to leave. After all, this technique was penned by Zhou Huanqing. He could devise a means to confront Zhou upon his return. It was certainly preferable to facing the enigmatic abyss that was Qin Qianfan. Old Chu, I have never beseeched anyone in my life, but I implore you now. Qin Qianfan said earnestly. Chu He turned around, raising an eyebrow. How could he recall that when they ascended the mountain, he had caught a wild chicken? And Qin Qianfan had mentioned the same in his eagerness to roast chicken legs? To be honest, if it weren't for this, I would truly leave. Chu He granted Qin Qianfan one final opportunity. With a sigh, Qin Qianfan presented a task dossier. Upon finishing his observation, Chu He immediately found the situation to be rather challenging. The Qingyan sect, as one of the foremost powers in the 9 provinces, harbors a multitude of spirit beasts. However, unlike ordinary sects that treat spirit beasts merely as livestock or tools, the Qingyan sect advocates for viewing these ethereal creatures as companions and friends. This philosophy is largely influenced by the fact that the 5th elder of the Qingyan sect hails from the demon race. Chu He recalled a fleeting glimpse of her in the Qingyun Great Hall. She was a captivating and alluring mature woman, comparable to Zhou Huanqing, who had mastered the art of crafting flesh puppets. The esteemed status of spirit beasts within the Qingyan sect paralleled that of the cultivators, resulting in numerous tasks related to these mystical creatures. For instance, the task in Chu He's possession, to assist the Golden Core realm Xiangui of the Little Spirit Peak in finding a mate, appeared deceptively simple. However, spirit beasts in their mating season are notoriously temperamental and irascible. With Qin Qianfan's foundational cultivation, merely approaching the creature could leave him incapacitated for days. While the risk to his life may be negligible, the suffering was inevitable. Moreover, the absence of a deadline for this task implied that he would have to attend to the Xiangui incessantly until completion. Given Qin Qianfan's restless disposition, such a predicament was unbearable. Most crucially, he lacked any knowledge of how to assist a spirit beast in its courtship endeavors, having fled from his own wedding. The Little Spirit Peak was the residence of the 5th elder, and should Qin Qianfan act impulsively and administer an aphrodisiac to the Xiangui, he would undoubtedly find himself at the mercy of the 5th elder's retribution. After a moment of contemplation, Chu He took the sword, leaving a trace as he remarked, "It depends on the situation." Qin Qianfan, no longer anxious, let out a long sigh, confident that Chu He would not turn a blind eye to peril. Upon returning to the 6th peak, Chu He hurried into the small bamboo house without pause. He kicked open the door to Zhou Huanqing's room, poised to utter some rather unrefined words. However, he noticed a porcelain vase on the table, resting atop a note, while Zhou Huanqing was nowhere to be found. 1 pill per month, cleanse your eyes with spiritual energy daily. Chu He opened the porcelain bottle, revealing 9 exceedingly unsightly elixirs. Not only were they shaped like irregular ovals, but they also emanated a potent and repugnant odor. With a hint of hesitation, Chu He pondered the unsettling thought that upon waking, she might find herself sold to the Hehuan sect as a saintess. Yet, casting another glance at the sword, remnants of the past, nestled within her storage ring, she steeled her resolve and swallowed the elixir. Not long after the departure of Chu He and the others, a disciple from the Gui Fan Hall hurriedly entered the inner hall. Senior Sister Yang, there is something amiss with the contents here. The disciple presented a storage ring, which belonged to Li Hulu and was submitted by Chu He and his companions. This was not an act of the celestial sect to withhold spoils of war. Rather, all items obtained by the Qingyun disciples during their excursions must undergo thorough examination upon their return. This protocol serves a dual purpose: to prevent any potential tampering or traps set by others, and to ensure that significant treasures are not neglected due to the limited discernment of the disciples. The storage ring belonging to Li Hulu was crucial to tracking the movements of the blood demon sect. Thus, Gui Fan Hall naturally dispatched an expert in treasure appraisal for verification. Once the assessment was completed, the items would be returned to Chu He and his companions for their own allocation. Yang Chuanxue accepted the storage ring. Although she had previously examined it, she still needed to feign ignorance. Delving into the ring with her spiritual sense, Yang Chuanxue furrowed her brow. There were numerous items she had never encountered before, and their quality far exceeded what Chu He and his companions could currently utilize. Upon receiving the report from the specialized appraiser, Yang Chuanxue's expression grew even more solemn. The document stated, "The storage ring contains treasures unique to the Sword Sect and the Qin family of the capital, along with several items traceable back to both the Sword Sect and the Qin family. We await Senior Sister Yang's decision." Although Chen Hohai and the 7-foot Taoist had been cautious while placing items within, they were not experts in appraisal. Moreover, due to the pressing time constraints and their need to gather support, the Qingyun disciples ultimately discovered the oversight during their meticulous inspection. Senior Sister, the ring of this demon cultivator from the blood demon sect contains items from the Qin family and the Sword Sect. Does this imply? The disciple from Gui Fan Hall covered his mouth, his eyes wide with fear. The collusion between the demon sect and the celestial sect would indeed cause an uproar across the 9 provinces. Indeed, this indicates the Sword Sect and the Qin family harbored lingering ambitions. Henceforth, whenever these 3 descend the mountain, they must report to me immediately. Yang Chuanxue sighed deeply, recognizing the necessity of vigilance in such matters. If there are no other issues with the items inside, return them to them, and remind them to focus on their cultivation and refrain from descending the mountain for the time being. Yang Chuanxue handed the storage ring back to the disciple from Gui Fan Hall and then proceeded towards the back mountain of Qingyun. There resided the reclusive grand elder of the Qingyun sect, and she needed to report this matter without delay. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In a small bamboo cottage on the 6th peak, Chun Qianfan vigorously shook the still sleeping Chu He, exclaiming, "You lazy dog. Why aren't you coming to help?" Chu He rubbed his eyes in bewilderment, for the figure of Qin Qianfan bore little resemblance to that of a noble scion from the capital. His hair resembled a chaotic nest, tangled with dried leaves and roots, while his face was marred with bruises, swollen like a pastry. "Old Chun, it has been an eternity since we last met. Have you ventured into the woods once more?" Chu He exclaimed warmly, as if greeting an old friend after a decade apart. One could easily discern that Chun Qianfan had endured considerable hardship over the past 6 months. "Damn it all, let us end it here. I shall accompany you to the end today." In his grasp, Chun Qianfan held an iron ball, a treasure potent enough to obliterate the entire 6th peak. Today, they would either depart together or meet their fate together. Chu He stifled a yawn, reluctantly sitting up. "Old Chun, I do not wish to seize your opportunity." Upon first glancing at the task dossier, Chu He immediately understood. Though this mission undoubtedly contained elements that would test Chun Qianfan's endurance and fortitude, Yang Chuanxue, true to her status as the esteemed senior sister, was also considering the future cultivation of Chun Qianfan. The Xiangui, a creature possessing the bloodline of the Black Tortoise, represents one of the pinnacles within the realm of the Tortoise clan and even the demon race. Among the myriad spirit beasts of the Qingyun sect, Yang Chuanxue specifically selected this task to aid Qin Qianfan in perfecting his spirit turtle transformation. Thus, Chu He had refrained from intervening. Not out of laziness or a desire to avoid complications. Absolutely not. Qin Qianfan scratched his head, extracting an unknown nut from his disheveled hair and popping it into his mouth. "I appreciate Yang's good intentions, but truly, I cannot manage. That old tortoise is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals." Upon observing Chun Qianfan's demeanor, Chu He sensed that his mental state was somewhat amiss. "Since you have sought my assistance, I shall grant you this one favor and reveal the prowess of my celestial eyes, to prevent Qin Qianfan from developing inner demons in the future." Chu He resolved to take action. After 6 months of diligent cultivation, Chu He had fully awakened his celestial vision. With the ability to observe the past and foresee the future, all lay within his gaze. "Is Elder Lu not present?" Chen Qianfan inquired curiously, having grasped a lifeline. He had refrained from approaching Chu He out of reverence for Elder Lu's formidable reputation. Chu He shook his head. It had been half a year since he last saw Zhou Huanqing. One would expect a poignant scene of a master and disciple, with Zhou Huanqing leaving behind elixirs as a token of their deep bond. However, the mere thought of Zhou Huanqing, amidst such pressing matters, still concerning himself with amassing contributions for the Gui Fan Hall, extinguished any sense of gratitude within Chu He. As he walked, he mused about the unfolding events. After donning the attire of an inner disciple, Chu He prepared to rescue his brother from the depths of despair. Of course, if the rescue proved futile, his priority was to ensure he did not fall into the abyss himself. Chapter 35. A tomorrowless existence and a futureless fate on Qingyun Peak. The residence of the fifth elder. Among the disciples of the Qingyun sect, the second least populated peak was that of the fifth elder, while the sixth peak had the fewest disciples. As Chu He arrived at the entrance of Shaoling Peak, he soon spotted several familiar figures in the distance: Master Uncle, Second Master Uncle, and Third Master Uncle. Chu He promptly bowed with respect. It is worth mentioning that Chen Qianfan had shared some amusing anecdotes about the elders with Chu He. Among the 7 elders of the Qingyun sect, the first elder Zhao Daba, the second elder Li Er, the third elder Zhang San, and the fourth elder Mu Xinge were all disciples who ascended the mountain together. At that time, Chu He found it quite puzzling that the names of the first 3 elders seemed to deviate from the style of the fourth elder. Driven by a sense of camaraderie, Chen Qianfan elaborated on the matter. It is said that the 4 elders were once remarkable talents in their youth, and upon meeting, they discovered a kindred spirit in one another. After a century of cultivation, having lost their parents, they decided to form a brotherhood. During their younger years, the 4th elder proposed that since they had all broken through to the nascent soul stage, they could be considered minor masters. They concluded that further seclusion for arduous training would be futile. Instead, they needed to frequently descend the mountain to vanquish demons and establish their renown. Thus, it was deemed more fitting to adopt new names, a choice that would clearly indicate their brotherhood and facilitate their reputation. The 4 agreed to retain their surnames in honor of their parents while opting for simple and straightforward names, numbered from 1 to 4. When they ventured forth together, they would evoke an impressive presence, akin to a roll call. This practice is quite common in Jiuzhou, as many formidable figures often hail from humble beginnings, having emerged from peasant backgrounds. After achieving success in their cultivation and having lost their parents, adopting a more melodious name aligns well with their newfound stature. Chu He was aware of the existence of one of Zhou Huanqing's creditors, the Iron Sword True Monarch, now known as Hua Taijian, originally named Hua Taidan. A slight difference in name belied a monumental disparity in stature. In conclusion, the 4 individuals reached an agreement to register themselves at the Immortal Qin dynasty the following day. When the day arrived, the Grand Elder took the lead. To underscore his brotherly status, he astutely modified his original name, Zhao Bao, to Zhao Daba. The second and third elders decided to go together, humbly altering their names to Li Er and Zhang San, respectively. As for the 4th elder, the other 3 were unable to locate him that day. However, upon their next encounter, they discovered that the 4th elder had transformed his name from Mu Haonyo to Mu Xinge, instantly elevating his prestige. It is said that when the 4 brothers ventured out and encountered a female cultivator, she paid particular attention to the 4th elder upon hearing his name. This incident led the other 3 elders to harbor a lingering resentment, often excluding Mu Xinge from their gatherings. Chen Qianfan remarked that this was part of a ploy to trick Chu He into changing his name to Chu Dahawuyang. Chu He flatly refused and suggested that Chen Qianfan change his name to Chen Luxurious Flying Boat. Only after greeting Zhao Daba, Li Er, and Zhang San did Chu He come to understand the reason for the elder's visit. It turned out that Chen Qianfan had sought assistance from his 4 masters before approaching Chu He. The 4 elders, seemingly at leisure and perhaps having entrusted their duties to the younger generation, had come merely to witness the unfolding events. However, upon the arrival of the 4th elder, Mu Xinge, he inadvertently exclaimed, "Ah, you 3 have come too," which resulted in the 3 elders uniting to send him back for recuperation. This was indeed the celestial eye of the Zhu Dao, a sight I beheld for the first time. Zhao Daba, with his hands clasped behind his back, expressed his astonishment. After the battle with the Hulu and half a year of nurturing, the celestial eye was finally able to manifest its true power. Upon seeing Chu He, Li Er specifically shouldered a massive sword, eagerly urging, "Quick, demonstrate." It seemed that the desire to claim the spotlight had not yet waned. Chu He did not conceal his intentions. He turned his mystical powers to invoke the celestial eye. In an instant, a radiant white light erupted from his eyes. The ancient and weathered past, along with the enigmatic and ever-changing future, flowed within his gaze. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. After a full 5 minutes, Chu He felt dizzy and leaned against a nearby tree trunk. Despite the overwhelming aftereffects, he excitedly declared, "I see Sister Ning has arrived." The crowd was astonished, their eyes reflecting admiration, yearning, and disbelief. The delicate figure of Ning Ryu, dressed in a pale pink palace gown, appeared perplexed. Had she not arrived 4 minutes prior? Did her senior brother not notice her then? To think he could foresee events a minute ahead is truly astonishing. Elder Zhang Xin exclaimed in surprise. Chun Qianfan furrowed his brow, remarking, "But isn't he merely seeing events from 4 minutes ago?" He assumed that Chu He's celestial eye possessed the ability to gaze into the past. Elder Zhao Daba laughed softly, stroking his beard. "Indeed, Chu He has glimpsed the future 1 minute ahead. It merely took him 5 minutes to perform the spell." Chu He cast a disdainful glance at Chun Qianfan. "Humph. A mere talent with an inferior intellect dares to speculate upon his celestial vision. What significance is there in the fact that old Chu spent 5 minutes observing events that transpired 4 minutes prior? Even with Chen Qianfan's possession of an intelligent spiritual root, he was momentarily unable to grasp the concept. Chu He, feeling disgruntled, remarked, "Mind your language. I spent 5 minutes casting the spell and witnessed the events that unfolded a minute after its initiation." Indeed, the three elders were formidable beings at the fusion stage, capable of discerning the crucial details involved. As Chen Qianfan recalled Chu He's earnest demeanor, a nagging suspicion arose within him. Would he be deceived once more? Sensing Chen Qianfan's skepticism, Chu He resolved to demonstrate his abilities personally. He extracted a spirit-nurturing pill, chewing thoughtfully, as the primary consumption of the celestial eye was mental energy. After a brief adjustment, Chu He approached Chen Qianfan. "Now, think of something that would deeply offend the three elders and prepare to act upon it swiftly." Upon finishing his statement, Chu He began to activate the celestial eye. 5 minutes later, he concluded his efforts and raised his hand, stating, "Second elder. Chen Qianfan suggests you rename yourself Li Ernio." The second elder responded with a benevolent smile, beckoning Chen Qianfan closer. Due to the betrayal by Mu Haonyo years ago, the three elders harbored a deep-seated animosity towards anything bovine, even abstaining from consuming beef. Thus, the suggestion to adopt the name Li Ernio was indeed a grave affront. How intriguing, postulating a condition and then foreseeing the future under its premise. Quite clever. The third elder was the first to grasp Chu He's line of thought. Although the celestial eye was a phenomenon unprecedented throughout history, practitioners of the celestial Tao still existed within the 9 provinces. Throughout the ages, powerful figures of the celestial Tao have unanimously asserted that the future is inherently variable. Moments ago, Chu He urged Chen Qianfan to adopt a proactive demeanor and confront the elder. Hence what unfolded was a glimpse of Chen Qianfan's future transgression. However, in the very next instant, Chen Qianfan relinquished this self-destructive notion, and thus, that particular future failed to materialize. Nonetheless, Chu He remains capable of perceiving it. This presents both a boon and a bane. The advantage lies in Chu He's ability to harness his still-maturing celestial vision, granting it tangible utility. The drawback, however, is that a single event may give rise to countless potential futures. The further one gazes into the future, the more individuals become entangled, rendering it increasingly intricate and capricious. Only by discerning all possibilities and seeking out the future one desires can one genuinely claim to possess foresight. I am also reminded of the alchemical expertise of my third master uncle. If he intends to invest in a particular herb, could my application of celestial vision to assess the consequences not facilitate his formulation of the elixir? Chu He astutely sensed the delight of the third elder, realizing that an opportunity for advantage had presented itself. "Excellent, excellent. Let us depart at once." The third elder, who presides over the Pill Peak, eagerly grasped Chu He and made to leave. He had not anticipated that the celestial eye possessed such a capability. With Chu He present, his incomplete alchemical formulas would surely yield success one after another. As for Chu He's departure, what of Chen Qianfan's task? Whether Chen Qianfan lived or perished was inconsequential to him, for after all, he was not his disciple. With a bitter smile, Chu He advised, "Third Master, I can currently perceive the future of a golden core cultivator for merely 10 seconds, which is insufficient to assist you." After contemplating the application of the immortal eye, Chu He proceeded to the Gue Fan Hall to experiment with his senior brothers and sisters. His current limit is 5 minutes. during which he can glimpse 10 seconds of the future concerning a golden core practitioner. For those at the foundation establishment stage, he can maintain a vision ranging from 30 seconds to a minute. The greater the cultivation level, the more mental energy is consumed. Chu He has also discovered that the immortal eye is focused on a target, which is the future witnessed by his own eyes. This leads to the matter of selecting a focal point. Just moments ago, Chu He's attention was fixated on the empty space, until Ning Ryu arrived. Throughout this time, Chu He did not once consider the three elders, for had he done so, the immortal eye would have been abruptly severed. Hearing Chu He's sense of helplessness, the third elder felt a pang of regret and proceeded to stuff a brightly colored porcelain gourd into Chu He's embrace. These were all remedies for tranquility and restoration. He urged Chu He to consume them liberally. The third elder, akin to a grandmother feeding her grandson, insisted fervently. As if he might pry Chu He's mouth open to pour the concoctions directly in, Chu He, unreserved in his actions, consumed a pill on the spot. Its effects far surpassing those of the nourishing elixir obtained from the return to ordinary pavilion. The quantity was sufficient for him to advance to the nascent soul stage. Should he find himself in need again, he would simply summon someone. That individual, from now on, when Chu He is out of elixirs. You shall retrieve them from the pill peak for him. Should there be a lapse, I shall break your legs. At that moment, Qin Xianfan, already on the receiving end of a leg breaking from the second elder, found himself owing yet another limb. After expressing his gratitude to the third elder, Chu He turned his gaze towards the grand elder. Of course, I have also considered Master Uncle's array techniques. In the future, should Master Uncle decide to invest in an array material. Before he could finish his sentence, the grand elder raised his hand, interrupting him. Subsequently, he took out his communication talisman and proclaimed, all disciples at the array peak are to mobilize to the small bamboo house on the 6th peak. Prepare the formations for nurturing the spirit, calming the soul, gathering energy, and strengthening the body tonight, and ensure they are of the utmost quality. Master Uncle, it would suffice to set it up in my room, adhering to the principle of not allowing Zhou Huanqing to gain any advantage from him. Chu He intercepted the grand elder's lavish expenditure. Zhao Daba, with tears welling in his aged eyes, reflected, what a wonderful child. Not only does he plan to be filial to us elders in the future, but he also remembers to help save on materials. Such a splendid child. Why isn't he my illegitimate son? Let us bestow a name upon Chu He's celestial eyes, Zhao Daba suggested, rubbing his eyelids. Though he lacked the fortune to name Chu He himself, he could at least name his celestial eyes. This practice is common in Jiuzhou, where various spiritual roots and celestial bodies are first manifested and then named according to their characteristics. After obtaining the techniques for array formations and elixirs, Chu He, filled with exuberance, recited, in the desolate valley, the cold wind blows, the cicadas sing in spring and autumn as youth returns. My eyes can pierce through the river of time, so let us call them. Chu He can see 1 minute ahead but cannot glimpse tomorrow. I think no tomorrow would be fitting, the grand elder Zhao Daba interjected. The third elder Zhang San shook his head. Yet Chu He cannot see the day after tomorrow or the day after that. Perhaps no future would be more appropriate. Currently, Chu He can only perceive one of countless futures, unable to see the entirety. Thus, unclear vision might be more suitable, the second elderly heir remarked as he wiped the blood from his fists, the king returning. I find the name Celestial Eyes quite satisfactory. I appreciate this unpretentious style. Chu He considered it entirely reasonable that the three of them were misled by the fourth elder into changing names. If the Qingyan sect were to fall into their hands, it would likely have been renamed Mud Village. Chapter 36. I, the immortal Qin Shi Huang, demand payment. After Chu He repeatedly declined, the first pair of celestial eyes of the cosmic path evaded the unfortunate renaming to No Tomorrow, following the completion of a set of dragon subduing Arhut fist by the second elder. He felt invigorated. After handing 2 treasured swords to Chu He, the group ascended the little spirit peak to attend to pressing matters. Should we pay a visit to the 5th elder? One of the 3 elders suggested, while Chu He donned a respectful demeanor towards his seniors. To an outsider, he might easily be mistaken for an exceptional disciple of a righteous sect. However, he is indeed an outstanding disciple of the righteous sect. The 5th elder is in seclusion. I haven't seen him in 6 months. Qin Xianfan cautiously glanced back and then fiercely embraced Chu He's shoulders. Are you here to trick me or to save me? I haven't even met the tortoise grandfather yet and have already taken a beating. Qin Xianfan held a jade talisman in his palm, imbued with a sense of destruction. Resembling a desperate outlaw, Chu He, with a gesture of helplessness, remarked, why should I be blamed for your disbelief if I do not allow you to experience it? How can I prove my sincere intention to assist my brother? Upon hearing these words, a flicker of doubt crossed Chen Fan's eyes. He glanced at the three elders who had merged their energies. It was not surprising that they could perceive the remarkable efficacy of Chu He's celestial vision. Yet, when he turned to look at Ning Ruyu, who stood behind them, Chen Fan felt a sense of imbalance. Then why not let junior sister Ning experience it? You would surely see that she would believe you. Chu He scoffed at this, turning to the evidently cheerful Ning Ruyu, and proclaimed, I am the reincarnation of the immortal Qin Shi Huang. Grant me a spiritual stone, and I shall bestow upon you the title of Princess Chang. Ning Ruyu blinked her bright, sparkling eyes, and a streak of radiant light emerged from her storage ring, descending into Chu He's ring. Chu He shrugged at Chen Fan, who stared in disbelief. Are you really believing him, junior sister Ning? As long as my senior brother asserts it, I shall accept it as truth. Ning Ruyu replied with a sweet smile. Once we finish here, let us dine together. You can take these back for your meal. Chu He generously handed a large handful of spirit-restoring elixirs to Ning Ruyu. These were just given to me by the third elder. They are still warm. Old Chen. He continued, between people, there should be less scheming and more sincerity. If you transfer me 10,000 spirit stones now, once I ascend to the throne, I will appoint you as the second prince. Chen Fan, attempting to ponder whether the problem lay within himself, was taken aback by Chu He's words and retorted, Why should I be the second prince? I will pay 100,000. I want to be the first prince. Agreed. From now on, you shall be my first prince. Chu He said, patting Chen Fan's back with satisfaction. I knew the spiritual roots needed what they lacked. An intelligent spiritual root, indeed. Within the little spirit peak resided numerous spirit beasts, and the black tortoise under Chen Fan's care was of a low realm, residing by the waterfall at the foot of the mountain. Just as Chen Fan was beginning to grasp the significance of first prince, they arrived at the lair of the grandfather tortoise. Grandfather tortoise, I have brought a formidable individual. This time, the matter of your union with little Hong rests upon my brother's shoulders. Chen Fan called out to the pond, and soon a massive black tortoise emerged. This tortoise was the size of a grinding wheel, its impressive head adorned with prominent horns, its entire body covered in dark scales as sharp as blades, exuding an extraordinary presence. Do not think to deceive me, old fellow. The last time you brought a few elders, they were mere millennia old. They were of no use, and instead caused little Hong to refuse to see me for several days. As the tortoise crawled ashore, it was met with the icy gazes of 3 millennia old. Unable to do anything about it, he, being merely a golden core, could not possibly perceive the presence of the 3 elders. Old Chu, the senior brother's surname is Tortoise, with the name grandfather. He is a registered disciple of the 5th elder. Yet, Chen Fan seemed oblivious to the awkward atmosphere and continued to introduce Chu He. Chu He originally believed that Chen Fan referred to him as Old Turtle due to having succumbed to torment. Little did he expect that this mysterious turtle would genuinely embrace the title, evoking a sense of kinship reminiscent of the surname Ni, akin to naming someone Ni father. Young Master Chun is prone to whimsical remarks. You may simply call me Little Turtle, as you are a disciple of the elder. The old turtle replied courteously while playfully kicking at Chen Fan with his short legs. Chen Fan deftly evaded the kick, releasing a breath of pent-up frustration. My newly designed spirit turtle array is still missing a crucial focal point, and this venerable turtle would be quite suitable. Wouldn't you agree, old turtle? Elder Zhao Debao squinted as he spoke. The old turtle immediately became apprehensive, shaking his head vigorously. Second elderly heir, scratching his nose, raised his hand to halt the elder, saying, Master brother, this turtle is, after all, the named disciple of 5th junior sister. He cannot be treated so carelessly. The spirit beasts atop Little Spirit Peak are also considered the named disciples of the 5th elder, which brings great honor when visiting home. The old turtle, eager to preserve his life, nodded repeatedly in gratitude to the 2nd elder for his timely intervention. However, the 2nd elder's next words plunged him back into despair. As a focal point, it is indeed a waste. It would be best to return him to my junior brother, who can refine him with true fire for 49 days to craft a spiritual shield, thus honoring his status as a named disciple. Blood extraction and alchemy. 3rd elder Zhang San succinctly expressed his demands. Under such pressure, the old turtle instinctively resorted to his racial ability, the shell retreat technique. Xiaohong, I can never marry you in this life. In the next, I shall certainly become a fine turtle and bring you home. The old turtle expressed his final wishes, resigning himself to his fate. Chen Fan promptly produced the mission scroll and presented it before the turtle's shell, saying, Old turtle, before you meet your end, kindly abandon the task so I can fulfill my obligations. The old turtle extended his head, grasping a pen in his mouth, and swiftly wrote, "This individual harms spirit beasts and deceives them into abandoning their tasks. I hope the Hall of Mortal Return imposes severe punishment." After finishing, the old turtle's head drooped, lying atop the mission scroll, embodying the spirit of one who would rather perish than let Qin Qianfan escape unscathed. "I believe Brother Turtle spoke hastily. Let us overlook his transgressions, and Brother Turtle, you should hastily apologize to the three elders," Chu He interjected, advocating for peace. If the three elders were to flay the old turtle, it would be quite amusing to witness Qin Qianfan's plight. The old turtle quickly backtracked, "Esteemed elders, I merely spoke thoughtlessly. You possess great magnanimity, and I am but a yuan-yang turtle. I cannot meet my end in such a manner." The three elders had only intended to intimidate him, and upon witnessing the old turtle's fright, they decided to spare him. "Thank you, Brother Chu, for your rescue. I have long heard of your unparalleled talent, destined to become a leader of the righteous path." The old turtle expressed his gratitude while casting a glance at Qin Qianfan, clearly harboring resentment for his betrayal. With a gentle smile, Chu He remarked, "Senior Brother Gue, it would be prudent for you to reconsider your name. Otherwise, you may find yourself embroiled in trouble. I was retrieved from Qingzhou by the sect, and this name was bestowed upon me by the elder who brought me back." "It would be rather difficult to change," Gue replied, somewhat embarrassed. While it was indeed entertaining to tease disciples like Qin Qianfan, Gue was acutely aware that his name was prone to inciting discord. Fortunately, the spiritual beasts of Shaolin Peak, although bearing the title of the fifth elder's named disciples, did not engage in the true master-disciple relationship. Otherwise, should the fifth elder, the master of Shaolin Peak, call out to him as Senior Brother Gue during a lesson, he feared he might lose his life on the spot. The name given by the elder, who could that elder be? A sense of foreboding washed over Chu He. It seemed that individuals capable of such acts were few within the Qingyan sect. "It is indeed your own master, the sixth elder," came the reply. As expected. Chapter 37. The yin-yang person someone is approaching. The three elders exchanged glances and concealed their forms. Before Chu He could react, a mocking voice echoed from within the dense forest. "Brotherly, the fearsome turtle is right by the pond. Hasten to collect 3 drops of its essence." Shortly after, a figure stumbled out from the thicket. "Junior Brotherly?" Chu He gazed at Li Li in confusion, vividly recalling the matter of the tiger bone ointment. However, the Li Li before him was devoid of the spirited exuberance he had displayed during his apprenticeship, now emanating an air of uncertainty and timidity. "Senior Brother Chu." "Senior Brother Chun," Li Li called out, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Chu He and the others. His eyes momentarily sparkled with hope, only to quickly dim once again. To meet 3 exceptional seniors who have transcended the foundation establishment and severed the golden core, truly a stroke of fortune for me. Hu Yong. At that moment, the owner of the voice that had urged Li Li to collect the blood emerged from the forest. Upon casting a glance, Chu He instinctively narrowed his eyes, sensing an unsettling presence. A brilliantly polished bald head shimmered under the sunlight, while the exposed arms and neck bore numerous scars, each a testament to its owner's ferocity. More significantly, behind the bald figure trailed 6 male cultivators, varying in height and stature, each clad in black attire that exuded an unrestrained aura of menace and aggression. As Sister Ning Ruyu quietly elucidated to Chu He, 20 outer disciples had ascended to the inner sect last month. Chu He nodded, having spent the past 6 months not only honing his cultivation, but also diligently acquiring knowledge of the immortal realm. The outer disciples of the Qingyan sect are all born with triple attribute spiritual roots, lacking the qualifications to formally apprentice under a master. Thus they undergo training in the outer sect. The inner sect of Qingyan comprises 8 principal peaks, 7 peaks representing the esteemed elders and the sect leader, Qingyan Jinjuan, along with a yellow earth basin. In contrast, the outer sect possesses merely 2 main peaks, the demon-slaying peak and the demon-sealing peak. This structure is mirrored across the 9 great immortal sects, designed to cultivate mid to lower tier cultivators capable of combating malevolent forces. Those who excel may have the opportunity to enter the inner sect for further training and, if they successfully pass the assessment, could directly apprentice as inner disciples. Even if such fortune eludes them, achieving success in the outer sect can still lead to esteemed positions within the demon-sealing office or the Department of Justice, representing a favorable path. The perennial debate among cultivators of the 9 provinces revolves around whether it is better to be a tail in the outer sect or a head in a minor sect. "Trouble is afoot," muttered Qin Qianfan as he approached Chu He. The 7 outer disciples, though cordial in speech, exhibited no restraint in their provocative glares. Frictions between the inner and outer sects are not uncommon among the 9 great immortal sections. Li Shixiang, hurry and obtain the tortoise blood. Zhan Shixiang is awaiting it for alchemy, exclaimed the boisterous Hu Yong, grinning widely. Li trembled slightly, lowering his head and remaining still. The antics of the elder tortoise were intolerable even for Chun Qianfan, having already caused considerable distress within the golden core realm of the lesser spirit peak. Requesting the essence blood of the elder tortoise was inherently challenging, and Hu Yong and his companions had further prohibited Li from offering anything in exchange, rendering the task nearly impossible. Although Li recognized Hu Yong's intention to vex him, he could only helplessly gaze upon the formidable and fearsome black tortoise. You are Chu Shixiang's junior, hence you are also my disciple. Speak, how many drops do you require? The elder tortoise jovially remarked, meeting Li's gaze with a smile. Instantly, Li's expression dimmed further. He had long heard tales of the elder tortoise's notorious temperament. Many senior brothers and sisters from the alchemy peak had sought the tortoise's essence blood for their elixirs, only to be rebuffed harshly. As a mere foundational cultivator, lacking anything of value for trade, he felt certain the tortoise would not acquiesce. As Li languished in despair, he suddenly perceived a subtle shift in the tortoise's demeanor, as though its words diverged from his expectations. Locking eyes with the tortoise's beady gaze and confronted by its unexpectedly amiable expression, Li felt a shiver run down his spine. Had he misheard? It seemed the tortoise had indeed consented to provide him with its essence blood. The tortoise chuckled amiably. Dear Junior, how much do you seek? The 3 elders observed discreetly, noting that the tortoise no longer dared to display its usual obstinate temperament. In this moment, it resembled a docile little grass tortoise. Hu Yong and his companions were taken aback, having heard of the tortoise's notorious reputation at the alchemy peak. They had intended to use this to trouble Li. Could it be that the rumors were exaggerated? The black tortoise appeared surprisingly accommodating. Wait, Li Shidi. What do you intend to do with the tortoise blood? As the situation began to shift, Chun Qianfan interjected. The external disciples clearly sought trouble. If he did not seize this splendid opportunity to display his prowess, it would surely be snatched away by Chu He. Adopting the demeanor of a leader, Chun Qianfan positioned himself protectively in front of Li. Although he had previously provided Li with the tiger bone ointment, that was merely a matter of internal strife within the capital's circle. Now, in the face of Hu Yong and his associates, he felt compelled to advocate for Li, standing united against external adversaries. Back in the capital, while Chun Qianfan's reputation was as tarnished as the ointment itself, he had nonetheless led the affluent youth of the city in opposing the ostentatious displays of wealth by outsiders. The second-generation elites of the capital regarded Chun Qianfan with a duality. In times of peril, he is your ultimate safeguard. In times of peace, he poses your gravest threat. His loyalty to external allies contrasted starkly with his disregard for internal relationships. Consequently, Chun Qianfan earned the moniker Yin-Yang Man within the circle of wealthy youths, aptly reflecting his complex duality. Li, well aware of Chun Qianfan's temperament, understood his intention to stand up for him. The memory of having once set up a mourning altar for Chun Qianfan filled Li with a sense of guilt, causing him to turn away. Senior brother Chun, please do not intervene. This matter is between them and me. Yet, with such a remarkable opportunity for display before him, Chun Qianfan could not remain passive. We have grown up together, ascended the mountain together. As fellow disciples and childhood companions, your affairs are mine as well. Holding a memory sphere, Chu He captured the poignant scene of brotherhood, one tall and one short, gazing into each other's eyes. Selling it to the elder who had planted the vermilion mark on Chun Qianfan, 50,000 spirit stones seemed reasonable. Faced with Chun Qianfan's heartfelt sincerity, Li's eyes reddened as he spoke. Ever since they entered the inner sect, they have been troubling us new disciples and have even declared their intent to target Brother Chu. Chun Qianfan nodded upon hearing this. It appeared these individuals had long harbored intentions of provocation. If they are to deal with old Chu, then what of me? Li raised his head in confusion. They did not mention you, only stating that Brother Chu's reputation is too great, and they wish to ride on his coattails. Ha ha ha, they did not mention me. Chun Qianfan, infuriated yet ironically amused, summoned 18 talismans, the 8 trigrams array, and 6 treasured swords simultaneously. In a fit of rage, he surged forward, gritting his teeth and declaring, blind to the truth, you have already chosen the path to your own demise. Chapter 38. The sword technique of heaven severance. At this critical juncture, the leader, Hu Yong, spread his arms to block the others. Do not strike. I wish to challenge Brother Chen's prowess. Observing the flow of Hu Yong's magical energy, his muscles bulged and his skin radiated a bronze hue, resembling a statue of copper. A perfected foundation cultivator. Chu He instantly recognized Hu Yong's extraordinary nature. As a body cultivator, he excelled in offense, having spent years battling demons and monsters. In terms of skill, he likely surpassed the former blood-sucking demon cultivator, Li Hulu, prior to his transformation. Ning Ryu, initially concerned about the seven overwhelming the few, prepared to intervene. To her surprise, Hu Yong truly engaged Chen Qianfan in a one-on-one battle, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. With a slight furrow of his brow, Chu He remarked, "Quite clever." Ning Ryu gazed at him in confusion until he elaborated. According to the sect's regulations, any sparring involving more than 3 individuals requires the presence of a senior brother who is at least one major realm above the participants. Failing to comply is deemed as instigating a brawl, thus violating the sect's rules. As the sole disciple of the notorious wanted criminal Zhou Huanqing, Chu He diligently studied the laws of the immortal Qin and the regulations of the Qingyan sect. After all, when Zhou Huanqing is eventually apprehended, he must strive to defend her against the death penalty. Consequently, Chu He had previously noticed that Hu Yong and his companions were meticulously avoiding any breaches of the sect's rules. Minor skirmishes between inner and outer disciples are considered growth opportunities for both sides. However, should the situation escalate, the elders would not simply stand idly by. "My senior brother possesses extensive knowledge," Ning Ryu silently acknowledged. Chu He beckoned Li over and, after a few brief inquiries, had gathered sufficient information about Hu Yong and his group. Although Hu Yong and his companions referred to each other as senior brothers, they were, in fact, disciples admitted to the outer sect during the previous recruitment ceremony. The Qingyan sect, in preparation for the forthcoming grand contest, now held a recruitment ceremony every 12 years. Thus, Hu Yong and the others had been cultivating for nearly 13 years, with the weakest among them at the late foundation establishment stage. Coupled with their formidable combat prowess honed through slaying demons, it was no wonder that Li refrained from resistance. Moreover, their leader was quite astute, merely subjecting Li and the other disciples to minor vexations and verbal insults, which the elders and senior brothers from various peaks chose not to intervene in. After all, if they could not manage such trivial matters, what prospects could they hope for in the future? "Fear not, old Chun, I shall assist you," Chu He thought as he noticed Chen Qianfan nearing victory and swiftly drew the Qingyun sword, preparing to intervene. His plan was to create chaos, seize the moment to strike Chen Qianfan from behind, and then report them for engaging in a brawl, thereby presenting himself as a paragon of righteousness. With this strategy, he could enjoy a few years of peace. Chen Qianfan, fully aware of Chu He's intentions, shouted, "I can handle this. Brother Chu, please do not intervene. I will treat you to dinner tonight." In a bid to prevent Chu He from sabotaging his grandstanding scheme, Chen Qianfan even called out senior brother, revealing his urgency. Seeing that he had been too slow to act and had allowed Chen Qianfan to voice his plea, Chu He inwardly lamented the missed opportunity and began pondering the evening's menu. Though Chu He remained unhurried, there were those who found themselves increasingly restless. The 6 outer disciples who accompanied Hu Yong observed with growing anxiety as Chen Qianfan, emboldened by each battle, rendered their second strongest member, Hu Yong, nearly defenseless. It was evident that Chen Qianfan did not even need to employ the spirit turtle transformation. He simply transformed his arms into the ebony front limbs of the mysterious turtle, cloaked in protective scales. Each clash sent Hu Yong, a practitioner of corporeal cultivation, reeling, his vitality surging tumultuously. This was a testament to Chen Qianfan's diligent service to the great turtle over the past 6 months. Once he achieved the golden core stage, he would likely elevate the spirit turtle transformation to the mysterious turtle transformation, significantly amplifying its potency. "Brother Hu, I shall assist you." The 6 outer disciples could no longer restrain themselves. Although they were reluctant to breach the sect's rules, the prospect of Hu Yong being so easily defeated left them with little dignity to maintain within the inner sect. They were acutely aware that their spiritual roots and innate qualities paled in comparison to those of the inner disciples. Yet, the combat prowess forged through years of bloody conflict had always been their pride, a juxtaposition of envy towards the spiritual roots and pride in their battle-hardened skills. This tension between the inner and outer disciples was the very crux of their friction. Finally unable to contain their impulses, the 6 sought to intervene on Hu Yong's behalf. "Stop," Chu He declared, his gaze icy, as his jade-like hand rested upon the hilt of his sheathed sword at his waist. Chu He's eyes gleamed like unsheathed swords. as he lightly tapped the hilt with his fingers and spoke indifferently. A decade of arduous training, drawing my sword 9,000 times each day. This figure has both constrained and defined me. Chu He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and slightly bowed, preparing to draw it. The moment my hand clasps the sword hilt, your defeat is already sealed, he proclaimed, invoking the technique known as heavenly slaying sword draw. Without the sound of the sword song or the sight of it being drawn, the 6 outer disciples who had intended to rush forward to rescue their comrade suddenly felt a faint sting coursing through their bodies. 6 crimson lines appeared, splitting open across various parts of their flesh, though the wounds were shallow, merely superficial injuries. The terror that gripped their hearts, however, was profound, for they had not witnessed Chu He draw his sword. The heavenly slaying sword draw, a renowned technique of the sword sect's master, the 7-foot Taoist, sent a shiver down the spine of one of the sword cultivators among them. As a practitioner of the sword, he relished tales of the great sword masters of the 9 provinces. The 7-foot Taoist, being the current leader of the sword sect, was naturally an object of his admiration. Legends spoke of this technique as imperceptible to the naked eye and undetectable by divine senses. It was said to manifest neither in the drawing nor in the sheathing of the sword, embodying the most fearsome of the 7-foot Taoist techniques, attainable only by those who have reached the integration stage of swordsmanship. As the sword cultivator finished recounting the tale, the others, filled with apprehension, gingerly touched their own wounds. They felt as though they had ventured through the gates of death. The sword spirit root. This was the essence of the sword spirit root. It was no wonder that senior brother Jean regarded Chu He as his greatest rival. Such innate talent was undeniably terrifying. The 6 seasoned warriors, having faced countless battles, found their resolve nearly shattered, deterred from advancing any further. With a smile gracing the corners of his mouth, Chu He released his grip on the sword's hilt. Chen Qianfan, while delivering blows to Hu Yong, cast a look of vexation towards Chu He, who seemed to embody the essence of a celestial swordsman. How could he continue to play this role? Here he was, engaged in a confrontation with their leader, yet all the limelight had been seized by Chu He. As for the heaven-slaying sword technique that Chu He spoke of, if he were to believe even a single word, he might as well be the Grand Prince of Chu He. The only one gullible enough to trust Chu He's words would be Ning Ruyu, the not-so-bright daughter of a distinguished family. Then there were the 6 outer disciples standing obediently, paralyzed by their lack of worldly experience. And let us not forget Li Li, the son of the minister, whose mouth hung agape, oblivious to the drool escaping him. Lastly, there was Hu Yong, who had entirely relinquished his resistance upon hearing the mention of the heaven-slaying technique. Chen Qianfan paused, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Surely, these individuals could not have all been taken in by this charade. Chu He proclaimed that this was the heaven-slaying sword technique, and one could hardly believe anyone would take him seriously. Chen Qianfan surveyed the scene, realizing that the sole focus of attention was on Chu He. In a moment of introspection, Chen Qianfan experienced a profound sense of solitude, as if he were the only one awake amidst a sea of intoxication. Chapter 39. The strongest of the inner sect and the strongest of the outer sect. Enough fighting. Just leave, he said, his demeanor reflecting a disinterest after having his spotlight stolen. Hu Yong struggled to rise, his gaze fixated on Chu He in disbelief. Such swordsmanship, such innate talent. This was the adversary that his senior brother Jean would challenge. Only someone of Chu He's caliber could stand as a worthy opponent to senior brother Jean. Chu brother, senior brother Jean Bailey will await you at the inner sect competition in 2 years. Hu Yong respectfully saluted, entirely unconcerned with his disheveled appearance. He felt honored to extend the challenge on behalf of Jean Bailey to Chu He. On one side stood a prodigy of swordsmanship, having mastered the sword drawing technique at the tender age of 17. On the other, a master of the outer sect, who had led his peers to countless victories and had already transcended to the golden core stage. The strongest of the outer sect facing the strongest of the inner sect, witnessing this extraordinary clash of talent was the greatest honor of his life. Dressed in a pale blue disciple robe, Chu He responded calmly, "Understood. Go back and focus on your cultivation. Do not waste your energy on such futile matters. I shall await you at the inner sect competition." His every gesture exuded the demeanor of a true master, leading one to believe he was the chief disciple. In response, Hu Yong could only bow deeper in respect. "Yes, I shall heed your guidance, Chu brother." After bowing to Li Li in apology, Hu Yong departed with the outer sect disciples. Ning Ryu, holding a recording orb that captured Chu He's remarkable presence, gazed at him with starry eyes. Tears of admiration welled in Li Li's eyes, and he vowed to himself that he would become a cultivator like Chu He. transformed into a spirit turtle. Chen Qianfan could hardly contain his excitement, colliding with Chu He and rolling 3 times on the ground. Damn it, I was promised the chance to show off this time. Chen Qianfan lamented, wishing he could consume his flesh and wear his skin. Chu He raised his sword, and 2 sword marks, remnants of an unknown past, erupted violently, sending Chen Qianfan flying. Straightening his collar, Chu He rose, perplexed, and said, "Did I not instruct you to feign? I did not lay a finger on Hu Yong. Damn it. You may not have touched him, but your clumsy tactics have drawn everyone's attention away from me," Chen Qianfan retorted as he rolled over on the ground. He observed the hexagram on his tortoise shell spinning, expelling the lingering sword energy with haste. Chu He stroked his chin and remarked, "Old Chen, this spirit turtle transformation of yours seems particularly tailored to counter sword cultivators. The offensive prowess of sword cultivators is unparalleled across the realm." As the sword cultivator rooted in the essence of sword spirits, Chu He left behind a sword aura that was not easily dispelled. Yet, Chen Qianfan appeared completely unaffected, indicating that significant effort had been invested in preparing for him. Chen Qianfan did not respond, merely grunting as he unleashed the transformation of the spirit turtle. As a bearer of the wisdom-rooted spirit, Chen Qianfan began contemplating the nature of transformation as he resolved to reflect myriad paths through his own change. Although he would undoubtedly experience countless transformations in the future, this initial metamorphosis remained of utmost importance. The dragon soars across the heavens, the tiger roars through the mountains, the immortal phoenix and the auspicious Qilin. Among a multitude of exotic beasts and ferocious creatures, Chen Qianfan ultimately chose the turtle clan, largely influenced by Chu He. As the scion of the Qin family with a mutated spirit root, Chen Qianfan had never regarded his peers with esteem, even when he first met Chu He. It was a connection of kindred spirits, and he did not foresee much interaction with him in the future. As Chen Qianfan had stated during the disciple initiation ceremony, if Chu He lacked a spirit root, he could join the Qin family and live as a wealthy gentleman, thus not wasting their acquaintance. Conversely, if Chu He possessed a spirit root, he would accompany him, and once he achieved success, he would ensure that Chu He stood atop a high mountain to behold the splendor of the 9 provinces. In the end, Chu He indeed possessed a spirit root, one that was on par with Chen Qianfan's sword spirit root, along with the celestial eyes that Chen Qianfan himself did not possess. At that moment, Chen Qianfan felt a mix of emotions. Half of him was elated for Chu He, grateful for having such an unconventional friend, knowing that their future paths in the realm of immortality would be anything but mundane. The other half, however, harbored wariness. The sword spirit root and the cosmic eyes, combined with Chu He's outwardly jovial demeanor masking a resilient spirit, suggested that for countless years to come, Chu He would likely be his most formidable adversary. With unparalleled prowess in sword combat, Chen Qianfan decided to master the defensive transformation of the spirit turtle. The cosmic eyes would unveil the ancient and the modern. Thus, he endeavored to elevate the spirit turtle transformation to that of the Xuanwu. The Xuanwu, one of the pinnacle beings among myriad creatures, excels in the art of divination, capable of foreseeing fortunes and misfortunes and glimpsing the future. It could be said that Chen Qianfan's cultivation direction had always been driven by the desire to surpass Chu He. Humph, old Chu, in 2 years, during the intersect competition, I shall undoubtedly claim victory. The position of chief shall belong solely to me, Chen Qianfan scoffed, his demeanor shifting from joviality to his serious countenance as he strode into the dense forest. Moments later, he scratched his head and returned. "What did you just go do?" Chu He inquired, puzzled. Chen Qianfan's face flushed. Given the gravity of the conversation, it was only appropriate to turn and leave to match the atmosphere. "Then why did you come back?" Chu He thought Chen Qianfan was preparing to pack his belongings for a second departure. "I still have matters to attend to with Old Turtle, and besides, didn't we agree to have dinner tonight?" Chen Qianfan, unabashed, ignored Chu He and went to tease Old Turtle. Just then, the 3 elders, who had been hiding moments earlier, revealed themselves. Zhao Debao surveyed the surroundings and nodded, remarking, "I heard that the 6th junior sister went to the Gui Fan Hall to submit a sword technique. It seems it was indeed tailored specifically for you, little Chu." As the group arrived at the edge of the pond, Chu He discreetly began to inscribe the sword marks. These marks were formless and colorless, imperceptible to those who were not masters of the sword. Chu He had not anticipated the arrival of Hu Yong and his companions. He was merely contemplating the prolonged absence of sparring with Chen Qianfan and had set a trap to see if he could outmaneuver Chen Only upon mastering the celestial eye would this sword technique be deemed truly perfected. Elder Zhangsen also recognized the formidable synergy between the two, employing the Tao of Space's celestial eye to foresee an opponent's movements and then strategically laying down the sword marks in advance. This tactic, akin to luring someone into a pit, was something Elder San himself could not have countered during his foundational cultivation. The two elders were overly courteous, causing Chu He to feel somewhat bashful. However, he noticed that Elder Heir had remained silent, fixated on Chu He's sword with an almost trance-like gaze. Elder Heir, this sword was pilfered from the artifact peak by my master. In the interest of harmony within the sect, I have resolved to report Zhou's unlawful actions. After observing what Elder Heir was engrossed in, Chu He unhesitatingly revealed a significant cache of the stolen Qingyun swords to report his own mentor. His master had not only failed to impart the techniques effectively, but also sought to exploit him for several hundred contributions. In the face of such a mentor, Chu He felt compelled to strike hard. "Ah, it does seem familiar. It turns out it was stolen by the sixth," elderly heir remarked, striking his palms together. Having solved a long-standing mystery, picking up one of the swords, he noted that his designed anti-theft lock still functioned effectively, so he dismissed the matter, allowing Chu He to keep it as a toy. "However, young Chu, those two precious swords I recently gifted you are far superior to the standard Qingyun swords. It is time for you to wield a blade worthy of your caliber." Elderly was not particularly concerned about the stolen Qingyun swords, although he lacked evidence. He had already attributed the theft to Zhou Huanqing at the time. His dissatisfaction stemmed from Chu He's choice to neglect the swords he had gifted, as if to suggest that his offerings were of little value. Chu He gently touched the Qingyun sword at his waist, although he initially found it challenging to adapt. He realized that this anti-theft lock proved effective in disrupting his opponent's flow of spiritual energy during combat, and he had grown accustomed to its use. Lier, momentarily at a loss for words, could hardly fathom that the anti-theft lock he had designed was not merely a trivial contraption. The sensation of vibration could resonate with a cultivator's dantian, thereby affecting the manipulation of their spiritual energy. For those below the nascent soul stage, its effectiveness was paramount. The consequences could range from a mild stagnation of energy to severe complications during battle, leading to a risk of losing control and experiencing a backlash from their own techniques. Chu He unexpectedly remarked on the remarkable utility of the item, using it to unsettle others' magical prowess. It is indeed worthy of its reputation as the essence of the sword spirit. In Chapter 40, titled The Egg of the Boiling Turtle, Li Shidi, should you find yourself troubled by anyone in the future, feel free to seek me out at the sixth peak, rest assured. After conversing with the three elders, Chu He offered words of comfort to Li Li. Li Li nodded earnestly, expressing his gratitude for the assistance provided by Chu He and Chen Qianfan. Enough with the thanks regarding that fellow named Hu Yong. Should you still be unable to defeat him in the inter-sect competition 2 years from now, you shall face the consequences, Chen Qianfan remarked with a hint of irritation. The bullying of his junior brother in the capital left Chen Qianfan quite displeased. Given Li Li's limited training time, his current inability to prevail could be forgiven. However, should he remain in such a cowardly state 2 years hence, Chen Qianfan would not hesitate to take decisive action. Observing Chen Qianfan's peculiar smile, a chill ran through Li Li. "If you were to lose again by that time, I shall claim that it was you who urged me to return home when I come back to the capital," Chen Qianfan joked. Fully aware of his reputation in the city, in the capital, there exists a particularly vile curse. Encounter Chen Qianfan upon leaving your door. This illustrates that his notoriety eclipses that of any ancient demon or bloodthirsty fiend. Li Li gasped at the thought of such a malicious slander. Should the people of the capital learn that he was responsible for bringing this troublemaker back, his social standing would be utterly obliterated. Comparatively, even a rat scurrying through the streets would seem a protected species in the eyes of society alongside Li Li. "Indeed, I pledge to defeat Hu Yong and not to disappoint my esteemed senior brothers," Li Li declared with fervor. His sincerity was unmatched, even more so than during his initiation as a disciple. As Li Li departed, the group returned to their primary objective for visiting the Shaoling Peak. Chu He patiently elucidated the capabilities of the celestial eye, to which old Turtle responded with a bemused inquiry. "What is its utility? Foreseeing the future 10 seconds ahead seems impressive, yet I fail to grasp its relevance in the pursuit of Xiao Hong. Should I anticipate her need to relieve herself in order to avoid an encounter?" Chu He sighed and shook his head, lamenting, "A decayed tree cannot be carved. I can offer you guidance, providing suggestions for your rendezvous with Xiao Hong, yet you remain oblivious to this." Upon uttering these words, Chu He felt an unsettling sense of familiarity with his role. Was he merely a tool, akin to a character from a bygone romantic simulation game? In other words, he had to prepare a heartfelt confession or a gift and rush to Xiaohong within 10 seconds to declare his affection, all while being able to immediately discern her reaction. Old Turtle scratched his head, feeling the weight of the daunting challenge. It was an inevitable circumstance. The Xiaohong he admired was a nascent spirit serpent in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. He observed the potential futures of two nascent Golden Core beings. The uncertainty surrounding the Celestial Eye's ability to endure for even 10 seconds weighed heavily on the mind of Elder Turtle. As he pondered, the crowd around him erupted into a cacophony of suggestions. As the sun began its descent, Elder Turtle raised his forelimb and made a resolute decision. The group set forth and swiftly located their target, a languid, blood-red spirit serpent lounging atop a treetop, eyes closed in tranquil repose. Even in its languid state, the serpent exuded an undeniable allure, which undoubtedly captivated Elder Turtle's heart and imagination. "Brother Turtle," they urged, "you must possess the unwavering determination to charge forth without the slightest hint of hesitation or retreat." Chu He repeatedly urged, fearful that Old Turtle might hesitate at the critical moment and squander this opportunity. Old Turtle nodded in acknowledgement, and Chu He began to activate his celestial vision. In a fleeting moment, he glimpsed the future. He saw Old Turtle eagerly rushing out, climbing to the treetops with an agility that belied his species. With his robust forelimbs, he presented 3 pristine white turtle eggs, grinning foolishly as he offered them, his beady eyes gleaming with a mischievous glint. "Xiaohong," he declared, "these are my eggs. Rich in nourishment, a gift for you." At the corner of Chu He's mouth, a twitch was evident, as he beheld the sheer terror reflected in Xiaohong's vertical pupils. With a swift flick of its serpentine tail, the venerable turtle elder was sent soaring through the air, his eggs shattering upon impact with the ground. "Brother Turtle, this cannot be. The eggs will be ruined," Chu He exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his eyes wide with concern. Fortunately, his celestial eye bestowed upon him the ability to perceive the future. Otherwise, his rapport would have plummeted to an abysmal low. Upon discerning the unfolding scene, he curiously rubbed his celestial eye. Had he truly advanced to the point of foreseeing events 10 seconds ahead? His gaze was drawn to a conspicuous red mark upon the turtle elder's shell, a result of Xiaohong's strike. However, the elder was too preoccupied, cradling the shattered eggs in his forelimbs and weeping profusely. Just moments ago, as Brother Turtle activated his celestial eye, he had dashed away in a flurry. Ning Ruyu interjected to provide clarity. Thus, Chu He realized that he had indeed glimpsed the past. He turned to Qin Qianfan, who was stifling laughter, and inquired, "Why didn't you intervene? You did not instruct me to do so." Chu He, momentarily at a loss for words, crouched down to console the elder turtle. "Master Turtle, this was a commendable attempt. Do not be disheartened. We shall try again next time." The elder turtle, with tears streaming down his cheeks, clutched the cracked turtle egg in silence, as if he had truly lost his own son. Chu He recalled that Old Tortoise had personally stated that this was his egg. A turtle that lays eggs, one cannot help but wonder if it possesses the bloodline of the mythical Xuanwu. Could it truly be the egg of Senior Brother Turtle? Chu He exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Qianfan. Qin Qianfan, covering his mouth, replied, "Old Tortoise laid it himself. I was right there, a first-hand witness. Laughing when a child is lost. How can you call yourself human? What child? That's simply Old Tortoise's affection for Little Red. He couldn't bear to let her endure the burden of offspring. This was his own research, containing nothing but a bit of spiritual essence." Upon hearing Qin Qianfan's explanation, Chu He felt a deep respect for Old Tortoise. In his pursuit of the goddess, he had even taken it upon himself to create eggs. Truly, the dedication of the turtle was remarkable. "Disgusting," a cold voice echoed. Chu He turned his head, noticing that the petite red snake had somehow found its way onto his shoulder. "It is precisely because you devote your thoughts to such matters daily that it becomes so repugnant," Little Red remarked without mercy, causing Elder Turtle to lower his head in silence. Subsequently, Little Red affectionately nuzzled her head against Chu He's cheek and, with a charming tone, inquired, "What a handsome senior brother you are, and your scent is delightful. Which peak have you been cultivating upon?" Chu He felt a sudden chill, a slick and icy sensation against his face, prompting him to speak uneasily. "Senior sister, I am Chu He from the 6th peak. In terms of status, Chu He was a direct disciple of the elder, second only to the chief disciple. However, when it came to the years spent on the mountain, the spirit beasts of the Little Spirit Peak had often resided there for decades, even centuries. Consequently, many, like Chu He and Grandfather Turtle, referred to each other as senior brothers as a sign of respect. You may simply call me junior sister. With your innate sword spirit and celestial eyes, Chu Shi Xiao. It is likely that within a century you shall become a true monarch of harmonization. I am unworthy of the title senior sister. Xiao Hong extended her serpent tongue, brushing against Chu He's neck, sending a shiver down his spine. Chu He was aware that his furnace body was still in effect. Although Zhou Huanqing had sealed the aura of the celestial body to the demon race, it merely transformed from a walking Tang Seng's flesh into a walking Tang Seng's chicken eye, back in Chengde City. It was this very aspect that attracted the black and white snake demons to take action. Senior brother Chu, why not rest in my cave abode? I always struggle to transform into human form, particularly with clothing, Xiao Hong said in a coy voice, her smooth serpentine tail slithering towards the collar of Chu He's robe. That may not be appropriate, sister, Chu He replied, feeling overwhelmed and seeking assistance from Qin Qianfan. Qin Qianfan chuckled, preparing to make a jest, when he suddenly sensed a chill behind him. He turned to find Ning Ruyu's delicate face adorned with frost, her small hand gripping the Bai Shui knife capable of slaying nascent souls. This snake is enticing senior brother. It is an evil demon. Senior brother has said that one must use a heavy hand against evil demons. Chen brother, step aside, Ning Ryu said coldly, addressing Qin Qianfan, who immediately recognized her genuine anger and hurried to placate her. If a conflict arose between Ning Ryu and Xiao Hong, the blame would surely fall on him for seeking assistance. Even snakes can feel jealousy, Qin Qianfan lamented inwardly, realizing that Chu He was bound to attract trouble. This individual courting Xiao Hong was likely a demonic cultivator seeking to possess her. Ning's words rang true. One must deal with such people decisively. Old Turtle, having buried his eggs, observed the entangled pair of human and demon with reddened eyes. There is a saying in the mortal realm of Jiuzhou, the hatred of a father's murder and the resentment of a wife's abduction. Old Turtle, seeing Chu He's hesitant demeanor, disregarded the presence of the three elders and prepared to confront him with his own formidable turtle fist technique. Old Turtle, please refrain from causing a ruckus, Qin Qianfan quickly intervened to stop him. Sister Yang had assigned him this task as a form of punishment. If he not only failed to complete it, but also instigated a battle at the Little Spirit Peak, he dared not contemplate the consequences that awaited him. Old Chen, Chu He, with a wry smile, declined Xiao Hong's invitation to her cave abode, seeking assistance instead. Qin Qianfan, however, was too astounded to respond. Both parties were intent on risking their lives, and Qin Qianfan's ability to restrain them was already extraordinary. Following Xiao Chu is bound to be entertaining, Zhao Debao remarked while munching on sunflower seeds. Lier nodded, naturally taking a handful from Zhao Debao. It's quite a spectacle. I enjoy watching. I shall come again. Zhang San pulled out some candy beans and shared them with his two senior brothers. Chapter 41. The true Lord of the Wise Sword. In a luxurious private room at the Jiwei building on Qingyan Street, Chu He sat in silence. The lingering scent of snake still pervaded the air. Senior brother, you must not venture to Little Spirit Peak alone in the future, Ning Ryu admonished, furrowing her brows. Ancient brother, how could you bring senior brother to such a perilous place? You are right, junior sister, Qin Qianfan conceded. Chu He and Qin Qianfan lowered their heads, reluctant to speak further. One appeared disheveled, while the other bore bruises upon his face. After exchanging a glance, they resorted to coarse language to shift the blame onto one another, thus regaining their composure. Let us order, Chu He declared, mustering his spirits as he perused the menu. Despite the tumultuous events of the day, he still harbored anticipation for the dinner promised by Qin Qianfan. Qingyan Street is the sole commercial thoroughfare within the Qingyan sect. It is lined with inns and tea houses, predominantly run by guest cultivators and idling elders of the sect. Furthermore, disciples from the Danfeng and Qifeng peaks frequently bring their crafted elixirs and magical artifacts to sell on Qingyan Street, rendering it a rare venue for leisure within the sect. Among these establishments, the Jiwei building stands as the premier inn on Qingyan Street. Its splendid 8-story pagoda is not the only highlight. The entrance boasts a calligraphic inscription from the founding ancestor of the Qingyan sect. The saying, dismount to savor the fragrance, pause to relish the flavor, inspired the establishment's name. Originally intended to be called Fragrant Pavilion, the name was altered upon discovering it shared a title with a branch of the Hahuan sect. Dining at Jiwei building requires no less than 10,000 spirit stones, a price that even Yuan cultivators would find burdensome. Chu He felt fortunate to benefit from Qin Qianfan's affluence. He opted for the most lavish dish on the menu. Azure Dragon emerges from the sea. Having endured playful teasing from Xiao Hong and an unwarranted reprimand from Sister Ning, he felt compelled to extract a measure of vengeance upon Qin Qianfan. As Qin Qianfan took the menu, he let out a derisive chuckle. His modesty belied the reality of his status as the true heir of the Qin family, and he scoffed at the notion of feeling a pinch over such trivial expenses. Jadeite and white jade soup, peerless twins, snow-capped flame mountain, he declared, ordering everything that sounded extravagant. Seizing the rare opportunity to flaunt his wealth, he felt as though he had returned to the days of grandeur in the capital. Were it not for their current location within Qinyan sect, he might have instructed the attendant to serve a round of every dish on the menu, followed by a second round for good measure. As Qin Qianfan sincerely treated him, much of Chua's resentment dissipated. Rumor had it that Jiwei building not only offered delectable cuisine but also possessed a profound understanding of dietary supplements. Even a true monarch in the integration stage could enhance their cultivation by dining there. Soon, a vibrant array of hot dishes graced their table. A veritable feast of red and green. Radishes, greens, cucumbers, and red peppers tantalized the senses. But alas, what a farce. With a frigid gaze, Chu He fixed his eyes upon Qin Qianfan, conveying the unspoken question, "Is this what you intend to treat your brother to?" Qin Qianfan, perplexed, called over the attendant and inquired, "Esteemed senior, where are the dishes we ordered?" Although the individual was dressed as an attendant, Qin Qianfan dared not address him as such. The Green Cloud Street was a realm of hidden talents. Who could ascertain that a mere server might actually be a venerable elder from a celestial sect, while one might risk scolding their own master atop the mountain? The consequences of behaving arrogantly towards a humble server on Green Cloud Street could very well lead to both oneself and one's master being buried that very night. "Here we are. These 4 dishes are what you ordered, and these 6 are our restaurant's signature dishes," the attendant indicated toward the assortment of vegetables on the table. "Is this the Azure Dragon's departure?" Chu He questioned, pointing at the cold cucumber salad before him, beginning to grasp the attendant's line of thought. The attendant nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, this is a genuine spirit cucumber. It's worth rivaling that of a living golden core stage dragon." Chu He then glanced at the cabbage and tofu soup beside the Azure Dragon's departure. The attendant chuckled and praised, "Excellent eye." In the silence surrounding Chu He, it appeared that the stir-fried green and red peppers were indeed an unparalleled duo, while the sugar-dressed tomatoes resembled the snow-capped flame mountain. Such brazen deceit! Qin Qianfan slammed his hand on the table and shouted in fury. Who would have thought that the esteemed first tavern of the Qinyan sect would engage in such unscrupulous practices, taking advantage of patrons? Suddenly, several powerful auras surged into the sky, all emanating from those at the early stages of the transformation realm. A number of waiters, along with the chef wielding a frying spatula, hurried over to witness the commotion. It had been many years since anyone dared to cause a ruckus at the Jiwei Pavilion. This spectacle was simply too enticing to ignore. Qin Qianfan, undeterred by the onlookers outside, unleashed a torrent of invective. "Old Chu, how can you be so ungrateful when your esteemed predecessors have taken such care to prepare these dishes for you? Do you possess even a shred of conscience?" His impassioned words nearly splattered onto the face of Chu He, who stood before him like a dragon emerging from the sea. Unfazed by Qin Qianfan's unreasonable tirade, Chu He pondered for a moment before addressing the attendant. "May I inquire if the Jiwei Pavilion has an investment from Elder Lu? Such outrageous behavior is unmatched within the Qinyan sect. You know Xiao Zhou? This menu was crafted by her, and indeed, our sales have surged as a result." The attendant responded with newfound interest, the mention of Xiao Zhou revealing her identity. Chu He lowered his head in shame. The scars left by the sword of the Return to Simplicity Hall, the origin of the name of Old Turtle from the Little Spirit Peak, along with the outrageous menu of the Jiwei building. What sins had he committed to have taken such a master? "You are Chufa, are you not, disciple of Xiao Zhou?" The familiar companion took a seat, quickly recalling Chuha's identity. After all, they had heard of the entrance of the 3 great prodigies. Chu He nodded, resembling a defendant standing trial. "This is family," he remarked. "It is not that I withhold delicacies from you. Rather, you are still too young to digest such rich fare." The attendant gestured towards the door, and soon a figure entered, cradling a live chicken destined for slaughter. Upon seeing the chicken, which possessed yuan-ing cultivation and seemed to bear the bloodline of an ancient beast, the 3 men realized that a mere morsel from it could potentially allow them to achieve the golden core stage instantaneously. "Your modesty is unwarranted. These dishes appear quite splendid," the humbled Qin Qianfan stated, as he picked up a piece of tomato and placed it into his mouth. The moment it touched his palate, a refreshing, tangy sweetness enveloped him. Qin Qianfan's eyes sparkled. Although it appeared simplistic, The flavor rivaled that of the esteemed chef from his own Qin family. The attendant observed Chen Qianfan relishing the meal and chuckled, "Rest assured, though the menu may seem extravagant, our Jiwei building prides itself on genuine ingredients. Xiao Zhou has instructed that we must not engage in deception. We aim to profit through what is termed." The attendant faltered, momentarily unable to recall the term. "Service charge," the chef holding the chicken promptly reminded him. "Indeed, the service charge is 15% of the meal price. Do remember to account for it later," the attendant asserted, slapping the table for emphasis. Chen Qianfan's piece of tofu promptly slipped from his chopsticks and plummeted into his bowl. No corners cut. "But rather a straightforward heist, is it?" he mused. The sixth elder truly lives up to his reputation as a bane of the 9 provinces. It is no wonder he can serve as Chu He's mentor. Just as the attendant rose to depart, he suddenly recalled something and retrieved an ancient tome. "This was rejected by Xiao Zhou. She instructed me to pass it on to her disciple." He caressed the tome, his eyes reflecting a myriad of sentiments. With a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, Chu He accepted the tome, ensuring that it was indeed a manual of martial arts rather than a mere disguise for a debt note, before he could truly relax. The title read, "The Sword of Enlightenment." Ning Ruyu, who leaned in closer, gasped slightly as she recognized the origin of this technique. It was the creation of the venerable sword sage from a millennium past, a method capable of refining one's consciousness. "You are indeed the sword sage." Once a legendary figure across the 9 realms, the sword sage had developed the unparalleled technique of merging sword and self, achieving an undefeated status in the realm of integration. It was rumored that even the sword sect coveted him, seeking to recruit him as a guest elder. Eventually, however, the sword sage mysteriously vanished. Some speculated it was due to a failed tribulation, while others whispered that he fell victim to the sword sect for refusing to relinquish his sacred methods. It was astonishing to discover that such a renowned figure was concealed within the confines of the tasteful building. "Esteemed elder, this is far too precious. I cannot accept a reward without merit," Chu He said, fully aware of the significance of the manual and hastily attempting to return it to the sword sage. The sword sage waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This belongs to Xiao Zhou. Since he has no desire for it, I bequeath it to you." With that, he turned away with an air of nonchalance, showing no attachment to the treasured legacy that even the sword sect yearned for. Who would have thought that Elder Lu would leave such an opportunity for old Chu? Chen Qianfan mused. The legacy of the sword sage was something the Qin family would hold in high regard. Yet, Ning Ruyu recalled a legend. Her gaze peculiar as she regarded Chu He with an expression that oscillated between joy and sorrow. As the cherished jewel of a prestigious family from Qingzhou, perhaps her knowledge of ancient secrets paled in comparison to Chen Qianfan's. However, her understanding of numerous matters pertaining to Qingzhou far surpassed his. For instance, there was a tale concerning the tasteful building of the Qingyan sect. According to legend, the individual who spent the most at the tasteful building every millennium could learn a technique from the reclusive masters therein. This privilege extended from the foundational stages of spirit transformation up to the tribulation phase, including teachings from esteemed elders. It was said that such an opportunity was invaluable yet rare. However, the expenditures at the tasteful building were among the highest across the 9 realms, with lavish feasts often exceeding 1,000,000 spirit stones. The sword sage mentioned that this manual belonged to Elder Lu. One must wonder why Elder Lu was deemed deserving. Chu He, with a heart full of gratitude, opened the ancient tome in his hands. A cascade of familiar promissory notes tumbled to the ground. "I, Zhou Huanqing, owe Jiwei Tower the sum of 700,000 spirit stones for the fine wine, to be repaid within a century. I, Zhou Huanqing, owe Jiwei Tower 130,000 spirit stones for a banquet, to be repaid within a century." Upon recognizing the familiar handwriting and content, Chu He suddenly smiled with a sense of relief. Chapter 42. The refinement of the wise sword. Dozens of IOUs amounted to nearly 30 million. Yet, Chu He maintained a steady demeanor, untouched by turmoil. More lice do not bite, and more debts do not bring distress. The difference between 100 million and 130 million debts seemed negligible. What manner of person is Zhou Huanqing, one might ponder. While Chu He remained composed, the veins on his forehead throbbed with instability. Even when he ventured out for a meal, with Chen Qianfan treating, he would inevitably encounter the creditors of Zhou Huanqing. What is wrong with this world? What has become of the 9 provinces? Has he summoned the extraterritorial demons, or has he allied himself with fallen immortals to warrant such treatment? I have inquired with Uncle Lu, who mentioned that although Elder Lu is burdened with countless debts, he is a man of his word, repaying on time without fail. There is no need for concern. Qin Qianfan spoke to comfort him. He had previously worried that Zhou Huanqing's debts might entangle Chu He, primarily fearing that if Zhou Huanqing could not repay his debts, Chu He would be sold off entirely. Then, Chu He, with his superficial charm, might catch the eye of some oblivious, beautiful cultivator, since embracing a life of decadence and luxury. As long as Qin Qianfan drew breath, he would ensure that his brother never traversed such a shortcut or detour. Moreover, Uncle Lu possesses formidable cultivation. I have heard from the elders of our clan that the 7-foot sect master does not consider himself a match for Uncle Lu. Ning Ruyu also spoke to reassure Chu He, primarily because this Uncle Lu is somewhat unscrupulous, having retained the promissory note protection charm with Ning Ruyu. She feared that Chu He might develop a mental affliction from this, and that it might adversely impact his future cultivation. In this regard, Ning Ruyu was indeed overly concerned. The heart of Chu He remains steadfast, and he has long abandoned any hope for Zhou Huanqing. What perplexes him is that it seems every step he takes is meticulously calculated by Zhou Huanqing. From the precise contribution of his sword at Guifan Hall, leaving behind traces, to the unsightly elixir in the bamboo pavilion that aids in awakening the celestial eye, to the moment he requires the cultivation of his divine consciousness to activate the celestial eye, the enlightenment sword technique is now within his grasp. Zhou Huanqing appears to possess a profound understanding of his most pressing needs, delivering them alongside an overwhelming burden of debt. Furthermore, prior to his initiation, Zhou Huanqing had sealed his furnace body. Chu He felt an unsettling premonition. Could this old man truly be fixated on his extraordinary beauty and unparalleled talent, intending to mold him into a mere puppet? This fleeting concern soon dissipated. The three of them had not met for half a year, indulging in delectable dishes while engaging in vibrant discussions about the future. As night fell, they stepped out onto Qingyun Street. Under the moonlight, Chu He gazed at the receipt for 30,000 spirit stones in his hand, occasionally shaking his head. This extravagant meal was indeed treated by Qin Qianfan. Yet the three foundation-building disciples had consumed an astonishing 30,000 spirit stones without even a hint of meat. The thought of how many spirit stones the 1,000-year consumption champion, Zhou Huanqing, had spent sent a shiver through Chu He's mind. I shall seek out Old Turtle then. Be sure to arrive early tomorrow, Lao Chu, Qin Qianfan remarked, letting out a satisfied belch. He was a wanderer, residing wherever he practiced with the elder, and his current focus was solely on Old Turtle. Thus he had made his abode by the pond of the Old Turtle. Senior brother, I believe I may have indulged a bit too much. A small hand tugged at Chu He's garment just as Qin Qianfan departed. With a perplexed glance over his shoulder, Chu He beheld the radiant moonlight illuminating Ning Ruyu, who donned a delicate pink palace gown, exuding a playful charm. Her flawless visage was graced by a pair of enchanting eyes, as captivating as the spring waters. Are we not simply drinking water? Chu He pondered, recollecting the crystal-clear, sweet spring water that was priced at 800 spirit stones, a detail etched in his memory. Ning Ruyu's expression stiffened, a blush blooming upon her cheeks, as she replied, that is because there is wine within the dish. Chu He suddenly realized that Ning Ruyu possessed the water spirit root, which even allowed her to discern the wine used in cooking. Truly impressive. In light of this, it would be wise to return and rest quickly. As for Old Qin, he is utterly unable to comprehend the dishes. Chu He vehemently rebuked Qin Qianfan for his lack of empathy and promptly summoned his storage ring to call for a Didi ride. Senior brother, won't you see me off? It's late at night, and I feel a bit frightened. Ning Ruyu gazed at the two approaching small white dots, struggling for survival. Junior sister, you jest. This is the Qingyun sect, and besides, your cultivation has made significant progress over the past 6 months. What is there to be afraid of? Chu He laughed heartily, assisting Ning Ruyu onto the white crane. Without allowing her to utter much, the crane spread its wings and soared towards the water cloud peak. As the night breeze caressed her, Ning Ruyu felt a sense of dizziness, pondering how everything she experienced seemed so disparate from what her senior sisters had described. Half a month later, beside the tranquil pond of Shaoling Peak, Chu He lazily reclined on the tree trunk, basking in the sun, while a tiny red snake, no thicker than a thumb, coiled into a ball atop his head, following the establishment of a few ground rules. The little red snake also joined the pursuit of Little Red discussion group. In the voting process, Chu He secured 4 votes, excluding that of Qin Qianfan, and was elected as the group leader. In the water pool, 2 giant turtles, one black and the other white, coldly gazed at the serene and harmonious scene above them. Senior Turtle, don't mind old Chu, continue recounting how you met Sister Hong, urged Chen Qianfan, who had transformed into a pure white spirit turtle. Reluctantly, the elder turtle withdrew his gaze and continued, "You see, I possess the bloodline of the Xuanwu. As you know, our demon clan's cultivation heavily relies on bloodlines. I sought to continuously activate this Xuanwu bloodline, aspiring to evolve into a pure Xuanwu." Chen Qianfan nodded, silently channeling the Hui Jianju. "Now, when I compare myself to the Xuanwu, what do I lack? Merely that snake upon my back." Thus, I searched the mountains extensively and ultimately encountered little Hong. Just one glance, and I knew I wished for her to ride me for all eternity. The elder turtle spoke with deep affection, causing Chen Qianfan to feel nauseated. He recalled how he had previously poured several jars of spirit wine for the elder turtle, during which the elder's version of the story had been that he had been captivated by little Hong's serpentine waist, a thought that was quite invigorating. Aware that the elder turtle was fabricating tales, Chen Qianfan, however, endured his discomfort and listened intently, not due to any masochistic tendencies, but rather as the elder turtle grew more animated, spinning sweet narratives that bore no relation to reality. As Chen Qianfan silently practiced the Hui Jianju, it accelerated with each passing moment. The true monarch of the Hui Jin was exceedingly generous, permitting Chu He to disseminate the Hui Jianju. Chen Qianfan promptly volunteered to be the foremost guinea pig to assess its efficacy. The essence of the Hui Jianju, much like its name, involved refining one's consciousness through the forging of a sword. Unlike traditional sword forging, which employs a hammer and furnace, the crafting of the Hui Jian requires mental fortitude. Listening to the elder turtle boast, while absorbing it inwardly, became Chen Qianfan's method of cultivation. To be frank, the elder turtle's audacity was comparable to that of Chu and Chen. Thus, the efficacy of honing one's consciousness in this manner proved remarkably effective. Chen Qianfan surmised that nothing could surpass the results of witnessing Chu He's ostentation firsthand. "Senior Turtle, I shall seek Brother Leopard for a spar." As the venerable turtle elder began to speak animatedly about bubbling with excitement, Chu He interjected by leaping down. He visited the little spirit peak every other day, finding solace in training during the daylight hours when Xiao Hong would come, thus providing opportunities for interaction between the turtle elder and Xiao Hong. In the afternoon, he sought out several male golden core spirit beasts on the mountain for sparring, carefully selecting them to prevent any trouble arising from his celestial body. The allure of the sealed celestial aura was exceedingly faint to male spirit beasts, transforming the physiological response of "you smell delightful" into a mere appetite-driven "you smell appetizing." When Xiao Hong departed in the evening, he utilized his celestial vision to assist the turtle elder in foreseeing the future and making choices. It was preferable to present gifts rather than engage in conversation. Thanks to Chu He's assistance, the turtle elder was now subjected to only a single reprimand of disgusting each day. The turtle elder nodded silently, seemingly reluctant to converse with Chu He. Yet, over the past fortnight, he was well aware of the immense support Chu He had provided. Not to mention, Xiao Hong's willingness to visit his domain was a significant breakthrough. However, it seemed that he had contracted a peculiar itch from Chen Qianfan, as he often felt a tickling sensation in his back molars whenever he was in the presence of Chu He. This sensation intensified, especially when Xiao Hong draped herself around Chu He's neck like a necklace. The turtle elder closed his eyes, suspecting that the waters of the pond had been tainted by Chen Qianfan, and resolved to find an opportunity to replace the pond water. Chu He remained indifferent to the turtle elder's aloofness, knowing that by nightfall, when he would devise strategies, the turtle elder would don a facade of "If you do not forsake me, I shall pledge myself as your adopted father, old Chu. Why do you not come to listen to Brother Turtle's tales? They are exceedingly captivating," Chen Qianfan urged. With a disdainful smile, Chu He revealed the numerous IOUs affixed within his robe. There was no need to listen to Grandpa Turtle weave tales. The treasures he possessed far surpassed those of Chen Qianfan. The relentless, enchanting melodies resounded incessantly, and the heartwarming notion of debts must be repaid ensured that Chu He's sword of wisdom operated at maximum capacity at all times. How is it that this lad has captured little Hong's affections so effortlessly? Grandpa Turtle mused as he observed Chu He's retreating figure. Feeling an itch in his molars once more, Chen Qianfan opened his mouth but did not respond. Shortly after Chu He departed, Ning Ruyu, humming a tune, bounced joyfully to the edge of the pond. Upon noticing that Chu He was no longer present, her cheerful demeanor swiftly faded. "Junior sister Ning, come quickly," called out Chen Qianfan, who was engrossed in a story. Reluctantly, Ning Ruyu approached the pond. Chen Qianfan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Turtle, Since junior sister Ning is also a female cultivator, we can simply ask her. The elder turtle, intrigued, clambered ashore and inquired, Sister Ning, what do you think is the most important thing for a male cultivator or a male demon? Being handsome, Ning Ryu replied without hesitation, her delicate face slightly flushed. The elder turtle fell silent and sank to the bottom of the pond. Ideally, it is having a spirit root for swordsmanship, Ning Ryu continued, unaware that the elder turtle had vanished. Chun Qianfan chuckled, his back teeth clenched in amusement. Suddenly, he felt a surge of sharpness in his consciousness. His sword wisdom technique had reached a breakthrough. As the seasons turned, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. It was the 3rd year since Chu He and the others became disciples. The internal competition, gathering the exceptional talents within the sect, commenced. Chapter 43. The contest among the 5 great sects. Since you all are cultivators, why bother with these contests? The Qingyan sect could certainly learn a thing or two from my Qin family, Qin Qianfan mused, lazily reclining on a makeshift battle preparation seat, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. The internal competition of the Qingyun sect featured 12 inner disciples and 20 outer disciples. After a month of unremarkable progress, Chu He and his companions successfully advanced to the top 4. The only notable match was between Li Li and Hu Yong, which had a hint of rivalry. The other disciples faced the top 4 with utter defeat, hence Qin Qianfan's complaints, to showcase their disciples. It was rumored that the 7-foot Taoist of the sword sect had arrived a month early and had already engaged in 7 or 8 matches with the sect leader. Watercloud Peak is well-informed, possessing intelligence-gathering abilities in various gossips that rival those of the return to ordinary hall, Ning Ryu remarked, as she adjusted her breath and calmed her mind. The tales of the sect's prodigies, powerful beings masquerading as fools, and scandalous affairs became the 3 major topics of conversation among cultivators in the 9 provinces. Is that why your Qin family avoids such contests? Chu He pondered, contemplating whether wearing a sword at his waist or on his back appeared more dashing. Qin Qianfan immediately sprang to his feet, declaring, of course. Our Qin family is a scholarly lineage. We would never engage in such violent pursuits. Then how does your family assess the inner disciples? Chu He asked. By their ability to make money, Qin Qianfan replied, looking at Chu He as if he were a fool. Chu He felt a wave of silence wash over him, realizing that the esteemed Qin family, a lineage of scholarly repute, had chosen the stench of greed over the sin of cultured integrity. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Qianfan was oblivious to Chu He's inner thoughts as he excitedly recounted his illustrious achievements. Let me tell you, when I was just 14, I eagerly volunteered to participate in the clan examination. At that time, I devised a method of earning wealth with no investment, a groundbreaking scheme that would astonish the world. Upon hearing this, Chu He's interest was piqued. Coming from a humble background and having taken on such a dubious mentor, he found the prospect of making money quite alluring. I must insist that you keep this confidential. In the future, the 3 of us will establish a commercial association. With my approach, we shall topple the Pishio Trading Association within a century. Qin Qianfan gathered the trio together, whispering about his monumental enterprise. At that time, the clan provided 500 spirit stones with a deadline of 1 year, allowing us to pursue our endeavors freely. I took the funds and sought out a few associates, one of whom was Junior Brotherly. I told them I had discovered a celestial artifact at home capable of infinitely replicating spirit stones. Insert 1 stone, and it yields 2. Skeptical at first, they eventually agreed to invest, lured by the promise of a 10% profit on their principal within a month, encouraging further investments for greater returns. As Qin Qianfan animatedly continued, Chu He sensed something amiss and raised his hand to interrupt him. So, you deceived them out of an initial capital, returning 10% of their principal a month later while coaxing them to recruit others, using the latter's investments to pay the former? Qin Qianfan paused, momentarily stunned, then triumphantly clapped his hands together and leaped up. Wow, Lao Chu, you truly understand me. This scheme had long been buried within Qin Qianfan's heart, unspoken to anyone. To his surprise, Chu He grasped it instantly. Indeed, he was both a close friend and a rival. And what happened next, Brother Qin? Did you ultimately succeed? Although Ning Ryu sensed a hint of wrongdoing, she remained unaware of the true nature of a Ponzi scheme. In response, Qin Qianfan's eyes reflected a trace of hardship as he sighed. For 6 months, I spent not a single spirit stone and amassed several million. However, the Ministry of Justice came to apprehend me, and the clan revoked my qualifications. Chu He secretly sighed, recognizing the formidable influence of the Qin family, which had managed to preserve Qin Qianfan's position. Observing Chun Qianfan lamenting over his unfulfilled commercial pursuits from years past, Chu He, as a loyal brother, readily offered words of encouragement. Old Qin, I believe there are those within your clan who harbor jealousy and have acted covertly against you. Should the opportunity arise, I will undoubtedly support you in your endeavors once more. Bolstered by Chu He's encouragement, Chun Qianfan swiftly regained his confidence, resolutely determined to demonstrate his financial acumen to the denizens of the capital. Chu He nodded silently, for according to the laws of the immortal Qin, reporting fraud could yield rewards commensurate with the amount defrauded. Chu He awaits Chun Qianfan's resurgence, envisioning a path to wealth through the accumulation of several 100 million spirit stones, which he could then report. Is this not the way to prosperity? Casting a glance at the ambitious Chun Qianfan, Chu He discreetly pulled aside the bewildered Ning Ruyu to elucidate the concept of a Ponzi scheme. If old Qin possesses such skill to deceive millions, it seems the rumors of the navet and affluence of the capital's residents hold some truth. Yet, it remains a mystery as to which fools have fallen victim to the ruse. As Chu He observed Ning Ruyu diligently absorbing new knowledge, he couldn't help but reflect. If he could obtain the list that Chun Qianfan currently held, even if one day he were compelled by Master Lu Shi to turn to the demonic path, he could still secure some initial capital. Before him stood one of the gullible fools. Suddenly, a visage of exquisite elegance and nobility graced Chu He's sight. The pupils of Chu He narrowed, not merely due to the sudden appearance of a woman's exquisite beauty, but rather because of the resplendent black and gold dragon gown she adorned, an attire befitting the imperial lineage of the Xianqin dynasty. Esteemed Taoist Chu He, I am Ying Shilan. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, she declared. Behind Ying Shilan, dozens of young cultivators cloaked in black robes regarded Chu He and his companions with a mix of curiosity and provocation. In the Xianqin imperial city, the color black held a place of utmost reverence. Although Chu He had never encountered them before, he recognized the origins of these young cultivators. They were the prodigies nurtured by the Heavenly Sun's lineage, the illustrious offspring of the Xianqin dynasty. Chu He hurriedly turned around in search of Chun Qianfan, for his creditor had arrived in the capital. No need to look any further. Your nephew-in-law has already fled, Ying Shilan remarked as she scrutinized Chu He. Nephew-in-law? Chu He inquired, perplexed, as he had never known the identity of Chun Qianfan's fiancée. All he was aware of was that she was 3,000 years his senior and a formidable being in the tribulation stage. Ning Ruyu promptly leaned in to whisper in Chu He's ear, Senior brother Qin is betrothed to the only daughter of the Grand Prince. She is none other than the esteemed princess of the current sovereign. Chu He was taken aback. Chun Qianfan's bowl of soft rice was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Oh, Chu, good to see you again. A somewhat familiar voice echoed as Qin Huai ascended Qingyan Peak with his hands clasped behind him, resembling a scoundrel. Following closely was the prodigy of the Qin family, adorned in resplendent purple attire. Before Chu He could respond, the 7-foot Taoist, whom he had met briefly during the disciple initiation ceremony, descended upon Qingyun Peak with his apprentice. After casting a meaningful glance at Chu He, the 7-foot Taoist proceeded toward the high platform. The garments worn by those disciples were strikingly familiar to Chu He, characterized by a red and black color scheme, with a long sword sheathed behind them. They were the elite of the Sword Sect, one of the 9 great immortal sects. The Immortal Qin dynasty, the Chun family of the Immortals, the Sword Sect of the Immortal Gate, alongside the yet-to-arrive Kunlun Xianshan, reputed as the most ancient and enigmatic of the immortal sections. The inter-sect competition of the Qingyun Immortal Gate was merely a prelude. The true spectacle lay ahead in the contest of the prodigies from the 5 great immortal sects. Chu He took a deep breath, feeling the immense weight of responsibility that rested upon his shoulders as an exceptional talent of the celestial sect. Young ones, this is our Chun family's esteemed son-in-law. Address him accordingly, Chun Huai proclaimed with a sweeping gesture. The remarkable talents of the Chun family behind him bowed in unison, exclaiming, Greetings, esteemed son-in-law. Just as the formidable 7-foot Taoist, in the tribulation stage, was about to take his seat, he suddenly stumbled slightly. Ying Shilan, who had just exchanged pleasantries, covered her mouth, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she anticipated the unfolding events. Chu He felt an icy chill emanating from Ning Ruyu behind him, as if her water spirit root was on the verge of mutating into an ice spirit root. Chapter 44, The Undying Chu He, vowing not to ascend. The guests took their seats, and fruits were prepared. Yang Chu and Xue tossed the fleeing Chun Qianfan onto the preparatory stage. The competition among the top 4 of the Qingyun Immortal sect officially commenced. Who do you think will win? Chu He inquired of the 7-inch Taoist beside him, despite his cultivation being far inferior to that of the Taoist. However, both were currently serving as leading protectors, so a brief conversation was permissible. In truth, Chu He was surprised that the 7-inch Taoist had personally taken action. The contest following the intersect trials was merely a competition among the new generation of prodigious disciples from the 5 great immortal sections. Ultimately, it was a battle of golden core cultivators, hardly warranting the Taoist's involvement. The Qin family was merely represented by his own modestly esteemed transformation stage leader. The winner from the immortal Qin dynasty, Ing Shilan, although of higher status, was still only at the nascent soul stage. Yet, the personal involvement of the 7-inch Taoist raised questions. Chu He's gaze swept over the disciples of the sword sect behind him, wondering if there was a prodigy among them that the 7-inch Taoist held in high regard, compelling him to take such a personal interest. Chu He will win, the 7-inch Taoist stated, not turning his head but maintaining his gaze forward. His eyes were fixed on Chu He, clad in a blue-white Taoist robe, with a long sword at his waist, resembling a celestial swordsman descended from the heavens. And what of the arena? Chu He, undeterred by the Taoist's demeanor, voiced his thoughts, acknowledging his junior status and modest cultivation. The 2 matches of the top 4 proceeded simultaneously. In the Jia arena, Chu He faced Ning Ruyu, while in the Yi arena, Chun Qianfan battled the external sect disciple, Zhan Bailey. Chu He will win, the 7-inch Taoist mechanically reiterated. Chu He was taken aback and quietly remarked, Senior 7-inch, I was referring to the Yi arena. The 7-inch Taoist furrowed his brow, responding with a hint of impatience. I said Chu He will win. No matter who it is, Chu He shall prevail. Do you understand? Chu He immediately fell silent, perplexed by the Taoist's sudden discontent towards him. After all, the Qin family maintained a good relationship with the sword sect, as if he had somehow usurped something precious from him, such as the nature of the sword spirit root, indeed extraordinary. The disciples of the sword sect also regarded Chu He with keen interest. Being all sword cultivators, they could sense the latent, soaring energy emanating from Chu He even from afar. That senior sister from Qingyun is quite beautiful. She must be the eldest daughter of the Ning family. Some recognized Ning Ruyu's lineage. The Ning family of Qizhou was also a prestigious family, second only to the immortal sections. With the eldest daughter of the Ning family already at the golden core stage, could her water spirit root contend with that? I have heard that a sword spirit root could slay golden core demon cultivators in the early stages of foundation establishment without relying on external forces. It cannot be measured by realm alone. However, the eldest daughter of the Ning family possesses a water spirit root. How could those who dwell in demonic paths ever compare to her celestial grace? The disciples in the stands engaged in animated discussions, speculating about the victory at the A-shaped arena. Chu He possesses both the sword spirit root and the celestial eye, endowing him with a talent formidable enough to overshadow a generation of prodigies. However, at present, he remains at the perfected foundation establishment stage, yet to forge his Dan. In contrast, Ning Ruyu, after a duel with Li Li 3 days prior, experienced an epiphany and subsequently broke through to the golden core stage, becoming the first golden core true immortal in their trio. Furthermore, Ning Ruyu's talent can be described as ethereal, characterized by her singular attribute spirit root, which is far from ordinary among golden core true immortals. The term ethereal refers to a level of aptitude that was once sufficient to connect directly to the celestial realm during its existence. A singular attribute spirit root is the most common form of ethereal talent. Consequently, the disciples of various immortal sects who have come to observe tend to favor Ning Ryu. My esteemed peers and dear friends, I, Qingyun, express my gratitude for your presence amidst your busy schedules, proclaimed the venerable Qingyun as he timely took the stage to deliver the opening remarks. On the martial arts platform, Chu He beckoned to Ning Ryu. With a slight pout of dissatisfaction, she approached him. Assist me in protecting the law. I wish to ascertain the situation, Chu He stated with a natural ease. Over the course of 3 years, Ning Ryu has grown to follow Chu He's words with unwavering obedience. Chu He claimed to be the reincarnation of the immortal Qin Shi Huang, and Ning Ryu believed him without a shadow of a doubt. As Chu He activated his celestial vision, Ning Ryu set aside her minor grievances and focused intently on her watchful duty. However, she did not realize that they were atop the Qingyun Peak, the main summit of the Qingyun immortal sect, where even the combined true monarchs numbered only a handful. There was no need for any protective spells. This was merely a ruse employed by Chu He to close the gap between them. 5 minutes later, Chu He opened his eyes, and Ning Ryu eagerly approached him, asking what he had seen. Since cultivating the wisdom sword technique, Chu He's celestial vision had significantly enhanced. Given their familiarity with each other, their exchanges were swift and fierce, leaving no room for delay. Thus, it came as no surprise to Ning Ruyu that Chu He could foresee the outcome of their confrontation. "You have lost," Chu He stated plainly. Ning Ruyu's delicate face bore a hint of disappointment. Although she sensed that her chances of victory were slim, the knowledge of her impending defeat still stung her heart. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu He rose and extended his hand. Ning Ruyu instinctively placed her delicate, fair hand into his. "You see, at the outset, you must launch your attack with 18 azure water arrows, 12 striking directly and 6 maneuvering behind." As he held his junior sister's hand, Chu He leisurely elucidated the circumstances of their impending duel. "However, brother, I can fly now," Ning Ruyu interjected. Perplexed by the notion of being approached so closely by Chu He, a master swordsman renowned for his formidable offensive prowess. As a practitioner adept in the art of water-based techniques, being in close quarters with Chu He posed a significant danger. Yet, the most profound advantage of breaking through to the Golden Core stage is the ability to engage in aerial combat. It is not merely that Ning Ruyu had previously forced herself into the air using flowing clouds and waters, but rather that she could now elegantly maneuver through the skies with the method of aerial mastery. Indeed, should you find yourself in close proximity, you would think to engage in aerial combat. However, I too possess my own methods, Chu He replied with a gentle smile. As 2 standard azure cloud swords emerged from his ring, hovering behind him, the sword cultivator is the most formidable in the realm of offense. Yet, within this category, there exists a distinction between spirit swords and flying swords. Spirit sword practitioners wield their swords for close combat, striking with unparalleled ferocity, embodying the philosophy of one sword breaking myriad techniques. The eminent representative of spirit sword practitioners in the 9 provinces is the 7-foot Taoist, a figure few can withstand when he unleashes his heaven-slaying sword technique. Conversely, flying sword practitioners excel in the art of sword manipulation. Directing their swords with spiritual energy for long-range attacks, their strategies often elusive and unpredictable. The foremost figure of flying sword practitioners in the 9 provinces is the second elder of the sword sect, whose unparalleled technique, transforming swords into thousands, unleashes a torrent of flying swords that can obscure the sun, akin to a cascading waterfall, nearly impossible to counter. Of course, spirit and flying swords are interrelated. The distinction among sword cultivators lies merely in their greater proficiency in one aspect over the other. The 7-foot Taoist is adept with spirit swords, yet he can still triumph over his own second elder in the art of sword manipulation. This is due to the fact that he has attained the tribulation stage, while the second elder remains at the integration stage. Ultimately, victory is paramount. An excessive focus on sectarian differences can lead one astray. As the embodiment of the sword spirit, Chu He inherently comprehends this principle. Thus he has cultivated both the spirit sword and the flying sword, mastering both close combat and ranged attacks without any flaws. Once you ascend into the skies, you will undoubtedly be concerned about my potential pursuit, prompting you to first employ the rainfall technique to disrupt my movements. In that moment, my 2 flying swords will catch you entirely off guard. Chu He continued, stating that Ning Ruyu's strikes were unlikely to inflict any harm upon him. Instead, he could gradually orchestrate his strategy with 3 long swords, confining Ning Ruyu's movements within the confines of the sword marks. After 36 exchanges, Ning Ruyu found herself with no avenue for retreat, entrapped within the web of swords crafted by her own actions. Indeed, it was her senior brother who emerged victorious. Ning Ruyu, trembling slightly, resigned herself to her defeat. Although Chu He is merely a subject of theoretical discourse, Ning Ruyu understands that every step she takes is her most prudent choice. To strike unexpectedly and recklessly would only hasten her own defeat. Her senior brother is exceedingly formidable, rendering the experience rather dull. Ning Ruyu averted her gaze, resembling a pouting young bride. As the disciple who has interacted the most with both Chu He and Qin Qianfan, she possesses the deepest understanding of their prowess. Once, she too was an arrogant scion of a prestigious family, reveling in the pride of her singular spiritual root. However, after countless sparring sessions over 3 years, she has never emerged victorious. It was then that Ning Ruyu came to realize that, beyond spiritual roots, there exists another talent known as innate brilliance. The talents of Chu He and Qin Qianfan in battle are unparalleled, leaving her in a state of inadequacy. Much like when she faced the demonic cultivator Li Hulu, Chu He swiftly discerned that blood is also water, while she found herself utterly helpless against Li Hulu, who had yet to reveal any of his hidden cards. Over the span of 3 years, she had exhausted herself merely trying to keep pace with Chu He. The senior sisters at Shuiyun Peak had suggested that if she could incapacitate Chu He, the plan of turning the tables would be a distant dream. Once I triumph in the finals, I shall take you to Qingyun Street for candied hawthorn, Chu He consoled, observing Ning Ryu's sulky demeanor. At Qingyun Street, a skewer of candied hawthorn costs 5 contribution points. Such extravagant expenses would only exacerbate Chu He's already strained finances. As my senior brother said, there shall be no backing out, Ning Ryu replied with a charming smile, sealing their pact with a pinky swear. A cacophony of grinding teeth erupted from the high platform. Among the disciples of the sword sect, over a dozen spectators gripped their sheathed swords tightly, their fingers turning white from the strain. How infuriating! As fellow sword cultivators, they resented Chu He not only for possessing a sword spirit root, but also for having such an affectionate and clingy junior sister. To add insult to injury, this junior sister hailed from a prestigious family, fair-skinned and beautiful, exuding an aura of innocence. Within the 9 regions Celestial Gate, apart from the Buddhist sect, which does not accept female disciples, the sword sect ranked last in terms of female disciples. Often scorned with remarks like love of the sword surpasses love for one's partner and lacking romantic sensibility, some disciples had trained for a decade without encountering a single senior sister. In stark contrast, Chu He basked in a level of treatment that ignited the fury of the sword sect disciples, who felt compelled to leap down and confront him. This fellow is intolerable. We shall not ascend to immortality until Chu He is vanquished. A rallying cry, steeped in indignation, ignited the anger of the sword sect disciples. Until Chu He is vanquished, we shall not ascend to immortality. The synchronized chant resonated from the sword sect seating area, drawing the attention of those in attendance. That brother has a fine slogan, but who exactly are you? One disciple of the sword sect inquired, puzzled by the youth beside him who had initiated the chant. The young man bore a square face, exuding an air of nobility and distinction, though his blue cloud robe appeared somewhat out of place among the disciples. I am Chen Qianfan of Qingyun. Brothers, wait for me. I shall surely defeat this fellow in the finals, restoring the honor of the 9 regions. Chen Qianfan declared through gritted teeth, raising his fist in affirmation as he descended from the platform to prepare for the match. Meanwhile, the true monarch of Qingyun, still rehearsing his opening remarks, scratched his head, observing the 4 strong contenders holding hands on the arena. Listening to the sword sect juniors behind him, who had sworn eternal enmity with his own disciple, he couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps they were a tad disrespectful. Could it be that his 3 years of boasting about having taken in 3 prodigies led everyone to forget his status as the master of Qingyun? The esteemed Qingyun Jinjuan completed the opening remarks and proclaimed the commencement of the competition. As the formation activated, a translucent protective shield gradually ascended, just halfway through. The melodious voice of Ning Ryu resonated. I concede. Yang Chuanxue, serving as the judge, offered a wry smile, covering her forehead as she announced the outcome. In the A field, Chu He triumphs. Chapter 45, The Manifestation of the Wisdom Root. Return the money, return the money. The disciples of the sword sect, who had initially harbored feelings of discontent, erupted in outrage. A conspiracy, this was undeniably a conspiracy. In a moment of distraction, Chu He managed to persuade Ning Ryu, who possessed the prowess of a golden core cultivator, to forfeit her match. Are you from the Qingyun sect, or the Hehuan sect? Silence enveloped the arena as the voice of the 7-foot Taoist resonated, swiftly overpowering the clamorous disciples of the sword sect. Casting a stern glance at his lackadaisical disciples, the 7-foot Taoist furrowed his brow. Young friend Chu He has subdued the enemy without engaging in battle. This is a masterstroke of psychological warfare. Have the elders in our sect not imparted such wisdom to you? His authority overshadowed that of the Qingyun true monarch within the sword sect. Once he spoke, the disciples dared not utter another word. They merely watched as Ning Ryu, hand in hand with Chu He, skipped down from the arena, their murmurs growing increasingly fervent. Ahem. Taoist Chun, would you care to offer your commentary? The Qingyun true monarch, slightly embarrassed, returned to his seat. Having just delivered the opening remarks, he found himself at a loss. He was uncertain whether to resent Chu He for undermining his dignity or to express gratitude that the two had not hurried him to conclude his introduction. After a brief hesitation, Chen Huahui began. This match may appear straightforward, yet it encapsulates myriad strategic considerations worthy of study by all aspiring cultivators present. The words of our esteemed elder are indeed insightful. Chu He's ability to persuade his opponent to concede stems from a profound understanding of both self and adversary, accompanied by a meticulous analysis of their respective combat capabilities, which is undeniably convincing. Moreover, Chu He remains undeterred by the scrutiny of others. While it may seem he is trivializing the contest, in truth, he has preserved his optimal condition, adequately preparing for the decisive battle to come. Chen Huahui paused momentarily, his mind racing as he navigated the unfamiliar terrain of this assembly. Had he foreseen the challenges, he might have refrained from volunteering. Yet, had it been a gathering for evaluating courtesans in a brothel, he would have thrived effortlessly. As for Ning Ruyu, although she surrendered without contest, I find this to be an admirable quality. With her celestial grace and noble lineage, she possesses innate talents that far surpass those of her peers. Conventionally, she could easily adopt an air of arrogance. However, she demonstrates the remarkable ability to recognize her own limitations, undeterred by the disparity in cultivation levels, and possesses the courage to acknowledge her defeat. This is precisely the lesson that all of you, who consider yourselves geniuses, ought to learn. Chen Huahui, having exhausted his thoughts, deftly passed the discussion to the side of him. Xilon, what shall your commentary be? Both of them descended hand in hand. And though he was a transformation god cultivator, he found himself equally uncertain about how to provide an evaluation. Observing Xilon's contemplative expression, he was eager to discover what insights this young princess might offer. It is beautiful, captivating. I shall return for the next performance. Xilon pondered for a considerable time before uttering 8 simple words. Chen Huahui was instantly astounded, realizing that matters could indeed unfold in such a manner. However, considering his understanding of the little princess, he was uncertain whether Xilon was alluding to the futility of strategizing in the manner of Chu He, or if she was merely suggesting that they should indulge in some candied hawthorn together. Xilon, the youngest daughter of the current Qin emperor, had harbored a passion for gossip since her youth. It was said that she spent nearly 90% of her time within the palace in the company of the female officials, absorbing various tales from the harem. Gifted with a rare wind spirit root, she possessed a unique ability known as whispers of the wind, enabling her to use a gentle breeze as a medium to eavesdrop on the world's gossip. Currently, she presided over the intelligence agency of the Demon Suppression Department, reveling in the consumption of juicy tidbits. Reflecting upon how Xilon had managed to locate Chu He immediately upon ascending the mountain, a sense of caution began to stir within Chen Huahui. Chu He and Chen Qianfan possess extraordinary imaginations, unprecedented in history. In the future, their legends will undoubtedly resonate throughout the 9 provinces. Xilon surely does not intend to derive amusement from her preordained fiancé, Chen Qianfan. At the arena, Chen Qianfan faced off against John Bailey. Yang Chuanxue coldly announced. Evidently displeased with the earlier battle between Chu He and Ning Ruyu, Chen Qianfan somersaulted onto the stage, adopting a martial artist stance as he saluted the onlookers. Just as he was about to belittle Chu He, a deep, resonant voice interrupted from across the arena. Chen Qianfan, possessing an intelligent spiritual root, has achieved full foundation establishment, excelling in alchemy, formations, and weaponry. A muscular man clad in black approached the martial stage, each step revealing the myriad scars adorning his skin. Testament to his past battles, his cold, merciless gaze fixed on Chen Qianfan, exuding unabashed provocation and ferocity. Do you know what my first battle was like? It was against a monstrous elephant demon, its massive tusks dripping with blood, rendering my junior disciples paralyzed with fear. John Bailey addressed Chen Qianfan, stripping off his black attire. Each scar on his body was a badge of honor. I was terrified then, yet my heart urged me not to succumb to fear. For I am John Bailey, their elder brother, the indomitable warrior of the 100 battles. The 100 battles body, one of the 36 esteemed physiques, thrives on combat, growing ever bolder with each encounter. Possessing such a physique is akin to wielding dual spiritual roots, allowing Jean Bailey the potential to enter the inner sect. However, he chose the outer sect for the abundance of battles, relentlessly honing his undefeated warrior's body. 15 years have passed, and Jean Bailey stands once more before the inner sect. He seeks to reclaim his rightful position and ignite the legend that is his destiny. Though Chu He defeated a golden core demon cultivator at the early foundation stage, I will elucidate the vast chasm that separates each golden core. Upon my victory over you, I shall, before all, vanquish Chu He, ensuring that everyone understands the future belongs to me, Jean Bailey. Upon hearing Jean Bailey's declaration, Chen Qianfan's expression grew intricate with emotion. He recalled his own youthful fantasies at the age of 12, envisioning himself as the reincarnation of an unparalleled sword immortal, sealing an ancient devouring demon soul within his left hand. Thankfully, he had destroyed the recording pearls from that era, had one fallen into Chu He's possession. He could scarcely imagine the consequences. The competition begins, Yang Chuanxue proclaimed. Jean Bailey closed his eyes and tilted his head upwards, finally awaiting this day to prove himself to all. Celestial prison and earthlock array, Qin Qianfan's voice rang out, a diagram materializing in his palm. In an instant, Jean Bailey felt his dantian ensnared by the array, his spiritual power hindered. Wait, I have not yet finished. Jean Bailey interjected, realizing he still had much to convey. All right. Qin Qianfan raised his hand, casting the formation diagram into the air. Though he uttered his assent, his hands did not linger even for a moment. The azure water arrow, the blazing fire knife, the ancient wood spear, the golden touch technique, and the flowing sand technique, 5 signature spells of the foundation establishment realm were unleashed. Yet, Qin Qianfan pressed on without a pause. As 12 talismans behind him emitted thunderous light, the 5 thunder talisman. Simultaneously, he wielded his finger as a sword, sending forth a long blade, the azure cloud sword technique. With the feet of a mystical tortoise and the prowess of a turtle's fist, Qin Qianfan transformed his limbs into the robust appendages of the ancient creature, charging into the fiery thunderous light. What a spectacle! The 5 elemental techniques, the formation talismans. Not to mention the swordsmanship and transformation arts. Could this truly be the essence of the enlightened spiritual root? Exclaimed the disciples of the immortal sect from the stands, astonished. The legend that the enlightened spiritual root encompasses all arts was no mere rumor. Even the powerful beings, whose realms far surpassed those of these disciples, felt a deep sense of awe towards the younger generation. The last practitioner of the enlightened spiritual root dated back 100,000 years. Yet today, Qin Qianfan, with his foundation establishment cultivation, allowed all to once again witness the terrifying prowess of the enlightened spiritual root. In the Yizhi arena, Qin Qianfan emerged victorious. Yangchu and Xue announced the result without a hint of surprise. As the thunderous light dissipated, Qin Qianfan stood, holding the severely injured and unconscious Jean Bailey, exuding an aura of dominance. Old Chu, tomorrow, it shall be our turn to settle the score. Chu He, however, did not even raise his head, engrossed in contemplating why Sister Ning's delicate hand was so smooth. Could this be one of the advantages of possessing a water spirit root? Chapter 46, The Sword Spirit Root Scoundrel. The Wisdom Spirit Root displays its might as Qin Qianfan boldly confronts the Golden Core Tao body. The Sword Spirit Root Scoundrel. Chu He is under the watchful eyes of the esteemed fairies of the Grand Tao, the cultivators from the Heaven's Mechanism Pavilion, who had come to observe the battle. Swiftly disseminated the information. Within half an hour, this news would echo throughout the 9 provinces. With a swift roll, the Sword Spirit Root Scoundrel, Chu He, evaded the flying kick launched by Qin Qianfan. Impressive, old Qin. It seems you have concealed your mastery of the 5 elements technique and sword control technique for quite some time. Chu He adjusted his robe and offered words of praise. Qin Qianfan immediately felt a surge of pride. What was the foundation establishment compared to his ability to effortlessly surpass the Golden Core stage? Moreover, he hadn't even utilized his true skills yet. The tasteful pavilion? It's on me, he declared, elated at the prospect of competing with Chu He the following day. Ning Ruyu shyly shook her head, replying, I want to be going. My master returns today, and I must welcome him alongside my senior sisters. It was only when Qin Qianfan executed a sudden flying kick that Ning Ruyu realized Chu He had not released her hand all this while, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. I want to attend either. We are expecting esteemed guests today. Chu He seemed to recall something, a lingering resentment surfacing on his face. Old Chun, in tomorrow's battle, the victor shall become the captain of the Golden Core stage team. Upon concluding his words, Chu He hastily mounted his white crane and departed. There was something peculiar about it. Qin Qianfan gazed at the small white dot on the horizon, pursing his lips. Today, he had achieved a resounding victory, decisively defeating the Golden Core, yet he could not find a companion for a meal. Just as Qin Qianfan pondered whether to seek out old Master Chu He for dinner or to invite his junior disciples, a sinister hand rested upon his shoulder. From the habitual, irregular kneading of that hand, Qin Qianfan swiftly recognized its owner, Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, Qin Qianfan called out, casting a discreet glance at Qin Huai's hand. He dared not imagine what might be resting upon it. Why was it that he had to keep a protective charm at home, while Uncle Lu, known for his indulgences, went unmonitored? Will we win tomorrow? Qin Huai affectionately ruffled his nephew's hair, his touch deft and appropriately measured. Victory is assured. I am confident, Qin Qianfan replied with conviction. Qin Huai smiled and, with an arm around Qin Qianfan, led him toward the Qin family's gathering. Since no one else is attending to you, let us dine together today. Upon reflection, Qin Qianfan deemed this a fortuitous opportunity to probe the strengths of both the Qin family and the prodigies of the Xianqing dynasty. In the impending battle, he possessed countless trump cards. Victory was the only outcome he contemplated. As the leader of this generation of disciples from the Qingyun Immortal sect, it was imperative to understand one's adversaries in advance. Uncle Liu, have you resolved your concerns regarding that half-step to foundation establishment? I've ceased my worries. I plan to undertake further studies at the He sect for 2 years. I've discovered a trend there involving a practice of sleep meditation, and I am contemplating whether that constitutes solicitation. The sixth peak had transformed significantly over the span of 2.5 years. With Yang Chunshua's support, the plan to rebuild the sixth peak was being executed with methodical precision. A spring of spiritual water was placed beside a small bamboo cottage, its flowing waters nourishing the parched earth. Although life had yet to blossom in the yellow soil, it at least no longer cracked. Yang Chunshu stated that once the spiritual energy of the sixth peak was restored, they could begin to transplant the spiritual flora of the grasslands. With a swift leap, Chu He kicked open the door of the small bamboo house, declaring, "Zhou Huanqing, our accounts cannot be settled with mere trifles." Upon entering, he was immediately struck by an ominous chill that sent shivers through him as if he had fallen into a frozen abyss. The scene before him stirred a whirlwind of emotions: confusion, disbelief, a sense of foolishness at witnessing a farcical performance, and an anger derived from the realization that the fool believed himself to be wise. "You've returned. Wash your hands and join me for a meal," Zhou Huanqing said, her coarse linen attire unable to conceal her captivating charm. In her hands, she held a tray bearing a wooden bowl filled with thin congee and a few side dishes. Sweat glistened on her forehead, with strands of hair clinging to her face, creating a disheveled yet enticing appearance. Only after she set the tray down did Chu He notice that her delicate fingers were wrapped in a silk cloth, as if to conceal something. Sensing his gaze upon her, Zhou Huanqing appeared somewhat flustered, hiding her hands behind her back as she shyly confessed, "It was my first time. I accidentally drew blood. But it's nothing to worry about." Chu He nodded slightly, gazing at the meticulously prepared meal before him, feeling a surge of emotion within. The 36 sword marks erupted. With a swift motion, Chu He pointed his sword, and 36 streaks of light shot forth from various corners of the room. To guard against a potential ambush from Chen Qianfan, Chu He had laid out these sword marks daily in the small bamboo house. Little did he expect to employ them today. TSK, Zhou Huanqing thought to herself, this lad is not easily deceived, as he successfully thwarted all 36 sword marks. What pretense of being a virtuous wife and mother? You, who fought the 7-foot Taoist for 7 days and nights unscathed, can manage to draw blood from a simple porridge? I begin to question what you have truly added to that dish. Chu He drew the Qingyun sword, intent on allowing Zhou Huanqing to fully experience the potency of his vibrating toy. However, he pondered, this technique had been unfailingly effective within the He sect, leaving the younger sisters in tears of gratitude. How could this brat see through it? Zhou Huanqing seized a pair of chopsticks, using them as hairpins atop her head. Each clash sent a jolt through Chu He's wrist, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the Qingyun sword. Not bad. It seems her talent has not gone to waste. I feared she might be so enchanted by the Ning family girl that she would abandon her practice of wielding a great sword. The Ning family is affluent, and Shuiyun Peak is even wealthier. If you cling to this opportunity, our sixth peak may yet find hope. Yet after merely 3 exchanges, Chu He lost grip of his sword, while Zhou Huanqing deftly returned the chopsticks to their place in her hair. Shuiyun Peak is wealthy, you say? Then why not seek to attach yourself to the leg of the 7th master uncle? Chu He picked up the Qingyun sword with a huff and remarked, fully aware that his cultivation level prevented him from even grazing a single strand of Zhou Huanqing's hair. Yet, he felt an insatiable urge to strike a few blows, as it seemed the only way to quell his frustration. I can offer my body, said Cayenne, but the treasures of Shuiyun Peak belong to all its members and cannot be given to you. Zhou Huanqing shamelessly interjected, causing Chu He a moment of exasperation. As master and disciple settled down and sipped on thin porridge, Chu He, unable to swallow, spat it out immediately. Even porridge can be burnt, he exclaimed. They did say it was their first attempt, Zhou Huanqing remarked nonchalantly, slurping the watery concoction. Chu He set down the bowl, suppressing the urge to pour the gruel over Zhou Huanqing's head, and said, Speak, let Sister Yang convey the message of why I am summoned back. Chu He hurriedly made his way back to Qingyun Peak, compelled solely by the message conveyed by Yang Chunshu prior to the competition, indicating that Zhou Huanqing had urgent matters to discuss with him and that he must return home. Harboring resentment from not having seen his master for 2.5 years, Chu He ultimately declined Chen Qianfan's invitation. He mused that he might have been better off accepting the meal, as it would have been at least superior to the meager porridge he had endured. Ah, The master merely expresses concern for you. Upon hearing Chu He mention serious matters, Zhou Huanqing approached, wiping his lips, unsure whether it was the thin porridge or saliva. Chu He took a startled step back. Something was amiss with Zhou Huanqing's demeanor. Without uttering a word of departure, Uncle Chun would likely be quite willing to offer me shelter. If that fails, I could always spend a night at Shuiyan Peak. As Chu He stood to depart, a sudden sound interrupted him, a thud, as Zhou Huanqing, like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, clung to his leg. My dear disciple, I merely wish to inquire if you possess confidence for tomorrow. Have you placed a bet? Chu He turned his head, revealing an expression that suggested he had been eagerly anticipating this moment. The celestial prodigies of the immortal sect were perpetually a hot topic throughout the 9 provinces, and competitions within the sect or exchanges with other sects had numerous bidding opportunities. Among them, the most prominent was the Pishio Merchant Guild, the foremost trading association in the 9 provinces, which oversaw the betting for the Qingyun sect's inter-sect finals, where wagers often exceeded 100 million. This year, with 3 great prodigies from the same sect participating, the number of bettors was likely to shatter records. Zhou Huanqing's heart sank. She had inadvertently revealed a flaw in her composure. Given Chu He's cunning nature, she feared she might be manipulated like a mere puppet. How much have you wagered? Chu He, no longer in a hurry to leave, squatted down to scrutinize Zhou Huanqing's delicate visage. Just over 5,000 million, she replied, turning her face away, reminiscent of a modest woman being teased by a rogue. Chapter 47. The master and disciple of Mount Lao Lu. This dish has become too salty. Have they changed the chef? Chu He remarked after tasting a piece of sugar-coated tomato. Snow covers the fire mountain, a signature dish of the Jiwei Tower. Zhou Huanqing, seated across from him, chuckled at Chu He's pretentious demeanor. That chef has lived longer than all your ancestors combined, she retorted. Zhou Huanqing couldn't fathom how Chu He managed to find the sugar-coated tomato salty. Yet there was a peculiar similarity to how her fellow cultivators in the tribulation phase would often injure themselves while preparing thin porridge. Chu He, unperturbed, took a sip of the precious spirit spring water valued at 800 spirit stones. Little did he anticipate that after 3 years on the mountain, he would finally partake in a meal prepared by Zhou Huanqing. Moreover, it was Zhou Huanqing who treated him to this feast at the Jiwei building. Thus, my beloved master, you borrowed spirit stones from the Pishio Chamber of Commerce and staked them all on me, did you? Chu He leisurely propped his leg, speaking with an air of self-satisfaction. Zhou Huanqing nodded, unable to meet the triumphant gaze of Chu He, lowering her head almost to the point of touching her formidable bosom. In a moment of carelessness, she had allowed this young man to seize the initiative. It seemed her own innocence was at stake. Thus, she hurried back to ascertain her situation, eager to determine whether, after the finals, she would seek out the courtesan at the He sect or become the courtesan herself. Chu He swayed his body while Zhou Huanqing remained silent. After a moment of awkwardness, Chu He suddenly slammed the table. The celestial sect has made its decision. You shall go to the He sect as a courtesan to repay the debt. We shall meet again in 500 years. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huanqing immediately felt weak, half collapsing at Chu He's feet. No, dear disciple, please, whatever you require, just say it. We can negotiate as master and disciple. Then let us change masters. I find the 7-foot Taoist quite admirable. Chu He disregarded the sudden display at his feet and merely gazed silently, unwilling to reveal the shadow pearl. What is so great about that old man? Can he surpass me in combat? Can he match my beauty? Besides, there are hardly any female disciples in the sword sect. If you go, you want to even see your junior sister Ning. Zhou Huanqing looked down upon Chu He's betrayal of light for darkness. Moreover, what is wrong with being under my tutelage? As your direct master, you wear the azure and white robes proudly. Aside from not being able to see your esteemed teacher, do you truly believe you'd miss me? Chu He couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. In 3 years of apprenticeship, he had spent less time with Zhou Huanqing than he had chasing after a crane. There's no need to bow to such a master. I might as well go to Shuiyan Peak to be a disciple. Our bond as master and disciple is akin to that of a father and daughter. We can easily reach a consensus. Zhou Huanqing unabashedly tugged at Chu He's leg. As Chu He was about to speak, the door to the private room swung open unexpectedly. Old Chu, I've heard from Senior Hui Jin that you are here. Let us join together. Chen Qianfan, his face flushed with the effects of alcohol, strode in, followed closely by Chun Huahai and Ing Shilan. The welcoming banquet for the Qin family disciples in the Xian Qin dynasty was laid out at Jiwei Tower. Upon observing the scene within, Chen Qianfan rubbed his eyes. instantly sobering up. He beheld a beautiful woman reclining on the ground, her hands grasping Chu He's legs as if in desperate supplication. You and Elder Lu should carry on with your matters. I shall take my leave. Chun Qianfan hastily exited the room, fearing that lingering even a moment longer would result in him being silenced by Chu He and Zhou Huanqing. If anyone from the Qingyan sect could commit such a heartless act, it would undoubtedly be this master and disciple pair. Outside, Chen Huai silently nodded, his expression one of admiration for the formidable youth. He pondered his own supremacy in the flower realm, yet here was young Chu, effortlessly toying with tribulation experts at the foundation establishment stage, all under the auspices of his own master. It was time to select brides back in the clan. And one would not suffice. At least 10 must be chosen. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Xilan's eyes. What thrilling events awaited. She had anticipated that following Chu he would lead to delightful encounters. As the door closed, the sixth peak's master and disciple remained unperturbed. Look, you have tarnished my reputation in the sect. I shall undoubtedly face scornful glances henceforth. You must compensate me. Zhou Huanqing continued to lounge on the ground in a state of feigned insolence. Your reputation? Isn't it as unseen as the vanished celestial realm? Why speak of such ethereal matters? Retorted Chu He. In truth, you have sullied my innocence. Let us wager. I'll take 70, you take 30. And we shall let this matter pass. You truly have a sense of humor. Fine. It's clear that you have your sights set on my physical form. Consider it a night of indulgence, as if I were merely a pig being prodded. Then you might as well go to the Hehuan sect and entertain the esteemed elder. The moment you leave, I shall head to Shuiyan Peak to seek a master myself. The two engaged in a battle of wits, each a worthy opponent. The shameless banter could drive the scholars of the Six Virtues Academy, staunch adherents of Confucianism and Taoism, to collective despair. Now, tell me, what do you desire? Zhou Huanqing rose, taking up chopsticks to pick at the remaining tomatoes left by Chu He. Cultivation techniques. Chu He is not one to engage in mere verbal sparring. He has laid forth his own conditions. Presently, he has mastered 3 distinct arts. The first is the ability to absorb spiritual energy, nourishing his dantian, alongside the various sword techniques encompassed within the Qingyun sword art. This particular core sword technique was the first that Chu He encountered, and it suffices for his daily cultivation and comprehension of the sword path. The second is the Hui Jin art, acquired from Jiwei Tower. This method sharpens one's consciousness, and the esteemed Hui Jin Jinjuan bestowed upon Chu He the first half of this art, sufficient for him to cultivate to the stage of transformation of the spirit. Lastly, there exists Chu He's secret weapon, the sword that leaves a mark. This sword technique perfectly complements his temporal Tao celestial eye, and serves as his greatest reliance at present. However, this art was produced by Zhou Huanqing, and currently, Chu He possesses only the foundational version. Given Chu He's innate talent, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to elevate the sword that leaves a mark to the golden core stage through diligent effort. Yet, rather than expending that time and energy, it would be far more prudent to directly request it from Zhou Huanqing. Chu He was well aware that Zhou Huanqing had undoubtedly been preparing for this moment, eagerly anticipating how to ensnare him. Such pettiness. Zhou Huanqing cast forth a jade talisman. Upon examining the text, Chu He discovered that it was indeed a version applicable to the integration stage. Had you prepared this in advance? The once rock-solid heart of Chu He softened slightly. Occasionally, Zhou Huanqing displayed a modicum of understanding. However, to his surprise, Zhou Huanqing shook his head and remarked, "Who told you that this was my creation? After the integration, you must decipher it yourself." I only possess the knowledge up to that stage. Not your work. The heart of Chu He, which had softened, quickly hardened once more. It seemed Zhou Huanqing was merely borrowing someone else's expertise to further his own interests, intending to exploit this until the integration stage. Nonetheless, Chu He soon felt a pang of confusion. Am I not the first in the 9 provinces to possess the celestial eye of temporal Tao? The technique sword leaves a trace appeared to be tailor-made for Chu He to unleash its full potential. Both the sword spirit root and the celestial eye of temporal Tao were indispensable. Chu He is the foremost celestial eye of the 9 provinces. A revelation inadvertently disclosed by Yang Chuanxue regarding this chief senior sister, who has spared him from descending into the depths of destitution over the past 3 years. Chu He harbors a profound trust. Indeed, his skepticism towards Zhou Huanqing is equaled only by his belief in Yang Chuanxue. Who but a foolish individual would possess such a thing? After much searching without success, Zhou Huanqing scooped up some chilled sugared tomato juice with a spoon and slurped it delightfully. With a contented smile, she continued to indulge. This concoction was pinned by my father. The old rascal eloped with his young mistress. Zhou Huanqing seemed reluctant to delve deeper into the matter of the sword's lingering traces, deftly diverting the conversation. Sensing an underlying issue, Chu He instinctively felt something amiss. Yet, with Zhou Huanqing unwilling to elaborate, he found himself at an impasse. Let us set aside the discussion of martial arts. Now, please elucidate this matter. Chu He removed a red string from around his neck and cast it onto the table. Attached to the string was a blood-red ring, which he had acquired from Li Hulu's storage ring 2.5 years ago. Within the ring seemed to reside a powerful spirit, capable of communicating with Chu He's innermost thoughts. Out of the corner of her eye, Zhou Huanqing caught a glimpse of the ring and cleared her throat awkwardly. What is this? You don't intend to propose to me, do you? The once effortless banter now felt rather forced. Chu He's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as he began to recount the origins of the ring. This belonged to the demonic cultivator Li Hulu, the same blood sorcerer we encountered 2.5 years ago. At that time, when we opened Li Hulu's storage ring, this very ring flew onto my finger, and I could not shake it off. Interestingly, the last time I encountered such a phenomenon was with the debt notes from my esteemed master. Zhou Huanqing wiped away the non-existent cold sweat and, with a beaming smile, interjected, You must not let this cause you to doubt your revered mentor. Master, how could I ever question you? Back then, I thought this ring was cursed by some malevolent force, and I intended to consult someone about it. And guess what? Apart from myself, even our esteemed 7th Uncle Yang and junior sister Qin Qianfan could not perceive this ring. Quite amusing, I assent it. Chu He rose from his seat and slowly approached, taking a place beside Zhou Huanqing. The two sat shoulder to shoulder, gazing at the eerie blood-red ring upon the table. Chu He continued. Then, suddenly, a voice emanated from within the ring, proclaiming herself to be the remnant soul of an ancient power, claiming she could assist me in my cultivation and help me ascend to the pinnacle of the 9 provinces. Naturally, I was resolute in my disbelief regarding such a classic ruse of a divine treasure bestowed from the heavens, and thus, I chose to ignore her. However, the voice within the ring persisted, calling out incessantly, echoing in my heart day and night. As Chu He drew closer, he could detect the faint, enchanting fragrance emanating from Zhou Huanqing. After several months of calling out, she eventually changed her tune, claiming to be the lingering soul of Li Hulu, possessing the legacy of a formidable power that she was willing to impart entirely, merely seeking her own survival. My skepticism remained, and after yet another few months, she proclaimed herself to be a system, an unparalleled opportunity surpassing even the spirit root of a sword master, capable of aiding me whether I sought to feign incompetence or desired a harem of many. The term system has long been ingrained in the lore of the 9 provinces. Before embarking on his journey with the merchant caravan, Chu He had long harbored suspicions that there had been traversers in the land of Jiuzhou prior to him. Numerous terms, tales, and legends that ostensibly ought not to exist within the realm of cultivation in Jiuzhou have circulated for ages. The origins of these stories, illustrations, and theatrical legends can be traced back to Chu He's world before his traversal, known as Blue Star. Therefore, the term system is not alien to the inhabitants of Jiuzhou. Master, a month ago, this ring ceased to refer to itself as a system. Instead, it adopted another phrase. Remarkably, it was this very phrase that prompted my response, leading to quite delightful conversations during this time. As Chu He drew closer, his warm breath brushed against the translucent earlobe of Zhou Huanqing, sending a shiver down her spine. She declared, It was Zhou Huanqing who placed me here with you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huanqing was engulfed in fury, seizing the ring and exclaiming, Qi Zun, you treacherous wretch, you have betrayed me. From within the ring emerged a captivating spectre clad in a crimson dress, her youthful visage exuding a hint of valor. She lamented, I do not sell you. He ignores me, you know. I have called out to him for so long, yet he has not uttered a single word. A trio of knocks interrupted, and Qin Qianfan cautiously opened the door, stating, Old Chu, we are leaving now. My uncle will settle the bill for you. After returning, Qin Qianfan increasingly suspected that what he had witnessed might be a drunken hallucination. Thus, mustering his courage, he decided to peek one last time. To his astonishment, he found Chu He nestled beside Zhou Huanqing, his head nearly touching her ear. The most outrageous part was that the two were engaging in such indiscreet behavior while a stunning female ghost observed them. This was beyond excessive. Silently, Qin Qianfan closed the door, stealing a glance at Qin Huahai and Ying Xilan within the private room, who were equally astonished. Damn it, I will deal with them tomorrow. Qin Qianfan, feeling mentally assaulted, activated the mystic sword technique. Chapter 48. The Path to Mutual Benefit. Thus, this Chizun is a close friend of my esteemed master. After the destruction of her physical form, only her spirit remains. By a fortunate coincidence, we share the same furnace body, which is why she wishes to offer guidance to me. After listening to the two women's explanations, Chu He summarized his thoughts. He had indeed heard of the name Chizun, which was mentioned by Zhou Huanqing when she frightened him with the furnace body of an immortal. Chizun, the furnace body of an immortal, had never engaged in dual cultivation throughout her life, yet she still reached the pinnacle of the 9 provinces. Thus, referring to this esteemed Chizun as an elderly lady seems inappropriate. One can only imagine the grace she possessed in life from the ghostly visage she now bears. The furnace body of an immortal inherently possesses extraordinary beauty and an ethereal charm that captivates all beings. In more eloquent terms, one might say she is the walking flesh of Tang's song, while in less refined expressions, one might refer to her as the living depiction of spring. With the guidance of this Chizun, Chu He need not worry about the exposure of the furnace body. Rather, he can focus on unlocking its celestial powers. The world believes that the abilities of the furnace body rely solely on dual cultivation. However, they are unaware that the harmonization of yin and yang is the path of all things. What I shall teach you is the method of unity of heaven and man. Through human understanding, one can resonate with the heavenly principles, becoming one with all existence. As the saying goes, heaven and earth serve as the furnace, and creation is the artisan. Yin and yang are the charcoal, and all things are the copper. This encapsulates the true essence of the furnace body. Chizun declared with pride. In terms of mastery over the furnace body, she could be considered the best throughout the ages in the 9 provinces. So, in order to achieve this unity, should I first change my name to Chu Ritian? Chu He asked, somewhat perplexed. Chizun expressed her discontent, saying, Your speech is quite unpleasant. I wonder which master taught you that. Indeed, Zhou Huanqing agreed. Let us not dwell on that for now. I have a competition to attend tomorrow. Overindulging in conversation is of little benefit, as this match concerns the very lives and fortunes of my 6th peak. Zhou Huanqing's primary concern remained the stakes of the competition. No, rather, the well-being of her beloved disciple. Just regard her as me. You can absolutely trust little Chizun. Zhou Huanqing assured with a reassuring pat on her chest. I do not trust you, Chu He replied, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Although he sensed something amiss, it was clear Zhou Huanqing would not easily reveal her findings. Returning home to rest, Chu He aimed to settle the 2 matters that weighed on his mind and planned to recuperate at the 6th peak. He hoped that Chen Qianfan would not pull a fast one on him the next day. While Zhou Huanqing's loss of spirit stones was certainly a source of joy, the thought of Chen Qianfan boasting about it for eternity brought him discomfort. Do not rush, little Chu, little He, Chu He. How about you recite a few lines of advertisement for me during the competition tomorrow? Zhou Huanqing, with her mischievous intent, sought to extract the last vestiges of value from poor Chu He. Rest assured, we shall split the profits 50-50, you simply recite. And I shall collect the payment from the fool, Zhou Huanqing said, shaking Chu He's arm in a manner that was irresistibly endearing. Are the advertisements sensational? Chu He inquired with curiosity, although he was well aware of Zhou Huanqing's boundaries. He wondered if she would truly resort to advertising potency-enhancing elixirs or tiger bone ointments at the grand competition of the Immortal sect. If it isn't sensational, how can we profit? Zhou Huanqing wore a look of bewilderment, which further diminished Chu He's expectations of her limits. Senior Sister Yang had instructed that no advertisements should be recited, nor spirit stones accepted. But I am your master, and she is your senior sister. Will you heed my words or hers? If you choose her, I shall eagerly await Senior Sister Yang's breakthrough in transcending tribulations, ready to cast you into the dungeons, thereby restoring the clarity of the 6th peak. As the moon ascended above the treetops, Chu He lay in his small bamboo pavilion, lost in thought within his chamber. Regarding the impending battle tomorrow, he assessed his chances of victory to be a mere 99%. After all, Chen Qianfan was not an opponent to be underestimated. One could only speculate about the hidden cards he held. Although he had previously threatened Zhou Huanqing with surrender, she understood that Chu He would not resort to that. On the surface, both Chu He and Chen Qianfan appeared carefree and shameless, yet deep within, their pride surpassed that of anyone else. Chu He might choose to betray Zhou Huanqing and surrender to Ning Ryu, as in his heart, he perceives Ning Ryu as his junior sister rather than a rival. There is nothing amiss in teasing a junior sister. However, Chen Qianfan stands apart in this scenario. From the beginning to the end, the only true competitor among Chu He's peers has been Chen Qianfan, and this sentiment is mutual. With a sigh, Chu He listened to the sounds of joy and laughter coming from the adjacent room. Zhou Huanqing mentioned wanting to reminisce with Qi Zun, promising to give him the ring after the finals. It seems the celebration does not include him. Chu He covered his head with a quilt, intending to enjoy a restful slumber. However, within mere moments, the quilt was abruptly pulled aside by someone. Chu He opened his eyes in terror, only to see Zhou Huanqing standing by the bedside, her eyes tinged with crimson, breath uneven. Old witch, you can no longer restrain yourself from tormenting the blossoming flower of the 9 provinces. That is my future. Chu He calculated the days and realized that it was not yet the season for spirit beasts to enter their mating period. What could possibly be going on with Zhou Huanqing? My dear disciple, please tell me truthfully, what is your probability of victory for tomorrow? Zhou Huanqing, however, had lost even the inclination for jest, and with a serious expression, inquired. 99%, Chu He candidly confessed for the first time, unable to keep pace with Zhou Huanqing's thoughts. No, 99% is hardly sufficient. Do you possess any hidden trump cards? Would you consider sacrificing your lifespan? Or perhaps compromising the quality of your spiritual roots? Should I go seek out the Blood Demon Sect's headquarters to procure a few all-spirit blood pearls for you? Upon hearing this, Chu He realized that Zhou Huanqing had indeed revealed his true nature, employing nothing but demonic techniques. The notorious reputation of the scoundrel of Qingyun had already spread throughout the 9 provinces. Furthermore, his lack of involvement in the top 4 battles had led many to rally in support of Qin Qianfan, resulting in odds for Zhou Huanqing potentially exceeding 3-1 when the betting closed. It was only when Qi Zun intervened to clarify the situation that Chu He comprehended Zhou Huanqing's peculiar behavior. The odds set by the Pishio Chamber of Commerce did not include the principal amount. Zhou Huanqing had wagered 50 million spirit stones on himself. Thus, should he emerge victorious tomorrow, Zhou Huanqing stood to gain a staggering 150 million spirit stones. Chu He suddenly felt that the confrontation with Qin Qianfan seemed less significant. Perhaps he should consider surrendering, just to see if a tribulation stage cultivator could be provoked to death on the spot. The furnace body celestial physique, the method of dual cultivation. I shall proceed to Shuiyun Peak, accompanying Xiao Kaiyan while her apprentice accompanies mine. It shall be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Zhou Huanqing smacked his forehead, struck by a brilliant idea. You win twice, both spirit stones and a beauty, am I right? Chu He immediately discerned Zhou Huanqing's cunning scheme. Leave. If you utter another word, I shall surrender at tomorrow's match. Before Chu He could finish speaking, Zhou Huanqing demonstrated the swiftness of her swordsmanship during the tribulation phase, vanishing along with the crimson figure in an instant. Resuming her position, Chu He tucked herself back under the covers. Why do I feel a surge of tension as well? Between the fury of Chu He towards Zhou Huanqing and the defeat of Qin Qianfan, a hesitation lingered. Chapter 49, 99% the following day. The sun rose high in the sky. It was quite early when the senior brother arrived. Ning Ruyu followed the Water Cloud Peak disciples up to the Qingyan Peak. After spending time outside dealing with the Blood Demon sect, Lu Caiyun's face bore a hint of comfort. Finally returned to the mountain. There was no place quite like her own Water Cloud Peak. However, upon seeing Ning Ruyu excitedly rushing towards the martial arts platform, Lu Caiyan furrowed her brows and pulled her back. You still haven't given me an explanation for yesterday's events. Lu Caiyun's tone was unusually serious. Upon returning to the sect yesterday, she had heard the news of Ning Ruyu's surrender without a fight. Yet, she had been preoccupied with meeting the various senior brothers and sisters, as well as paying respects to the other 3 grand sects, which delayed her confrontation with Ning Ruyu until today, having only descended from the mountain for 2.5 years. Why did it feel like the cabbage she had nurtured was about to sprout legs and run away? But I simply cannot defeat senior brother, Ning Ruyu pouted, her small face displaying a pitiful expression. The several sisters from Water Cloud Peak, who had always doted on her, immediately interceded on her behalf. Lu Caiyan sighed. It was not surprising that Chu He, possessing the talents of the 3 grand sects, could triumph over Ning Ruyu. However, what truly irked her was that Ning Ruyu had not even been willing to attempt a fight. Under Chu He's persuasion, she had mindlessly surrendered. According to the disciples of Water Cloud Peak, the two had even coincidentally timed their surrender to coincide with the sect leader's opening remarks. Unwilling to wait even a second longer, Ning Ruyu scratched her head and quietly said to Lu Caiyan, Master, you do not know. Senior brother has many hidden cards to deal with senior brother Qin. I truly cannot compete. Master, could you cast a soundproofing spell? I will discreetly tell you. Skeptical, Lu Kaiyun cast a soundproofing spell, and Ning Ruyu eagerly divulged all that she knew about Chu He's hidden cards. Soon, the seriousness on Lu Kaiyun's face transformed into astonishment, then shock, and finally disbelief. Casting a glance at Chu He, who was performing swordplay alone on the martial arts platform, Lu Kaiyun slowly uttered, as expected of the sixth senior sister's disciple. The uncle-nephew duo of Chun Qianfan and Chun Huahai, who had been following the female disciples of Water Cloud Peak, exchanged glances. Initially, they had been enjoying the sight of the Water Cloud Peak disciples, but they were taken aback by this sudden revelation. Ning, junior sister, you have gone a bit too far. Why not share with me what hidden cards old Chu has? Is a soundproofing spell necessary? Even gentlemen must guard against treachery? Qin Qianfan approached to argue, but was pulled back by Qin Huahai. Only 2.5 years have passed, yet everything feels so different, he mused. The joyful times of descending the mountain together to slay snake demons and vanquishing evil had become a distant memory. Dear nephew, tell sixth uncle honestly. What are your odds against Xiao Chu? Sixth uncle has staked his entire fortune on you. Isn't your fortune already spent at the Hahuan sect? I am being serious. Against old Chu, I would say it is merely 99%. Chun Qianfan spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if the person who had just failed to eavesdrop on Chu He's trump card was not him at all. Is that truly the case? Qin Huahai responded, somewhat skeptical, regretting his decision to place all his bets on Qin Qianfan after being coaxed into it under the influence of the exquisite spirit wine from Jiwei Tower. The effects of the spirit wine were so potent that even he felt somewhat lightheaded. Chun Qianfan, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, declared, I possess a trump card among trump cards. Even if old Chu were to break through to the early Golden Core stage today, he would not be able to defeat me. But what if Xiao Chu were to advance to the mid-Golden Core stage? Ha ha ha, sixth uncle. You truly possess a remarkable sense of humor, as amusing as your initial capital. As guests took their seats, the grand competition of the Qingyan sect was about to commence. Seventh elder, Sister Ning, Lili approached the disciples section of Shuiyun Peak, bowing respectfully. Taking advantage of his rise, he quickly scanned the Shuiyun Peak sisters, selecting his desired companion. Junior brotherly, Ning Ryu greeted him, as Lili had occasionally visited the venerable old turtle to speak with Chu He and his companion, thus becoming somewhat acquainted over the years. Senior brother Chu is indeed diligent. I heard he arrived before dawn and has been practicing his swordplay on the arena all this time, Lili remarked. For he had been among the few within the sect to witness the prowess of Chu He and his companion, holding them in high esteem. With any past grievances long forgotten, not only junior brother Chu, but I also saw junior brother Chin meditating on the arena under the moonlight last night when I came to Shuiyun Peak to visit a friend. A Shuiyun Peak sister interjected, having unexpectedly caught sight of Chun Qianfan's figure. Exceptional talent is not to be feared. But what is truly daunting is that those gifted individuals are also diligent, the surrounding disciples of the Qingyun sect reflected. I shall go speak with my senior brother, Ning Ryu said with delight, having received Lu Caiyun's consent, and she joyfully made her way toward the arena. As Chu He observed Ning Ryu approaching, he halted his sword practice and whispered something softly into her ear. Qingyun, the scoundrel, have you devised a plan for your impending defeat? After a brief moment, Qin Qianfan leaped onto the arena and spoke up. Chu He cast a sidelong glance at him and sheathed his sword, following the dissemination by the Tianji Pavilion. The infamous reputation of Chu He, the notorious scoundrel of Qinzhou, reverberated throughout the 9 provinces overnight. In light of this, Chu He resolved to send Zhou Huanqing to demand compensation for the damage to his reputation, confident that Zhou Huanqing's inherent rascality would yield substantial results. After all, how could one compare to the illustrious title of the 3-legged seducer of Qishou that old Qin possesses? Chu He remarked playfully. At that moment, Yang Chu and Xue ascended the stage. Her gaze filled with complexity as she observed the 2 bickering disciples. Brothers, she addressed them, today, esteemed colleagues and seniors have gathered to witness the event. As your senior sister, I implore you, please do not engage in any underhanded antics that might tarnish the reputation of our sect. Do you understand? Yang Chu and Xue expressed her concerns regarding their propensity for mischief, prompting her to offer this caution before the commencement. Understood. We shall ensure the task is completed. Chu He and his companion promptly pledged their loyalty, assuring that they would demonstrate the prowess of the Qingyun Celestials elite to the esteemed allies of the 9 provinces. Yang Chu and Xue, disheartened, departed with Ning Ryu, who had come to offer support, her unwavering heart of Tao seemingly unable to find solace. As Qing and Jinjuan took the stage, he began reciting a streamlined introduction. As the head of the 9 provinces' immortal sects, Qin Yunjinjuan only felt the weight of his title when delivering lines at various events. At other times, he found himself questioning whether he truly held the position of leader or if it was Yang Chuanxiwei who was the rightful master. Go for it. Senior brother. Ning Ruyu called out loudly upon returning to her seat, stirring a flurry of discussions among the observing disciples of the righteous path. Isn't that the talented water spirit root prodigy deceived by a scoundrel? Not only is he handsome and gifted, but he also has such a beautiful junior sister. Chu He truly cannot be let off the hook. I have insider information. It's not just the eldest daughter of the Ning family. Even the heir of the Chun family has been toyed with by Chu He, a true seducer who plays both sides. It is indeed alarming. Chu He waved his hand in the direction of Ning Rushu. As for the slander and rumors, his upright character meant he would never be concerned about them. Go for it, my disciple. You must win. After this match, you can lose however you wish, shouted Zhou Huanqing, standing beside Ning Rushu, his voice filled with fervor. Just moments ago, the Pishio Merchant Association had closed its betting, and Chu He's odds were fixed at 1 to 3.6. If it weren't for the fear of being discovered, Zhou Huanqing would have eagerly taken over Chu He's place in the arena. Nephew, do not disgrace the Qin family's reputation. At the very top row of the stands, Qin Huai, seizing the opportunity afforded by his position as the Qin family leader, desperately shouted through the amplification device of Qin Yunjinjuan. He had just encountered a friend from the Tianzi Tower who had foretold a grim prophecy, a loss of wealth. 10 deaths without life. Qin Huai now regretted listening to Qin Qianfan's advice, as he was about to lose not only his capital but perhaps even his life savings. With the heartfelt wishes of his junior disciples and the greed-driven intentions of the esteemed elders, the protective formation began to activate. The ultimate showdown commenced. Chapter 50. Chu He versus Qin Qianfan. With a call from Yang Chuanxiwei, the 36 talismans behind Qin Qianfan were simultaneously activated. Lightning serpents descended from the heavens, enveloping Chu He. Each talisman wielded power several times greater than the 5 thunder talismans faced by Bai Lai yesterday. So this is the true strength of senior brother Qin. Li Li remarked in astonishment. He occasionally practiced with Qin Qianfan, and yesterday's display revealed a power far surpassing what he had previously known. It seemed Qin Qianfan had indeed concealed his abilities. Talismans are external treasures that cultivators in the 9 provinces heavily rely upon. Their convenience and immense power lead cultivators to keep a few as trump cards. However, there are significant restrictions on the use of talismans during righteous competitions. Otherwise, with Qin Qianfan's resources, acquiring several talismans capable of slaying the divine transformation would be mere trifles. These 36 5 Thunder Extermination talismans were crafted under the supervision of the Elder from the Immortal Gate, within a limited time frame before the competition, serving as a constraint on talisman users. According to Li Li's understanding, Qin Qianfan had achieved the perfected foundation establishment stage. Materials were presumably unrestricted, allowing him to use as many talismans as he could craft within 12 hours for the upcoming battle. Junior Brother Wang, how many of these 5 Thunder Extermination talismans can you produce in 12 hours? Li Li inquired of his fellow talisman practitioner who had ascended the mountain with him. Perhaps 5, though their power might be around 20% weaker than senior brother Qin's. The talisman practitioner, now at the late foundation establishment stage, replied apologetically. It seems this individual is the leader of the Qingyun faction in the contest of the Immortal Gate, a disciple of the sword sect remarked. He too had reached the perfected foundation establishment stage and felt utterly defenseless against such thunderous talismans. Although Chu He possessed a sword spirit root, he pondered how much stronger he could truly be compared to the likes of Qin Qianfan. However, it was Qin Qianfan who swiftly vanquished the battle-hardened Jin Dan body cultivator, Zhan Bai Lai. Perhaps only the celestial prodigy of the sword sect, blessed with ethereal grace, could contend with him. Old Qin, let us dispense with these ostentatious trifles, he remarked. A flying sword, propelled by Chu He's voice, shot forth from the confines of the Thunder Serpent Inferno. Before Qin Qianfan, 8 layers of thick earthen shields stacked upon one another, and the flying sword halted after piercing through 7 of them. One could observe Chu He leisurely strolling out of the Thunder Serpent Inferno, hands clasped behind his back, as a flying sword circled around him. He had yet to unsheath the long sword at his waist. With merely 2 flying swords, he had dismantled Qin Qianfan's lightning talismans. Remarkably, Chu He emerged unscathed, prompting some onlookers to acknowledge Qin Qianfan's skill. Among the spectators, there were those who were astonished. For the 36 lightning talismans would typically pose a considerable challenge to an average early-stage Jin Dan cultivator, yet Chu He handled them with such ease. This unexpected display shifted the perspective of many who had anticipated a one-sided contest. Ning Ryu, dissatisfied, etched the speaker's visage into her memory and, feeling a bit bashful, addressed her companion, Zhou Huanqing, sixth master uncle, please cease your touching and focus on the competition. Zhou Huanqing hesitated for a moment, releasing the small hand of Ning Ryu that he had been holding. The water spirit root is indeed smooth. What could she possibly see in that scoundrel, Chu He? Very well. Allow me to unveil the meticulously prepared stratagem for you, old Chu. Array rise. Chun Qianfan proclaimed as he released the incantation to deploy the 5 elemental techniques. Such an assault would be ample against Zhang Bailai, yet it fell short against Chu He. With the utterance of the words array, rise, 81 illusory chains surged forth, enveloping the air as they shot towards Chu He. With a disdainful smile, Chu He acknowledged the prowess of Qin Qianfan's heavenly prison and earthlock array. However, it was not a complete formation. Relying solely on a diagram to forcibly activate it rendered its power to merely 30 or 40%. Capturing him would prove to be quite a challenge. In righteous duels, array masters do not enjoy the same privileges as talisman masters for pre-battle preparations. After all, allowing an array master to gradually set up a grand formation would render them invincible within the same realm. The true dilemma faced by array masters during combat lies in how to delay and establish formations while contending with adversaries when unable to do so. Qin Qianfan's forceful activation was one such method, yet its efficacy fell far short of a complete array's potential. With a resounding thud, a flying sword spun helplessly in midair before descending to the ground. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Chu He's eyes as he realized his attempt to sever the chains with his flying sword had failed. The ethereal chains pierced through, anchoring him in place. His dantian was sealed, and the flow of spiritual power was obstructed, plunging Chu He into peril. He had meticulously set up the complete array of the heavenly prison and earthlock. The array masters in the stands immediately sensed the anomaly. This was no mere force summoned by an array diagram. Even with an intellect root, one must adhere to the age-old truths of array lore. Old Qin, aren't you going to seize this opportunity to end me? Chu He was pinned down by countless chains. The perfected heavenly prison and earthlock not only sealed his dantian but also immobilized his physical form. Provocation? How amusing. A smirk curled at Qin Qianfan's lips. Resolute not to fall for Chu He's trickery. Whirlwind Sandstorm Array, activate. Fire Calamity Thunder Pillar Array, activate. 2 more grand arrays were unleashed, and in an instant, dust filled the air, lightning and fire erupted. How had he managed to control 3 complete grand arrays? Moreover, each array functioned seamlessly, without interference from the others. The intellect root demonstrated profound mastery of array techniques. Even the golden elixirs from other celestial sects were moved by the sight. Placed in their shoes, they too would find it impossible to evade the assaults of these 3 grand arrays. This was indeed the full might of the new generation leader of Qingyun. Amidst the swirling dust, Chun Qianfan remained unaffected, watching as the 3 arrays converged their attack upon Chu He, feeling a swell of pride for his ingenious strategy. After leaving the Jiwei building the previous night, Chun Qianfan had hurried to Qingyun Peak. Under the cloak of night, he had quietly set up the 3 grand arrays on the martial platform. The Grand Elder's ultimate skill, the Heaven and Earth Array Diagram, specialized in concealing formations. As long as he did not activate it, no golden elixir cultivator could possibly see through it. During this time, a senior sister from Shuiyun Peak had passed by, and Qin Qianfan had quickly pretended to meditate to deceive her. Among the 3 grand arrays, the Heavenly Prison and Earthlock Array sealed Chu He's dantian and body. The Whirlwind Sandstorm Array disrupted Chu He's spiritual perception. The Fire Calamity Thunder Pillar Array was the most formidable offensive array Qin Qianfan currently commanded. Combined, these 3 ensured Chu He's inevitable defeat. Old Chu, from now on, just follow behind me obediently. Rest assured, as long as I have a morsel to eat, you shall have a bowl to wash. My brother will not treat you unfairly. The trap was set, and Qin Qianfan, brimming with excitement, called out towards Chu He. Is that so? Chu He's voice emerged, devoid of any hint of panic or resentment. Something felt amiss. Suddenly, Qin Qianfan felt the hair on his body stand on end, and at the last moment, he raised his hand to protect his neck. A clang echoed, resonating like metal striking metal. Qin Qianfan's gaze fell upon his left hand, which was adorned with scales reminiscent of a tortoise's shell. One of the scales had already cracked. In the spectator stands, the esteemed Qingyun Jinjuan lightly tapped the table, and the dust on the arena transformed into transparency in the eyes of the onlookers. Those cultivators unable to penetrate the haze hurriedly expressed their gratitude towards Qingyun Jinjuan. However, as they turned back, they were met with an incomprehensible sight that enveloped the entire combat stage. Under the semicircular protective magical barrier, countless indistinct sword energies radiated a terrifying sharpness. The sword energies surged forth, akin to flying swords slicing through the side of Chu He. The phantom of chains shattered, and Chu He slowly raised his hand, redirecting the transparent sword energies in unison. Their razor-sharp essence was aimed directly at Chen Fan. 360 sword marks, old Chen, can you withstand this? Chapter 51, The Violators of Rules. What is that? He referred to it as sword marks. Could it be a variant of sword energy? The crowd in the stands erupted with excitement. In an astonishing turn of events, Chu He launched a counterattack, swiftly seizing the initiative. One need not experience it firsthand. Merely sensing the sharpness of those sword marks allows one to surmise the formidable power they conceal, at least equivalent to the full force of a top-tier foundation-establishing swordsman. Zhou Huanqing. You have indeed imparted this technique to him. The 7-foot Taoist cast a glance at Zhou Huanqing, a hint of bitterness flickering in his eyes. It is common knowledge that a century ago, Zhou Huanqing and the 7-foot Taoist engaged in a fierce battle. The two departed from the 9 provinces, waging a cosmic conflict for 7 days and nights. The details of this now legendary duel in the realm of 9 provinces' swordsmanship remain shrouded in mystery. Ultimately, the 7-foot Taoist faced defeat, and a resounding one at that, words spoken by none other than himself. In that battle, he suffered greatly at the hands of Zhou Huanqing's sword marks. These marks, akin to sword energy, possess the remarkable ability to retain their potency over time, and their sudden, inconspicuous emergence continues to baffle the 7-foot Taoist. Of course, given his prowess, simulating or even replicating the sword marks is a trivial task. Yet, even as a tribulation transcending expert at the pinnacle of the 9 provinces, he could at most emulate the existence of sword marks from the void refinement stage. Perhaps it is akin to the response Zhou Huanqing offered when he posed a question long ago. Learning this technique is quite simple. One merely requires a sword spirit root and celestial eyes. The 7-foot Taoist sighed, feeling the weight of countless gazes upon him, awaiting enlightenment from their esteemed sword sect leader. These are the sword marks, imperceptible to anyone lacking a sword spirit root. Wherever spiritual swords or sword energy traverse, they can leave lasting imprints. The power of these sword marks is immense, being the pinnacle of swordsmanship from Elder 6 of the Qingyun Immortal sect. Upon concluding his words, the 7-foot Taoist turned his attention to Zhou Huanqing's seat. What greeted him was a prominently raised middle finger from Zhou Huanqing. The reason for this singular gesture was that Zhou Huanqing's other hand was wrapped around Lu Ziyun's slender waist, unable to be freed. You old fool. Are you attempting to snatch my disciple or my beauty? Your intentions are anything but honorable. Zhou Huanqing scoffed, resting his head on Lu Ziyun's shoulder, daydreaming about the life that awaited him with the gambling winnings. Chen Fan had lost. The onlookers began to succumb to pessimism. Although they still struggled to comprehend the existence of the sword marks, they could envision the pressure Chen Fan faced, marked by over 300 sword imprints. It is difficult to say whether even a true Golden Core master could withstand such force, let alone someone merely at the half-step Golden Core stage. Curse it. Chu He is not only handsome, but also gifted and powerful in battle, who will protect the celestial maidens of the 9 provinces in the future. Indeed, with all the celestial maidens seemingly claimed by Chu He, when would I ever find a partner? Senior brother. Your inability to find a partner is simply due to your lack of good looks. It has little to do with Chu He. The crowd buzzed with speculation, convinced that Chen Qianfan's defeat was inevitable. Damn it, old Chu. Just 2 days ago you claimed you could control a maximum of 108 sword marks. You liar. Bound by over 300 sword marks, Chen Qianfan's unwilling roar echoed. Is it not permissible to have a sudden epiphany today? Chu He showed no signs of embarrassment as he prepared to unleash the sword marks. Although the optimal use of the sword marks was to release their full power from a stationary position, forcibly manipulating them to shoot like flying swords not only diminished their potency to a mere 30%, but also exacted a significant toll on one's mental energy. Nevertheless, with over 300 sword marks at his disposal, he could certainly crush Chen Fan. Chu He resolved to act boldly, declaring, Old Chen, rest easy. I shall visit your grave every Qiming festival. With narrowed eyes, Chu He unleashed a flurry of sword marks that streaked forth like a tempest. The torrential downpour of sword rain descended upon Chen Fan, who, in despair, shut his eyes tightly. Halt! The frigid voice of Yang Chunshui rang out. Over 300 sword marks, along with the 3 grand formations still in operation on the ground, vanished simultaneously. Despite the meticulous preparations of both combatants being more than sufficient to ensnare a golden core adept, they paled in comparison to Yang Chuanxue's presence. Victory was claimed. Chu He raised his arms in triumph, although he had declared intentions to bury Chen Qianfan. The martial arts competition of the Immortal sect was not a true battle to the death. As the referee, one of Yang Chuanxue's primary responsibilities was to intervene when the outcome was apparent. Sighing heavily, Chen Qianfan slumped onto the ground. His final desperate move was a self-destructive technique that afforded no defensive capabilities. Faced with the deluge of sword marks, he could only concede his inferiority. It was a pity that Chen He had staked his entire fortune on this match. It seemed he would be confined to nurturing his inner self for decades to come. Contemplating this, Chen Qianfan turned his gaze towards the highest seat in the spectators' area, only to find Chen He devoid of the anticipated disappointment. Could it be that his uncle had truly cultivated an unwavering heart within the He sect? Yang Chuanxue descended before the two, not to announce a victor. Both of you have engaged in unauthorized pre-match preparations, violating the rules of the contest. The sect leader and the elders are currently deliberating the consequences. Her tone was icy, yet the chill in her gaze was even more profound. She had repeatedly cautioned them to adhere to the rules, yet unforeseen circumstances had arisen. What does unauthorized pre-match preparation entail? Inquired a curious onlooker, a rogue cultivator. It refers to setting up formations, laying traps, or administering poison prior to the commencement of the match, explained another cultivator, more familiar with the competition's regulations. The advanced creation of talismans by talismanic cultivators is permitted. Suddenly enlightened, he continued, no wonder Chen Qianfan's 3 grand formations were laid out beforehand. Initially, he had been awestruck by Chen Qianfan's ability to manipulate 3 grand formations with his perfected foundation establishment cultivation, having overlooked this crucial detail. Isn't it obvious? Remarked his fellow Yuanying brother. Chen Qianfan's heaven and earth formation diagram only conceals its effects from Golden Core practitioners. He had not mentioned it simply because the Qingyan sect had not brought it up, and as an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to interject. The Golden Core disciple flushed slightly, still perplexed. Earlier, it was mentioned that both were at fault, meaning Chu He also committed an infraction? A master of the 7th sect just stated that sword marks can only be left by a spiritual sword or sword energy. Hence, those 360 sword marks. Another spectator, a sword cultivator carrying a long sword, interjected, placing greater weight on the words of the 7 Taoists as he mulled them over. Indeed, sword marks can only be left by a sword's passage. Chu He practiced his swordsmanship earlier for this very purpose. The murmurs quickly spread, and the lower-tier cultivators, who had previously failed to grasp the situation, cast wary glances at the 2 individuals on stage. Cheating before the competition was one thing, but to conspire in such a manner was utterly audacious. Not only did they cheat together, but they were also caught red-handed, showing no signs of attempting to conceal their actions. What sort of individuals had emerged from the Qingyan sect? The 2 figures on the martial arts platform sat side by side, meditative and unrepentant. As they attempted to defend their actions, Senior Sister Yang, I did not complete the 3 great formations prior to the match. I only unveiled the formation maps and established the focal points just as the battle commenced, which should not be considered as pre-match preparation. Chen Qianfan protested vehemently, recalling that Yang Chuanxue had initially pointed out this very detail when explaining the rules to them. He had taken into account the dual motivations of evading the rules and ensuring that Chu He remained oblivious. Thus, he had only activated 99% of the 3 great formations beforehand, firmly believing that this conformed to his understanding of the regulations. If this is not a formation, then what is it? Yang Chuanxue's ire ignited as she coldly inquired. I believe the martial arts platform was rather desolate, and the embellishments placed there in advance merely happened to be concealed and bore a resemblance to certain formations, as well as being composed of formation materials. Chen Qianfan spoke with righteous indignation, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Chapter 52. The 13 Swords of Qingyan. Yang Chuanxue regretted not entering seclusion beforehand and instead becoming a judge for the intersect competition. She had previously cautioned the 2 precisely because she had noticed their underhanded tactics. However, constrained by the rules, she hesitated to intervene directly. The crux of the regulations was the principle of utilization. If the 2 had not activated the formations and sword marks from beginning to end, they would indeed comply with the principle of not employing external forces in the competition. At most, she could educate them afterward. As Chen Qianfan activated the great formations, Yang Chuanxue intended to step forward and announce his violation. Yet, her own master, the true monarch of Qingyan, intercepted her. Before she could pose a question, Chu He revealed his trump card, creating a scenario where both participants were simultaneously in violation. Junior brother Chu, do you have any defense to offer? Yang Chuanxue glanced at the fervently debating true monarch of Qingyun and his companions. If my senior sister says I violated the rules, then I have violated them. It is true that my pre-match preparations were insufficient, and I did not thoroughly study the regulations. Chu He promptly admitted his fault with a resolute demeanor. He initially possessed a set of justifications regarding the sword marks that were not part of his pre-competition preparations. However, upon witnessing Yang Chuanxue's apparent indifference towards refuting Chen Qianfan, he discerned that Yang Chuanxue was genuinely enraged. It was likely that Chen Qianfan would soon face the inevitable consequence of being assigned to Shaoling Peak to replenish the spirit beast population. Thus, Chu He chose to acknowledge his mistake and awaited Yang Chuanxue's judgment. After all, for the past 3 years, his sustenance and robes had been anonymously funded by her. Until he could surpass Yang Chuanxue in strength, Chu He held an unwavering loyalty to his esteemed senior sister. Old Chu, what's gotten into you? Why are you so honest? Chen Qianfan remarked, as if seeing Chu He for the first time. I have always been a straightforward person, Chu He replied. Chu He was unperturbed by the outcome of the competition. According to the win-win theory of the sixth peak, if he triumphed, he would infuriate Chen Qianfan. If he lost, he would dishearten Zhou Huanqing. Ultimately, one of them must be defeated today, and he bore no loss. In the stands, the esteemed Qing Yinzhenjuan convened a discussion on how to address the two competitors below. Present at the deliberation were the head of Qing Yun and 7 elders, along with the leaders of the 3 great sections. There were 2 courses of action: either disqualify both individuals from the competition and proceed to the celebratory banquet, or, considering both had committed infractions, impose a lighter penalty and allow the competition to continue. After all, numerous fellow practitioners had gathered to witness the event, and an early dismissal would seem rather abrupt. The reason Qing Yinzhenjuan had previously intervened with Yang Chuanxue was due to his acute awareness of Chu He's intention to invoke the sword mark. Hence he awaited the moment when both competitors would falter. Otherwise, the finals would have concluded in less than 2 minutes, all due to Chen Qianfan's violation. Such a rapid end would give rise to rumors of hidden agendas within the Qingyan sect. The 7-footed Taoist was the first to voice support. Continue. The ever-inquisitive Ying Shilan eagerly echoed. Continue. How could such splendid entertainment be halted? She was utterly intrigued by what further tricks Chu He and Chen Qianfan might unveil. Chen Huai furrowed his brow, recalling the phrase the omen of financial loss, and suggested, I propose we disqualify them. Although he too wished to witness the battle between Chu He and Chen Qianfan, disqualifying them now would result in no victor. The Pishio Chamber of Commerce would then declare this betting round null and return the principal amount, jeopardizing his future happiness for decades to come. The others were somewhat taken aback by Chen Huai's stance. Ultimately, the Qingyun sect, comprising the sect leader and 6 elders, agreed to continue. Zhou Huanqing, however, believed that since both had cheated, her disciples' skills were superior and should be declared the winner on the spot, but her opinion went unnoticed. With 9 votes in favor of continuation, 1 against, and 1 abstention, Qing Yinzhenjuan dispelled the sound barrier and proclaimed, Chu He and Chen Qianfan have violated the competition rules. Considering this is their first offense and their insufficient understanding of the rules, they will be fined 6 months' worth of sect subsidies, and the competition shall proceed. This decision was met with approval from the onlookers. Although it seemed lenient, had the heaviest penalties been imposed, both competitors would have been disqualified, and the audience might not have been able to return home aboard their initial flying boat. The two, who had been leaning against each other moments ago, immediately distanced themselves. Old Chu, my apologies. How much magical power do you have left to manipulate? Your consciousness must be nearly exhausted by now. As the competition continued, Chen Qianfan donned a villainous visage and mocked his opponent. He was the one who had engaged in combat with Chu He the most, possessing the deepest understanding of the scars left by the sword. To leave a scar, one must first wield the magical power capable of creating it. Furthermore, to maintain these scars without dissipating them, a continuous consumption of one's spiritual consciousness is required. While 360 sword scars may not represent Chu He's ultimate limit, his current condition was akin to a lamp running out of oil. In this regard, Chen Qianfan held a significant advantage. Although arranging formations also consumed magical power and spiritual awareness, it paled in comparison to the multitude of sword scars. Moreover, once established, formations do not necessitate constant maintenance. Chen Qianfan, brimming with spirit and vitality, contemplated 9 methods of tormenting Chu He. Additionally, Do not entertain thoughts of consuming medicinal pills. Should you exceed the permissible grade of pills, I shall promptly report you to Sister Yang. Having learned from past mistakes, Chen Qianfan recognized how to leverage the rules. External items such as medicinal pills and magical treasures are similarly bound by regulations. Not only are there restrictions on their grades, but even the quantity of restorative and healing pills is limited. This prevents the scenario of endlessly consuming pills and depleting spiritual stones to exhaust an opponent. The restorative pills that comply with the rules are insufficient for Chu He to endure until full recovery in his hands. What need is there to consume pills to deal with you? Are you not aware that junior sister Ning learned a technique called Spring Breeze and Rain after her breakthrough to the Golden Core? Chu He expressed deep sympathy for Chen Qianfan's ignorance, entirely forgetting that it was he who had instructed Ning Ruyu to never disclose anything to Chen Qianfan. The technique of Spring Breeze and Rain, a form of water manipulation magic, possessed the singular capability of swiftly transmitting one's magical power and consciousness to another. It was a remarkably effective healing auxiliary spell. Had Ning Ruyu not sought him out at the duel arena, he would have eventually gone to find her after inscribing the sword marks. Did this not constitute a breach of the rules? Chen Qianfan gazed towards Yang Chuanxue, who floated in the air. Ning Ruyu had now become a water spirit root golden core true person. With a single application of the Spring Breeze and Rain, Chu He would be rendered as fierce as a dragon and tiger. His advantage would dissipate. Yang Chuanxue shook her head. She had certainly noticed this subtle gesture. However, consuming any restorative elixirs or employing techniques prior to the match was not against the rules. Her sole desire was for the two to engage in a worthy contest, without further bringing disgrace to the immortal sect. Damn it, let the battle to the death commence. Chen Qianfan's schemes having failed, a dark aura enveloped him. His limbs transformed into robust, tortoise-like appendages, covered in thick, sharp scales. A massive tortoise shell encased his body, each segment engraved with talismans, forming a grand array. This was his second trump card, the incomplete tortoise transformation. In response, Chu He smiled faintly as 12 azure cloud swords hovered behind him, one spiritual sword and 12 flying swords. Chu He no longer concealed his abilities. Chapter 53. A breakthrough in the heat of battle? You claim you can wield a maximum of 7 flying swords. Chen Qianfan gritted his teeth and charged forward. The talismans and spells were merely a fade. His true trump card lay in his ability to transform into a mystical tortoise and engage in combat with his physical form. This incomplete tortoise form was the culmination of his fourfold unity. Did you not assert that you could never manifest a tortoise shell? With one hand wielding the sword and the other forming the sword technique, Chu He summoned 13 spirit swords that clashed with the obsidian scales, igniting a flurry of sparks. Was this the prowess of someone at the peak of Foundation Establishment? A fellow disciple of the Sword Sect, equally at the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He was adept at flying swords, yet he could manage to control no more than 6 simultaneously. Chu He, adept at wielding a spiritual sword and 12 flying swords with the finesse of an experienced maestro, is celebrated as the foremost practitioner of flying swords among his contemporaries in the Sword Sect. Yet, he now perceives himself as a mere novice in the realm of sword cultivation, akin to a wandering performer in the martial world. Meanwhile, Chen Qianfan, embodying the tenacity of a turtle, remains unfazed. Below the Golden Core stage, these two may be deemed invincible. It is as if one could truly believe they could best these two exceptional beings in the early stages of Golden Core cultivation. As the spectators observed the duel unfold, they finally felt their attendance was justified. Although the previous 3 grand formations had showcased the brilliance of 300 sword scars, that was merely a contravention of the rules through prior preparation. The current clash between the two, stripped of frivolity, bore a raw intensity. However, with both opponents evenly matched, the outcome appeared uncertain. There were murmurs of hope for a shift in the tide, fearing that the duel might drag on until one party succumbed to exhaustion. A conclusion that would be less than poetic. Regrettably, Chu He and Chen Qianfan possessed an acute understanding of each other, having prepared meticulously for this confrontation over the span of 2.5 years. Although their displayed prowess surpassed the typical standards of foundational cultivators, the standoff persisted, with neither party gaining an advantage. After yet another round of exchanges between the Turtle Fist and the Qin Yun sword technique, they both retreated momentarily. No sooner had Chen Qianfan settled into position than he sensed impending danger. This was a sight previously graced by Chua's flying swords. In the next heartbeat, the sword marks erupted, and a segment of armor on Chen Qianfan's back shattered. Old Chen, cease your struggle, Chu He began to taunt, only to witness Chen Qianfan tear off that piece of armor, flinging it towards him as an improvised weapon. The armor exploded midair, transforming into 18 shards that sliced through the air like projectiles. Chu He raised his sword to parry, sending all 18 fragments flying. You've employed your silver tongue talisman here. The silver tongue was the sole offensive maneuver of Chen Qianfan during his initial transformation into the spirit turtle. He wielded his tongue as arrows aimed at his foes. Despite its limitations, such as a short attack range and minimal area damage, its penetrating power was exceedingly formidable, capable of breaching the defenses of a golden core cultivator with mere foundational cultivation. This offensive might could rival that of a sword spirit. Chen Qianfan was not to be underestimated. He pulled a handful of spiritual herbs from his storage ring and consumed them. Remarkably, the missing piece of his scale armor regenerated within moments. Although the use of medicinal pills was restricted during the contest, Chen Qianfan resorted to refining the pills with his physical body, violently absorbing their potency, thus cleverly circumventing the regulations. Yet, such measures would not suffice to vanquish me. Old Chen. Chu He refrained from launching another assault just yet. Although Chen Qianfan's combat strategy had become quite refined, he found himself momentarily unable to breach the turtle shell of his opponent. However, by gradually weaving a web of swordplay, he awaited the moment to strike, at which point Chen Qianfan would have no avenues for retreat. Victory was merely a matter of time. Chen Qianfan, chewing on the spiritual herbs, remained undaunted, his face alight with excitement as he replied, "It's invigorating to battle with you. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back." He reached into his clothing, and as he tore away a talisman inscribed on his skin, a formidable aura surged forth. In the early phase of the Golden Core realm, he had achieved a first-grade elixir, the highest quality. The audience erupted in enthusiasm. The seemingly beleaguered Chen Qianfan had unexpectedly broken through to the Golden Core. Moreover, judging by his aura, he had attained the highest grade within the Golden Core realm. The Golden Core stage signifies the culmination of a cultivator's prior endeavors and serves as the threshold for future advancement. The 9 provinces categorize the Golden Core by its quality and potency into 9 ranks, with the first being supreme and the 9th being the least desirable. Those capable of forming a first-grade Golden Core are truly unparalleled prodigies. A breakthrough amidst battle. What kind of Golden Core is this? Excited inquiries arose among the onlookers, who felt their attendance was immensely worthwhile, witnessing a breakthrough in real time. It is essential to recognize that advancing one's cultivation is inherently perilous, especially with the Golden Core, which involves a delicate formation process that cannot endure any disturbance. Even disciples of immortal sects would hesitate to challenge a breakthrough in the heat of battle. Typically, breakthroughs occur in life or death scenarios, representing a last resort. Success leads to a dramatic reversal against an opponent, creating a tale of triumph, whereas failure results in self-sabotage, leading to madness and demise. However, this was not a mere breakthrough in battle. Chen Qianfan's cultivation was stable, and there was no fragrance of elixir wafting through the air, indicating he had concealed his true prowess. It was a high-level concealment talisman, one so sophisticated that even those in the transformation stage could not discern it. In the realm of the void refinement stage, a formidable being unraveled enigmas. The concealment talisman is a commonplace artifact among the cultivators of the 9 provinces. Whether for the sake of navigating the world with caution or for a powerful figure to feign weakness, the need to obscure one's cultivation level is paramount. The essence of the concealment talisman lies in its ability to shroud both high and low realms, allowing adversaries to lower their guard. It is rare for a reputable practitioner to conceal their level during internal competitions. A spectator, betting on the odds of Chu He, clutched his head in frustration. Although Chu He's combat prowess far exceeded conventional understanding, Chen Qianfan was no less an extraordinary talent in his own right. When their strengths were comparable, the disparity in cultivation levels became significant, particularly when spanning the vast chasm between the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core realms. The concealment talisman, produced by the Gui Fan Pavilion, does not come cheap, old Chu. Chen Qianfan remained unfazed by the discussions surrounding him. Having broken through a month prior, he hastily acquired this talisman from the Gui Fan Pavilion, precisely to startle Chu He at a critical moment. Had it not been for the pavilion's top-tier talisman, capable of concealing even against the transformation stage, Chen Qianfan would have wished for an even more elusive talisman, one that could hide from those in the tribulation stage. However, to his astonishment, when faced with his own breakthrough into the Golden Core, Chu He displayed a countenance of profound despondency, as if wounded by his own actions. Old Chu. The speed of one's breakthrough holds little significance. You can always try again next time, Chen Qianfan offered in consolation, observing Chu He's wooden demeanor. In the contest between Foundation Establishment and Golden Core, both extraordinary prodigies, Chu He had already lost. Indeed, among the spectators, the vast majority in the early Golden Core stage would likely struggle against Chu He, yet his opponent was none other than Chen Qianfan. Was concealing one's cultivation level against the rules? The desperate spectator who had wagered on Chu He struggled to find his footing. The onlookers cast sympathetic glances toward him, mingled with expressions of resigned acceptance. The only violations would stem from employing forbidden techniques or forcibly exhausting one's potential to break through. The extent of one's concealed cultivation and hidden cards was of no concern to anyone. Indeed, would one not want to fight while having a sword held to their neck, compelling them to expend 50 years of innate lifespan before continuing? On the martial stage, after a prolonged silence, Chu He sighed deeply, his gaze filled with melancholy as he spoke. Old Chun, I never anticipated your breakthrough to the Golden Core. I did not intend to keep it from you. I merely wished to surprise you, Chen Qianfan replied, feeling a twinge of guilt upon witnessing Chu He's desolate expression. Had he perhaps gone too far? Given this, he resolved to forego any further niceties. Chu He tore off the concealment talisman from his body, and the aura of a nascent soul blossomed forth. A manifestation of the first-grade Golden Core, an exceptional grade indeed. Chapter 54, The Battle of Golden Cores this time. The atmosphere was devoid of the fervor that had erupted when Chen Qianfan revealed his Golden Core. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their gazes fixed on the two figures upon the stage, a mixture of confusion, disbelief, existential doubt, and contemplation of the future reflected in their eyes. Esteemed Taoist, may I inquire whether the relationship between these two is particularly strained? Someone asked a disciple of the Qingyan sect nearby. What sort of vendetta is this? A father-son enmity or a bitter rivalry over a spouse? They are both concealing their breakthroughs. Do they intend to resort to underhanded tactics or deliver a lethal blow? It seems rather peculiar, as it is said they are inseparable, replied the Qingyan disciple. Though he had always felt that his elders and sect leader possessed thoughts that diverged from the ordinary. Nevertheless, he could not help but offer a thumbs up to Chu He and his counterpart, acknowledging that the younger generation was indeed surpassing the previous one. Yang Chuanchue's lips twitched imperceptibly. The concealment talisman could not elude her perception, and thus she found herself intrigued. Why, if both were prepared to unveil their true strengths and engage in a straightforward contest, did they choose to complicate matters? If they showcased their prowess, surpassing even their past glories, it would surely become a tale of new heroes within the sect. Why, indeed? Must it be so convoluted? Originally, Yang Chuanxue had aimed to use this internal competition to display the brilliance of Qingyun's current prodigies to their peers across the 9 provinces. Regardless of the outcome, she was certain that Chu He and Chen Qianfan would leave an indelible impression on all who had come to witness the battle. By the way, my concealment talisman was a gift from my 4th granduncle during my visit. I didn't spend a single coin on it, Chu He interjected, adding a touch of awkwardness to the atmosphere. Today, only one of us can leave this stage alive, Chen Qianfan hissed through gritted teeth as he lunged forward. With a smile, Chu He brandished his sword and advanced. That would be me. The battle prowess of the two surged exponentially once more, leaving many seasoned Yuaning cultivators secretly astonished. As for the Jin dance spectators, a significant portion could no longer discern the intricate details of their clash. Observing this, Master Qingyun gently tapped the table once again. The slow-motion footage of their duel was projected onto the light screen. The protective array of the sparring stage was remarkably comprehensive. Explode! Chen Qianfan shouted, abruptly turning. The scales on his back erupted, transforming into a multitude of flying daggers aimed at Chu He. Any Jindan cultivator struck by even a single shard of the flying daggers would not fare well. In a moment of desperation, Chu He unleashed the 5 sword marks he had previously inscribed before him. The sword aura radiated outward, shattering the shards of the flying daggers. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Qianfan retreated, chewing on spiritual herbs to mend his back armor. As Chu He lunged forward in pursuit, Chen Qianfan appeared to sense the impending threat, continuing his retreat with an air of calm. The dueling platform, though limited in space, allowed Chen Qianfan to maintain a steady control over the distance between himself and Chu He, despite his armor having only partially recovered. The defensive capabilities of the scales on his tortoise-like feet rendered him impervious to the attacks of Chu He, who relied solely on his flying sword. However, a realization dawned upon Chu He. He halted in his tracks, recognizing that the partial transformation of Chen Qianfan's mystical tortoise compensated for any shortcomings in speed. To catch up in a straight line would require considerable time and effort. Thus, Chu He endeavored to leverage the confined space of the dueling platform to maneuver closer. Yet, Qin Qianfan consistently anticipated his moves, retreating precisely as soon as Chu He initiated his actions. Chu He pondered for a moment before raising his left leg. In an instant, Qin Qianfan's figure flickered, retreating 3 steps. A new trick, old Qin, Chu He mused, beginning to grasp Qin Qianfan's novel tactic. He was not merely predicting his opponent's moves. He was genuinely foreseeing them. It was merely a minor divine ability bestowed by the Golden Core. Having completed the repairs to his armor, Qin Qianfan continued to stuff spiritual herbs into his mouth, suggesting that the consumption of his minor divine abilities was quite substantial. Senior Bao, can you discern what Golden Core Qin Qianfan possesses? Someone inquired from the spectator stands, addressing the stout Taoist clad in a vibrant red floral robe. Bao Xian, the head of the Qingzhou branch of the esteemed intelligence sect, the heavenly mechanism pavilion, and a formidable figure of the refinement void realm, had naturally come to witness the competition among the prodigies of the Qingyan immortal sect. Under the scrutiny of countless eager gazes, Bao Xian pondered for a moment before responding. If you wish to know, it will cost you 10,000 spirit stones per person, with no second-hand sharing permitted. The heavenly mechanism pavilion collected intelligence primarily for trade, and 10,000 spirit stones were but a trifling sum for someone of Bao Xian's stature. However, disseminating information freely would adversely affect his rating at the headquarters of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, which was crucial for maintaining his position as the head of the Qingzhou branch. The crowd erupted in curses, yet some could not contain their curiosity and paid the fee. However, it was predominantly the powerful figures of the transformation god and refinement void realms who could afford such an expenditure, their wealth numbering in the millions. With liquid spirit stones starting from 100,000. After collecting the fees, Bao Xian cast a soundproofing spell to gather everyone together. Before coming here, I sought information from headquarters regarding the wisdom spiritual route. Bao Xian began, pausing habitually. Information was sold incrementally, incentivizing the initial buyers to pay a higher price for subsequent details, a long-standing principle of the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Yet, he quickly continued. Aware that this was not the heavenly mechanism pavilion, and employing such business tactics might lead to immediate backlash from the crowd. According to records, the first cultivator of the wisdom spiritual root bore the golden core named 10,000 methods, suggesting mastery over all paths. He later pioneered the methods of the 5-element cycle, the dual refinement of pills and artifacts, the formation of pill arrays, and the techniques of blood talismans. Furthermore, the second cultivator of the wisdom spiritual root possessed a golden core named divine thought, reputed to rapidly gather intelligence and analyze results at an astonishing speed. In battle, he could anticipate his opponent's moves, effortlessly discern their vulnerabilities, and even devise countermeasures mid-fight. Upon Bao Xian's revelation, the crowd suddenly grasped the underlying truth. It appears that what Qin Qianfan has obtained is very likely the divine thought golden elixir. The process of forming a golden elixir is intricately linked to one's previous cultivation experiences and inherent aptitude. While practitioners may draw upon the wisdom of their predecessors to choose their path for elixir formation, the outcomes tend to be largely predictable. A practitioner with a water spiritual root could never hope to produce a fire attribute golden elixir. Qin Qianfan, hailing from a celestial lineage and having entered the ranks of the immortal sects, possesses an extraordinary talent rarely seen in the realm of the 9 provinces for millennia. What, then, compels Qin Qianfan to incessantly ponder and internally yearn for the formation of the divine thought golden elixir? The gazes of the assembly turned towards Chu He. Could it be that the pressure exerted by Chu He is the catalyst? It remains to be seen whether old Qin's foresight prevails or if my intuition proves to be more accurate. As soon as Chu He's voice fell, his previously tranquil gaze transformed into one of piercing sharpness. With a swift step forward, Qin Qianfan immediately darted to the right. This was the result of his mental acuity, honed to analyze Chu He's movements. However, before Chu He's foot could touch the ground, his body astonishingly twisted in the opposite direction. The direction of Chu He diverged sharply from that of his body, and the intelligence gathered by Qin Qianfan was contradictory, prompting him to halt his actions. In that fleeting moment, Chu He shot forth like a flying sword. Even those at the Golden Core stage could master the art of flight, however. Neither of them had employed it until now. Observing Chu He barreling directly towards him, Qin Qianfan retreated into his protective shell, facing Chu He with the back of the turtle. This was, under the circumstances, the most prudent course of action that Qin Qianfan could conceive. Simultaneously, he did not hesitate to curse, "Damn you, old Chu. Your sword heart is transparent, yet you cultivate a sword core." From the highest tier of the spectator stands, the 7-foot Taoist rose to his feet. The sword core, the pinnacle of the 9 provinces sword path, was not widely known due to the scarcity of cultivators with intellectual spiritual roots. Conversely, the sword core was a phrase well known to every cultivator in the 9 provinces, especially among sword practitioners, and it represented the ultimate aspiration of all sword cultivators. With an array of golden cores surpassing the stars above, each cultivator might hold a different opinion on which was the most formidable. Thus, there has never been a singular strongest golden core, only the strongest golden core cultivator. However, for sword practitioners, this inquiry has a definitive answer. There are numerous types of first-grade golden cores suitable for sword cultivators, including blade core, sharp core, breaking core, and gathering core. Yet, there exists only one golden core that is perfectly attuned to sword practitioners, the sword core. The advantages of the sword core in enhancing various offensive capabilities are self-evident. What sword cultivators yearn for most is that those who possess a sword core are destined to comprehend a mystical ability known as sword heart transparency. This technique allows sword cultivators to push their offensive prowess to its zenith, enabling a single strike to shatter myriad laws and open the gates of heaven. Furthermore, upon entering the state of sword heart transparency, both the perceptive abilities and spiritual consciousness of the sword cultivator are magnified to their utmost limits, resulting in an intuition akin to foresight. With the activation of the golden core, the battle between the two escalated rapidly into a fierce confrontation. The Chu River relies on a clear mind, embodying the essence of swiftness. Within the arena, every piece of information is instinctively processed, guiding him to the optimal choice. Just as he previously bewildered Chun Qianfan with conflicting maneuvers before seizing the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. Yet, Chun Qianfan is no less formidable, embodying the principle of distance. Even when fully activating his divine consciousness and golden core, he still lags half a step behind Chu River. However, he can withstand 3 of Chu River's strikes with the resilience of a turtle's shell. It is through these 3 strikes that he discerns a trajectory that surpasses Chu River's instinct. As Chu River instinctively narrows the gap, Chun Qianfan endures the 3 strikes, escaping into the heavens, a cycle that continues unabated. The future of these 2 individuals is boundless. Previously, Qin Yun produced a Yang Chunxue, leaving other celestial sect prodigies gasping for breath. Now, with the emergence of Chu River and Chun Qianfan, the days for this generation of prodigies are bound to become even more arduous. Concerning these 2, there are but 2 choices: to form alliances or to preemptively sabotage them. Otherwise, one becomes the knife and the other the fish. The crowd has ceased to ponder why these 2 engaged in pre-competition arrangements or concealed their cultivation levels. For ordinary golden core masters, such actions are perplexing and laughable. Yet for Chu River and Chun Qianfan, every action they take is undoubtedly grounded in reason. It is merely that those who possess great cultivation find it challenging to keep pace with the thoughts of these extraordinary prodigies. With the existence of Zhuge Liang, why must there be a Liu Bei? Either the divine thought golden core or the sword core is sufficient to dominate an era. Yet fate has brought these 2 together as fellow disciples, evoking a sense of the capriciousness and cruelty of destiny. A powerful figure reminisced about having a similarly competitive counterpart during his own cultivation, one who ultimately transformed into a mortal enemy. At the highest tier of the viewing platform, Qing Yinjinjuan beams with joy, even more elated than during his own breakthrough into the tribulation period. Were it not for the sight of the 12 celestial swords drawn by the 7-foot Taoist, coupled with the uncertainty of how far the 7-foot Taoist would go in his frenzy over the sword spirit root that forms the sword core, Qing Yinjinjuan would have ensured that the 7-foot Taoist experienced the depth of his great yin-yang technique. The 7-foot Taoist had vowed during his foundation establishment that he would not form a sword core nor become a true master. And it is said that he squandered a century of time, nearly exhausting his lifespan before relenting. What Qing Yinjinjuan dares not say, others are bold enough to express. Zhao Daba, relying on his authority over the protective mountain formation, remarked that the 2 would soon battle to the edge of the heavens. The conflict between tribulation masters and the protective mountain formations of celestial sects is a rarity in the 9 provinces. Yet, the onlookers remain transfixed on the competition platform, clearly shaken by the impact of Chu River and Chun Qianfan. Wait a moment, old Chu. Allow my brother to say a few words. After a flash of inspiration, Chun Qianfan requested a pause. The pace of Chu He slackened, granting him a moment to catch his breath. Both Shen Si Jin Dan and Jian Xian Tong Ming are unparalleled manifestations of the Golden Core's divine abilities. Their duel showcased that even with the employment of such extraordinary powers, they remained closely matched. There were only two matters that compelled Qin Qianfan to plead for mercy. Firstly, he was plagued by an overwhelming sense of unease, feeling that he was at a disadvantage. He relied on speed over swiftness and intellect over instinct. And although it appeared that he faced an equal opponent, the thought of his mind nearly overheating while Chu He charged in without a second thought left him feeling utterly uncomfortable. Secondly, his jaw was on the verge of giving way under the strain. The formidable prowess of Chu He had long been recognized, far surpassing that of his peers. Qin Qianfan suspected that this was largely attributed to Chu He's unknown constitution. This phenomenon could be deemed a characteristic shared by celestial bodies: rapid cultivation, abundant magical energy, and minimal consumption. Qin Qianfan relied solely on his wits to contend with Chu He's enigmatic abilities. Whether Chu He would exhaust his strength first, or if Qin Qianfan would lose his resolve, remained a mystery to both. Thus, Qin Qianfan resolved to be candid and challenge Chu He to a decisive duel. Transformed to the Xian Gui. After a brief respite, Qin Qianfan resumed chewing on a spiritual herb, invoking his second-to-last trump card. Before long, the half-human, half-tortoise figure of Qin Qianfan fully morphed into a jet-black Xian Gui. Although his size was slightly smaller than that of the formidable Grand Turtle, his fierce demeanor overshadowed that of the little Spirit Peak-esque Grand Turtle. Particularly striking was the interlinked armor of scales around him, each scale inscribed with runes that collectively formed a brand new, complete formation. This is the Northern Land Xuanwu formation that I have developed. Quite impressive, isn't it? Qin Qianfan boasted, showcasing the intricate array adorning his form. Under his command, a spectral serpent emerged, coiled upon the turtle's back, exuding an aura of menace. The Xuanwu, also known as the tortoise snake, was distinguished by the presence of that very serpent upon its shell. Qin Qianfan had forcefully amplified the combat capabilities of the Xian Gui, advancing further into the lineage of the Xuanwu. Didn't he, the Grand Elder, assist you in your research? Chu He inquired, approaching and squatting beside Qin Qianfan. The two now stood together, devoid of any remnants of their previous fierce confrontation. In fact, should one of them harbor ill intent and attempt a sneak attack, they could very well seize victory in this decisive battle. This scene left the powerful figure who had previously predicted their inevitable divergence in disbelief. How could these prodigies maintain such camaraderie, while his own sect was plagued by a multitude of brothers engaging in underhanded tactics and ambushes? As for the esteemed figure's sect, it was known as the Path of Ruthlessness. The concept I proposed was merely aided in a minor way by my master. How could it not be considered my own research? Qin Qianfan retorted defiantly. Even if Zhao Daba had contributed 99% to the Northern Land Shenming formation, did that diminish his role in the research? After all, being understudy was still a form of contribution. This formation is formidable. It can concentrate the full might of my silver-tongued abilities into the little serpent. Would you care to give it a try? In pursuit of this lethal technique, Qin Qianfan had nearly drained the essence of the Grand Turtle. Of course, this was in exchange for a secret dual cultivation method from the Qin family, which could significantly enhance the probability of conception for cultivators, addressing the challenges faced by powerful beings in procreation. Although the Grand Turtle had yet to pursue his beloved Xiao Hong, he ultimately acquiesced to Qin Qianfan's well-prepared persuasion. Not interested, Chu He expressed his disinterest in Qin Qianfan's proposition. Perhaps it was preferable for him to engage with some demonic beast later. Now, shall we finally reveal our secrets? I have nothing hidden. What about your trump cards? Qin Qianfan spat out a mass of ineffective residue and reached for a new spiritual herb to chew. Chu He, slightly disdainful of the remnants of the medicinal concoction, smiled and remarked, "Did you not already deduce it? Beast." Qin Qianfan cursed under his breath, yet he indeed arrived at an answer. During the semifinals, he had deliberately employed an incomplete form of the Xian Gui foot to mislead Chu He into believing that his own Xian Gui was still in an undeveloped state. So, what had Chu He done in the semifinals? He utilized the Celestial Eye for 5 minutes to foresee the subsequent battle with Ning Ruyu. Thus, the essence of Chu He's hidden cards was self-evident. One could observe the profound and mysterious workings of mana within his eyes. The Celestial Eye had long surpassed the 5-minute casting limitation. Now, Chu He possessed the capability to wield the Celestial Eye in combat. All futures lay within his gaze. The most contemptible of creatures, Qin Qianfan added in his tortoise form. Chapter 56. Personal Safety Assurance Fund with the clarity of the celestial eye and the sword heart. Qin Qianfan began to suspect that Chu He might be a divine entity sent to obstruct him. Originally, the celestial eye bore a significant flaw. The future was shrouded in mystery and changeability, making it challenging to discern which visions of the future were genuine and which were illusory. For instance, when Chu He previously activated the celestial eye, he would establish a condition to examine the future under that premise. Yet, in reality, the thoughts of living beings are perpetually fluctuating. Not to mention the human race and spirit beasts. Even a young kitten or puppy might be joyful one moment and suddenly despondent the next, faced with innumerable potential futures. Discerning which path would genuinely unfold posed the greatest challenge for all practitioners of temporal arts. However, this conundrum found resolution in Chu He. Simply act with conviction, relying on the clarity of the sword heart. If his intuition indicated a particular path, Chu He would follow it. Of course, the clarity of the sword heart did not grant omniscience. Intuition could err, but who among mortals traverses life without error? Even immortals are prone to mistakes. The benefits brought forth by the clarity of the sword heart are evidently more pronounced than the potential for erroneous intuition. Otherwise, it would not be revered by sword cultivators as the pinnacle of the sword path. Did you also witness this? Qin Qianfan, with a blend of skepticism and intrigue, extracted a pure white tortoise egg from his shell. This was his ultimate trump card. Beyond this, he would have no recourse but to resign himself to fate. A bastard indeed. Chu He casually uttered the name of this trump card. Only then did Qin Qianfan resign himself to the reality that Chu He's celestial eye could indeed unleash its full potential. The inspiration for the despicable scheme stemmed from Chu He's initial encounter with Old Turtle, who was researching the method of a male turtle laying eggs. Qin Qianfan, through the fusion of the four paths of alchemical formations, symbols, tools, and techniques, developed the Xian turtle transformation. Among these, the formation path is the North Lu Xuanwu formation, the symbol path utilizes the silver tongue talisman, and the tool path involves the explosive scales and rapid regeneration, with the technique clothing explosion being a culmination of these efforts. On the surface, the alchemical path appears to involve consuming spirit herbs to restore magical power. Yet it fundamentally relies on this turtle egg. The spirit herbs consumed by Qin Qianfan are of exceptionally high grade, their potency far exceeding what could be digested during the early stages of the golden core. Nevertheless, Qin Qianfan continually stuffed spirit herbs into his mouth without pause since the onset of battle. The hidden objective behind this was the turtle egg technique. The surplus magical energy was concentrated within the turtle shell, refined into this egg using alchemical methods. When utilized, it would detonate, converting all the energy within into a force of annihilation. This represented a synthesis of Qin Qianfan's alchemical prowess, financial resources, and jaw strength. Previously, Qin Qianfan estimated that even if Chu He were to break through to the early golden core stage and form a sword core, he would still be unable to withstand the onslaught. After all, the sword core excels in aggression, and the clarity of the sword heart offers no defensive capability. Conversely, it was Qin Qianfan who, relying on the Xian turtle transformation, could sustain a breath, allowing the referee Yang Chuanqiwei to deem that Chu He would surely perish, thus declaring him the victor. Do you truly possess a method to endure this? Having been deceived by Chu He too many times, Qin Qianfan grew wary. With a disdainful smile, Chu He reached into his bosom, revealing another hidden talisman of the realm. Mid-stage of the golden core. When did you attain such a level? Qin Qianfan stared in disbelief, reflecting on how arduous it had been for him to conceal his golden core for a month. He never anticipated that Chu He had already reached the mid-stage of the golden core. Just how many cards has he kept hidden from me? Perhaps it was 7 or 8 months ago. Chu He, uncharacteristically bashful, turned his head away. He hadn't even confided in Ning Ruyu, fearing she might inadvertently disclose it. Ning Ruyu believed that Chu He had achieved his golden core 3 months prior. Let us be honest with each other, brother. I want to spill your secrets. What is your true realm? Transformation? Refinement? Integration? Tribulation? As he concluded, Qin Qianfan covered his mouth with his sturdy hand, tears glistening in his eyes. You're not becoming an immortal, are you? What are you thinking? Chu He retorted, exasperated. Is there no trust between us? Are you two still going to fight? Yang Chuanqiwei interjected, interrupting their idle chatter. Whether it was mid-stage of the golden core or stealthily achieving some underhanded feat, nothing escaped her keen perception. Yet, she found herself at a loss regarding the personalities of her 2 junior brothers, while other prodigies eagerly flaunted their newfound techniques. Why did these two seem intent on remaining obscure? Had it not been for the public nature of the intersect competition, Yang Chu and Xue would have suspected they might feign being ordinary mortals, furiously shooting crossbows in secrecy. It was evident that Yang Chu and Xue had limited understanding of the art of subterfuge. Fortunately, both Chu He and Chun Qianfan were self-taught, recognizing that superficial displays of prowess were fleeting, while true mastery that rendered one invincible was everlasting. Enough of this nonsense. I surrender, Chun Qianfan declared, raising his hand. Although Chu He, at mid-stage of the Golden Core, was not particularly known for his defensive capabilities. Surviving the explosion of a cunning scheme was not beyond him. Ultimately, if he was left with half a life, it would surely mean his defeat. Ah, why have you ceased the battle? A spectator at the Foundation establishment stage remarked, unable to discern the depths of their confrontation, feeling rather disappointed. It's a conspiracy, undoubtedly. That scoundrel might have even bribed the judges. A single, envious observer, irritated by Chu He's appearance, began to weave rumors. Conspiracy, my foot. He possesses a spirit root. An immortal eye and a golden core. Does he even need a conspiracy? The integration true monarch saw through it all, understanding that Chun Qianfan had genuinely reached a point of no return. To have forced one endowed with the golden core and adept at clever tactics into such a predicament spoke volumes. In the hearts of many formidable beings, Chu He has already earned the illustrious title of the foremost prodigy of the 9 provinces. Not merely the contemporary prodigy, but the unparalleled prodigy of the 9 provinces. Devoid of any qualifying prefix. However, the words of this powerful individual evidently failed to satisfy all the spectators. What began as a fierce confrontation suddenly took an unexpected turn, concluding with one party's surrender. Most onlookers, unable to discern the deeper intricacies, felt as though they had awakened from a dream. Akin to having a fleeting encounter with the courtesan of the Huan sect only to be jolted back to reality just before closing the door. Shout, shout. What are you shouting for? If you are dissatisfied, come and spar with me, Chen Xiao. Whoever triumphs among equals shall receive a combined Dao artifact from me. In a fit of frustration, Chen Qianfan roared at the raucous crowd. Upon hearing his words, a multitude of golden core realms descended from the stands. It turned out that their uproar was merely for amusement, but when Chen Qianfan mentioned the combined Dao artifact, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. In the 9 provinces, treasures are categorized into 3 tiers: artifacts, Dao instruments, and celestial tools. A Dao instrument is a rare treasure capable of nurturing a spirit, underscoring its exceptional value. To possess a Dao instrument suitable for the combined stage is tantamount to possessing a fortune measured in billions of spirit stones, and they are hardly available for sale. Even a true monarch at the combined stage may not be fortunate enough to own a single Dao instrument. Stop this uproar. If you wish to engage, you must pay. A graceful figure suddenly alighted on the arena, intercepting the clamorous golden core realms. Zhou Huanqing was poised to acquire nearly 200 million spirit stones from the Pishio Chamber of Commerce, but was not above taking advantage of these golden core cultivators as well. Embodying the frugal spirit of the 6th peak. What money? The golden core realms inquired, puzzled. The personal safety assurance fee. When you are on the brink of being defeated, I will intervene to save you without relying on my powers. It is 5,000 each, so the impoverished may leave. The wealth of golden core cultivators typically ranges from 30 to 50,000 spirit stones, with a significant portion tied up in spiritual materials, techniques, treasures, and elixirs. Liquid assets hover just over 10,000 spirit stones. Zhou Huanqing's fee of 5,000 represented nearly half their available spirit stones. Nevertheless, enticed by the allure of the Dao instrument, once the first individual paid, 90% complied readily. Zhou Huanqing seized Chu He by the collar and descended into the air. As Chu He gazed at the throngs of golden core practitioners surging onto the stage, a wave of anxiety washed over him. It was not fear that gripped him, but rather the sheer density of the crowd. Chen Qianfan was nearly pressed against the recent arrival of the golden core master. How many people could there possibly be? Chu He felt a twinge of sympathy for Chen Qianfan's predicament. However, upon reflection, he considered that Chen Qianfan's desire to show off had led him to this fate, and thus he felt it was deserved. There were about 80 individuals, perhaps. Zhou Huanqing counted the spirit stones and noted that no one had attempted to evade the fare. This foolish individual had managed to rake in over 400,000. Chu He's sympathy for Chen Qianfan swiftly transformed into a seething resentment. Are you prepared? Chen Qianfan sensed an unwelcome hand surreptitiously groping his backside amidst the chaos. Once he perceived no objections from the crowd, he crushed the egg in his grasp. A blinding white light erupted, sending over 80 early golden core cultivators back to their original positions before they could react. Qin Qianfan had once assured Qin Huai that his egg could indeed subdue even Chu He at the early Golden Core stage, and he was not jesting. Moreover, could Chu He at the early Golden Core stage be compared to an ordinary early Golden Core cultivator? Despite the formidable defenses erected by the 80-plus Golden Core practitioners, they were still swept away in a single wave. Impressive power, indeed. Old Qin Chu He expressed some astonishment. He activated his celestial eye to glimpse the future, witnessing that Qin Qianfan had chosen to surrender after revealing his realm. Thus, he did not witness the moment when Qin Qianfan detonated the egg. Regrettably, Qin Qianfan could no longer respond to him. The arena had transformed into a vast pit, with Qin Qianfan, now in his transformed state, lying motionless at the bottom. It appeared he had exhaled all his breath without the possibility of inhaling again. Just moments ago, Yang Chuanxue had attempted to intervene against Zhou Huanqing's antics, but had resigned herself to casting a spell. Qin Qianfan's vitality rapidly restored as he grimaced and crawled out of the pit, gazing skyward. Elder Lu, do lend me a hand. During the explosion, Zhou Huanqing had been responsible for sending all the Golden Core cultivators back, neglecting Qin Qianfan entirely. As anticipated, he had indeed managed to retain a single breath of life. But that was all. You weren't supposed to survive the blast, Zhou Huanqing remarked, perplexed. And you didn't purchase my personal safety insurance. Chapter 57. Post-match review. The Golden Core Masters, who had initially intended to offer justifications, fell into collective silence. Even Qin Qianfan's astonishing defensive prowess in his transformed state had been reduced to such a state. Remaining on the arena, they feared they might end up as mere examples for their peers. Yet, the thought of losing 5,000 spirit stones weighed heavily on their hearts, affirming the notorious reputation of the 9 provinces. Good disciple, shall we not seize another opportunity? Zhou Huanqing embraced Chu He, discovering a new avenue for profit. Chu He shrugged, escaping from Zhou Huanqing's clutches. No, I shall toil for myself, while Zhou Huanqing profits. What right does she have? Moreover, Chu He had no inclination to bully the weak. Unlike Qin Qianfan, who burned with frustration after losing the competition. Instead, she pondered what delectable dishes might grace the victory banquet. Don't you stand to gain from this? Zhou Huanqing patted her flat abdomen, devoid of any excess flesh. Pregnant? Planning to adopt me as your godfather? Foolishness. If you were to take me as your godfather, you might as well abandon the cultivation method following the sword dan. Zhou Huanqing paid no mind to Chua's betrayal of her mentor. All she could perceive was the alluring scent of spirit stones wafting through the air. Such golden opportunities with naive, affluent individuals were not encountered every day. The old sage of 7 feet remarked that in the realm of Jiuzhou, obtaining the sword dan again is a rare feat. Before you, who else has possessed the sword dan? The sage's words could be interpreted in 2 ways. One, that in the present Jiuzhou, where the sword dan exists, another can still be obtained. Or 2, that in the past, Jiuzhou had the sword dan, and now, in its absence, can still achieve it. Both interpretations hold validity. Chua harbored a profound skepticism toward Zhou Huanqing's assertions. Is it true? Absolutely, as true as my chastity. Then that makes it false. Chu He prepared to return for the celebration banquet. Don't go, let me share some with you, Zhou Huanqing exclaimed, hastily grasping Chu He's arm as she saw the walking fortune tree about to depart. In the midst of his tribulation, Chu He, a cultivator in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, faced a disheartening defeat at the hands of a formidable adversary, rendered motionless in place. Under the oppressive influence of Zhou Huanqing, he reluctantly acquiesced to an unwelcome arrangement, receiving an initial payment of 100,000. Zhou Huanqing, with a sense of satisfaction, calculated that a mere 10,000 for the champion and 5,000 for each runner-up seemed reasonable. Upon receiving the spirit stones, Chu He erupted into laughter, mocking the foolishness of those who remained ensnared in their own folly. Come, he called out, I have sword spirits and celestial eye sword pills bundled for sale. A mere 10,000 spirit stones for a duel, all Golden Core cultivators. Come and seize the opportunity. Zhou Huanqing shouted with fervor, envisioning a windfall of several million spirit stones before collecting debts from the Pishio Chamber of Commerce. However, to his dismay, after an extensive period of calling out, not a single soul stepped forward. Chu He lay on the bed of 12 flying swords, yawning. Let us call it a day. Qin Qianfan faced challenges due to the allure of the combined Dao artifacts. However, after demonstrating his superior combat prowess over Qin Qianfan without any reward, who would willingly spend money to be beaten? Even if such a fool existed, there would likely be a prodigy nurtured by a powerful sect. In such circumstances, Their mentors would restrain them from participating. To defeat Chu He, one could only rely on overwhelming realm superiority. After all, Zhou Huanqing limited the competition to the Golden Core stage without restricting lower realms. Yet, relying on realm pressure to win is dishonorable, and losing would be a tremendous loss. Zhou Huanqing sought individuals willing to spin to endure a beating, but it seemed they would have to wait until Qin Qianfan broke through to the mid-Golden Core stage. Well, this year's intersect competition victor is Chu He from the 6th Peak. Fellow cultivators, esteemed friends, Qingyun has prepared a modest banquet for you all. The esteemed Jun Qingyun announced the conclusion of the contest, inviting those interested to prepare for the next segment. Among the spectators, some discussed the astonishing explosion. Others marveled at Chu He's exceptional talent, while some contemplated purchasing Qingyun specialties on their way back. Yet, no one paid heed to Zhou Huanqing's shouts. Time to clock out. Until we meet again, Master. Chu He maneuvered the flying swords, seamlessly joining the group from Shuiyuan Peak to partake in the feast. Zhou Huanqing, a powerful tribulation transcendent worth billions, sat despondently on the ground, having been tricked out of 100,000 spirit stones. At Jiwei Tower, Yang Chuanxue had reserved a private room early for the junior disciples participating in the competition. However, had Yang Chuanxue possessed the celestial eye of the universe, foreseeing the finals between Chu He and Qin Qianfan, she likely would have canceled the reservation that very day. The 31 Qingyun disciples who participated in the contest were seated, with only Zhang Bailey, still gravely injured and unconscious, absent. It was not that Qin Qianfan had been excessively ruthless, but rather that Zhang Bailey's Dao body had taken its toll. Zhang Bailey's 100 battles Dao body, also known as the blood battle Dao body, is characterized by its ability to continuously accumulate injuries. The more severe the injuries, the stronger the combat power, earning it the moniker of the indomitable cockroach. However, even the indomitable cockroach has its day of demise. When injuries accumulate beyond the Dao body's capacity, Zhang Bailey would enter a state of severe injury. After treatment from his senior brothers at the Gui Fan Hall, he would be in a deep sleep for at least a few months to avoid damaging his foundation. In this moment of gathering, the 31 disciples largely remained silent, as the undeniable focus of the room erupted into a fierce argument. You saw the power of that move. According to my Chun clan's calculations, that move means I won. At that moment, Qin Qianfan faced Chu He, who was examining his Xian Gui transformation, without an ounce of intent to ambush. Now, however, he had adopted a stubborn and unruly demeanor. You're talking nonsense. Your Chun clan's calculations are solely your own. Aren't they, Qin Qianfan? Chu He showed no leniency towards him. After 3 years, he had come to understand Qin Qianfan thoroughly. When Qin Qianfan referred to the Qin family, it generally pertained to genuine family rules or customs. However, should he mention the Qin clan, it signified merely a capricious notion that had just occurred to him. Moreover, even according to your Qin clan's calculations, I am still the victor. Chu He produced a recording pearl. Such footage from the finals is preserved within the Qingyun sect, and as the champion, Chu He had requested a copy at that time. The recording pearl began to play. In the first match, I achieved 360 sword marks against your trifling 3 formations. Does that not denote my triumph? Were it not for the disciples in the private box who witnessed it firsthand, one could scarcely fathom how Chu He could articulate the violations of both individuals with such righteous indignation. Qin Qianfan let out a cold huff, signifying his acquiescence. They fast-forwarded past the moment when Yang Chuanxue reprimanded the two for their infractions, swiftly reaching the formal combat. In the second match, your incomplete Xian Gui transformation faced my 13 Qingyun swords. Is it not evident that I prevailed? A draw? That is unequivocally a draw. You were compelled by my pressure to reveal the hidden realm talisman, exposing your golden core cultivation. Can you truly claim it was a draw? The assembled disciples silently picked at their food, puzzled as to what these two extraordinary talents, destined to be renowned throughout the 9 provinces, were actually debating. Was their own cultivation level too low to grasp the profound implications of their words? According to your reasoning, it was your forced revelation of mid-golden core cultivation that ultimately dictated that the championship rightfully belongs to me. Chu He could not help but laugh at those words. Very well, let us consider it a draw. Golden Dan against Golden Dan. If you were to plead for mercy, would that not signify my victory? I did not utter a word of surrender. I simply felt the ache in my cheeks and wished for respite. One could only say that your teeth are stronger than mine. So, your complete transformation into a mystical turtle against my celestial eye, does that not indicate your timidity? Furthermore, I have seen through your entire ruse. The moment I revealed my cultivation, You trembled and nearly fled, lamenting that your parents did not grant you 2 more legs. I have achieved 4 victories and 1 draw, emerging triumphantly. Chu He succinctly summarized, while Chen Qianfan several times attempted to interject but could not find a point of rebuttal. Li Shixiang, you are closer to the 2 senior brothers. Do you have any knowledge of what they are undertaking? One disciple could not refrain from inquiring of Li, who valiantly contended against Hu Yong in this competition, narrowly succumbing to Ning Ruyu. He had essentially solidified his position as the 4th strongest among his contemporaries. After their sparring sessions, both senior brothers would engage in what Chu He referred to as reviewing the match, while Chen Shixiang remarked that losing during the match was inconsequential. It was the analysis post-battle that was truly daunting. Li occasionally visited Old Turtle, having witnessed the 2 engage in their post-match reviews. But I still possess an undisclosed card. Chen Qianfan's voice interrupted the disciple's inquiry. He produced a jade talisman from his storage ring and placed it upon the table, which emanated the essence of spatial energy, seemingly a form of teleportation artifact. In truth, I am also a beast master. Old Turtle has promised to assist me during the match. I couldn't bear to employ a 2-against-1 tactic. Chen Qianfan's demeanor was as unyielding as 10,000-year-old cold iron, although he was clearly perturbed by Chu He's extraordinary advantage. He feigned nobility, claiming he lacked the heart to employ such a strategy, when in fact, Old Turtle's initial stage of golden core cultivation would not contribute significantly. How amusing. Do you think I lack a trump card? Chu He retorted, producing a jade talisman of his own. Sister Xiaohong and I specifically entered into a beast master contract prior to the match. Surely you were unaware that spirit beasts not bound by such contracts do not count toward combat strength. Moreover, even if they were considered, with Sister Xiaohong's involvement, Brother Turtle would undoubtedly switch sides, and you would lose yet another match in a 3-against-1 scenario. As the foremost undercover agent for Chu He on Shaoling Peak, Xiaohong not only learned of Old Turtle's involvement but also inquired about the relevant rules, allowing Chu He to mock Chen Qianfan mercilessly. This cannot entirely be blamed on Chen Qianfan, as none of the 32 disciples in this cohort practiced Beastmaster techniques. Yang Chuanxue had not elaborated on the matter during her explanation of the rules, thus it was understandable that he was unaware. Momentarily at a loss for words, Chen Qianfan, adhering to the principle of losing the individual but not the collective, revealed his ultimate card, the most decisive weapon in his arsenal, a soundstone, a treasure designed solely to preserve sound, which had swiftly fallen out of favor with the advent of image orbs. Upon activating the soundstone, the voice of Yang Chuanxue resonated. Chen Qianfan concedes, the victor is Chu He. I procured this from a senior brother at the artifact peak, synthesizing it with Sister Yang's voice. At the climax of the match, should I raise my hand and activate this treasure, you would undoubtedly lower your guard, and at that moment, I would claim victory. Chen Qianfan possessed a delicate mindset, even preparing himself for the possibility of being unable to defeat Chu He. According to the rules of the contest, the match would only conclude when one party explicitly declared their surrender. Chen Qianfan contemplated feigning surrender by raising his hand without uttering the key phrase, intending to deceive Chu He into believing he had yielded. By appearing despondent and defeated on the arena, he aimed to claim an actual victory once Chu He stepped down. Considering the large audience present today, along with the fact that Yang Chuanxue seemed displeased due to the previous infractions committed by the 2 prior to the match, Chen Qianfan ultimately refrained from employing his stratagem. Seeing this, Chu He remained unfazed and likewise produced a soundstone. I concede, he declared, the victor is Chen Qianfan. Yang Chuanxue's cold voice rang out, far more authentic than any synthesized sound. I recorded this with senior sister Yang. I mentioned that if I lost, I would use this as motivation to spur myself on, and she kindly assisted me. Following this, Chu He continued to pull out an array of trinkets. This one emits golden light, this one produces fireworks, and this one captures the cheers of the audience. All these items served no practical purpose but were mere props to emulate the atmosphere of a decisive victory. The second elder was indeed a good person. Upon Chu He's slight mention, he had Brother Chiefing handle everything. I have 6 wins and 1 draw. Do you have anything to say? In truth, I believe that victory or defeat is a trivial matter for cultivators. What truly matters is the steadfastness of one's heart. What do you mean? It means that the outcome of the duel is inconsequential. What is vital is whether one feels convinced or not. I'm not convinced. Well then, here's an opportunity. Let us step outside for another match, so you can witness the prowess of this golden core ancestor. If we don't fight now, then when you reach the nascent soul stage, should you lose, you must shout on Qing and Peak 10 times. I, Chu He, am inferior to senior brother Chen Fan. All right. And if you lose, you shall shout 20 times on Qingyun Peak. I, three-legged, am inferior to senior brother Chu He. You are the one with 3 legs. You have become quite the scoundrel at Qingyun. The two engaged in a battle of wits, exchanging barbs and toasts. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, speechless. At some point, Ying Shilon had slipped into the private room, occupying the seat originally belonging to Zhan Bai Lai, her face alight with excitement as she diligently took notes. Chapter 58. The Origins of the Sect Conflict. Li Li also listened intently for the first time to the entire recap of their match. Afterward, he expressed his thoughts to Ning Ruyu, saying, Senior Sister Ning, I find Qin Shixiang's words profoundly resonant. The essence lies not in victory or defeat, but in one's conviction. I wish to challenge you to a match. Ning Ruyu, somewhat surprised, turned back to him and replied, All right. The two individuals stepped out of the private room. And a minute later, Ning Ruyu returned, resuming her task of serving dishes to Chu He, filling his bowl to the brim. Even with his full cultivation, Li Li could not compete with Ning Ruyu. Now, one was at the pinnacle of foundation establishment while the other was in the early stages of golden core. It could only be said that Li Li truly believed in Qin Xianfan's words. After a hearty meal, the outer disciples began to depart in small groups, many leaving with a sense of melancholy, as the inner sect competition was a crucial phase in their assessment. In the following 6 months, they would endure various evaluations, and only 2 or 3 of them would likely remain in the inner sect. The 12 inner disciples, however, did not take their leave. Yang Chuanxue had instructed them to stay behind, as she intended to inform them about the conflict among the 5 great sections. The rivalry among the 5 great sects dates back a millennium. The prevailing narrative suggests that the Qingyun sect and the Sword sect initiated these periodic competitions to cultivate exceptional talents within their ranks. However, the information in Qin Xianfan's possession indicated a significant connection with the current leaders of both sections. The version he heard within the Chun family recounted that the true monarch of Qingyun mocked the Sword sect for lacking even a single sword spirit. Consequently, he was met with a fierce rebuttal from the seasoned tribulation survivor, the 7-foot Taoist, who pierced him with 18 holes on the spot. Unable to withstand the humiliation, the true monarch of Qingyun claimed that the 7-foot Taoist was merely relying on his age, asserting that he did not take advantage of the elderly. The 7-foot Taoist, incensed, proposed that if the true monarch was dissatisfied, the youthful disciples of both sects should engage in a contest to determine whose disciples were superior. This perspective echoed the sentiment of Qin Xianfan. Victory or defeat was inconsequential. What mattered was the sense of fairness. Regrettably, the 7-foot Taoist's fortunes were not particularly favorable. Among the new disciples of the Qingyun sect during that era was one named Yang Chuanxue. In subsequent years, the Sword sect and the Qingyun sect preserved the tradition of this exchange. Initially, it was merely a platform for disciples from 2 sects to spar and learn from one another. However, the true monarch of Qingyun's proclivity for boasting proved too enticing. During this period, he attracted the ire of the Kunlun Mountain sect, the Chun family of the capital, and the formidable beings of the Xianqin dynasty. Unable to emerge victorious, he, leveraging Yang Chuanxue's exceptional talent, actively sought sparring sessions among the younger disciples, introducing stakes and wagering treasures, thus reaping considerable profits. Thanks to his pupil's prowess, the true monarch enjoyed a rather prosperous period. Unfortunately, the other 4 sects soon grew dissatisfied. To prevent Yang Chuanxue from participating, they synchronized the timing of their disciple recruitment ceremonies with that of the Qingyun sect. Consequently, the format evolved into an intersect competition, thus establishing the rivalry among the 5 great sections. With Yang Chuanxue barred from participation and the other 4 sects harboring lingering grievances, the Qingyun sect endured significant hardships in the competition over the past century. Ning Ruyu expressed her astonishment, revealing that even she had never heard of such intriguing secrets. Chu He increasingly questioned the integrity of the Qingyun sect. The esteemed leader, Qingyun Jinjuan, seemed to spend his days embroiled in controversy, relying on mere words to stir trouble. And when crises arose, he depended on his disciples to uphold the sect's reputation. The elders, from the 1st to the 4th, appeared engrossed in internal strife, with the latter even dabbling in treasonous schemes. The 5th elder remained reclusive, while the 6th elder posed a threat to the entire realm. Only the 7th elder, Lu Kaiyan, seemed to embody the last vestige of conscience within the Qingyun sect. However, it appeared that this conscience had been ensnared by some enchantment cast by Zhou Huaqing. For the Zhou Huanqing spoken of by Liu Kaiyan was utterly unrecognizable to Chu He. Perhaps it was time to contemplate the prospect of a change in allegiance. Chu He was entirely unaware that he and Chun Qianfan's reputations had swiftly aligned with those of their elders. Only Zhou Huanqing and Qin Yunjinjuan could maintain a decisive superiority over the two. The leaders of the various sects had concluded their discussions, determining that the upcoming contest among the 5 great sects would take place within a realm of illusion, commencing in 6 hours. Yang Chuanxue entered, interrupting Chun Qianfan's secretive conversation. Wasn't it previously stated that the battle among the sects would occur a month later? Chu He found this sudden change surprising. The theme for the next contest among the 5 great sects should have been established at the conclusion of the previous event. Such abrupt alterations were rare. How could the illusionary competition be set for just 6 hours hence? Not to mention, he and Chun Qianfan had only recently engaged in a match. And one of the 5 sects, Kunlun Xianshan, had yet to arrive. The flying vessel of Kunlun Xianshan had already set sail, indicating that the other 4 sects wished to minimize preparation time for the 2 of them. As for the content of the illusion and the rules of the competition, only the sect leaders were privy to that information. Yang Chuanxue was acutely aware that the other 4 factions were conspiring against Qing and Xianmen. She had experienced this firsthand during her participation in the contest among the 5 great sections. After her extraordinary combat prowess was recognized, the nature of the contest began to evolve significantly, ranging from arena duels to pursuits of demonic paths and trials in the demon realm. Yang Chuanxue had partaken in them all. The evaluative criteria had shifted from mere disciple confrontations to encompass temperament, comprehension, mastery of various cultivation arts, and even sheer luck. Fortunately, Yang Chuanxue was not solely focused on combat, but was a well-rounded and versatile talent. Otherwise, she would not have ascended to the position of the effective vice leader of Qingyun Xianmen. Compared to the era when she suppressed a generation of prodigies, the current assembly of disciples at Qingyun Xianmen was even more formidable. The combined offensive prowess of Chu He and the defensive capabilities of Chun Qianfan are sufficient to sweep through any battlefield. With one possessing the divine insight of the golden core and the other capable of a transparent sword heart, no riddle or cunning trick, no labyrinth of intellect can hinder their progress. Thus, the leaders of the other 4 factions proposed a change to the competition's format, compressing the preparation time to its absolute minimum. Otherwise, even with a shift in the competition's nature, granting Chu He and Qin Qianfan a fortnight or a month to prepare would yield unpredictable plans of formidable intricacy. Here are the profiles of the leaders from the other 4 sects, and for you 3, this is the exchange list from the intersect treasury. Please take a look. Yang Chuanxue presented 2 jade tokens for Li Li to examine with the other disciples. As for Chu He and his companions, having ranked among the top 3 in the intersect, they received another jade token. Goodness, the celestial sect is so affluent, exclaimed Qin Qianfan, astonished. From various esoteric celestial texts to artifacts utilized by those undergoing tribulation, the treasury was replete with countless elixirs, talismans, formation diagrams, and spiritual materials. Even as the scion of the wealthiest family in the 9 provinces, Qin Qianfan felt a surge of desire. Items within the sect's treasury require special contributions. You 3 have each garnered 10, 6, and 2 points from the intersect competition, respectively, Yang Chuanxue informed them, her tone quickening with urgency. The sect leader has stated that based on your subsequent performance in the competition among the 5 great celestial sects, additional special contributions will be awarded. Wait a moment. Seeing your sister, Yang, may I ask a question? Chu He, though astonished by the treasury's treasures, sensed a subtle incongruity. This implies that the sect leader is aware of the subsequent illusions and rules. From your perspective, do you believe the sect leader agreed to change the competition format with confidence or out of greed? The 4 great celestial sects are so pointedly aiming at Qingyun. Yet true monarch Qingyun accepted the terms. Chu He was eager to discern the magnitude of the challenges he would face. Although he knew little of true monarch Qingyun, it hardly seemed virtuous to rely on the excellence of his disciples to fish for a competition among the 5 great sections. It is indeed driven by greed. Yang Chuanxue shyly turned her head away, as he was her master, after all. What more is there to consider? That 7-foot-old ghost has staked his sky-slaying sword technique. We must prepare quickly. If I don't win his undergarments this time, he might as well not be wearing any. Before Chu He could inquire further, true monarch Qingyun materialized in the private chamber, speaking urgently. Little Chu, you must win this time. After this victory, you can choose how you wish to lose thereafter. With red-rimmed eyes, true monarch Qingyun grasped Chu He's hand with fervor. In that moment, Chu He seemed to understand why Zhou Huanqing had managed to remain an elder within the Qingyun celestial sect for so long. Chapter 59. The Gambler's Gate. Win this match, and you can have any reward you desire. At this moment, Qingyun Jinjuan exhibits none of the dignified demeanor befitting a leader of the celestial sect. Rather, he appears as a desperate gambler, eager to recoup his losses. Ahem. As for the position of chief, Chu He ventured to speak. So, this is how the chief of Chuanqiwei was appointed, through that special contribution. Indeed, such was the origin of Chuanqiwei's notable contribution. If I were to aspire to become the master of the sixth peak, well, the position of the Lord of Qingyun Peak for Chuanqiwei was similarly attained. Chu He was momentarily at a loss for words, casting an unexpected glance at Yang Chuanqiwei beside him. With a sigh, Yang Chuanqiwei slowly nodded. The master of Qingyun Peak was not the esteemed Qingyun Jinjuan, the leader of the Qingyun immortal sect, but rather the chief disciple, Yang Chuanqiwei. Her experience mirrored that of Chu He's current predicament. Back then, Yang Chuanqiwei believed that the introduction of a disciple competition had significantly heightened Qingyun Jinjuan's propensity for trouble. In a moment of desperation, she proposed such an outrageous request, hoping it would deter Qingyun Jinjuan. To her astonishment, Qingyun Jinjuan acquiesced. Subsequently, Yang Chuanqiwei emerged victorious. Presently, Qingyun Jinjuan actually presides over another main peak. However, due to his long-standing absence, during which he has made numerous enemies for the Qingyun immortal sect, he has been residing at Qingyun Peak. If I were to assume the position of Peak Master, what would become of my revered master? Ideally, the sixth senior sister would be assigned another main peak, yet due to her repeated violations of sect regulations, her stipend has been penalized to be distributed only after 3,000 years, leading to its outright confiscation. The prospect of rendering Zhou Huanqing homeless invigorated Chu He. In truth, the sixth peak had long been overdue for confiscation by the sect to settle debts. However, the sect had refrained from taking action. Seemingly oblivious to the state of disarray surrounding the sixth peak, could it be that Zhou Huanqing's mismanagement of the sixth peak was, in fact, a calculated ploy to safeguard its existence? Chu He felt a pang of fear, but soon reassured himself that with Zhou Huanqing's intellect, such a feat was unlikely. As a member of Qingyun, both in life and in spirit, Chu He pledged to fulfill his mission and live up to the expectations of the sect leader. Having negotiated the terms, he promptly declared his loyalty. The fleeting thought of defecting from Qingyun was extinguished in an instant. Rest assured, I have labored tirelessly to secure favorable conditions for you. When the illusion is unveiled, you shall be granted the privilege of entering the realm for 3 days ahead of others. The true monarch of Qingyun patted his chest, indicating that his role as sect leader extended beyond merely leading his disciples into peril. To speak candidly, was it truly your persuasion that secured this? Or did they simply deem our early entrance for 3 days inconsequential? Chu He has begun to comprehend the true nature of his sect leader. Haha. I shall take my leave now. Do prepare yourselves diligently. The esteemed Qingyun Jinjuan vanished from the private room as abruptly as he had arrived. The answer is self-evident. Junior brotherly, please lead your fellow disciples to rest, and as you enter the illusion, ensure that you have organized your specialties and the information regarding your opponents. With a profound sense of urgency and the weight of responsibility upon him, Chu He commenced the allocation of tasks. Lili accepted the command, departing with 2 jade tokens and 8 companions. Sister Ning, your assignment is... Chu He hesitated, casting a glance at Yang Chuanqiwei. In that instant, Yang Chuanqiwei comprehended his intent. Rest assured, speak freely. Jiwei Tower is the most secure venue for discourse within the sect. The attendants at Jiwei Tower are all true monarchs of the unity stage. Even formidable beings undergoing tribulation must first contend with the question of whether they can eavesdrop. Chu He entrusted a task to Ning Ryu, while simultaneously engaging in a fervent discussion with Chen Qianfan. An hour later, Chen Qianfan soared towards the Qi Peak. Sister Yang, what is the magnitude of this wager among the immortal sects? Chu He inquired before his departure. If victorious, the treasure vault of the immortal sect could see an increase of 10% in its foundation, Yang Chuanqiwei remarked, referring to the wealth accumulated by the Qingyun immortal sect over the span of more than 200,000 years. Chu He is at a loss for words. The place he reverently joined is nothing but a den of reckless gambling. Sister Yang, please contemplate taking up the mantle of the sect leader, if this continues. Us junior disciples will find it impossible to survive. Chu He left a message and departed from Jiwei building to make preparations. Yang Chuanqiwei pondered for a long while, then sighed and made her way to the top floor. Upon returning to the sixth peak, Chu He hurriedly entered the small bamboo house. The interior of the bamboo house was completely empty, and the blood-red ring, which bore the soul of the Chi Zun, lay quietly on the table. Chu He picked up the note beside the ring. "I've gone to indulge. This is your reward." Next to the note lay a pair of fragrant white socks. Cursing under his breath, Chu He seized the ring and departed. For hours later, atop the Qingyun Peak, a magnificent airship glided gracefully toward them, adorned with lavish yet tasteful decorations that spoke volumes of its owner's pedigree. Kunlun Mountain, revered as the source of immortals and the birthplace of Tao, held a history that dwarfed the Qingyun sect, which, with a mere 200,000 years of lineage, could be deemed a parvenu in comparison. Naturally, Kunlun Mountain possessed a unique pride in its ancient heritage. Had it not been for the irreverent tongue of the true monarch of Qingyun, who dismissed the so-called competition of the five great sects, this proud and complacent entity would not have boarded the airship early to traverse the provinces to reach the Qingyun sect. This was solely due to the emergence of two exceptionally gifted disciples from Qingyun, coupled with a wager that would inflict pain even upon the Kunlun Mountain should they lose. As the airship descended, a group of cultivators donned in pure white robes emerged. Their garments, styled in an ancient fashion, were notorious among the lower-tier cultivators of the 9 provinces for being difficult to wear, poorly designed, and extremely challenging to remove for bathroom visits. A millennium ago, there was Yang Chuanxue, and now, 1,000 years later, there were these two. Indeed, Qingyun was fortunate. The elder leading the Kunlun contingent scanned the square and spoke. "Elder Wei, it has been many years. Your grace remains unchanged." True monarch of Qingyun, accompanied by the leaders of the other 3 sects, approached. "That is the sword spirit root, Chu He. He is indeed remarkable." Meanwhile, the attention of the Kunlun disciples was fixated on their own adversaries, particularly the wise spirit root, Qin Qianfan, whom they wondered if senior brother Xiao could contend with. The Kunlun disciples had not witnessed the battle between Chu He and Qin Qianfan firsthand. However, on their journey, the elder had meticulously briefed them on the prowess of both through a recording pearl. Concerning Chu He, the group had relinquished any notions of resistance. Their primary objective now was to ascertain whether their leading prodigy could handle Qin Qianfan. In truth, even the third-ranked young lady of the Ning family presented a formidable challenge. Like senior brother Xiao, she possessed a singular attribute spirit root. While her ascension to the Golden Core stage was delayed, her combat prowess remained an enigma. In reality, the strength of Ning Ruyu epitomized the standard for the exceptional disciples of an era. It could only be said that Chu He and Qin Qianfan shone so brightly that they overshadowed her brilliance. As they passed through the square, the Kunlun disciples overheard the focal point of attention, Chu He and Qin Qianfan, embroiled in a dispute. "Brother Chu, this matter cannot be handled in such a manner. It is too reckless." Qin Qianfan expressed his dissatisfaction. "Proceed as I instruct. Do you understand, junior brother Qin?" Chu He replied coldly, his tone laced with menace. "Brother Chu, I—" Qin Qianfan's words were cut short as Chu He pushed him to the ground, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "I have said it. You shall act according to my wishes. My authority as the team leader is absolute." Chu He gazed down at Qin Qianfan with a demeanor that was both indifferent and unfamiliar. Chapter 60. Open your eyes. Did they not say they had an excellent relationship? A disciple from Kunlun unexpectedly inquired of a nearby celestial prodigy. They were on good terms before the victory, but once triumph was achieved, they became aloof. Replied a disciple from the sword sect, who had witnessed the entire dispute. It is not uncommon for prodigious talents under 20 to become estranged at such a sudden juncture. Observing Qin Qianfan, who turned away with a face full of resentment, alongside the timid Qingyun disciples facing Chu He, the minds of the disciples from the various celestial sects began to stir with intrigue. With everyone present, the competition among the 5 great celestial sects was about to commence. "Please welcome Brother Huanhua," said the true monarch of Qingyun, as he introduced a slender middle-aged man. True monarch Huanhua is an esteemed solitary cultivator from Qizhou, exceptionally skilled in illusion arts. His monarch-level illusions have reached a realm where reality and unreality intertwine. Even if true monarch Huanhua does not dissolve the illusion, the realm he creates becomes indistinguishable from the actual world. The assessment involves the collection of treasures. The items acquired within the illusion will be converted into points based on their worth. Brother Huanhua will accelerate time 6-fold. You shall have half a year within the illusion for this contest. Upon concluding the rules, and with the nods of the 5 sect leaders, true monarch Huanhua raised his hand, enveloping everyone in a shroud of mist. Dozens of celestial prodigies simultaneously plunged into the illusion. This realm is known as the realm of all spirits, a place where myriad beings thrive and reproduce. 9,000 years ago, the malevolent celestial demon extended its claws into this world, plunging all spirits into a sea of flames. Warriors, go forth. The myriad spirits require your salvation. Gather the legendary 7 orbs to vanquish the evil celestial demon, a voice imbued with emotion recited, when suddenly, Qin Fan slapped Chu He on the back, interrupting his improvised narrative. What are you doing? Providing voiceover? Without narration at the beginning, it would feel rather like a holographic projection, the essence of a true monarch's illusion. Chu He expressed his dissatisfaction, not expecting the illusions conjured by the illusionary lord to be so rudimentary. There were no cutscenes, no voice acting, and not a trace of immersion. Qin Fan was no stranger to Chu He's whimsical thoughts. It was likely one of the possibilities they had discussed throughout the night regarding the 4 great sect strategies to counter him. This was, indeed, the most probable scenario. Old Qin, your performance just now was far too stiff. Do you truly believe you can play the leading man with such a portrayal? Chu He remarked, clearly displeased with Qin Fan's acting. I was merely nervous, Qin Fan retorted, the earlier discord between them seemingly forgotten as they conspired together. Let us first test the rules. And I shall revise the script for you later. Qin Fan nodded in agreement, retrieving a talisman and directing it towards the horizon. A beam of golden light shot forth with a speed that surpassed the perception of all the Qinyan disciples. The power contained within this talisman evidently exceeded Qin Fan's crafting abilities. It was an attack talisman of the nascent soul level. Just as expected, there were no restrictions on the use of external objects. A smile crept upon Chu He's lips. Chu He possesses keen intellect and intuition, while Qin Fan boasts an extensive reservoir of knowledge regarding the world of cultivation. The two engage in continuous contemplation, pondering how they might devise rules to confront themselves. In a conventional confrontation, even the combined forces of the 4 great sects would prove insufficient to contend with the duo of Chu He and Qin Fan, especially when considering the additional disciples from Qingyun, if the battle does not hinge on sheer combat prowess. Whether it pertains to the secrets of the 9 provinces or the myriad arts of cultivation, with Qin Fan by his side, they would almost be invincible. Consequently, for the other 4 sects to secure victory, the most effective strategy would be to eliminate the disparity in strength. The absence of restrictions on external resources undoubtedly emerges as the simplest and most advantageous choice. All are prodigies from esteemed sects, and barring Chu He, who unfortunately encountered an unworthy master, each possesses several protective treasures bestowed by their mentors or senior brothers. In terms of individual cultivation, Chu He currently stands at a threshold where a single sword in his hand could encompass the 50 or so disciples from the other 4 sections. However, when faced with the talisman of the nascent soul, he would likely find himself in a dire predicament. Confronted with 3 such talismans, he would be left with little choice but to face immediate defeat. Moreover, with individuals like Qin Fan and Ning Ryu, who hail from prominent families, the wealth of resources at their disposal is considerable. In this regard, the strategies of the other 4 sects align closely with Qin Fan's ultimate technique, which revolves around self-detonation. The choice of employing an illusionary realm as the medium stems from this rationale. Should the stakes involve genuine life and death, the prodigies from other sects would hesitate to take action. However, with the examination framed within the confines of a harmless illusion, once the disciples discern the intentions of their respective sects, they are unlikely to show any restraint towards Chu He. At present, Qingyun holds a significant advantage, compelling the other 4 sects to unite. With over 50 individuals, each equipped with talismans and artifacts, they could swiftly execute a suicidal charge, effectively removing all disciples from the Qingyun sect in no time. With a cold snort, Chu He remarked that since he had accurately guessed the examination questions, he had no choice but to act decisively. Sister Ning, allow everyone to witness, he declared. On Qingyun Peak, the illusion lifted the spectators, transforming them into a rolling sphere suspended in midair. The disciples from the 5 great sects marveled at the prowess of the illusory lord, acknowledging his reputation was well-deserved. It was said that the Hehuan sect intended to collaborate with the illusory lord to create a novel illusion that would enhance the customer experience without compromising their integrity. The illusion is set. I invite you all to take a look. The illusory lord paused abruptly mid-sentence. With a sudden whoosh, the illusion collapsed, and dozens of competing disciples were unceremoniously dropped to the ground. Most striking was a bewildered and beautiful female cultivator who evidently did not belong among the competitors. Sister 7. What brings you here? Queried Qingyun Jinjuan in confusion. They summoned me, replied Lu Kaiyun, equally perplexed. Just the day before, Ning Ryu had coquettishly requested a teleportation jade talisman that could bring Lu Kaiyun to her true form. Without much thought, Lu Kaiyun had obliged, considering it appropriate for someone of her golden core stage to venture out. However, as the competition commenced, Lu Kaiyun, who had been seated in the viewing area, suddenly felt the activation of the teleportation talisman. She was then transported into the illusion, where her own integration cultivation inadvertently caused it to explode. Not old Chen. How does one use this thing? Chu He inquired of Qin Qianfan, still unaware of the illusion's collapse, as he held up the jade talisman. It was the first task he had undertaken after descending the mountain, during which Yang Chuanxue had gifted it to him for protection against other sections. It had the power to summon a senior elder of Qingyun's sect, a formidable being from a millennium ago during the tribulation phase. Just break it, Qin Qianfan responded, revealing a row of teleportation talismans numbering around 15 or 16, all pilfered from the Qin family treasury before his departure. Old Chu, who should I summon? My great-grandfather is quite powerful, but my fifth grandfather dotes on me. It's a tough choice, he mused. Chapter 61, The Tribulation Array. My young friends from Qingyun, please collect these first. Elder Wei of Kunlun Mountain, with his eyelids twitching, remarked. It is all due to our sect leader's suggestion to combat Qingyun without restrictions on external aids. He vividly recalled the expression of unbridled pride on their leader's face after the 5 great sects had consented. The leader had commented that the current cultivators were too naive, still clinging to notions of fairness and justice. In their era, there were no limitations on the use of external tools. The only criterion for victory was survival, regardless of the means employed. This was, of course, also because the Kunlun sect leader hailed from an extraordinary lineage, swiftly designated for premier training upon entering the sect, thus possessing more external aids than anyone else. Now, however, Qingyun had directly summoned a true monarch into the fray. It appeared they had no intention of holding back, preparing for a grand melee among true monarchs. Whether Kunlun could triumph through summoning their elders was debatable. The crucial point was that Qingyun had already gained the upper hand. At that moment, their disciples would be unable to produce transmission talismans in the face of the tribulation of merging. The victors are the Qingyun sect, declared the jubilant Qingyun true monarch. It was unexpected that this competition would conclude so effortlessly. Had he known, he would have wagered the entire Qingyun mountain. Victory, my foot. Elder Wei spat in frustration. He had hurriedly led his team to the Qingyun sect for 5 or 6 hours, only to find that the competition ended in under 10 minutes. Who could endure such a result? The Qingyun disciples had disrupted the illusion. It was a miracle they weren't immediately disqualified, and yet they dare proclaim victory. That was due to my inadequate skills, not reflective of my Qingyun disciples, he retorted. That assertion is unfounded, my friend. I merely did not anticipate a true monarch entering the fray, and thus the illusion was not of high intensity. If I were to exert my full strength, trapping 3 or 5 true monarchs would be no challenge. Spare me your bravado. I have traversed your illusions and struggled to remain for even 3 to 5 minutes, let alone ensnare 3 or 5 true monarchs. You are in the midst of tribulation. Wait until I break through, and I shall confine you for 3 to 5 millennia. Or I shall not share your surname. Then achieve your breakthrough. Who is preventing you? If you cannot succeed, and place blame on me. Perhaps you should collaborate with the pleasure sect on your film endeavors. Qingyun, you insult me too greatly. Elder Wei, let us unite. The Qingyun true monarch, with a honeyed smile, faced off against 2 opponents, prompting Elder Wei and true monarch Huan would join forces to vanquish the foe. This skirmish offered a glimpse into the origins of the historical conflicts among the 5 great sections. With the imminent clash of true monarchs, the 7-footed Taoist spoke up. The Qingyun true monarch immediately objected, summoning the Great Elder and the 4th Elder to suppress the 7-footed Taoist as well. Fortunately, the 4 elders, possessing a keen sense of righteousness, intended to wait until the Qingyun true monarch was demoted to a mere mortal before swiftly succeeding him. After a heated exchange of words, the 4 great sects agreed to impose additional restrictions, banning the use of transmission talismans, and the competition was set to resume. As he beheld the Qingyun true monarch grinning broadly, Elder Chu, he could not shake the sensation of witnessing Zhou Huanqing once more. Sect leader, we exerted great effort to devise a foolproof strategy, only to find ourselves devoid of any advantage and compelled to compete again. Chu He feigned grievance. And the esteemed Qingyun Jinjuan immediately comprehended the situation. Contributions would be quintupled for you all. The competition among the 5 great sects would certainly reward disciples based on their performance. The Qingyun sect directly dispenses contribution points, allowing disciples to procure what they desire. The stakes in this contest among the 5 great sects are unprecedented. Should one emerge victorious, the rewards will undoubtedly be the highest in history. With this added quintuple incentive, the inner disciples found it hard to fathom. A mere few thousand contributions would suffice to sustain them through to the nascent soul stage. The sect leader misunderstood. I, Chu He, am not one who covets profit. It is the duty of all Qingyun disciples to risk our lives and shed blood for the glory of Qingyun. As Chu He began to articulate his thoughts, the illusion master waved his hand, and the illusion reemerged. Clearly, he harbored a strong aversion towards the instigator of his mockery by the Qingyun true monarch. Fortunately, since the disciples of the other 4 great sects were to awaken in 3 days within the illusion, they had not witnessed the earlier confrontation. Preserving some semblance of admiration for their esteemed predecessors, re-entering the illusion, Chu He sighed. He had initially contemplated summoning several advanced practitioners to block the birth point and annihilate the 4 sects entirely. However, he was taken aback by the illusion master's inadequate illusion, which inadvertently allowed the other 4 sects to neutralize his trump card through restrictions. Brother, what shall we do now? Ning Ryu inquired with a furrowed brow. With this trump card rendered ineffective, the situation would inevitably unfold in a manner favorable to the 4 great sections. Fear not, I have another plan, Chu He assured, nodding at Chen Qianfan, who immediately understood and began to gather their fellow disciples. On Qingyun Peak, the Qingyun true monarch reveled in his calculations regarding this wager, certain it would secure him a place among the top 5 in the annals of Qingyun's leadership accomplishments. After all, having fortuitously encountered Yang Chunxue, he had already claimed a position within the top 10. Esteemed colleagues, we have a situation, the illusion master said with a grimace as the illusion took shape. While he was only responsible for creating the illusion and not its content, he understood the rules governing the contest among the 5 great sections. He felt it necessary to inform them. The disciples of Qingyun are currently setting up a harmony formation, which, upon completion, will encompass every corner of the illusion. That is impossible. They cannot possibly establish a harmony formation, Elder Wei replied skeptically. Although the disciples of Qingyun were indeed remarkable, claiming they could set up such a formation seemed far-fetched. Unless they are utilizing external objects, the Royal 9 Provinces Atlas could achieve such an effect. And I recall that the Qin family's tenfold disc possesses similar capabilities, Ing Shilan interjected. Despite her relatively modest cultivation, she was well-versed in various curious tales and secrets. It is indeed through the use of a disc for the formation, the illusion master confirmed. At once, the assembly turned their dubious gazes upon Chen Huahai. Alarmed, Chen Huahai's heart sank. That disc had been pilfered by Chen Qianfan and had no connection to the Qin family. Moreover, he had already squandered his savings. Would his nephew not relent? Let us all go and investigate, the 7-foot Taoist suggested, casting forth a strand of nascent soul consciousness. Old Chun, is this thing reliable? Chu He inquired, watching as Chen Qianfan held a disc, dividing it into 10 triangular sections adorned with formation diagrams for their disciples to arrange. Anything from the Qin family is guaranteed to be of exquisite quality, Chen Qianfan replied with pride. This 10-fold disc can retain the integrity of the formation and then be segmented into smaller discs for deployment. Simply placed in suitable locations, it will automatically form the array. It is a rare artifact even usable by mortals. What sort of formation is this? In the contest against Chu He, one finds oneself utterly bewildered. Only familiar with the few formations favored by Chen Qianfan. The purple gold dragon suppression formation, the Chen family's current protective array, is reputed to have previously ensnared 2 or 3 beings in the tribulation stage. The moment the illusory true monarch sent in 5 strands of divine consciousness, he was rendered speechless. It dawned upon him that he had misjudged the situation. This was indeed a formidable tribulation array. He resolved never to return to the desolate Qingyun mountain again. The previous cohort of Qingyun cultivators, represented by Zhao Daba, Zhou Huanqing, and Qingyun True Monarch, had already wrought havoc across the 9 provinces. Now, with the arrival of Chu He and Chen Qianfan, it seemed that the Qinzhou region had truly struck gold. Chapter 62. Is there an issue with burning lifespan? Qianfan, your methods are quite impressive. A voice, as cold as the souls of the departed, echoed ominously. One could observe the tremors of Chen Huahai's consciousness, struggling to maintain its presence. Sixth uncle, what brings you here? Chen Qianfan inquired, taken aback. Almost immediately, his astute spiritual roots came into play. Haha, sixth uncle, are you here to beseech me to spare the Chen family? As a disciple of Qing Yun, I cannot allow personal matters to interfere with public duty, Qin Qianfan declared with an air of righteous integrity. Chu He silently gave him a thumbs up. When it came to courting danger, he had always held Qin Qianfan in high regard. You possess considerable talent, don't you? Employing the Chun family's artifacts against members of the Qin family. And you think you have a valid reason for it? Chun Huahai was nearly unable to contain his fury. Were it not for the presence of the leaders of various celestial sects and the imperial princess, he would certainly have delivered a few forceful blows to Qin Qianfan, allowing him to experience the affection of an elder. Where did this tenfold division disc come from? Chun Huahai demanded, snatching the disc away. It was given to me by Grandfather Wu. Did you not steal it? No. Qin Qianfan suddenly lost his confidence. Before I left, I mentioned to Grandfather Wu that I wished to visit the treasury. And he consented. Did your uncle agree to your visiting the treasury? Or did he permit you to take items from it? Qin Huahai was well aware that Qin Qianfan had taken many treasures before his departure, several of which he had secretly slipped to him. Yet, he was astonished that Qin Qianfan possessed treasures like the purple gold dragon suppression formation. How indulgent could their elders be towards this favored grandson? In any case, Grandfather Wu did not expressly forbid me from taking them, so it must be permissible. It was evident that Qin Qianfan had not delved deeply into the laws of the celestial realm. Amused by his frustration, Chun Huahai contemplated imparting a lesson to his nephew through a demonstration of strength. Esteemed elders, it seems that formations may also be ineffectual. So why not simplify matters and negotiate terms? Chu He stepped forward, halting Chun Huahai's legal education segment and preserving the lives of the Qingyun disciples. The disallowance of the grand formation was anticipated, given the substantial stakes the five great sects had wagered. It was evident they would not permit a swift passage for others within mere half an hour. Thus, it was time to raise the stakes where necessary, engage in negotiations, and hasten towards the next phase. Young friend Chu He speaks wisely. Let us proceed outside, Elder Wei interjected. The five streams of divine consciousness swiftly departed. The conflict among the five great sects was monumental, with only the 7-foot Taoist among the leaders possessing the authority to make decisions. The other four needed to reach out to their respective sects for further instructions. Notably, Qingyun True Monarch had to consult his disciple, for he, as the sect leader, primarily handled speeches and instigations, while sect affairs were managed by Yang Chunxua. Old Chun, the figure above your head represents your deducted points from the consumed external items. Does it not? Chu He remarked, indicating the colossal number hovering over Qin Qianfan. Negative 13,000, he noted. A figure that had emerged when Qin Qianfan previously unleashed that primordial infant talisman. The analysis by Chu He suggests that this should represent the price of that nascent soul talisman. In contrast, there exists an unseen, boundless figure of debt looming over Ning Ryu. A teleportation jade talisman belonging to a harmonized true monarch, valued at 1 billion, is already considered a discounted price within the realm of illusions. Chu He summoned Li Li and handed him a spirit stone. Instantly, A1 materialized above Li Li's head, while A-1 appeared over Chu He's. It appears that this illusion possesses a concealed rule. The loss of external objects results in a deduction of points, presumably recorded at the moment we entered the illusion with our storage rings. Chu He sought to reclaim the spiritual stone, leading to the simultaneous nullification of his and Li Li's points. Observing Chu He's contemplative demeanor, the illusionary sage sensed an impending dilemma. This regulation had been established by the five great sects. His role was merely to enforce it. The intent was undoubtedly to prevent the contest from devolving into a mere display of wealth, where participants would reveal their hidden trump cards. In truth, the implementation of this rule was aimed at restraining the overwhelming might of the Qingyun sect. They had estimated that deploying a few nascent soul talismans and perhaps 2 divine artifacts would suffice. Yet, witnessing Chu He's demeanor, the illusionary sage was gripped by an ominous premonition. Could this young man be harboring ulterior motives? Soon, a broad smile illuminated Chu He's face as he affectionately tousled Ning Ryu's hair, indicating an unusual level of joy. Ah, and what of old Chun? I shall deceive the esteemed seniors once they arrive, he whispered conspiratorially to Qin Qianfan. The illusionary sage cast a glance at the five great sects, who were still engaged in idle chatter, conspiring right before his eyes on how to deceive the five great sects. However, the illusionary sage had no intention of spilling the beans. As a mere laborer tasked with fabricating illusions, he harbored no allegiance to any faction. Unless it pertained to methods that could potentially damage the illusion, he would remain indifferent to other matters. As for how Chu He and his companions intended to deceive the five great sects and ensnare their disciples, it was beyond his purview. Otherwise, the illusionary sage would not have earned such a stellar reputation among the various sects across the 9 provinces, frequently entrusted to assist in the creation of illusions. Yet, as he observed the eloquent Chu He, the illusionary sage's initial prejudices dissipated like mist. What constitutes deception? The art of blurring reality with semblance. And what is illusion? A synthesis of the tangible and the intangible, where truth and falsehood intertwine. Many have dabbled in illusionary arts as street performers, for the two realms often share common ground. This lad possesses the makings of a proficient illusionist, the illusionary sage mused, contemplating that had he not been a disciple of Qin Yun, he might have been tempted. Senior illusionary sage, may I inquire if you can hear me? After sharing his plan with Chen Qianfan, Chu He called out to the heavens. Given the caliber of this illusion, the illusionary sage should be aware of all that transpired. Speak, came the voice of the illusionary sage, materializing in the sky. I wish to inquire, burning innate lifespan within the illusion should pose no detriment, correct? Furthermore, the innate lifespan of a single element spiritual root should hold considerable value. Should it not? Chu He, with an inquisitive demeanor, remarked, has the esteemed Master Huan truly contemplated sparing even their innate lifespans? Shortly thereafter, 5 streams of divine consciousness entered the illusory realm. The use of external methods related to formations was prohibited, though one was permitted to establish their own formations. Elder Wei, with a pained expression, articulated the resolution of the 5 great sections. Initially, even the sect leader contemplated relinquishing their stance. But upon being provoked by the words of Master Qin Yun, they promptly reconsidered their position. The stakes had escalated to a level that left even him astounded. The sword of Zhou Huanqing and the tongue of Master Qin Yun represented an eternal source of torment for cultivators of every era. Chu He nodded, casting a glance at the jovial Qin Yun Jinjuan. The implication was unmistakable. While the celestial sect reaped its rewards, what of us disciples? You shall receive 10-fold contributions. After vanquishing each adversary, you may select a cultivation technique from the inner treasury, declared Qin Yun Jinjuan with grandiosity. Though the treasures of the Guifan Hall are commendable, the true essence of the celestial sect lies within the inner treasury. Not every disciple of Qin Yun is afforded the opportunity to choose a cultivation technique from there. Very well. Old Qin, present your composite puppet. It should suffice to annihilate them. Esteemed seniors, we shall reconvene in 3 days. Seeing that the negotiations are proceeding so smoothly, Chu He might as well reveal his hidden cards. Chapter 63, a one-time deal. After Chu He finished speaking, he embraced Chen Qianfan's shoulders and was about to leave. Elder Wei raised an eyebrow and glanced at the true monarch of Qingjun. Kunlun cannot afford to continue raising the stakes. If it cannot, we must disperse. The Kunlun sect cannot engage in boundless wagering. The extent of this wager, in fact, has largely been instigated by the provocations directed at the Kunlun sect master by the true monarch of Qingyun. The Sword sect, the Qin family, and the immortal Qin dynasty have all successively expressed their positions. This matter cannot be prolonged indefinitely. Who knows how many valuable items that scoundrel Chen Qianfan still possesses within his storage ring. When the initial rules were established, the sect leaders did consider the factor of Chen Qianfan. However, they all believed that the rule of not restricting the use of external items was inherently ambiguous. The disciples of the Qingyun sect entered the illusion only 3 days earlier, likely intending to swiftly establish an advantage. By the time the other 4 sects realized this, they would be equally aware. At that point, everyone would be hurling talismans and treasures, trading lives for lives. Even if Chen Qianfan possesses numerous treasures, he only has 1 life. Moreover, they truly did not anticipate that Chen Qianfan would have so many treasures with him, including the complete formation of the Tribulation Crossing Array. They were uncertain whether to commend the wealth of the Qin family or to criticize their folly. Chu He was not surprised by Elder Wei's refusal. He had not intended to raise the stakes in the first place. The amount wagered would not benefit him. His original purpose was merely to secure some advantages for himself and his junior disciples. Noticing that the other 4 great sects remained silent, Chu He turned his gaze towards the true monarch of Qingyun. Ah, little Chu, a 10-fold contribution is considerable. The sect must also operate. The true monarch of Qingyun advised with a tone of earnest persuasion. Chu He remained utterly unperturbed by this. What a jest! To think that a wager capable of augmenting the foundation of the immortal sect by a mere 10% could suffice to placate his family. Moreover, contributions are subject to depreciation. Even if one were to amass 1,000,000 contribution points now, it would merely afford a transient comfort. When the time comes to reach the transformation stage or the void refinement stage, the quantity of contributions will amount to nothing more than mere digits. Is that so? Then let us disperse, Master. As you can see, I and junior brother Chen are still recovering from the fierce battle we endured yesterday. Chu He glanced at his fair-skinned arms, finding not a single scar upon them. What do you desire? Do not be excessive. The esteemed Jun of Qingyun recognized that he was currently at the mercy of this young man. The means by which this lad had gained the upper hand were indeed well known. He had the capability to secure victory at this very moment. Yet the other four great sects would undoubtedly protest vehemently. One would think that if they were to overturn the table, they would simply do so. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Chu He's strategies had previously garnered substantial stakes for the Qingyun sect. In the preceding 2 rounds of betting, Qingyun had refrained from increasing their wager, effectively relying on the cards held by Chu He and Qin Qianfan to obtain a wealth of treasures. Should they now overturn the table, the esteemed Jun of Qingyun would likely find himself ranking among the lowest in the annals of sect leaders. Thus, the Jun of Qingyun, much like the other 4 sects before him, was now compelled to placate Chu He, the arbiter of victory and defeat. He reflected on the irony of having previously observed the 4 great sects in a state of desperation during their reckless betting. Now, the tables had turned, and he was faced with the consequences of his own actions. It is but a trivial matter. Esteemed leader, you mentioned earlier that contributions would be multiplied tenfold. Does this contribution encompass special contributions as well? Chu He revealed his fangs, his gaze initially fixed upon the special contributions. That was the true treasure, capable of exchanging for the genuine essence of the immortal sect within the inner sanctum. The true monarch of Qingyun silently cursed the cunning little rascal, recalling how effortlessly he had once fished with Yang Chuanxue. Indeed, one might observe that as a member of Qingyun, reaping the benefits also serves to bolster the grandeur of our sect. Moreover, considering the substantial profits we have amassed this time, it would be inconsequential to share a few trifles with us lesser beings. Chu He and Qing and Jinjuan linked arms, resembling rascals haggling in the marketplace. After a brief moment, the price was settled. The 3 individuals from the Chu River can attain additional special contributions. Moreover, due to the adoption of a points system in this competition among the 5 great sects, the final stakes will not be distributed as before, based on rankings. Instead, they will be allocated proportionally, divided according to the points earned by disciples from each sect. The terms negotiated by Chu He stipulate that a mere 1,000th of the final score will be converted into special contribution points. The only witness to everything, the illusory, true monarch, discerned Chu He's intentions. However, out of a favorable regard for this junior and a lingering animosity towards the Qingyun true monarch, he chose to remain silent. Opportunities to witness the Qingyun true monarch being struck are plentiful, yet chances to see him falter are exceedingly rare. Having settled on the price, Chu He confidently strode towards his team. Ahem, old Chun, since the puppet is off limits, why not bring forth your elixirs? I refer to the one I mentioned previously, the one that grants an invulnerable body upon consumption, rendering one impervious below the combined realm. Qin Qianfan feigned searching through his storage ring. This time, someone was not fooled. Qin Huai stepped forward to retort, there is no such elixir in our clandash treasury. Lying is not a commendable trait, dear nephew. Upon hearing this, a fleeting panic crossed Qin Qianfan's face. Uncle Lu, I truly possess it. Stammering awkwardly, he produced a cotton box. Within the box lay a pristine golden elixir of Hunyuan Wugo. This was gifted to me by my esteemed niece. It is indeed genuine, declared Ing Shilan. The illusory true monarch silently nodded, as Chu He even anticipated that his second attempt at deception would be questioned. Such a masterful play of truth interwoven with falsehood. Why didn't you consume this earlier? Qin Huai, unable to contain himself, chastised Qin Qianfan sharply. This elixir, once ingested, prevents further physical advancement. It is beneath my consideration, Qin Qianfan replied, feeling unjustly treated. For it was Chu He who devised the plan, while he bore the brunt of the consequences. Esteemed seniors, this elixir is consumable, correct? Chu He scanned the room. But the leaders of the 5 great sects averted their gazes in unison. In truth, the juniors' demands were quite modest, yet such stagnation lacked excitement. Let us amend this. I shall take a step back and permit the usage of items with a maximum attack level of the transformation realm. What say you? The assembly fell into silence, exchanging glances devoid of words. There was little recourse, as they had underestimated the complexity of the issues at hand, presuming Chu He would not swiftly uncover the loopholes within the rules. As it turned out, Not only had he anticipated this, but he had also collaborated with Qin Qianfan to meticulously arrange a series of plans overnight. Should Chu He desire, he could continue this discourse for 3 days and nights without issue. Moreover, since we are starting anew, could we not clear the negative points of junior brother Qin and junior sister Ning? Chu He pointed at the negative 13,000 above Qin Qianfan's head. The 5 of them concurred that this condition was remarkably lenient. Moreover, Ning Ruyu bore a staggering negative 1 billion points, a sum so immense that it could scarcely be repaid, even if the very ground of this illusion were to be scraped away. The previous illusion had also collapsed, leading to a fresh start, which was entirely reasonable. By the way, let us abolish this absurdity. It is quite unsightly to bear such a number. Chu He remarked with casual disdain. The representatives of the 5 great sects nodded in agreement. After confirming with the 5, the illusory true monarch raised his hand and made a gesture, leading to the cancellation of the point display. At that moment, he understood that Chu He had truly achieved his objective. Qing Yun, you said I could not transcend the tribulation. Prepare for your demise. In Chapter 64, as we delve into the intricacies of their storage rings, Chu He inquires, shall we commence? We've already squandered a good portion of the day. Elder Wei observes that despite Chu He's multitude of concerns, all adhere to the established rules. He can empathize with their difficulties, recognizing Chu He as a promising individual, albeit uncertain about how he ended up in the unfortunate Qin Yun immortal sect. Qianfan, hand over the tenfold division plate. My elder brother has dispatched someone to inscribe the formation diagram, and afterward, the plate shall remain yours. Chun Huahai expressed urgency regarding the tenfold division plate, for the purple gold dragon suppression formation holds immense significance. It would be a misfortune for Qin Qianfan to carry it on his person. One can only hope his 5th uncle remains oblivious to the fact that this treasured artifact has been taken. Upon his return, he must pay a visit to the elder's health. Alas, Qin Qianfan's 5th grandfather possesses formidable strength and lineage. To impart wisdom upon him may require enlisting the assistance of those reclusive ancestors. As the competition unfolds, it will not cease regardless of any occurrences. The words of the 7-footed Taoist receive the consensus of the other 4 participants. Today has already witnessed an abundance of events, leading them to ponder whether their sect leader was eavesdropping while formulating the rules. With the regulations re-established, the illusionary true monarch takes away 5 strands of divine consciousness and subsequently restarts the illusion. Qin Qianfan tests the waters and discovers that only the most formidable offensive capabilities are permitted. Let us practice, dear family members. The most arduous challenge has been surmounted. Chu He produces a dozen human skin masks to distribute among his fellow disciples. Once adorned with the masks, Chu He manipulates them for a moment, swiftly transforming his appearance, silhouette, and even stature into that of another individual. In this realm, 2 grand human empires coexist alongside 5 formidable tribes of demon kin. The most powerful among them consist of 2 humans and 1 demon, all at the nascent stage of the Golden Core, with a modest territory. Their combined treasures amounting to roughly 1 million spiritual stones. Chu He articulated the information of this illusory realm with remarkable accuracy. The representatives of the several great sects outside the illusion were taken aback. For Chu He had managed to comprehend the entirety of the situation within this ephemeral domain in such a brief span. This must be indicative of a consciousness at the level of divine transformation, thought Shilan in astonishment. Although she too possessed the capability to probe such an extensive area with her nascent soul cultivation, it was due to her consciousness being akin to that of a divine transformation expert. This was a skill she had painstakingly honed purely for the sake of indulging in gossip and amusement, having cultivated for merely a brief period. Astonishingly surpasses his peers not only in combat prowess, but also in his formidable spiritual perception, which is arguably more remarkable than his martial abilities. Could it be, inquired my esteemed friend, that he has employed some external artifact for divination? Elder Wei, equally bewildered, responded. It is impossible unless he has utilized a probing artifact from the tribulation stage. Do you truly believe this mischievous lad would be so foolish? The revered Jun of illusion assuredly stated, only treasures from the tribulation stage can circumvent the illusionary rules he has established. For instance, the purple gold dragon subduing formation employed by Qin Qianfan did not incur any point deduction. 2.5 years prior, Chu He practiced the Sword of Wisdom, and Spring Snow had examined its effects, which were remarkably efficacious. Upon his return, I reviewed the documents submitted by Yang Chunwei, remarked the esteemed Jun of Qinyan. After all, as the sect leader, I must occasionally engage in the duties befitting my position. The legacy of the Sword of Wisdom is indeed plausible. The seven-footed Taoist evidently holds the Sword Sage in high regard. As the assembly reminisced about the illustrious Sword Sage, a wave of nostalgia washed over them. What use is 1,000,000 points? If we are to embark on this venture, let it be grand. Our objective this time is to thoroughly deplete the storage rings of the disciples from the 4 great sections. Does anyone have any objections? Just as they were lost in memories of that era, Chu He's next utterance rendered them speechless. He, trembling, directed his gaze towards the June of Illusion. Predecessor. Taking items from another storage ring should not count as points, should it? The June of Illusion fell silent, producing the signed contract. Items obtained within the illusion will accrue points based on their value. Loss of items will result in point deductions, potentially to negative values. This is the contract you provided me. Are there any further questions? With an innocent expression, the June of Illusion maintained that he had merely come to assist while also observing the unfolding drama. Though he had witnessed the spectacle, it felt like a continuous cycle of pauses, restarts, inquiries, and ridicule, leaving him quite fatigued. No, items taken from another storage ring still count. They are not products of the illusion, but rather items brought in. He struggled desperately, sensing that completing this task might condemn him to a lifetime of regret. If only items generated within the illusion are to be counted, this must be explicitly stated. I have forwarded to you the relevant manuals for the heads of the 5 sections. Wait a moment. I will contact the sect leader, Elder Wei hastily proclaimed. Reaching out to the leader of Kunlun. Moments later, Elder Wei returned with a face of despair. The sect leader is aware of this detail and has deliberately left it ambiguous in hopes of profiting more. The dean echoed this sentiment, suggesting that the Chun family disciples are affluent, and they could easily reap significant rewards. Xilon, in contact with the dean of the Imperial Academy, merely sought to observe the unfolding events, indifferent to the outcome. My elder brother stated he was absent yesterday and entrusted the matter to our family's elders. The individual overseeing this is my 5th uncle. He deeply regretted accepting this unfortunate task. Among the 5 sect leaders, 2 were conspiring with intent, while one had likely not scrutinized the contract with due diligence. His gaze shifted towards the 2 leaders present. The 7-foot Taoist cleared his throat. I am not particularly adept at paperwork. Throughout his life, he had relied solely on his sword, placing his faith entirely in it. This time, in order to restrain Chu He, he had established a rule permitting the use of external objects, which had already left him somewhat displeased. He certainly had no inclination to meticulously examine the intricate details of the contract. Meanwhile, true monarch Qing Yun, with a furrowed brow, contemplated the more dire possibilities. He, too, was among those who had failed to identify the loophole in the contract. Just yesterday, he had been consumed by greed, almost eager to stake everything on Qingyan Mountain, leaving little room for such considerations. Chu He proposed to link their rewards and points, which raises the question of how many points he intends to allocate. Initially, this matter did not seem so dire. The true despair emerged when they recalled a condition that Chu He had mentioned last. By the way, let us cancel this thing. It's quite unsightly to bear such a number. At the time, his nonchalant demeanor did not alert anyone. In retrospect, if only Chu He possessed the complete understanding of the rules, one can only speculate what awaited the other disciples of the celestial sect. When the sect leader refused to agree to the cancellation of the points display, it rendered that decision invalid. Elder Wei clung to the last thread of hope. However, this contract was signed by the 5 of you and me. Lord Huan looked on in bewilderment, believing that the Kunlun sect ought to enhance its understanding of the law. This time, we not only aim to win but to win abundantly. The sect leader has already consented to link our final compensation to the points accrued within the illusion. Thus, we must leave no one behind in our quest for total victory. Chu He shouted loudly at his junior disciples, exuding a certain aura reminiscent of a demonic overlord. Chun Qianfan, one of the architects of the plan, exerted himself to throw a punch, as this was his first encounter with such a lucrative opportunity. Chapter 65. I am Xiaochun and do not panic. Our 4 families still hold a numerical advantage and may not necessarily succumb, Elder Wei stammered, simultaneously astonished that Chu He had even blocked their escape route. The transmission jade talismans, the tribulation crossing array, the combined puppets, and the defensive elixirs. With the diminutive golden elixir stage of Chu He, the 5 great sects were compelled to repeatedly suspend their contest and restart the illusion. Even now, they are acutely aware that Chu He's blade is sharpened to a gleaming edge. Yet, they find themselves lacking the audacity to request a pause to amend the rules. Crucially, the 7-footed Taoist has declared, no matter what transpires, there shall be no cessation. This pronouncement has effectively sealed the fate of the competition. Nevertheless, despite the overwhelming likelihood of being ensnared, Elder Wei still holds faith in that slender 1% chance. The objective of Chu He lies within the treasures contained in the storage rings of the disciples from the 4 great immortal sections. However, these disciples are not akin to domesticated pigs that would willingly relinquish their treasures. If one were to resort to force, the illusionary realm offers no spoils of war. Should they be unable to defeat Chu He, they could simply surrender and exit the illusion. Elder Wei perceived that Chu He might be overly optimistic. This very greed could potentially present an opportunity for the disciples of the 4 sects to turn the tables. Indeed, young Chu, filled with self-satisfaction, might inadvertently expose a flaw. And we must have faith in our own prodigy. Chen Huai spoke with a lack of conviction, for he harbored doubts about whether the Chun family's prodigious talent could outmaneuver Chu He and Qin Qianfan. Facing them head-on still carried significant risks. It would ultimately depend on how Taoist Chu He would respond. Ying Xilan, with a beaming smile, indulged in fruits. Being the only one unconcerned with the outcome of this conflict among the immortal sections, her presence at Qingyan Immortal Sect was merely to witness the spectacle. The eventual fate of the Imperial Academy bore no relevance to her. At this moment, she eagerly anticipated a performance of sufficient brilliance from Chu He. Old Qin, you lead your team to set up the formation first. I shall observe how we proceed next. As the squad leader, Chu He began to issue commands, while Qin Qianfan, accompanied by 9 inner disciples, set to work. Activating his celestial eye, the enigmatic and ever-changing future unfolded before Chu He. With the sword-hardened clarity, everything around him became distinctly visible. Moments turned into an hour, then a day, as Chu He gazed further into the expanse. The toll on his energy grew increasingly burdensome. Just as he was on the verge of exhaustion, the prepared Ning Ruyu intervened. Spring breeze transforms into rain, she intoned. As wisps of vapor, accompanied by a gentle breeze, flowed from her cherry blossom lips towards Chu He. In an instant, Chu He felt a surge of vitality, as his expended mental energy and magical power rapidly rejuvenated. All of this transpired within a mere few minutes. Yet Chu He's eyes pierced through the future of the next 5 days. With his body growing weak, he collapsed, only to be tenderly caught by Ning Ruyu. The words of Qing Yinjinjuan rang true. Chu He had mastered the sword of wisdom to an extraordinary degree. Qin Qianfan, relying on the tale spun by Old Turtle to wield the sword of wisdom, had a mental acuity that far surpassed the average Golden Core practitioner. However, Chu He's mental prowess eclipsed Qin Qianfan's by several magnitudes. His invocation of the sword of wisdom was fueled by countless IOUs and the haunting melodies of the Red Sovereign that resonated within his mind. Enduring such a baptism day after day, one would either succumb to madness on the spot or forge their consciousness into a divine blade. Clearly, Chu He represents the latter. With the assistance of Ning Ruyu, the nurturing figure, an intricate web capable of ensnaring the disciples of the 4 great sects has been meticulously woven. Old Qin, the Jialu plan requires some adjustments in certain details. As the chief playwright, Chu He engaged in discussions with his co-writer regarding these specifics. Qin Qianfan swiftly finalized the details with Chu He, indicating 5 inner disciples to venture forth into the distance. Junior brotherly in our endeavors. You shall assume the role of the second male lead. The contents within the Jade Talisman must be committed to memory. Chu He tossed a Jade Talisman to Li Li, who received it as if it were a precious treasure. Brother Chu, should we not share some of our riches with the other disciples? Li Li generously produced his own protective talisman, though it did not match the ostentation of Qin Qianfan's treasures. It still possessed formidable offensive capabilities at the nascent soul and transformation stage. He considered that some of his fellow disciples, like Chu He, came from humble beginnings and likely lacked significant possessions. No need. Relying on external objects does not define a true hero. In the end, we may find ourselves without the use of any magical artifacts. Chu He waved his hand, speaking of his poverty with such grandiosity. Junior sister Ning, this is your task. Have you accomplished what I assigned to you yesterday? Chu He presented a jade talisman containing meticulously recorded information to Ning Ruyu. With a resolute expression, Ning Ruyu accepted it, casting a concerned glance at the still frail Chu He as he soared into the distance on his cloud. The disciples of Qingyun divided into 3 groups. While Ning Ruyu ventured deep into the heart of the illusion, Chu He and Qin Qianfan were incessantly setting up arrangements, occasionally convening to exchange various items. At last, amidst their flurry of activity, 3 days had swiftly elapsed. The Chun family and the prodigies of the Xianqin Imperial Academy sequentially entered the illusionary realm. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, they were whisked away by a teleportation array. The disorienting sensation experienced upon entering the illusion masked any abnormalities. By the time the disciples from the Sword Sect and Kunlun Immortal Sect arrived, the array had already self-destructed, leaving no trace behind. This is indeed the illusion crafted by the esteemed Elder Huan. It is astonishingly lifelike, a disciple from Kunlun exclaimed in amazement. Some, driven by a spirit of experimentation, even resorted to methods of dispelling illusions, yet no alterations ensued. Caution is paramount. The Qingyan individuals have been inside for 3 days, cautioned Jin Jianer, the leader of the Sword Sect. The disciples of the Sword Sect held profound respect for her youthful, spirited demeanor, promptly curbing their earlier curiosity and frivolity. The fairy is overly concerned. Even if Chu He possesses extraordinary talents, what can he achieve against our united 4 families? Remarked the elegant young leader of the Kunlun disciples, his fair visage betraying a slight agitation as he observed Jin Jianer's exquisite features, causing him to fan himself more rapidly. I am Xiaochunan, and I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, Miss Jin, he said, folding his fan and bowing respectfully. Jin Jianer nodded, not engaging further. Where are the disciples of the Qin family and Xianqin? Have they not yet entered the illusion? She inquired, scanning the surroundings, but finding no sign of others. Just as she pondered this, a swift steed approached, galloping towards them. Be cautious, Jin Jianer warned, prompting the Sword Sect disciples to assume a defensive posture. The horse charged in, and a bloodied, disheveled figure tumbled to the ground, rolling several times. Mother was right. Continuing eastward indeed leads to the appearance of celestial soldiers. I am saved. The stout figure managed to lift his head for a fleeting glance at Jin Jianer and the others, seemingly expending his last ounce of strength before succumbing to unconsciousness. Jin Jianer dispatched a disciple to investigate, who soon retrieved a ring tightly grasped in the unconscious youth's hand. A storage ring? Jin Jianer remarked, examining the poorly crafted ring, which bore a visible crack. Let's open it and discover what secrets it holds. Xiaochunan nodded to a Kunlun disciple adept in weaponry behind him. The disciple was about to retrieve a storage ring in preparation for deciphering it. At that moment, both Jin Jian and Xiaochunan felt the tremor of a transmission jade talisman, although they were unaware of the content of the illusion beforehand. Considering the terrifying prowess of the Qingyun disciples, the remaining disciples from the 4 great sects exchanged their transmission jade talismans, hoping to collaborate in expelling the Qingyun disciples from the illusion. Particularly, the threat posed by Chu He and Qin Qianfan was exceedingly formidable. Jin Jianer, I am with the disciples of Xianqin. We encountered Prince Chu He, who escaped from one of the 2 great dynasties of the Wanqing realm, the Great Chu dynasty. He possesses information regarding the illusionary competition. Chapter 66. Chu He and Chun Feizhou Xiao Shixiao. This storage ring bears no spiritual consciousness imprint. It is an unclaimed item. The Kunlun disciple, after inspecting it, handed the storage ring to Xiaochunan. As Xiaochunan probed within, he immediately received a segment of information. This illusion exists within the Wanqing realm, comprising 2 great dynasties and 5 major demon tribes. The illusion will persist for 6 months, and the victor will be determined by the highest score upon its conclusion. The illusion permits the use of external attacks up to the transformation stage. Any damage incurred within the illusion will not affect reality. Upon reading this, Xiaochuanan's spirits soared. He had not anticipated that the sect would resort to such measures to contend with the Qingyun disciples, although he outwardly feigned indifference. Recalling the battle between Chu He and Qin Qianfan, an air of uncertainty loomed within him. To possess such combat prowess at the core formation stage was a rarity seen only once in millennia, and there were 2 such rare beings. However, upon learning that external attacks were permitted within the illusion, Xiaochunan regained his confidence. He was certain that the sect would not have sent him to engage in a battle they were destined to lose. Handing the storage ring back to Jin Jianer, Xiaochunan summoned several Kunlun disciples of humble origins. I have thoroughly comprehended the rules of this illusion. You few shall be responsible for dealing with Chu He from Qingyun. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Kunlun disciples soured. I am to confront Chu He? They were merely in the late foundation establishment stage. How could Xiao Shixiang expect them to take on Chu He? Although it seemed a daunting task, it was not without its complexities. For them to face off against Chu He, who was at the mid-core formation stage, would require them to achieve an extraordinary feat. What is there to fear? I would never send you forth empty-handed, Xiaochunan admonished, retrieving 3 talismans and a magical artifact from the storage ring. All were offensive means of the nascent soul level. which these Kunlun disciples could barely activate. He had called upon them precisely because of their humble backgrounds, assuming they lacked significant treasures. After absorbing the intelligence shared by Chen Yao, the leader from the Qin family, Jin Jian fell into contemplation, glancing once more at the information within the storage ring. Jin Xianzi, my Kunlun has selected 4 individuals specifically to confront Chu He and Chen Qianfan. What about your sword sect? Xiao Chunin stepped forward to interrupt Jin Jian's contemplation, casting a glance at the somewhat apprehensive yet eager disciples of Kunlun behind him. Although their strength stemmed from external sources, defeating Chu He and Chen Qianfan in the competition would undoubtedly present these lower-tier disciples with an opportunity to establish their renown. Our sword sect will also select participants. However, Jin Jian tightened her grip on the sword at her waist, her previously languid eyes igniting with fierce combat spirit. Yet, when it comes to facing Chu He, I would prefer to engage him with the sword in my hand. As a sword cultivator, one must remain loyal to their blade. This is the principle taught by the sword sect. Those outside the illusion nodded in agreement, noting that Jin Jian's bravery bore a resemblance to the spirit of the 7-foot Taoist of yore. However, moments later, a collective sigh of despair arose. Whether forming a suicide squad or seeking an honorable duel, could they first acknowledge the figure lying on the ground? Chu He is right before you. Why not offer him a few talismans? The crowd lamented, wishing they could intervene in the illusion, questioning whether their own prodigies had lost their sense of judgment. Chen Yao, a fellow cultivator, mentioned that they had encountered Chu He, the exiled prince of the great Chu dynasty, who was preparing to reclaim his rightful throne. According to Chu He, the treasures of the great Chu dynasty were predominantly housed within the royal treasury, presenting a shortcut. After sharing this intelligence, Jin Jian turned her gaze towards the short, stout youth who had been subdued and rendered unconscious. Let us first revive him and examine the object within the ring, Xiao Chunin remarked, noting that aside from information about the illusion, the storage ring contained a collection of pitch-black iron plates. What purpose do these serve? Xiao Chunin observed, revealing a total of 36 plates. With the combined number of Kunlun and sword sect disciples also amounting to 36, they must be tools provided by the illusion. Upon picking up a plate, Xiao Chunan discerned that the crafting technique was ordinary, and the spiritual energy within was meager, hardly qualifying as a treasure. Infusing it with a modicum of mana, a 0 began to materialize on the surface of the plate. 0? Could it be used for recording points? Jin Jian speculated, realizing that knowing their scores could motivate everyone's initiative and ambition. This indeed aligned with the objectives of the competition among the 5 great sections. Xiao Chunin attempted to retrieve a treasure from a fellow disciple to store in his ring, but there was no response. His gaze shifted to the storage ring of Chu He, and a flash of inspiration struck him as he decided to claim it for himself. Indeed, the number on his iron plate altered to 35. This storage ring, though roughly crafted and barely adequate for foundational cultivators, bore cracks, making the value of 35 seem reasonable. Jin Xianzi, I present this ring to you. Xiao Chunin offered the worn storage ring with a flourish. Jin Jian hesitated momentarily before accepting it, and simultaneously, their scores underwent a change. Brother Xiao, he awake. As the 2 individuals finished distributing the iron metals, the stout young man awakened amidst a fit of severe coughing. Upon recognizing the 2 celestial disciples before him, he spoke with fervent excitement. Mother said that 2 heavenly generals would lead the celestial troops to rescue me, and indeed, she did not deceive me. Yet, alas, dear mother, you cannot be seen. His words grew increasingly impassioned, culminating in a heart-wrenching sob. The sorrow embedded within his lament was profoundly moving. The celestial disciples, having spent 3 to 4 years on the mountain, were at an age when the stillness of the night often stirred thoughts of home. After weeping for a considerable time, the young man finally managed to utter his origins. I am Chen Feizhou, the rightful heir of the great Qin dynasty. Oh, celestial generals, you must assist me in vanquishing the treacherous and reclaiming my throne. The youth implored the 2 as if they were a lifeline. What a ridiculous name, sighed Xiao Chunan, rubbing his nose. Jin Xianzi, it is rather unfortunate that the 2 dynasties in the Wanling realm bear the surnames Chu and Qin. Nonetheless, Xiao Chunan harbored no suspicion. It was entirely plausible that during the creation of the illusion by the true monarch of illusions, the surnames of the 2 were utilized due to the prominence of the Qinyan twin pillars. Please refrain from addressing me as Xianzi, Jin Jian said, unable to contain her irritation. Oh, does that mean I should call you Jian? Would that be too intimate? Xiao Chunan remained blissfully unaware of the impatience in Jin Jian's tone. Just call me Dao Eugene, she replied, visibly displeased by the affectionate Jin'er. Xiao Chunan's face flushed with embarrassment for a moment, but soon he continued to inquire. That feels rather distant. We are both disciples of the celestial sect. How about I call you Jin Shimi instead? The scene of Chu He guiding his junior sister on the martial arts stage has already spread far and wide. Xiao Chunan felt that he temporarily could not match Chu He in combat, yet it was imperative for his junior sister to keep pace in this regard. A true master is one who can teach, he mused, assuming the role of an elder brother, pondering if she believed she could surpass him. Jin Jian'er, with her delicate hand gripping the sword, exuded an assertiveness as if she had activated an inner switch. Once indifferent to everything, Jin Jian'er now resembled a sharp sword, unsheathed and ready for battle. Meanwhile, the quartet of the Kunlun Death Squad observed from the sidelines, shaking their heads discreetly. Their leader, although a good man who often supported his junior brothers, seemed to possess an inexplicable lack of charm with women. Strangely, the more unfortunate his romantic endeavors became, the more he gravitated toward beautiful female cultivators, resulting in a vicious cycle. Could it be that Zhao's fate was unrelated to his name? Chapter 67. A great scholar to defend my argument if junior sister Jean is not fond of it. I could address you as senior sister instead. Xiao Chun then said with a look of grievance. Noticing his lack of aggression, Jin Jian'er released the sword's hilt and approached Chu He, who was disguised as Chen Fei Zhou. We have already accepted their rings as gifts. Xiao Chunnan murmured softly. The Kunlun disciples behind him remarked that he was like mud that could not be molded, attributing their distancing from him to his habitual demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, his words, though spoken without intent, stirred something in the seated Chu He. The ring. Where is my ring? Chu He exclaimed, anxiously searching for the storage ring that had rested in his palm. Is this it? Jin Jian'er produced the storage ring, finding that, compared to Xiao Chunnan, this plump prince in the illusion captured her gaze more profoundly. Chu He grasped the ring and raised it. Addressing Jin Jian'er and Xiao Chunan, Mother said that once the celestial soldiers and generals see this ring, they will understand everything. Look quickly. In his desperation, akin to a drowning man clutching at a life-saving straw, Chu He sought their assistance fervently. Observing this, Jin Jian'er let out a sigh, feeling that Chu He had become utterly frantic, even failing to realize that the ring had been returned to him from Jin Jian'er's own hand. We will assist you, but we too have a mission that requires us to gather a vast array of treasures. Do you know where the treasures of the Dachan dynasty are located? Upon hearing Jin Jian'er's assurance, Chu He finally felt a sense of relief, albeit with a downcast spirit as he replied, My father has been bewitched by the demoness. Not only has he executed my mother, but he has also plundered the wealth of the people, hoarding it within the royal treasury. Chu He discreetly cast a glance at the two before continuing. Once I ascend the throne and bring peace to the realm, I shall undoubtedly open the treasury to reward the heavenly soldiers for their life-saving grace. Such a subtle gesture could hardly escape the discerning eyes of the two golden core true beings. They exchanged glances, finding the situation reminiscent of the encounter between the disciples of the Chun family and the Qin factions. I am willing to assist you. But what do you mean by claiming to be the true heir of the great Qin dynasty? He inquired, adding, For I am determined to be a benevolent king, unlike my father, and moreover. After a moment of hesitation, Chu He tore open the garment draped over his shoulder, revealing a golden dragon totem etched upon his back. The ancestral teachings of the founding forefathers of the great Qin proclaimed that he who bears the golden dragon is destined to be the king of Qin. The two individuals examined the totem closely and indeed sensed an air of imperial majesty emanating from it, a clear indication of its extraordinary nature. The golden dragon was, without a doubt, a creation of Qin Qianfan, who had employed talismanic techniques to imprint it in the style of the celestial robe of the first emperor of Qin. Furthermore, the treasures that lay before them were bestowed upon him by his mother. It seemed as if a sudden recollection struck Chu He, prompting him to produce a multitude of precious items. The two men assessed the collection with their iron plates, with values ranging from mere points to several tens. This indeed aligned with Chu He's earlier claims regarding his identity. He was born of a palace maid and received little favor. Initially, he had only hoped for a life of tranquility, yet 6 months prior, the golden dragon totem had unexpectedly manifested upon his back. Despite his attempts at concealment, it was ultimately discovered, compelling him to flee here in accordance with his mother's dying words. The two men displayed little interest in the treasures, allowing Chu He to stow them away for himself. Chu He, having assumed the identity of an escaped prince, joined the ranks of the two great immortal sections. How much do you know about the demon clan? Jin Jian'er inquired casually along the way. She was now aware that the Dichin prince, Chen Feizhou, was with her. while the Chu prince, Chu He, was at the Chun family and the immortal Qin. She couldn't help but ponder whether the Qin Yun immortal sect might also possess a similar opportunity. After a lengthy silence, Chu He began to speak, recounting what he had heard during his escape. It was said that among the 5 great demon clans, the Tiger clan had suddenly produced a golden core ancestor, overthrowing the previously established rule of the Turtle clan. Beyond that, he was unaware of any further details. Xiao Chunin smiled at the mention of the golden core ancestor. Jin Jinner surmised that the Turtle clan, having once dominated the 5 great demon clans, must have accumulated considerable wealth. This was likely the opportunity that the disciples of Qin Yun were destined to encounter. As night descended, the group traversed the wilderness, gazing at the authentic night sky and marveling at the stark contrast to the illusions they had experienced. "Sister, there is a wooden cabin ahead, inhabited by a solitary old hunter," reported a disciple sent by the Sword sect to scout the path. "Shall we inquire for directions and allow the junior disciples to rest?" Jin Jinner and Xiao Chunin deliberated. The Golden Core Master no longer had the need for food or sleep, yet the foundational disciples trailing behind could not forego such necessities. Naturally, being elite disciples of the Immortal sect, they could endure a forced march for a month, yet with 6 months to live in this illusion, it was unnecessary to impose such urgency upon the foundational disciples so soon. Very well, Xiao Chunin decided, instructing the Kunlun disciples to set up tents on the spot. He and Jin Jinner, accompanied by 2 perfected foundational disciples, approached the old hunter to gather information. Soon, they arrived at the somewhat dilapidated wooden cabin. "Good sir, we are merely passing through and wish to rest a while at your abode," Xiao Chunin stated. Though his demeanor was somewhat irreverent, he was not entirely naive. Having undergone trials in the outside world, the door creaked open, revealing a frail, emaciated old man who peered out with suspicion. "Passing through? Beyond the mountains lies the border wall. What road do you traverse?" "This old man is not one to be trifled with," he cautioned, brandishing an iron fork that glinted coldly in the moonlight. Upon seeing this, Xiao Chunin could not help but chuckle. The old man possessed no trace of spiritual power, yet sought to intimidate a group of immortal disciples with a mere flick of his own power. Xiao Chunin transformed the iron fork into a piece of withered wood, rendering it utterly harmless. Startled by this display of magical prowess, the old man collapsed in fear, trembling as he uttered, "Immortal, I did not realize a celestial being had arrived. Please spare my life." Xiao Chunin shook his head and used his power to help the old man to his feet. "How can we claim to be immortals? We are but practitioners with some cultivation," he reassured the elder. Seeing that Xiao Chunin possessed spiritual power, the old man hastily invited the group inside. By the light of an oil lamp, he rummaged through his meager belongings and presented a few pieces of dried meat to his guests. "Good sir, we wish to inquire about the nearest towns and what you know of the Chen dynasty. Are you aware of any princes who have fled?" Jin Jinner began to inquire. "We are aware of the affairs of the royal family, and the nearest town is Shishui town." The elder paused momentarily, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. "Heavenly beings, have mercy and save this old man. My son has fallen ill with a strange disease, and the physician says only the illusory spirit herb from this mountain can save him. I have searched for 3 months and found nothing. If this continues, my son will be lost," the elder suddenly pleaded, wiping away his tears. Several disciples of the celestial sect exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. The elder's words faltered as he began to weep, clearly hoping they would assist him in locating the herb before revealing the location of the town. This veiled coercion left the proud disciples of the celestial sect feeling quite displeased. One hot-tempered Kunlun disciple was about to intimidate the old man, but unexpectedly, Xiao Chunin restrained him and signaled Jin Jinner to step outside. "Senior brother, I only intended to frighten that old man, not to resort to violence." The Kunlun disciple defended himself, genuinely not wishing to harm the elder. The Kunlun Celestial Mountain prides itself on being the progenitor of Taoism. Accepting a rogue onto the mountain would be a significant disgrace. "I understand, but do you remember where we are?" Xiao Chunin, well acquainted with his younger brother's character, remarked. He had a sharp tongue but a kind heart. He trembled at the thought of killing even a rabbit on the mountain. "Jin, fellow Taoist, you sense something amiss as well, do you not?" Xiao Chunin reprimanded his junior before turning to Jin Jinner, who had followed him out. "The illusory spirit herb induces hallucinations, its primary use being the concoction of the breaking delusion pill, with no genuine healing properties." Although Jin Jinner was a swordsman, he was not entirely ignorant of medicinal herbs. "Are you suggesting that old man is deceiving us?" The Kunlun disciple was genuinely becoming agitated. Fool. The illusory spirit herb is a spiritual plant of the golden core realm, and its uses are limited and scarce. How could a mere hunter have learned about this to deceive us? Xiao Chunan felt his reputation was being tarnished by his own disciple. If I am correct, this old man is a manifestation testing us, either our wealth or our benevolence. Xiao Chunan adjusted his robe, exuding an air of confidence. But senior brother, the illusory spirit herb itself is worth thousands of spirit stones. Is it truly necessary for us to spend such a great cost for mere information? We might as well intimidate him, the Kunlun disciple argued. Feeling that such an expense was unwarranted, he hailed from a humble background, although now a disciple of the celestial sect. He possessed only a few hundred spirit stones in his storage ring. Have you not yet grasped where we are? Xiao Chunan, witnessing his junior brother's lack of enlightenment, delivered a swift slap to his head. As he withdrew his hand, he subtly gestured towards the heavens. After a brief moment, the Kunlun disciple, not lacking in intelligence, soon grasped his senior brother's implication. They were ensconced in an illusion, a trial set forth by the 5 great celestial sects, which meant that the elders and leaders of these sects were observing their every move from above. Should he dare to intimidate the elder now, he would likely find himself confined to a wall in the back mountain for 3 years upon their return. Remember your thoughts at this moment, and convey them to all the junior brothers upon your return. Do you understand? Xiao Chunan, seeing his junior brother finally awaken to understanding, felt a sense of relief that his efforts had not been in vain. I do not possess the illusory spirit herb, but I do have a broken illusion pill and a wind reversal fire returning talisman, which can transmute the pill back into the spiritual herb. Xiao Chunan produced a fragrant broken illusion pill, valued at 8,000 spirit stones, capable of dispelling any confusion in the golden core realm, an item he kept for self-defense. The wind reversal fire returning talisman, however, was of even greater worth, being a yuan-ing talisman. Only one who had ascended a significant level could easily revert the broken illusion pill back into a spiritual herb, valued at over 60,000 spirit stones, far exceeding the worth of attack talismans within the same realm. Daoist Xiao, I still find this matter suspicious. It is indeed peculiar for an old man to seek the illusory spirit herb, Jean Jiena remarked, her brows furrowed with concern. In response, Xiao Chunan smiled confidently. It is precisely because it is peculiar that it is valid. This illusion was crafted by a true celestial master, and its realism is indistinguishable from the 9 provinces. If that is the case, why would such a strange elder appear? There is but one possibility. This elder is the opportunity that the illusion has purposely provided for us. Otherwise, how could a senior like him manipulate his own illusion so poorly? Jean Jiena pondered for a moment, finding some merit in Xiao Chunan's reasoning. Devoted to the sword path, she acknowledged that she still had much to learn from disciples of other sections. This, perhaps, was the original intention behind the contest of the 5 great celestial sects, to foster mutual exchange and enhance each other's strengths. During her time at the sword sect, the second elder had recounted that the contention among the 5 sects originated from a mocking remark made by the true Lord Qingyun towards the sect leader. At the time, she had dismissed it as mere folly. Now it seemed she had been deceiving herself. The two entered the house, presenting the pills and talismans. After expressing his gratitude, the elder indicated the direction of the small town. Despite repeated invitations for the 2 celestial sect disciples to rest, they declined, leaving the elder alone in the room. His expression vacant. Staring at the pills and talismans on the table, he was astounded. Had he just been given items worth 70,000 spirit stones for free? Li felt his worldview shatter. He recalled a moment when Chu He had assigned him a task, expressing skepticism that such a glaringly flawed and implausible tale could deceive the prodigies of 2 celestial sections. At that time, Chu He had merely responded with a gentle smile. Go ahead, for there are great scholars who will defend my arguments. Gazing in the direction of Xiao Chunan's departure, one might say that you are indeed a sage of great wisdom. Chapter 68. Omniscient Xiao Chunan on the following morning, before the others had awakened. A jubilant shout suddenly echoed through the woods. 2 heavenly generals, I have discovered a treasure. It was Chu He, his belt hastily untied, rushing toward the crowd with a brocade box held aloft. I was just stepping aside for a moment, and as soon as I undid my trousers, this box fell and struck my head. Inside, there is an exquisite elixir. Jean Jiena took the brocade box, and as he listened to Chu He's explanation, a look of understanding graced his face. Just then, Xiao Chunan, hearing the commotion, approached from a distance. Upon catching sight of the elixir within the box, a smile illuminated his countenance. Esteemed heavenly generals, this elixir must be a treasure, is it not? Can it aid you in accomplishing your mission? Chu He inquired anxiously, his tone tinged with a hint of deference, as if fearing that the group might abandon him. Jin Jian'er nodded and handed the brocade box to Xiao Chunan, acknowledging, indeed. Yesterday was a trial of illusions. I have learned much. Xiao Chunan laughed heartily as he accepted the box, which contained a broken illusion pill he had gifted to the elder the day before. Since my brother has guessed correctly, might I hear you call me senior brother? He added, his pride momentarily getting the better of him. Upon hearing this, Jin Jian'er's expression turned icy. You merely need to defeat me. Xiao Chunan paused, feeling a bit awkward as he toyed with the brocade box. But senior brother, what of that talisman? What happened to it? Queried the Kunlun disciple, recalling the talisman that had been struck down the previous day. Although the broken illusion pill had been returned, the talisman was conspicuously absent. Was it perhaps a yellow paper? Chu He hesitantly ventured. Upon confirmation, a look of regret instantly crossed his face. There was indeed a yellow paper that fell along with the box. But a gust of wind whisked it away, and in my haste to return, I neglected to search for it with this. Chu He displayed an expression akin to a child who had erred, fully embodying the anxiety of someone fearful that celestial beings would not assist him in reclaiming his throne. Junior brother Wang, junior brotherly, let us search for it, the Kunlun disciple said, rallying the two to venture into the woods. However, Xiao Chunan raised a hand to stop them. There is no need. Senior brother, that was a nascent soul talisman, the Kunlun disciple replied, puzzled. For despite Xiao Chunan's wealth, he could not dismiss the value of such a treasure so lightly. Fool, we are in an illusion. Do you truly believe that when the illusion concludes, that talisman will remain here? When the illusion ends, anything not belonging to it will return to reality. This is a fundamental principle of illusions that they should comprehend, Xiao Chunan explained. Thus, you think a true monarch of illusions would dare seize a nascent soul talisman in front of the five great sects? He deemed his disciple rather dim-witted. After reflecting on Xiao Chunan's words, Jin Jian'er experienced a moment of enlightenment, beginning to grasp the nuances of navigating this illusion. Outside the illusion, Elder Wei appeared somewhat pale, though not from anger directed at Xiao Chunan, but rather due to the overwhelming, fearsome aura emanating from the 7-foot Taoist beside him. Indeed, Kunlun has produced a remarkable disciple this generation, Ing Shilan remarked, stifling a laugh behind her hand. Chu He had never contemplated imparting information to Xiao Chunan and the others, suggesting that the illusionary treasures could be used at will without genuine consumption. He understood that such matters should be pondered and concluded by them for greater authenticity. As Chu He aptly stated, there are great scholars to debate the scriptures for me. Through a series of maneuvers, Xiao Chunan had nearly led Jin Jian'er into a predicament. Could the 7-footed Taoist refrain from feeling vexed? Yet, Master Qingyun was indeed formidable, quietly slipping away without a sound. Chen Huahai also found rare moments of mirth. Initially, the 7-footed Taoist aimed his ire toward the true monarch of Qingyun, for it was his disciple who was the true instigator. However, it seemed that the true monarch had sensed the impending trouble, discreetly departing as soon as Chu He blended into the ranks. Now occupying his position was Yang Chuanxue, whose delicate visage bore an expression difficult to articulate, one that mingled admiration for her astute junior with exasperation at his excessive cleverness. In retrospect, it is fortunate that neither my Chen family nor the disciples of the emperor possess such eminent scholars. Chen Huahai had been holding back for quite some time, and finally began to jest and tease. Although Chun Xianfan, under the alias of Chu Dehai, had infiltrated the ranks, he had yet to make any significant moves. It now appeared exceedingly difficult to surpass Qingyun. However, with the backing of the Sword Sect and Kunlun Mountain, there was still a glimmer of hope that the Chun family might suffer fewer losses in the end. Unfortunately, the heavens are just. Just as Chen Huahai began to entertain a flicker of optimism, the great scholar took action. Xiao Chunan, motivated by the alliance of the 4 great sects against Qingyun, shared his remarkable findings with the Qin family through a communication jade talisman. First and foremost, we must uphold the dignity of the disciples of the immortal sects to leave a good impression on the elders watching from above. We must remember that our only opponent is Qingyun. Therefore, the beings conjured within the illusion must be treated with kindness, generosity, and a willingness to assist. Secondly, we should not hesitate to part with wealth within the illusion. Whatever we spend will eventually return to us upon exiting. It is merely a test. We must not appear miserly or greedy. With the endorsement of the Golden Sword Ear, Xiao Chuanan's words carried significant weight. Looking ahead at the Chen family and the Skian Qin team, a nervous disciple from Qingyun, who had disguised himself, was preparing to take the stage. His script was rather simple. His son intended to commit suicide due to being unable to afford the bride price. The sum was not exorbitant. A flat rate of 10,000 spirit stones. A mortal girl demanding such a price was an absurdity that would not yield a single victim in the annals of Xianqin's criminal records spanning over 90,000 years. However, thanks to the great scholar's assurance, the Chen family and Xianqin were on the verge of breaking this record. Chu He cursed the Kunlun disciples for their malevolence. Glaring angrily at Elder Wei. Elder Wei, not one to back down, returned Chen He's glare with eyes wide enough to burst. As a dignified true monarch and elder of the immortal sect, he was already seething with anger over his disciples' predicament. It was one thing to be bullied by a 7-foot cultivator, but now a mere transformation realm disciple dared to glare at him. Elder Wei was about to unleash his aura to intimidate Chen He, but the imposing presence of the 7-foot cultivator beside him forced him to merely glare back. While the disciples of the four sects exchanged information amicably within the illusion, outside, the leaders of the sects had begun to display their dominance, revealing the bullying tendencies of the righteous path. Xilin observed the three glaring at each other and nodded subtly. Ever since she laid eyes on Chu He's record, she sensed that this individual would undoubtedly become a future calamity, a paragon of his generation. Indeed, accompanying Chu He promised much amusement. Regrettably, the Qingyun sect did not accept disciples with skills. Otherwise, she would have considered resigning from her position in the Demon Suppression Department to join Qingyun. Half a month passed, and the two groups gradually advanced toward the two great royal cities. Along the way, aside from encountering events such as selling oneself to bury a mother, bullies oppressing the weak, tigers descending from mountains, and star-crossed lovers, they faced little trouble. The individuals were indeed safe, but numerous treasures and spirit stones had been dispatched. Occasionally, the treasures sent out would return through various means, while others would not. Xiao Chunin speculated that the illusion sought to prevent certain occurrences from becoming too rigid. He had once encountered a situation where shortly after giving a treasure, he received news of the person he assisted meeting an untimely demise. With that individual dead, the items he had were surely lost forever. Xiao Chunin reassured everyone not to worry, as everything would be resolved once they exited the illusion. The primary target of the four great sects remained the disciples of Qingyun, led by Chu He. Stopping in a bustling city, Xiao Chunin and Jin Jian split up to gather intelligence. In a guest room, Chu He lay curled up on a soft couch, fast asleep. A protective disciple from the sword sect, hearing Chu He snoring, shook his head and chuckled. He certainly sleeps soundly. He then rose to kindly close the window. The disciples of the immortal sect, whether impulsive, weak, or ignorant, generally possess decent character, at least those from outside Qingyun did. While snoring, Chu He's hand, hidden beneath the covers, moved rhythmically. Within the flesh of his left middle finger, a small iron piece was concealed. As his hand moved, it sent forth messages of varying lengths and patterns to the distant realm. This device had been crafted by his senior, Chun Qianfan, before entering the illusion. Designed for long-range communication with minimal fluctuations in spiritual energy. Its drawback was that the transmitted codes required translation, making it less convenient than the communication jade talisman. The method of concealment was inspired by Li Hulu's technique of sewing the blood demon pill into his tongue, unless a golden core cultivator was nearby. It would remain undetected. As the information was dispatched, Ning Ruyun in a small courtyard hurriedly began the translation. Chu He and Qin Qianfan took on the roles of the leading male and the supporting male, respectively. The remaining junior disciples served as background actors throughout the journey. Ning Ruyu's role was to act as a communicator, relaying the script written by the two as they walked. In addition, she also took on the task of spreading rumors. After all, the information regarding Chu He and Chen Feizhou was fabricated. Of course, she was not expected to make it seem entirely real. It sufficed that the disciples from the four great sects could uncover some traces during their investigations, only to have the clues cleverly severed. Such a blend of truth and falsehood would, in fact, lend a greater authenticity to the royal scandal. That day, Chu He instructed her to return to Shuiyun Peak overnight, not only to obtain a teleportation jade talisman, but also to urgently catch up with her senior sisters on the art of rumor-mongering. After translating Chu He's instructions, Ning Ryu was somewhat taken aback, for the message contained merely 4 words, "I am doomed." As one of the 3 individuals privy to the entire script, Ning Ryu understood that the second act of this grand drama was about to commence. Upon leaving the small courtyard, she relayed Chu He's message to Li Li. "Junior brother Li, I apologize for the inconvenience. Senior brother has declared that the second act is commencing. Li, hiding in a tea house, nodded gravely. He recalled Chu He's words. Perform well in this act, and you shall be the supporting male next time. Although he was not entirely sure what being a supporting male entailed, he recognized that only Chen Qianfan could assume that role at present. This was a testament to senior brother Chu's trust in him, and he was determined not to betray that trust. 3 days later, in Qifeng City of the Great Chu Dynasty, Chen Qianfan was practicing his movements in the courtyard while discreetly transmitting messages through a fingertip artifact. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared above him. The newcomer donned a golden mask and wore an ostentatious outfit embroidered with copper coins and ingots. Floating in the air was a golden core cultivator. A disciple of the Chen family exclaimed in surprise. The masked figure cackled. I hear the coins singing. A dozen remaining disciples from the Chen family filed in, quickly filling the small courtyard. This esteemed friend, your uninvited presence is not in accordance with the etiquette of guests. A powerful figure charged in from a distance like flowing fire. I am here for business, not to be a guest, the masked figure replied fearlessly, transforming his arms into vine-like tendrils that lashed out at the flowing fire. With a swift strike, the true form of the figure enveloped in flames was revealed, a young, robust man clad in crimson armor, wielding a treasure blade that sliced through the layers of vine entrapments as if they were mere tofu. This was Li Liuhua from the Xianqin dynasty, a demon-slaying general known for his close combat skills. He was dispatched from the border to confront the conflict among the 5 great sects. Once I subdue you, you will know whether you are here for business or merely as a guest, he declared, as his long blade cleaved through the air. A blade aura piercing the vine entrapments, splitting the masked figure in two. Such brutishness. Would that merchant below care to discuss matters with me? The masked figure, cleaved in two, revealed a gnarled opening reminiscent of a withered tree. Remarkably, each half sprouted anew, transforming into 2 distinct masked figures. Upon witnessing this, Li Liuhua retracted his previously arrogant demeanor. This individual possessed genuine prowess, far from being a mere charlatan. I am Xinyao of the Chen family, and I relish engaging in business. Might you, esteemed fellow, descend for a discussion? A youth clad in splendid purple attire, exuding amiability, addressed the masked figures with a respectful gesture. Chen Yao, a distinguished member of the Chen family and cousin to the illustrious Chen Qianfan, was at the initial stage of golden core cultivation, specializing in alchemy. He had intended to observe below, hoping to execute a clever ruse, but was astonished that the masked figures discerned his intentions so swiftly. I shall refrain from descending. You are far too intimidating. I am but a humble scatter-wealth Taoist, here solely for the 2 of you. The scatter-wealth Taoist performed a respectful bow to the duo. As Li Liuhua descended into the courtyard and exchanged glances with Chen Yao. Are there not only 3 golden core cultivators within this illusion? Where does this scatter-wealth Taoist hail from? Chen Yao initiated dialogue with the scatter-wealth Taoist, having honed his skills in negotiation during his tenure at the Chun family's establishment. I merely stated that I came specifically for you 2. I did not declare you as my friends. However, should this business transaction succeed, then you shall indeed be my friends, and the more wealth involved, the better friends we shall be. The scatter-wealth Taoist chuckled amiably, as though he were not the same individual who had just clashed with Li Liuhua. Outside the illusion, the formidable figures from the 5 great sects perceived the underlying truth. This was indeed the renowned waterwood dual birth of the Ning family from Qizhou. Chen Hohai was witnessing the Ning family's ultimate skill for the first time. Lu Kaiyan nodded, providing no further explanation. The waterwood dual birth allows water-based techniques to embody the powers of the wood element. This scatter-wealth Taoist was, in fact, a guise adopted by Ning Ruyu. Observing her once cold and aloof disciple now effortlessly deceiving 2 great sects alongside Chu He, Lu Kaiyan felt a profound sense of foreboding regarding the future. My business is extraordinary, containing information worth a multitude of treasures. Ning Ruyu flitted about in midair, her antics dictated by Chu He's script, leaving her no choice but to suppress her embarrassment to fulfill the role. This information pertains to the death of a celestial general. Chapter 70. The most malicious oath. A celestial general has perished. Chen Yao exclaimed in disbelief. The term celestial general was used by Chu He to refer to the leading disciples of their sections. Although he initially struggled to accept this designation, Chen Yao had come to terms with it. The death of a celestial general indicated that one of the leading disciples from the 5 great sects had met their demise. Who could it be? The 2 exchanged a glance, pondering the possibilities. Xiao Chunan from Kunlun Mountain or Jin Jinner from the Sword sect. Or perhaps, Chu He from the Qingyan sect. Both were taken aback, horrified at the prospect that their greatest rival, Chu He, was dead. Is it possible? He. It was slain by a celestial being, using a precious artifact. Sob. So much wealth has been squandered. How splendid it would have been for me. The wealthy Taoist lamented while covering his face, as if his own fortune had been depleted. Nevertheless, it matters not. This news is invaluable, and as celestial generals, you shall surely grant me abundant riches, right? The wealthy Taoist wept, and then burst into laughter. Hand in hand, the two wealthy Taoists twirled in midair. A scene both frenzied and peculiar. Chen Qianfan watched below, his heart filled with resentment, lamenting his inability to produce the recording pearl. Otherwise, this moment would undoubtedly sway Sister Ning to join his anti-Chu faction. Do you possess evidence? Chen Yao calmly inquired. If Chu He is indeed deceased, the dynamics within the illusion will transform instantaneously. Though Chen Qianfan remains at the helm, the threat posed by the Qingyun sect will undoubtedly diminish. He, I certainly do. But do you have wealth? I require a great deal of coin. The wealthy Taoist produced a recording pearl, inscribed with the character Qing. The recording pearl of the Qingyun sect, indeed. Something has transpired with Chu He. Li Liuhua was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. As a soldier by training, he regarded obedience to orders as his primary duty. He understood that with his current strength, he was insufficient to contend with Chu He. Utilizing external objects in accordance with the illusion's rules was the most prudent course of action. Yet, he was also a cultivator, yearning for the thrill of battle against formidable foes. Among his peers at the Demon Suppression Pass, he had found no challengers. At that moment, he beheld the clash between Chu He and Chen Qianfan. It was a battle he was not yet ready to partake in, having only sensed Chu He's might through the formidable nascent soul demons at the Demon Suppression Pass. Yet, he was eager to test himself, to witness the outcome of a confrontation with Chu He. If someone stood before him, he would strive to vanquish that individual. Now, a mountain loomed before him, and he was determined to conquer it. Chu He was the most formidable prodigy he had ever encountered. Failing to engage in a battle with him would undoubtedly remain his greatest regret within this illusion. This is the Immortal Spirit Stone, valued at 1 million spirit stones. Chen Yao produced a translucent crystal stone. A wealthy wanderer then leaped into the courtyard, examining the Immortal Spirit Stone with keen interest. After a brief moment, the wealthy wanderer exclaimed with glee, "So much wealth! You are a true friend of mine." Upon witnessing this, Chen Yao felt an immense sense of relief. He had never fully trusted Xiao Chunnan's words, worrying whether the treasures would return after leaving. Now, he could finally ease his mind. For the Immortal Spirit Stone in his possession held no practical utility. Apart from its unparalleled hardness, it was impossible to replicate. The stone was neither a weapon nor capable of absorbing spiritual energy. However, Chen Yao had not lied about its value. The Immortal Spirit Stone was a currency jointly introduced by the Pishio Merchant Association and the Immortal Qin dynasty, aimed at fulfilling the ever-increasing demand for spirit stones. The wealth of those at the transformation stage amounted to tens of millions, and for those at the void refinement stage, it was calculated in billions. Even if the spirit stone mines of the 9 provinces were completely exhausted, they could not keep pace with the rapidly accumulating wealth of the formidable beings. Thus, the Pishio Merchant Association and the Immortal Qin dynasty launched the Immortal Spirit Stone, each valued at 1 million spirit stones. With the backing of these two powerful factions, and the subsequent promotion by the 9 great sects, coupled with an unbreakable crafting technique, the Immortal Spirit Stone became the currency of the mighty. Of course, this was not an empty promise. Possessing an Immortal Spirit Stone allowed one to exchange it for 1 million spirit stones at any Pishio Merchant Association within the 9 provinces at any time. This was also why the 9 great sects were only responsible for promotion, while the actual manufacturers were the Pishio Merchant Association and the Immortal Qin dynasty, as they held the majority of spirit stones in the 9 provinces. In this realm, an Immortal Spirit Stone equated to 1 million spirit stones. However, within this illusion, there were neither the Pishio Merchant Association nor the Immortal Qin dynasty. Therefore, this Immortal Spirit Stone held no value whatsoever, at most. Its exceptional craftsmanship could be worth its cost price. Upon seeing the wealthy wanderer acknowledge the value of the Immortal Spirit Stone, Chen Yao finally relinquished his lingering doubts. For something deemed worthless by the beings of the illusion to be equivalent to 1 million spirit stones, it was indeed a testament to the bizarre trials he had faced along the way. It appeared that Xiao Chunnan was correct, and his prior concerns were unfounded. With one hand for payment and the other for delivery, Chen Yao flipped his palm and stored the immortal spirit stone away. The wealthy wanderer immediately sprang up in discontent, exclaiming, "No, first the payment. What if you change your mind?" Chen Yao had initially intended to invoke the prestige of the Chen family, but quickly realized that in this illusion, the family's reputation held no weight. "Then how about I make the most malevolent oath?" Chen Yao raised 3 fingers, channeling his magical energy. The vow of a cultivator, unlike that of a mortal, manifests as a simple yet profound contract upon the invocation of power. Breaching it invites inevitable retribution. Should I find myself on the brink of death without bestowing upon you the celestial spirit stones? And should I encounter Chen Qianfan upon my departure, a thunderous sound reverberated in the heavens as Chen Yao pledged his oath. How utterly malicious. To meet Chen Qianfan upon exiting. Brother Yao is indeed bold. Indeed, I would rather risk being caught by my own father during manual labor than face Chen Qianfan upon leaving. The mere thought instills fear. The Chen family and the Imperial Academy are situated in the capital, and the disciples comprehend the weight of this vow. Only Li Liuhua, who has long been stationed at the border, remains perplexed and inquires of a disciple from the Chen family. Chen Qianfan himself, curious, leaned in to listen. He etched this dear cousin into his memory. Very well then. The wealth-disseminating Taoist also recognized the significance of the vow and tossed the recording pearl to Chen Yao. Upon receiving it, Chen Yao immediately activated the playback. The disciples, who had previously been elaborating on the horrors of encountering Chen Qianfan upon leaving, gathered around. "Senior brother, are we heading to the demon clan now?" A delicate voice chimed in. It was Ning Ruyu. Chen Yao and Li Liuhua nodded. If it was recorded by Ning Ruyu, its credibility would be greatly enhanced. Indeed, let us first seize the treasure trove of the demon clan, and then plunder a dynasty's wealth. Once our victory is assured, we shall promptly depart the illusion, allowing those rascals to search in vain. Chu He turned back and smiled at Lu Yingzhu, affectionately ruffling Ning Ruyu's little head. "Senior brother, please do not hold a grudge against senior brother Chen, all right? You were once so close." It is not that I wish to be angry with junior brother Chen. Rather, he is resentful of my victory over him due to my superior cultivation." Upon hearing Ning Ruyu's words, Chu He's expression grew cold, and he swiftly turned and walked ahead. It seemed their discord was indeed palpable. None of our 4 families have encountered anyone from Qingyun. Li Shixiao, do you think it is possible that someone from Qingyun was responsible for Chu He's demise? Chen Yao, being astute, discern the underlying tension between the two from Ning Ruyu's earlier remarks. Internal strife within Qingyun and the sudden death of Chu He, how harmonious that sounds. Chapter 71. The death of Chu He. It is quite plausible, and Li Liuhua shared the same sentiment. Soldiers stationed at the borders, while easily cultivating bonds of life and death, also tend to foster bullying and oppression. He had once been bullied by seasoned soldiers, but gradually established himself at Jinyao Pass with his formidable blade. If there is discord between Chu and Chen, combined with the fact that we are in an illusion, the likelihood of fraternal conflict in a moment of impulse is considerable. Lu Yingzhu continued to play the recording, showcasing Ning Ruyu running about, capturing the scenery imbued with an ethereal charm, lending it an air of credibility. Ning Ruyu appeared as if on a joyful outing, occasionally seeking conversation with her junior brothers and sisters. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ning Ruyu approached Chen Qianfan, who was seen with a sullen expression, trailing at the back of the group. "Senior brother Chen, my brother has claimed he is no longer angry. Would you consider offering an apology?" Ning Ruyu's voice carried a hint of coaxing, but to Chen Qianfan's ears, it evoked a drastic change in his demeanor. He is not angry. How could he declare himself free of anger? I am the one in the right. In this illusion, where external elements can be manipulated, he remains oblivious to the might of a yuaning talisman, or how a divine artifact could render him utterly powerless. Under such circumstances, he still believes he can reign supreme in the myriad realms, brazenly seizing treasures from the demon clan, and then seeking out the 2 great dynasties. What if he encounters other immortal sects? Observing the fervent expression of Chen Qianfan within the recording, both Chen Yao and Li Liuhua comprehended the source of their discord. From the moment Chu He embarked on his cultivation journey, he has surged forward with unwavering momentum, never encountering adversity. Even when faced with the rare and formidable spiritual roots, he triumphed effortlessly. Thus, he has grown increasingly confident, bordering on arrogance, convinced that the illusions designed to constrain his combat prowess are hardly worthy of concern. In contrast, Chen Qianfan has remained composed, acutely aware that Qingyun is about to confront a coalition of the 4 great sections. Each subsequent step is akin to walking on thin ice. From an observer's standpoint, it is evident that Chun Qianfan is indeed correct. Yet, the leader of Qingyun is Chu He, and the celestial general of the myriad realms is also Chu He. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, especially when both are extraordinary beasts, one as ferocious as a mythical beast, the other as swift as a soaring bear. Their conflict is hardly surprising. Moreover, Sister Ning, why do you exclusively address Chu He as senior brother? Why do you refuse to call me senior brother? Why must you insist that I apologize while denying Chu He the same? The scene unfolds further as curious disciples crowd in. To their astonishment, there seems to be juicy gossip to savor. Is it possible that Chun Qianfan harbors feelings for Ning Ryu? The crowd nods in agreement, exchanging snacks and drinks, reveling in the allure of a love triangle. Chun Qianfan, squeezed out by the throng, silently curses the absurd script he vehemently opposed, only for Chu He to insist that a touch of drama would enhance its appeal. Succumbing to the small captain's authority, he had no choice but to acquiesce. The effect was indeed compelling, yet he found himself sidelined. Within the recording orb, Chun Qianfan's eyes glimmered with a newfound determination. Very well, I shall apologize. With that declaration, he hastened from the rear of the group to the forefront, moving with such speed that even Ning Ryu could not keep pace. Senior brother Chu, it is my fault, and I come to offer my apologies. Upon reaching Chu He, he was met with a cold, mocking gaze, as if Chu He silently proclaimed, "The leader is mine, and so is the junior sister. You will forever remain beneath my shadow, powerless to rise." In that moment, Chun Qianfan's composure shattered. Grasping a blazing crimson longsword, he thrust it into Chu He's heart with a swiftness that caught his rival off guard. "This is my apology," Chun Qianfan bellowed as he relinquished his grip. A torrent of flame erupted from Chu He's chest, the might of a divine artifact tearing his form asunder. "What are you doing, Chun Qianfan?" Ning Ryu exclaimed in disbelief, her grasp on the recording orb faltering, causing it to tumble to the ground. The scene reduced to mere blades of wild grass. "Only I can lead Qingyun to victory. What I have done is just," Chun Qianfan's frenzied voice echoed, soon followed by a cacophony of chaos. The recording orb was abruptly shut off, extinguishing both image and sound. In the aftermath, the onlookers fell into a prolonged silence. This incident must be reported to Xiao Chunin and Jin Jian'er. Li Liuhua took out the communication jade talisman, intending to contact the sword sect in Kunlun. "Brotherly, please hold on," Chen Yao said, restraining Li Liuhua's hand. He tossed the celestial spirit stone towards the fortune scatterer and turned back to meet Li Liuhua's gaze. "Why should we inform them that Chu He is dead?" Chen Yao's words awakened Li Liuhua to a profound realization. Chu He has perished, and the objective of the four great sects has been inadvertently resolved by Qingyun. In light of this, is there still a necessity for the four great sects to unite? From this moment forth, Xiao Chunin and Jin Jian'er are no longer allies but adversaries. Li Liuhua gazed at Qin Yao and solemnly declared, "Let us first join forces to send Kunlun and the sword sect away. Then we shall engage in a decisive battle to determine our fates." "As you wish, brotherly," Qin Yao replied with a hearty laugh. Those who thrive on the borders cannot simply be brutes wielding swords. If you deem Li Liuhua as a simpleton, it merely reflects that he can subdue you with a blade without the need for cunning. The two men, accompanied by their respective disciples, vowed to maintain secrecy and to jointly confront the sword sect in Kunlun. Upon exiting, they encountered Chun Qianfan, who was squatting in a corner. Observing the venomous oaths made in the capital, he felt an overwhelming urge to extract a divine artifact and send these individuals skyward. As for the recording orb, it was crafted by elderly heir of the Qi Peak. Upon hearing Chun Qianfan mention that it was requested by Chu He, Li Heir commenced his work without hesitation. The recording orb comprises two segments. The lower half depicting the death of Chu He was fabricated at Qi Peak beforehand, while the upper half was initially blank. Scripted on-site by the members of Qingyun upon entering the illusion, with the entire sect participating in the performance. Chu He expressed that such a rare opportunity for performance should allow the junior disciples to feel a sense of participation. Chun Qianfan, as the male lead in this grand play, received high praise from Chu He for his frenetic acting, epitomizing the essence of an experienced actor. Subsequently, the two captured images seamlessly merged, creating a cohesive visual experience. Sophisticated synthesis often requires only simple techniques, which can be accomplished by enlisting a master craftsman of the true integration level. The disguises utilized by Chu He and others were crafted in a similar manner. Although Chu He and Chun Qianfan had numerous speculations regarding the content of the illusion beforehand, they decided to provide their adversaries with a reason to relax, given their evident trepidation. A plethora of props for feigned deaths, discord, and betrayal were prepared by the duo, including even a version depicting Chen Qianfan's demise, albeit it was ultimately unused. In the Great Qin dynasty, Xiao Chunnan and Jin Jian were momentarily struck with astonishment at the sight of the beleaguered youth bound before them. Li Li, repeat that again. Chu He is truly dead. Xiao Chunnan questioned Li Li, gripping his shoulders in a moment of barely contained agitation. Li Li's face darkened with resentment, and after a long silence, he gave a reluctant nod. In a neighboring room, the uncalled Chu He turned over in bed, murmuring in his sleep, "The art of darkness, the young master offers his head," before sinking back into slumber. Chapter 72. Internal Turmoil in Qingjian. Li Li, such trivial tricks aim to deceive us. Chu He has truly exhausted his ingenuity, Xiao Chunnan scoffed, dismissing Li Li's words as he exited the room. Upon stepping outside, he immediately summoned the Kunlun disciples who had apprehended Li Li, instructing, "Tell me the entire sequence of events from the beginning." The Kunlun disciple recounted the details meticulously. While eating at the city gate, he had noticed a familiar face among the throngs entering the city. As the fourth seed of Qingyun's inner sect, Li Li's visage had been imprinted in the minds of the disciples from the other four sections. Upon confirming his identity, the Kunlun disciple discreetly followed him, eventually apprehending Li Li at an inn while he was drinking alone. Afterward, Li Li had been brought back, and amidst the jeers of disciples from both factions, he disclosed the news of Chu's death. Upon returning indoors, Xiao Chunnan observed Jin Jian holding a communication jade talisman, eager to contact the Qin family. "No, Jin Xinzi, we cannot rush to inform them before clarifying the situation," Xiao Chunnan urgently interjected. "Why must we withhold this information?" Jin Jian inquired, perplexed. Xiao Chunnan took a deep breath, explaining, "Because we have yet to ascertain whether Chu He is truly deceased, and if he is, have you considered the implications that would follow?" Xiao Chunnan elaborated on the gravity of the matter, causing a displeased expression to cross Jin Jian's face. "This is a scheme. She began, but Xiao Chunnan interrupted. "Jin Xinzi, you are the leader of the sword sect." Hearing this, Jin Jian turned her gaze towards the sword sect disciple standing within. "Sister Jin, do not worry. We will follow your lead." The disciple of the sword sect smiled, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. "Indeed, senior sister, with the sword in our hands, we can easily contend with the Chun family and the Xianqing." None of the sword sect disciples opposed this. All rallied in support of Jin Jian. Faced with these trusting gazes, Jin Jian hesitated, a rare occurrence since her training began. "Jian, remember, this time you are not just Jin Jian alone. You represent the sword sect. Behind you are your trusting junior brothers. In this lesson, you may lose, even quite miserably, but you must understand what responsibility entails. Otherwise, no matter how strong you become in the future, you will never be worthy of being the sword sect's chief." Just before their departure, the second elder, who had imparted the flying sword techniques to Jin Jian, spoke to her with grave seriousness. "Isn't this what responsibility is, second master?" Jin Jian seemed utterly deflated as she slumped into her chair. Xiao Chunnan set aside his usual levity and calmly awaited her decision. What if this were a ruse? What if it were a trap laid by Qingyun? After a prolonged silence, Jin Jian closed her eyes and spoke, agreeing to Xiao Chunnan's proposal. "The likelihood is slim. You know that within the illusion, the offense outweighs the defense. If Qingyun discovers us, a direct assault would be more advantageous." When Xiao Chunnan adopted a serious demeanor, he truly resembled a person of gravitas. The rules of the illusion were genuine. He could not simply choose to believe without making an attempt. Within the illusion, only external attacks could be employed, and everyone was as vulnerable as a blank sheet of paper. Even the formidable Chu He had succumbed to the surprise attack from Chen Qianfan, turning into a charred corpse. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chunnan realized that he had begun to internalize Li Li's words. If this were a trap, once night fell, and the 20 yuaning talismans were aimed at their end, there would be no means of salvation. "You merely seek evidence, do you not?" Li Li's voice suddenly pierced the air, as if all his previous resistance had been worn down by this moment. Xiao Chunnan gazed at him, filled with doubt. Alas, their cultivation was insufficient to employ techniques like the heart-questioning sword against someone like Li Li, who was at the cusp of the golden core stage. Otherwise, why would they be forced to probe so desperately? "I have seen the grave of Brother Chu. I can take you there, but you must agree to one condition." A glint of madness and destruction shone in Li Li's eyes. You just claimed that Ning Ryu flew away alone with Chu He's corpse. How can you now assert that you know where Chu He's grave is? Xiao Chunan detected a flaw in Li Li's words. Yet this did not imply that Li Li was lying. Instead, it bolstered Xiao Chuanan's belief further. You must first agree to my condition. Li Li slumped back against the chair, having expended all his energy on this decision. Preserve your ranking in Qingyun. As long as you can win over the others from Qingyun, I can guarantee that you will secure third place in the competition. I want you to kill Qin Qianfan. Li Li interrupted Xiao Chunnan's words, startling everyone in the room. The conflict among the disciples of Qingyun had escalated to this extent. Li Li, calm down. Chu He merely perished in the illusion. Calm down, you say? Chu Shixiang died right before my eyes. Li Li erupted suddenly, the veins on his neck bulging, nearly breaking free from the restraints binding him. Either release me to confront that scoundrel, or grant me permission to slay him. Two disciples from the sword sect restrained Li Li back into his chair. What you propose is futile. I cannot kill Qin Qianfan. This is merely a competition, not reality. Xiao Chunan felt bewildered. Wondering if all Qingyun disciples had lost their senses, their fervor for mutual destruction so intense. Previously, he had only heard rumors of the Qingyun disciples' irrationality. Now, witnessing their madness, he felt they were on the brink of demonic transformation. Are you suggesting we kill Qin Qianfan within the illusion? Jin Jinner inquired coldly. Li Li nodded, his eyes sparkling with hope as they turned towards Jin Jinner. This gaze, reminiscent of grasping at a lifeline, was a skill honed by Chu He. You must understand. This is utterly meaningless. Jin Jinner expressed his confusion, recognizing that such actions were merely a means of venting frustration. However, Li Li became animated once more. That beast is unworthy to lead Qingyun. He does not deserve to be one of us. My only brother is Chu Shixiao. The disciples of the sword sect and Kunlun exchanged complex glances, unsure whether to commend Li Li's loyalty or disdain his madness. It was rumored that Li Li had suffered bullying from external disciples in Qingyun, and it was Chu He who had come to his aid. A disciple of the sword sect whispered, having spent a brief time in Qingyun and gathered some information. If it is within the illusion that you wish to confront Qin Qianfan, I can grant you that. Where lies Chu He's grave? After deliberation, Xiao Chunan and Jin Jinner acquiesced to Li Li's request. Upon hearing this, Li Li appeared as if he had been rescued from drowning, his strength draining as he slumped in his chair. The ferocity and rage he had displayed moments ago transformed into reverence and nostalgia. When I was bullied by the external disciples, Chu Shixiang gifted me a chasing spirit sword, saying that if I were ever bullied again, I should seek him out with this sword, and he would stand up for me. Li Li's eyes glistened with tears, curses against Qin Qianfan slipping from his lips intermittently. This blend of longing and hatred resonated with everyone present in the room. In the adjacent room, Chu He chuckled softly. For the Best Actor award in the second act, it must surely belong to Junior Brother Li. Chapter 73. The scholar is ubiquitous. Our Qingyun is the righteous path, right? Zhao Debao asked his junior brother with a hint of uncertainty. Rest assured, it is indeed the righteous path, Li assured, patting his chest. He was a props master in the grand play and had participated in crafting some of the props. Certainly the righteous path. Senior brother, you are overthinking it. Zhang San said with a smile, as he too had been involved in the props creation, which would soon be put to use. What kind of righteous path abandons a junior brother to be refined in the furnace? Let me out, you three. Beside Zhang San, a resonant voice emerged from the vast alchemical furnace, the song of the fourth elder, Mushinga. As the competition commenced, the three elders discarded their pretense and immediately subdued the long-absent Mushinga. Zhao Daba, taking the lead, employed the formidable Tianqiu Dizhua formation, swiftly capturing Mushinga. Subsequently, Li and Zhang San produced a furnace for alchemy and a tool furnace, alternating their refining efforts daily. By the time Chu He and his companions emerged, Mushinga would be perfectly cooked, crispy on the outside and tender within, dissolving upon entry. The fifth elder was absent, while the sixth elder had departed with a flourish. The three then turned their gazes towards Lu Kaiyan, eager to solicit her opinion. Senior brother, I've come to Tiangue, but I'm feeling unwell and shall return, Lu Kaiyan, unable to withstand their collective scrutiny, fled towards Shuiyan Peak. After all, the leading lady of this grand spectacle was none other than her beloved disciple, the Scatter-Wealth Taoist. Although complicit, her presence there felt akin to sitting on a bed of nails. Didn't T's seventh junior sister slay the red dragon? Why is she here at Tiangue? The three elders pondered in confusion. From within the furnace, Mushinga mocked, no wonder you three remain as old as Yuan Yang. Zhang San feigned ignorance and silently intensified the flames. In the illusion, Xiao Chunan, accompanied by Jin Jian hastened towards the tomb of Chu He. As per Li Li's instructions, located at the confluence of the two great dynasties in the demonic forces. 5 days later, the group reached the borders of the Deqin dynasty. To their surprise, another party arrived almost simultaneously at the borders of the Dechu dynasty. "Hurry up and give me the money! Hurry up and give me the money!" The scatter-wealth Taoist floated above, shouting down at Qinyao and Li Liuhua. His voice was piercing, reminiscent of a wailing specter. "You will not be short-changed upon arrival," he added. Having been summoned incessantly, Qinyao expression turned increasingly impatient. 3 days prior, the seemingly vanished scatter-wealth Taoist resurfaced, claiming to possess a monumental secret for sale to the two. After a round of haggling, they acquired the location of the tomb of Chu He for 500,000 spirit stones, along with additional intelligence regarding Kunlun and the sword sect en route. However, until they could ascertain the truth of the information, they refused to make payment, thus the scatter-wealth Taoist accompanied them throughout the journey. During a rest, Qinyao activated a communication jade talisman. After a prolonged wait, Jin Jian's voice finally echoed from the other end. "Chun Dao friend, what is it?" "Nothing much. We are nearing to Chu Wang City and wanted to inquire about your situation. Have you encountered anyone from Qingyun?" "Not yet. We anticipate reaching Deqin Wang City tomorrow to overthrow the Qin King. We can then proceed together towards the 5 great demon clans. The disciples of Qingyun should be among them," Jin Jian replied. Qinyao smirked at his words, and after a brief exchange, they concluded their communication. "Learning quickly. Aren't we? Just 7 days ago you stuttered while speaking, and now you weave tales faster than I do." 7 days prior, Qinyao detected an anomaly concerning the golden sword ear during his routine communication with the sword sect. However, he paid little heed to it until he acquired news from the scatter-wealth Taoist regarding the sword sect's expedition to the Chu River tomb. At which point the peculiarities became clear to him. While the sword sect in Kunlun posed no significant concern, the critical question lingered. Did this individual, Brother Chun, possess the insight into the matter? Li Liuhua raised his hand and tapped it gently on Qinyao's wrist, allowing the two to converse through their thoughts. This individual excelled in the arts of the wood path, although his prowess was not particularly remarkable. He was nonetheless a competent cultivator at the early stage of the golden core. "I have a hypothesis," Qinyao articulated his reasoning. Ever since their first encounter with the scatter-wealth Taoist, he had been pondering the origins of this enigmatic figure. The 3 golden cores of Qingyun, Chu He as a pure sword cultivator, and Ning Ruyu with a singular water spiritual root. If one were to impersonate a wood path golden core, the only conceivable candidate would be Chen Xianfan. Yet, Qinyao swiftly dismissed this notion. The rationale mirrored that of Xiao Chunan. There was no necessity for such deception. In this illusory realm where death was instantaneous, what purpose would there be in orchestrating such supernatural theatrics? Understanding one's position is crucial. A single talisman could spell doom. The disparity in information has misled the judgment of the 4 great sects' disciples from the outset. Such deception could lead to catastrophic consequences. If they are not disciples of Qingyun, they cannot belong to any of the other 3 sects either. The rationale is the same. Once a talisman is revealed, death is inevitable. Consequently, the two did not bring their entire force to the Chu River tomb, leaving half behind to scatter throughout the great Chu dynasty, preventing a complete annihilation. Since these beings are not their celestial warriors, the only possibility is that they are creatures from the illusionary realm. Qinyao hypothesis is straightforward. The emergence of the wealth-dispensing Taoist is a consequence of Chu River's demise. The 3 native golden core beings of the illusion do not align with the characteristics of the wealth-dispensing Taoist. Naturally, Qinyao does not fully trust the information contained within that storage ring. Through extensive inquiries, the identities of the 3 golden cores from the illusion have long been established. After all, they are renowned figures in the illusionary realm. The Great Chu Dynasty's General Wang commands the armies of the realm, stationed in the Great Chu royal city. The Chancellor of the Great Qin dynasty supports a puppet emperor and is the true power behind the throne. The Tiger King of the demon race, recently ascended, is preoccupied with quelling internal strife. The emergence of any one of these 3 would be widely known. Thus, the wealth-dispensing Taoist does not belong to any of them, but is a newly appeared golden core practitioner. The rationale behind this involves Qinyao's understanding of the illusion. With open attacks on external entities and the native being's abysmally low combat prowess, any sect's disciples could easily dominate. Coupled with the confined geography, the power structure appears simplistic, akin to a child's game. This illusion is fundamentally designed as a slaughterhouse to encircle the Qingyan duo. Everything within the illusion is merely ornamental. What the four great sects desire is to create a hunting ground within this limited world. The disciples of Qingyun are their prey. One cannot overlook Chun Yao's astuteness. Deserving of his experiences in the Chun family's shop, his thoughts mirror those of Chun Qianfan from the Chu River. This aligns with the original intentions when the five great sects established their rules to neutralize the combat and intellectual advantages of Chu River and Chun Qianfan, engaging in a genuine life-and-death struggle. However, now that Chu River is dead and Qingyun is in disarray, with disciples scattered and hiding, this hunting ground suddenly lacks its quarry. Thus, the illusion began to adjust, dispatching the strange merchant known as the wealth-dispensing Taoist. The purpose is to incite the four great sects to divide into two factions and engage in conflict. Chun Yao possesses evidence to substantiate this claim. If not for the sudden appearance of the wealth-dispensing Taoist, he and Li Liuhua would have remained unaware of Chu River's demise. Yet, their adversaries, the Sword Sect and Kunlun, inexplicably possess this knowledge. Such an imbalanced flow of information has nearly trapped the Qin family and the Xian Qin in a deadlock. Imagine the scenario where the four factions converge, with Qin family and Xian Qin harboring intentions of uniting against Chu River. Meanwhile, the Sword Sect and Kunlun are likely fully prepared with talismans and treasures, waiting for the moment they gather to strike decisively. In a situation where offense is strong and defense is weak, information becomes paramount. After hearing Qin Yao's analysis, Li Liuhua was deeply impressed. Ultimately, he recognized Qin Yao as a prodigy from the Qin family, while he himself prided himself on his intellect at the Demon Suppression Pass. He never anticipated that Qin Yao could unveil the true essence of the illusion, deciphering the role of the wealth-dispensing Taoist. This realization was undeniable. As for the heavenly figure, I wish to know how Shao Chunan came to know the location of Chu River's tomb. In order to demonstrate his point, Qin Yao addressed the money dispenser in the sky, saying, He, a mere 100,000. We are the best of friends, just 100,000. The money dispenser descended. Gazing eagerly at Chun Yao's storage ring, Chun Yao tossed him a tome of nascent soul techniques, its worth surpassing 100,000. It was a celestial warrior named Lili who had informed them of this. The money dispenser clutched the tome and soared back into the heavens, circling joyfully. Brother Chen, your foresight is remarkable. As for that 500,000, we of the immortal Qin shall contribute, and, indeed, we shall also cover half the cost for the Shadow Pearl. Lu Feng naturally recognized Lili, and his gaze towards Qin Yao became notably more amiable. As a soldier stationed at the border, he only respected those of true capability. Previously, he had cooperated with the Qin family, but now he had fully acknowledged Qin Yao as an individual. This man, astute and resourceful, surely rivals the illustrious figures of Qingyun. That is well and good, but we must rely heavily on this money dispenser in the future. He will be pivotal to our endeavors. Qin Yao and Lu Feng exchanged smiles, a sense of camaraderie blossoming between them. Outside the illusion, Chun Huahai and Ing Shilan shared a knowing smile from beneath their chairs. Ing Shilan was nearly in fits of laughter, while Chun Huahai was genuinely at a loss. He had previously mentioned Kunlun, only to realize that the true great scholar resided within his own Qin family. Chapter 74. The Era of Intimidation. The following day, two groups set forth from the city simultaneously. The awkwardness arose as the only path to the tomb of Chu He served as a confluence for the three major factions. Thus, the disciples of the immortal sects, unbeknownst to each other, encountered one another unexpectedly. Friend Jin, where might you be headed? Qin Yao inquired. Observing the astonished expression on Jin Jian'er's face, I am to confer with Taoist Shao. I shall first investigate the movements of the demon clan regarding Qingyun. This fib had drained Jin Jian'er of her entire resolve. She had never uttered a falsehood in her life. And the joyful conversation she had with Qin Yao days prior had actually involved the voice-altering artifact used by Shao Chunan. However, she was taken aback when her deception was dismantled in an instant. Do not feign. You intend to visit the tomb of Chu He, do you not? Lu Feng brandished his battle blade, exuding an aura of bloodlust. With only Jin Jian'er present, it was two golden cores against one. It would be prudent to eliminate the sword sect from the equation. And what if that is the case? When the lies were unveiled, Jin Jian'er felt a sense of relief. With a wave of her hand, the disciples behind her unleashed a cascade of luminous talismans and magical artifacts. Li Liuhua, who had been poised to strike, momentarily faltered. How could he have forgotten? Within the realm of illusions, what difference did it make among a few golden core cultivators? Meanwhile, The disciples from the Qin family and Xianqin were not slow to respond, swiftly brandishing their talismans and aiming at their adversaries. The only one who refrained from wielding any offensive items was Qin Qianfan, who had assumed the alias of Chu He. Casting a glance at the sky, he noticed that the wandering Taoist, Ning Ruyu, who had been tailing them, had vanished. Looking across the way, he saw only the despondent expression on Li Li's face. Chu He, masquerading as Qin Feizhou, had been left behind in the Dai Qin dynasty. It seemed that only he would meet his untimely end as an innocent actor in this unfolding drama. Qin Qianfan swallowed hard, lamenting his impending sacrifice for the sake of art. Alas, he had become an old artist in this unfortunate scenario. The two factions stood in a tense standoff for what felt like an eternity, neither daring to make the first move. Qin Qianfan recalled Chu He mentioning that this situation was known as the era of deterrence. The first to strike would spell doom for them all. The disciples of the Immortal sect clearly recognized this as well. After a moment of stalemate, Qin Yao was the first to withdraw his magical artifact. Golden Friend. Let us first ascertain whether Chu He is truly dead, before the four Immortal sects engage in battle, confirming Chu He's fate holds greater significance. After all, as long as Chu He remained alive, the four Immortal sects could maintain a semblance of alliance, regardless of their underlying rivalries. Very well, I shall summon Daoist Xiao. Jean Jinner replied, retracting her talismans and notifying Xiao Chun Nan, who was stationed at the border. However, she added, Golden Friend, I must mention that it appears Brother Xiao harbors some distrust towards you. Seizing the opportunity during their wait, Chen Yu sought to sow discord between the two. Notably, the disciples behind Jean Jinner were all clad in white Taoist robes, unmistakably members of Kunlun. If Jean Jinner was accompanied by Kunlun disciples, where then were the disciples of the Sword sect? Chen Yu seized upon this tactic of mutual hostage-taking, unwilling to let it slip by. The imminent crisis had eased, and the disciples of the four Immortal sects breathed a sigh of relief. After all, none wished to be inexplicably caught in a barrage of talismans. The only one discontented was Li Li. He had seen Qin Qianfan across the way and had envisioned a grand explosion, where both he and Qin Qianfan would sacrifice themselves for the sake of art. It would have been pleasant to have someone to converse with in the afterlife. Alas, the anticipated explosion did not transpire. Had it not been for the potential disruption of Chu He's plans, Li Li would have eagerly taken the first shot. One talisman could easily take out 20 disciples from the Immortal sects, a considerable profit, indeed. You need not concern yourself with that, he thought. Jean Jinner, though straightforward, is not foolish enough to be easily deceived. However, upon reflection, he began to question how Chen Yao and the others fortuitously encountered him and were aware of his destination to the tomb of Chu He. According to Li Li, only two individuals knew the location of that tomb. One was Li Li himself, who had been captured, and the other was Ning Ruyu, who had personally buried Chu He. Could it be that they had captured Ning Ruyu? A jolt of alarm surged through Jean Jinner. If that were the case, their adversaries possessed far more information than he did, especially considering Ning Ruyu's identity and prowess far surpassed those of Li Li. Without a moment's hesitation, Jean Jinner inquired, how did you come to know about the tomb of Chu He? Have you captured Ning Ruyu? To his surprise, his words were met with a cacophony of sinister laughter. I know. Just 50,000 spirit stones, and you shall be my second best friend. The Scatterwealth Taoist approached hastily, and Chun Yao and Li Liuhua exchanged glances, realizing they were in trouble. They had previously deliberated on the importance of the Scatterwealth Taoist, but had forgotten to keep their intentions concealed. Upon hearing the Taoist's words, Jean Jinner instinctively felt disbelief. Yet he noticed a fleeting moment of unnaturalness on the faces of his adversaries. Very well. Jean Jinner produced a flying sword, sufficient for use by someone at the initial stage of the Yuaning realm. To him, 50,000 spirit stones were but a trifling amount. Uncovering the origins of the Scatterwealth Taoist, which so concerned Qin Yao and the others, was worth the cost. The Scatterwealth Taoist gleefully accepted the sword and began to twirl in the air. You still haven't provided me with an answer, Jean Jinner frowned. Oh, it's me. I must tell you, my best friend purchased this information for 150,000 spirit stones, but 50,000 of it remains unpaid, he lamented, casting a pitiful glance at Qin Yao and Li Liuhua. Observing this, Li Liuhua also offered a treasure valued at 50,000. As he hailed from a prestigious family and had received ample gifts before this competition. Encountering Jean Jinner meant that the information regarding the tomb of Chu He was likely true, and there was no need to withhold treasures, which might instead provoke the Scatterwealth Taoist to cause trouble. The group regained their composure. while the scatter-wealth Taoist pranced joyfully in the sky with the treasures in hand. Soon, Xiao Chunin arrived in haste, accompanied by disciples from the sword sect, bringing along the originally spectating Chu He. After hearing Jin Jian'er's explanation, Xiao Chunin cast a bewildered glance at the scatter-wealth Taoist. Such an existence within this illusion! He exclaimed, "Brother Chen, brotherly, why don't we settle our differences and proceed to examine the remains of Chu He?" The four individuals reached a consensus, recognizing that prolonging their stalemate served no purpose. They observed as the four leading disciples ventured ahead, deliberately leaving their backs to the disciples of the four families. This act was both a declaration and a constraint within the current predicament. Soon, the group beheld the expanse of the Scarlet Earth, which, in conjunction with the surrounding scenery, was undoubtedly the site where Qin Qianfan had slain Chu He, as recorded in the Reflection Pearl. Indeed, it was a treasure of divine transformation. Xiao Chuan felt a shiver run down his spine as he sensed the lingering power of the artifact. It was a pity that Chu He had perished at the hands of his own sect before even stepping onto this stage, lamented Li Liuhua. Following Li Li's guidance, the group departed from the Scarlet Earth and ultimately arrived at the edge of a waterfall. Upon traversing the waterfall, they discovered a man-made cavern within, adorned with flowers. All products of the 9 provinces rather than the realm of illusions, evidently left by Ning Ryu. Amidst the floral arrangements stood a nameless tombstone. Truly deceased. Li Liuhua felt a mix of disappointment and relief. The four remained silent, exchanging glances without uttering a word. They reminisced about Chu He's exceptional talents, possessing the sword spirit root and sword pill, as well as the celestial eye of the path. After 3 years of cultivation, he had ascended to the mid-golden core stage, standing proudly among the world's elites with his sword. Yet, due to discord among his peers, he lay buried here. Such a tragic and lamentable fate. Outside the waterfall, Chu He approached Qin Qianfan and clasped his fists, saying, "You are indeed the great Chu of the vast ocean, as mentioned by Xiao Tianjiang. Indeed, you are the great Qin Feizhou, as spoken of by Li Tianjiang," came the reply. After exchanging formalities, they sat cross-legged and began discussing the hardships of the royal family. Their conversation continued, while the disciples of the sword sect stationed outside shook their heads in amusement, noting the irony of the greatest prodigy of the 9 provinces being entombed within, while 2 beings from the realm of illusions engaged in earnest dialogue outside. This scene held a certain sardonic quality. Without leaving a trace, Chu He pressed his hand against the hem of Qin Qianfan's garment. He was the most formidable being in the realm of illusions, transmitting his voice without detection. "Old Qin, the other day I heard Junior brotherly berating you. He did so with such fervor that I am inclined to crown him as the best leading actor. Old Chu, they are currently paying their respects to you inside." How can a good person simply vanish like this? Wailing? Within the tomb chamber, the 4 great sects lamented the internal strife among their brethren. Outside the waterfall, the twin luminaries of Qingyun had not met for ages, igniting the second round of discord within their ranks. A verbal battle ensued. In Chapter 75, the young master offers his head. The 4 reminisce for a moment. Chun Yao exchanged glances with the other 3 and raised his hand to rest upon the tombstone. With a thunderous sound, a new coffin was unearthed. Upon witnessing this, Lili immediately went mad and lunged forward, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Senior brother Chu is already dead." Lulu was sighed at this sight. He admired such loyalty in a man. However, they could not find peace of mind until they were certain that Chu He was indeed deceased. "Junior brotherly, I am sorry." Lulu restrained Li Li, who began to rant incoherently in a fit of rage. His furious outbursts were so loud that even those outside the waterfall could hear. Along the way, the disciples of the 4 great sects exchanged fragments of information, all aware of how Li Li had demonstrated his loyalty by seeking vengeance for his senior brother. The vitriolic insults that ignited their fury failed to stir any anger within them. Instead, they felt a complex mixture of sorrow and bitterness. If their own senior brothers and sisters were harmed by treacherous individuals, they too might respond in kind. Li Li's invectives were truly harsh, displaying a level of skill and profanity that left Chu He somewhat embarrassed. The dialogue, actions, and expressions had all been orchestrated by him. Yet it was only the insults that Li Li claimed to have mastered, wishing to refine them further on his own. Upon hearing a few words, Chu He permitted Li Li to express himself freely, not anticipating such remarkable results. He feared that upon returning, he would be subjected to Sister Yang's teachings on the art of silence. This remark seemed reminiscent of a time when I berated a despicable fellow at the tavern. A wretch who had the audacity to flirt with a young lady in my presence, an affront I could hardly tolerate, resulting in his immediate downfall. Chen Qianfan listened intently as Li Li quoted classical texts, excitedly recounting glorious deeds. At last, Li Li had found his scholarly muse. Within the waterfall, Jean Jian'er retracted his hand and nodded at the assembled. The charred remains, entirely consumed by flames, were placed back into the coffin for a final burial. Residual sword energy lingered in the dantian, indicating a lineage of sword cultivators. And the intensity of this energy suggested the presence of a sword spirit root or sword pill. Jean Jian'er employed this discernment to ascertain the identity of the corpse. Qinyo nodded in agreement, having also observed that, apart from the explosion and burning, there were faintly discernible sword wounds on the corpse's chest. Coupled with the image retention pearl, it was undoubtedly Chu He. Impressive, third senior brother. This corpse is convincingly realistic, mused Mu Xingge, who was confined within the alchemical furnace, yet remained undeterred in his observation of the unfolding drama. Of course, you should consider what your third senior brother does. Zhang San replied with pride. Drowned, hanged, beheaded, blown up. I've crafted 4 or 5 versions, with Little Chu and Little Chen each receiving their own set. Zhang San raised his eyebrows at his fellow seniors, unable to contain his satisfaction. He had been anticipating the arrival of his props. And now the main event was finally at hand. I initially thought you were an alchemist, but now you seem more like a coroner, Mu Xingge quipped, prompting Zhang San to silently stoke the fire in the furnace. Quiet down, quiet down. The grand performance is about to commence. The second act, the demise of Chu He, is nearing its conclusion. Zhao Debeos admonished his fellow disciples, fixated on the illusion before them. As it nears its conclusion, that means it is time for the young master to present his head. Ing Shilan recalled the script, having been the most attentive observer present. Chu He, while crafting his script, was utterly transparent, for it was impossible to conceal anything from the outside world. The first act features celestial warriors, followed by the second act, which depicts the demise of Chu He. Following the young master presents his head, the third act will usher in the struggle for sovereignty. Captivating and engaging. I shall eagerly anticipate the next performance. Ing Shilan sat obediently, fixated on the luminous projection cast by the illusory, true monarch. In the tomb chamber, the unbound Li Li knelt weeping before the gravestone of Chu He. Junior brotherly, Master Chu He is not truly dead. He awaits you outside, consoled Jean Jian'er, who felt a pang of compassion. It is worth noting that Chu He was the only one within the illusion that she acknowledged as superior enough to call him senior brother. Indeed, Master Chu He is still out there waiting for me. Li Li seemed to regain his senses, stumbling towards the exit of the tomb chamber. I remember now. The senior brothers and sisters, it suddenly dawned on me, he exclaimed, drenched in sweat, as though awakening from a nightmare. Just as the 4 assumed Li Li was about to reveal his realization that this was an illusion and that Chu He was still alive, a cataclysmic event unfolded. A talisman of remarkable quality, akin to the level of divine transformation, suddenly erupted from Li Li's hand. His eyes bulged, and his previously handsome visage contorted into a grotesque expression. I recall, you desecrated Master Chu He's corpse. Perish with me. Li Li bellowed as he prepared to activate the talisman. At that moment, 3 streaks of light pierced through him in rapid succession. Li Li's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, his talisman ultimately unactivated. The disciples stationed outside the tomb chamber rushed in hastily. They had observed Li Li surreptitiously reaching for his storage ring and sensed impending doom, prompting them to ready their golden elixir-level talismans against him. They never anticipated he would genuinely attempt to self-destruct, taking the 4 leaders with him. Let us inter him beside Chu He, Li Liuhua sighed, exiting the tomb chamber. I promised you I would slay Chen Qianfan within this illusion. I shall fulfill that vow, remarked Xiao Chunan, gazing at the lifeless Li Li before him. Should I fail in my promise, I shall beseech our master for a burning heaven fruit to aid your transformation into a fire spirit root. Farewell, junior brotherly. Xiao Chunan solemnly vowed. The burning heaven fruit is an exceedingly rare treasure capable of enhancing the quality of spirit roots. Li Li possessed a natural spirit root that intertwined fire and wood. Thus, harnessing the power of the burning heaven fruit could potentially incinerate the wood element within his spirit root, leading to a complete metamorphosis into a singular attribute root. As the others exited the tomb chamber, Chu He understood that the act he had orchestrated, young master presence's head, had reached its conclusion. The disciples of the 4 great immortal sects may have been insufficiently seasoned and possessed various flaws, yet they were, after all, the prodigies of the immortal realms. It is challenging to persuade them of the finality of death without the loss of a life. Outside the illusion, Lily groggily awoke, becoming the first casualty of the illusion. Literally, well done. Chu He hereby awards you the title of Best Actor of the Second Act. Zhao Daba rushed forward, raising his thumb. With both air and sand now functioning as prop masters, he sought to assert his presence. It was merely the guidance of his senior brothers that allowed him to contribute in a minor way. Lily, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head, showcasing the poise of an experienced actor. However, your senior sister Yang has a matter to discuss with you, so be cautious. After establishing his presence, Zhao Daba hurried back to suppress Mushinga. As for interceding on behalf of Lily, unless Zhao Daba was oblivious to who held sway in the Qingyan sect, he would never engage in such foolishness. Come along, Senior Wei seeks you. Yang Chuanxue tossed down a wooden plaque inscribed with the words, exercise caution and discretion. Avoid malicious speech. This was a handwritten note from the true monarch of the combined body, worth 100 spirit stones. Wearing the plaque, Lily could no longer maintain the earlier demeanor of a leading disciple from the four great sects. He lowered his head and obediently followed behind Yang Chuanxue. Young friendly, I am Kunlun's Wei Changsheng, and I have met your father, the elder Wei said with a warm smile, his demeanor amiable. This elder Wei was the direct master of Shao Chunan, Lily's teacher. Upon hearing Yang Chuanxue's introduction, Lily became flustered. This was indeed the unfortunate master Shao Chunan who had been deceived so severely. Do not be afraid. I merely wish to inquire about the fate of young French and Xie Fan, the elder Wei continued. He could no longer safeguard the sect's wealth. And now he simply wished to ascertain if he could protect the burning heaven fruit. Taking Shao Chunan as his apprentice had indeed been a stroke of misfortune. He could not comprehend how a simple trip to participate in the contest of the five great sects had led to such dire circumstances. Had he taught the true monarch of Qingjin how to speak? Or had he instructed Zhou Huanqing in swordplay? Surely, he did not deserve such a fate. Chapter 76. The new king's coronation in the capital of the Great Qin. Jin Jinner wielded his sword, severing the head of the Great Qin Prime Minister, whose expression was one of disbelief as it flew away. He could not fathom the emergence of such a formidable cultivator, self-proclaimed as a heavenly soldier. He had come to confront him. Not only did he confront him, but he also claimed to restore the Great Qin and assist the true dragon in ascending the throne. Who was this true dragon they spoke of? I have never seen him. And who is Qin Feizhou? I do not know. With the Great Qin Prime Minister vanquished, the Great Qin dynasty was left without a golden core. Accompanied by a host of celestial soldiers, Chu He entered the palace of the Qin king, sword in hand. Why you? Stammered the debauched Qin king, seated upon his throne, pointing at Chu He. Farewell, father. I shall govern this realm well. Chu He swiftly approached and ended the Qin king's life with a single stroke. The Qin king clutched at Chu He's collar, blood surging into his throat, obstructing his final words. Who are you? Sheathing his longsword, Chu He took the royal crown and slowly turned around. A flash of lightning illuminated the exterior of the hall, casting a stern and majestic visage upon